Ding! Your system has been credited. Please be aware of the intelligence tax. Shenlang was left dumbfounded after his transmigration. The 18 dragon subduing palms in the novice gift pack was merely a trial version. After executing 3 moves, an advertisement popped up. Renew for 98 spirit stones to unlock the complete technique. Every time the summoned Xiaofeng appeared, he had to sing the difficult sutra. First, the system explained. Due to copyright issues, no BGM could be played. The most frustrating part was Dongfang Bubai. Where is the embroidery needle I requested? Shenlang silently handed over a toothpick. You need a membership to change skins. When the villains challenged him, he would say, wait, let me first start a live stream to crowdfund the Jing. As the martial arts tournament commenced, he announced, all sect leaders, scan the code to follow the Underworld's official account to receive a signed photo of Xiaofeng. The system kindly reminded him, detected insufficient balance. Would you like to mortgage your integrity for a chance at a 10 consecutive draws? Shenlang remarked, this is not a summoning system, it's clearly a beggar's version of Alipay. Chapter 1. The 8 Sounds of the Dragon. In the realm of Jinwu, martial prowess reigns supreme. Ordinary warriors possess the strength to split stone with a palm, while the powerful can shatter mountains and sever peaks. It is said that mastering martial arts to the utmost can even fracture the void and ascend to the celestial realm, standing equal with the heavens. The strong look down upon the world, regarding the masses as mere ants, while the weak rely on the whims of others, their lives not their own. The night was desolate as a still lake, with the occasional chirping of insects adding a layer of loneliness to the tranquil darkness. A young man with a delicate visage sat quietly in the courtyard, caressing an ancient zither. The music ebbed and flowed, alternating between soft and forceful, stirring the listener's emotions. Those of weak resolve might easily lose themselves in its enchanting melody. As the notes floated through the air, the young man's thoughts soared. His name was Shenlang, a university student from Earth in the 21st century. After graduating, he had indulged a bit too much during farewell drinks with classmates. Unfortunately, on his way home, he encountered a robbery. Fueled by alcohol, he resisted and met a tragic end. His dreams of rising to become a CEO and marrying a wealthy beauty shattered. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar world. Through the memories of his predecessor, he learned that this was a brutal world where the strong preyed upon the weak, and the only authority derived from one's fists. There was no room for reason, and truth resided solely in the hands of a privileged few. Bang! Just as Shenlang's thoughts were wandering, the rooftops around him suddenly exploded, and 4 shadowy figures shot into the sky. Clad in matching dark attire and wielding gleaming swords, they expertly coordinated their assault on Shenlang, striking from all angles. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly deduce that these 4 were highly trained assassins. Shenlang's expression remained calm as he pursed his lips slightly. The melody of his zither shifted abruptly from lyrical to piercing. The 8 Sounds of the Dragon unleashed an invisible sound wave that radiated from his performance, slicing through the bodies of the 4 black-clad figures, causing them to spit blood and be hurled backward with a thunderous crash against the surrounding walls. In an instant, the vast courtyard fell silent. What has happened? Oh no, it's the young master's courtyard. Quick, we must go, there are assassins. Bang! The courtyard door was smashed open by the rushing guards. A team of martial artists clad in purple training garb, wielding simple blades, stormed in. Young master, are you all right? An elderly man, sharp-eyed and over 50, hurried forward with concern. Shenlang slowly rose, casting a nonchalant glance at the arriving guards. I'm fine, they were merely minor characters, nothing to worry about. This was the second incident since his arrival in this world. Initially, he couldn't comprehend how the former owner of this body could have met such an untimely demise, providing him with an opportunity. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he understood that the previous Shenlang's death was not unjust if not for his golden finger. He too might have followed in the original owner's footsteps. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 points of slaughter. The Great Slaughter System, Shenlang's golden finger. The system possessed 2 primary functions, the lottery function and the summoning function. The lottery function offered techniques and weapons, while the summoning function allowed characters from the martial arts world to be called forth. Both functions depended on slaughter points. The greater the points, the higher the level of rewards. When he first integrated with the Great Slaughter System, Shenlang nearly burst with joy. He was well aware of such golden fingers from his previous life as a university student, having read numerous novels of this genre. While he couldn't claim to know every golden finger inside and out, he was quite familiar with them. The formidable martial arts he just performed had been drawn from the system. He had been offered a choice between lottery and summoning. After much contemplation, Shun Lang gritted his teeth and opted for martial arts. Although summoning a powerful figure would greatly aid him, it was far more practical to enhance his own strength. "You all clean this up, I'll return to my room to rest," Shun Lang instructed expressionlessly before turning to enter his chamber. Watching Shun Lang's retreating figure, the elderly man's eyes glimmered with a trace of insight. Once back in his room, Shun Lang fell into deep thought. The urgency surrounding him had escalated. How dare they openly attempt to assassinate him within his own family? He had gathered considerable insight into the Shun family situation. The Shun family was founded by his grandfather, Shun Kun, who had retreated from the forefront a year ago to focus on martial studies. A family may lack resources, but it cannot be without a master to oversee it. Currently, the family head was Shun Lang's father, Shun Wuming. Originally, the position should have belonged to Shun Lang's uncle, Shun Wuhui, but for reasons unknown, Shun Kun had passed the leadership to Shun Wuming. This decision had once ignited a storm within the Shun family. The rule of passing authority from elder to younger held true in this world as well. Over the years, Shun Wuhui had not let go of his grievances and constantly clashed with Shun Wuming for power. Shun Lang suspected that today's incident might have been orchestrated by Shun Wuhui, yet he found it perplexing Shun Wuhui had always been meticulous. How could he commit such a foolish act? Did he possess absolute confidence in dealing with Shun Wuming? In a resplendent room, a man clad in a golden robe, exuding authority and an imposing presence, stood with his hands clasped behind him. "Oh, are you saying that those 4 assassins were defeated in one strike?" "Reporting to you, my lord, they were indeed killed with a single blow." A trembling middle-aged man knelt behind the golden-robed figure, his voice quaking. The man rubbed his fingers instinctively, his brow furrowing in contemplation. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. Just as the middle-aged man felt he could no longer endure the pressure, the golden-robed man spoke calmly. "You may leave now. Continue to monitor Shun Lang closely and report any unusual behavior immediately." "Yes." The man on his knees breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he trembled while exiting the room. Once outside, he exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had just faced an insurmountable mountain, one that made it impossible to look up. Within the room, a strange smile crept upon the lips of the golden-robed man. "My dear nephew, you are hiding quite well. How intriguing, truly intriguing." Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Shun Lang focused his thoughts and entered the system space. Gazing at the ethereal mist surrounding him, he smiled faintly. "System, I wish to initiate summoning." A radiant wheel of light appeared before Shun Lang, slowly spinning, with figures flickering within. The characters on the wheel were diverse, some with cold expressions, others with sinister faces, and yet others exuding a scholarly demeanor. Shun Lang's eyes dazzled as he beheld the array. The Great Slaughter System allows one to draw lots or summon beings for every 10 points of slaughter accumulated. Slaughter points are acquired through completing tasks or killing others. Defeating a postnatal warrior grants between 1 to 9 points, corresponding to their cultivation level. Just moments ago, Shun Lang had slain 4 postnatal 5th-level warriors, earning himself 20 slaughter points. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have summoned the 2 elders Xianming. Note, the 2 elders Xianming hail from the God-Slain Chronicles and are adept in the martial art Xianming Divine Palm, with a cultivation level at the peak of postnatal stage. Together, they can temporarily reach the early innate stage. The 2 elders Xianming. Shun Lang pondered, feeling quite pleased with this outcome. Although they had yet to attain the innate stage, their combined strength could temporarily reach that level, which was considerable in Jiang City, where an innate master was regarded as a formidable force among various families. Chapter 2. The 2 Elders Xianming. Name: Shun Lang. Age: 17. Realm: postnatal 7th level. Cultivation method: Heavenly Dragon 8. Sounds influence. Jiang City, for great families, Shun Clan trusted aides, 2 Elders Xianming. Closing the system interface, Shun Lang nodded, feeling he had acquired a degree of leverage. Regardless of whether the Shun Clan would ultimately belong to him, with the Great Slaughter System at his disposal, he was certain he would carve out a place for himself in this world. Casting a glance outside, the dawn was beginning to break. The night's cultivation had left him invigorated. Presently, Shun Lang possessed no remarkable martial arts, only the Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, a pinnacle-level technique considered mediocre in this world, yet could be regarded as a clan-defending skill within the Shun clan. In the realm of Jinwu, martial arts are categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heaven tier represents the highest level, with only a handful of techniques existing in Jinwu, all coveted by the top-tier forces, revered as clan-defending treasures. Shen Lang felt little attachment to the Shun clan, viewing all but his adoptive father, Shun Wuming, as mere acquaintances. Thus, he had no intention of offering the Heavenly Dragonate sounds to anyone. Were it not for his current insufficient foundation and lack of capital to venture out, he would have long since departed from the Shun clan. The realm of Jinwu is vast, encompassing 5 regions and 19 states, stretching over hundreds of thousands of miles. Shen Lang harbored an intense longing for the expansive landscapes outside during his time on Earth. He would often embark on spontaneous travels during vacation, let alone the majestic Jinwu realm. While the landscapes are indeed magnificent, the darkness and bloodshed beneath such grandeur are not burdens that ordinary individuals can bear. Even within a small family like the Shun clan, treachery abounds, let alone in this martial-centric world. Indeed, a faint smile graced Shen Lang's lips. The system had informed him that all summoned beings would appear in various guises around him. He had just been contemplating the impending arrival of the 2 elders Xianming. Creak. Shen Lang opened the door, smiling. Let's go, Qing'er, and see what awaits us. Qing'er gazed at Shen Lang's upright figure, a hint of reverie flickering in her eyes. Qing'er was Shen Lang's personal maid, having served him since childhood. Aside from Shun Wuming, she was the only one Shen Lang felt any affection for within the Shen clan. Originally named Shen Qing, she was the granddaughter of an elderly steward who had rendered special service to the clan, thus receiving the surname Shun. After Shen Wuming ascended as the clan leader, Shen Qing was assigned to attend to Shen Lang. She understood her fate since being assigned to Shen Lang. She recognized that her life was forever tied to his. If Shen Lang thrived, so too would she if he fell. Her fate would be dire. Fortunately, although Shen Lang lacked exceptional martial talent, he treated her with kindness. Initially, she thought she would live a mundane life by his side. However, a month ago, Shen Lang seemingly transformed overnight, exhibiting a profound change in character and martial prowess, particularly with the enchanting sounds of his ethereal zither music that sent chills down one's spine. As they approached the entrance, disciples of the Shun clan regarded the cold-faced Shen Lang with complex expressions. Once deemed a waste, Shen Lang had, since a month prior, displayed astonishing prowess, incapacitating a direct descendant of the clan for half a month, instilling fear in all who once dared to cross him. Outside the Shun clan's gates stood 2 middle-aged men, one rugged and the other with a hawkish visage. Due to the system's influence, an unspoken connection formed between them and Shen Lang. Upon seeing him, they stepped forward in unison, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the young master." Observing the 2 elders Xianming, Shen Lang nodded. They were indeed formidable figures, exuding an overwhelming presence merely by their stance. "From now on, you 2 shall accompany me," Shen Lang said with a smile. Qing'er was taken aback by the scene before her. These men were clearly not ordinary. They addressed her young master as young master. What on earth was happening? She appeared utterly bewildered. "Ah, is that not our young clan leader? I heard he has been making waves lately. Even Shen Ming has faced his wrath." A mocking voice echoed from behind Shen Lang. Frowning, Shen Lang turned to see a dapper young man dressed in luxurious attire, striding toward him, accompanied by an elder. Shen Lang cast a disinterested glance at the youth and coldly remarked, "Shen Ming is merely a waste. Were it not for his overreaching ambition, I would not have bothered to intervene." Shen Lang, do not be so arrogant. The elder has spoken regarding Shen Ming. Whoever it may be must pay the price, the young man retorted with a sneer, his voice dripping with malice. Shen Lang regarded the youth with a steady gaze, his tone calm, as he replied, "Shen Tung, let us not waste words on matters everyone is aware of. I trust the elder is no fool. He would not be used as a pawn." Suddenly, Shen Tung's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Shen Lang's words. The last time, Shen Ming had been incited by Shen Tung to confront Shen Lang, only to be thoroughly humiliated, serving as a warning to others lurking in the shadows. After a month of accumulation, Shen Lang had become capable of facing anyone with composure. "Shen Lang, you need not be so boastful. The day your father is ousted, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination," Shen Tung declared, his expression malevolent. He had already plotted to make Shen Lang pay dearly once his father succeeded in removing Shen Wuming from power. "Young master, be cautious." Suddenly, the elder behind Shen Tung shouted. Bang! Shen Tong's face turned pale, and he spat blood as he was sent flying back, crashing against the Shun clan's gate. Shun Lang slowly withdrew his hand, his icy gaze fixed upon the fallen Shun Tong. Remember, anyone daring to threaten me must prepare for death. His voice resonated ominously in everyone's ears. Youpft! Shun Tong could not suppress another spurt of blood, trembling as he pointed a finger at Shun Lang, furiously shouting, "Fu Bo, kill him." At this moment, Shun Ting no longer cared about Shun Lang's identity. Having grown up, he had never endured such humiliation and was determined to eliminate Shun Lang, regardless of the cost. Fu Bo, who had been slightly hunched, straightened abruptly, and in that instant, everyone felt a wave of bloodlust enveloping them. The commotion had already spread far and wide, drawing onlookers who arrived just in time to witness Fu Bo's explosive aura. Some individuals, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastened deeper into the Shun family estate to report to the higher-ups. "You insolent young man, your arrogance knows no bounds. I must take it upon myself to impart some discipline on your behalf. Uncle Fu has not yet descended into madness like Shun Tong. After all, Shun Lang's father is the head of the Shun family. Should I take the drastic step of eliminating Shun Lang, Shen Wuming would undoubtedly seek retribution. Although I am a trusted confidant of Shen Wuhui, if Shen Wuming were to truly unleash his wrath, Shen Wuhui would certainly cast me aside without hesitation." Chapter 2. The Two Elders of Xianming Name. Shen Lang Age. 17 Realm. Postnatal Sevenfold Cultivation Technique. Heavenly Dragon 8 Sounds Influence. Jiacheng, for Great Families. Shun Family Confidants. The two elders of Xianming with the system information concealed. Shen Lang nodded to himself, recognizing that he had acquired a modicum of capital. Regardless of whether the Shun family would remain his in the future, with the great slaughter system at his disposal, he was confident that he would eventually carve out a place for himself in this world. Gazing out the window, he noted the dawn's gentle light. The night's cultivation had left him invigorated. Shen Lang possessed no particularly remarkable martial arts, only the Heavenly Dragon 8 Sounds, a peak-level technique of the mysterious tier, which could merely be deemed average in this world. However, within the Shin family, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a clan-defending art. In the true martial continent, martial arts are categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Heavenly tier represents the pinnacle, with only a handful of techniques existing within it, all held as treasures by the top powers, revered as clan-defending divine arts. Shen Lang harbored little affection for the Shin family. Apart from his adoptive father, Shen Wuming, he regarded the rest as familiar strangers. Thus, he had no intention of parting with the Heavenly Dragon 8 Sounds. Were it not for his currently insufficient foundation, he would have long since departed from the Shin family. The true martial continent is divided into 5 regions and 19 states, sprawling over vast territories of hundreds of thousands of miles. Shen Lang held a deep yearning for the expansive mountains and rivers beyond. Back on Earth, he would embark on spontaneous travels during school breaks, and now the magnificent true martial continent beckoned him even more. Yet, although the landscape was breathtaking, the darkness and bloodshed concealed beneath it were not burdens that an ordinary person could bear. Even within the small Shin family, treachery and deceit were rampant, let alone in this martial arts-dominated world. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Shen Lang's reverie. "Young master, there are 2 people outside seeking your presence." A female voice chirped from beyond the door. Shen Lang had already begun to guess the identities of his visitors. "Qinger, did they mention their names?" Replying to young master, they introduced themselves as Lu Zhangke and He Bi Wang. Qinger responded. As expected, Shen Lang smiled faintly. The system had informed him that all summoned individuals would appear beside him in various identities. Moments ago, he had been contemplating the imminent arrival of the 2 elders of Xianming. Creak. Shen Lang opened the door and said with a smile, "Let us go, Qinger, and see what awaits us." Behind him, Qinger gazed at Shen Lang's tall figure, her eyes shimmering with a hint of enchantment. She had served as Shen Lang's personal mate since childhood. If anyone in the Shin family, apart from Shen Wuming, had captured Shen Lang's affections, it was undoubtedly Qinger. Originally named Shin Qing, she was the granddaughter of an old steward in the Shin family. Due to her grandfather's exceptional contributions to the family, she was granted the surname Shun. When Shen Wuming ascended to the position of family head, Shin Qing was assigned to attend to Shen Lang. She was acutely aware of her fate. Since being sent to Shen Lang's side, she knew that her life was intertwined with his. Shen Lang's rise would spell her fortune, while his downfall would lead to her own demise. Fortunately, although Shen Lang lacked exceptional talent in martial arts, he treated her exceedingly well. She had initially thought she would lead a mundane life alongside him. However, a month ago, Shun Lang underwent a dramatic transformation, not only altering his demeanor, but also cultivating formidable skills, particularly the enchanting melodies of his mystical instrument that sent shivers down one's spine. The two made their way to the entrance, encountering Shun family disciples along the way, all of whom regarded Shun Lang with complex expressions. Once deemed a waste, Shun Lang's recent display of power, wherein he incapacitated a direct descendant of the Shun family for half a month, had instilled a newfound respect and fear among them. Outside the Shun family gate stood two middle-aged men, one with a rugged appearance and the other with a hawk-like visage. Due to the system's influence, they felt an inexplicable connection to Shun Lang. Upon seeing him, they both stepped forward and respectfully declared, "We pay our respects to the young master." Observing the two elders of Xinming, Shun Lang nodded slightly. They were indeed formidable beings, exuding a commanding aura merely by their presence. "From now on, you two shall accompany me," Shun Lang stated with a smile. Qinger was taken aback by the scene before her. These two were clearly extraordinary individuals, yet they referred to her young master as young master. What on earth was happening? She wore a bewildered expression. "Ah, is this not our esteemed young clan leader? I have heard that he has been quite impressive lately, even teaching Xinming a lesson." A mocking voice rang out from behind Shun Lang. Frowning, Shun Lang turned to see a dapper young man, clad in fine garments, striding toward him with an elder in tow. Shun Lang cast a dispassionate glance at the young man and coldly remarked, "Xinming is merely a waste. Were it not for his insatiable arrogance, I would not have bothered to intervene." "Humph, Shun Lang, do not be so arrogant. The Grand Elder has spoken regarding Xinming's matter. Regardless of who it is, they shall face the consequences," the young man sneered. Shun Lang regarded the young man, Shun Tong, with a penetrating gaze and replied nonchalantly, "Shun Tong, we all know the truth of the matter. There is no need to waste words here. I trust the Grand Elder is not a fool, and he would not allow himself to be used as a pawn." Shun Tong's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing Shun Lang's words. Last time, Xinming had been incited by Shun Tong to confront Shun Lang, only to be soundly chastised by the newly empowered Shun Lang. This had been a calculated move to instill caution in some shadowy observers, buying him time. After a month of preparation, Shun Lang was now able to face anyone with composure. "Shun Lang, there is no need for your arrogance. When your father is ousted, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination," Shun Tong declared, his tone venomous. He had already resolved that once his father succeeded in dethroning Shun Wuming, Shun Lang would learn the true extent of his power. "Master, be careful." Suddenly, the elder behind Shun Tong shouted. Boom! Shun Tong's face paled, and he spat blood as he was sent flying backward. Crash! He collided forcefully with the Shun family gate. Shun Lang slowly retracted his hand, his icy gaze fixed upon the fallen Shun Tong. "Remember, those who dare threaten me must prepare for death." His voice resonated ominously in the ears of all present. "You!" Shun Tong could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood, tremblingly pointing a finger at Shun Lang, and shouted in fury, "Fu Bo, kill him." At this moment, Shun Ting no longer cared about Shun Lang's identity. Growing up, he had never endured such humiliation, and he was determined to eliminate Shun Lang at any cost. Fu Bo, the elder, straightened his slightly hunched form, and in that instant, all present felt an overwhelming aura of bloodlust wash over them. The commotion had already attracted attention far and wide, and those nearby hurried to witness Fu Bo's sudden surge of power. Some, sensing danger, fled deeper into the Shun family estate to report to the higher-ups. "You are too arrogant, boy. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father," Fu Bo declared, remaining rational unlike Shun Tong. After all, Shun Lang's father was the head of the Shun family. If he were to kill Shun Lang, Shun Wuming would undoubtedly seek retribution. Though he was a trusted confidant of Shun Wuhui, if Shun Wuming were to truly become enraged, Shun Wuhui would not hesitate to abandon him. Chapter 3, Veiled Mysteries Buzz. A gust of palm wind hurtled toward Shun Lang's chest, causing even the fabric of his clothing to flutter. "Young master, quickly evade," Qinger exclaimed, her complexion drained, her voice rising in alarm. Shun Lang regarded the approaching hand with an eerie smile. Seeing Shun Lang's enigmatic smile, Uncle Fu furrowed his brow. There was no turning back. Even if Shun Lang harbored a sinister scheme, he could no longer evade it. Suddenly, two hands extended from Shun Lang's sides, their palms enveloped in a swirling green radiance. The Xinming Divine Palm. Uncle Fu's palm collided with the palms of the two Xinming elders, producing a thunderous sound that resonated in the air like a muffled thunderclap. Where Uncle Fu and the Xinming elders met, the air warped and twisted. "Ha! The Xinming demon he!" The two Xinming elders let out a low shout, and a chilling aura emanated from them. Uncle Fu spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantaneously. The Xinming true energy surged up Uncle Fu's cheek, revealing a tinge of green. The Xianming true energy, being exceedingly cold and sinister, could not be expelled without a counterbalancing force of utmost positivity and strength. Judging by Uncle Fu's condition, it seemed he had been afflicted by the Xianming true energy infiltrating his very lungs. Enough. Cease this at once. A voice filled with authority echoed from a distance. A man clad in a golden-threaded robe, exuding an imposing presence, approached with a somber expression. The Xianming elders, having received a signal from Xinlang, retracted their power and stepped back to stand behind him, warily observing Shen Wuhui's advance. Uncle Fu, gravely injured and barely holding on by sheer will, could no longer withstand the withdrawal of the elder's energy. He coughed up another mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Two figures burst forth from behind Shen Wuhui, rushing to Shen Teng and Uncle Fu's side to assess their injuries. Upon seeing the newcomers, Xinlang narrowed his eyes. Master, the young master is fine. Merely suffering from some internal injuries. One of the martial artists who had flown to Shen Teng's side exhaled with relief. Shen Wuhui's dark expression softened slightly as he emitted a non-committal grunt. However, before anyone could truly relax, the martial artist attending to Uncle Fu's wounds exclaimed with a mix of sorrow and anger, Master, Uncle Fu is beyond saving. With a swift motion, Shen Wuhui was at Uncle Fu's side, placing his palm on the old man's back, channeling a substantial amount of true energy into him. Uncle Fu coughed up a clot of congealed blood, and a hint of color returned to his pallid visage. Witnessing this change, Shen Wuhui's entourage smiled. Yet the man himself grew increasingly somber. Uncle Fu, feebly gazing at Shen Wuhui, murmured, Master, do not waste your energy on me. I am aware of my own body. That frigid true energy has already inflicted irreparable harm upon my organs. Even the greatest healer could do nothing for me. Master, I can no longer serve the young master. I hope you will look after him in the future, for he desires your concern as well. With those final words, Uncle Fu's head tilted, and he breathed his last. Supported by someone, Shen Teng stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the deceased Uncle Fu. His mind flooded with memories. Uncle Fu's gentle smile as he cradled him in his childhood, as well as the times Uncle Fu pleaded for him when he had erred. Shen Teng let out a mournful cry, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed backward. Young master, young master. The martial artist assisting Shen Teng hurriedly checked him over, and after confirming there was no serious harm, reported to Shen Wuhui, Master, the young master merely fainted from overwhelming grief. He is not in serious danger. Shen Wuhui had regained his composure, revealing no hint of anger or sorrow, merely gesturing for those present to take Shen Teng away to rest. Witnessing this scene, Xinlang felt a chill run down his spine. Shen Wuhui was no simple adversary. It appeared he must remain vigilant. For anyone in the crosshairs of a venomous snake would find no comfort. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 9 points of killing intent. It turns out Uncle Fu was a peak postnatal master. No wonder he could withstand the Xianming elders for so long, Xinlang mused to himself. Shen Wuhui, his expression devoid of emotion, gazed at Xinlang. Uncle Fu has cared for me since my childhood, and later looked after Ting. Who would have thought he would die by your hand today? How absurd, truly absurd. As he spoke, Shen Wuhui began to laugh, yet an unsettling feeling enveloped Xinlang. Nephew, you have proven yourself. Indeed, you are remarkable. We have all misjudged you. Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable child would emerge as the greatest genius of the Shen family? Shen Wuming is truly fortunate, Shen Wuhui remarked, half in praise, half in lamentation. After pondering for a moment, Xinlang lifted his head and replied, A tree may desire serenity, yet the wind does not cease. This world is inherently cruel. Certain matters transcend human emotions. I wish to know if last night's incident was at my uncle's behest. The matter that Xinlang referred to as transcending emotions was power and desire, and his inquiry about the assassination was a question posed on behalf of the original owner of his body. A glimmer of light flickered in Shen Wuhui's eyes as he scrutinized Xinlang. Though I hold some discontent toward your father, I have yet to reach the point of directing my hand against you. Xinlang furrowed his brow. He believed Shen Wuhui would not deceive him, for with Shen Wuhui's arrogance, he would not deign to lie. This made the situation all the more perplexing. Within the family, only Shen Wuhui and his father bore enmity, and others, regardless of grievances, would have to endure. Shen Wuhui could oppose Shen Wuming, but should anyone else dare to do so, they would likely not survive the night. Moreover, to make a move against him would be tantamount to courting death. Suppressing this tangled matter was not the time. He must focus on the immediate situation. Langeroth, I shall not trouble you today, but your 2 subordinates must provide me with an explanation for Uncle Fu's demise. His death cannot be in vain. Shen Wuhui asserted without room for debate. With a rush, several martial artists surged forth from behind Shin Wuhui, surrounding Shin Lang and his companions. Shin Lang's countenance darkened as he glared at them, his voice cold and chilling. "Leave at once, or I shall ensure none of you find rest in the afterlife." The encircling martial artists, intimidated by Shin Lang's formidable aura, instinctively stepped back. They were either guest elders or protectors of the Shin family, and the conflict between Shin Wuhui and Shin Lang left them uncertain of how to proceed. Both Shin Wuhui and Shin Lang held significant status within the family, yet they exchanged glances, solidifying their resolve. "Seize them!" A commanding shout rang out, and the group charged toward the Xianming elders. "Humph! You too! Kill without restraint!" Shin Lang coldly commanded. The Xianming elders raised their hands, a brilliant blue light emanating from them, and with a resounding crash, they propelled their energy outward. The assailants' expressions shifted dramatically as they raised their hands to channel their inner strength in response. The clash of their energies against the Xianming elders' Xuanming divine palm sent ripples of force spiraling outward. Shin Lang activated his own energy, propelling Xinqing backward to safety. Chapter 4. A difficult choice. Despite the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries, the Xianming elders remained undaunted, their palms dancing with energy as they engaged in a fierce battle with the four assailants. Shin Wuhui's four subordinates were all experts at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. However, they found themselves outmatched by the Xianming elders, who pressed their advantage decisively. Seize the soul. One of the assailants leapt high into the air, a dark aura flickering around his hand, aiming a strike down at Lu Zhangke's back. Shin Lang, observing this, subtly bent his hand, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. "Be careful," He Wang, catching sight of the airborne martial artist, cautioned. Fireflies glow. Lu Zhangke spun around and met the attack with a palm strike. "I shall lend you my strength." He Wang remained stationary, placing a hand on Lu Zhangke's back. Boom! A surge of internal energy coursed through Lu Zhangke's meridians. With a ripple, the force expanded outward. Puff! The descending martial artist was sent flying by Lu Zhangke's counterattack. He Wang was equally unyielding, managing to fend off the other three assailants with ease. After Lu Zhangke sent the airborne attacker flying, the returning energy surged back into He Wang's body like a torrential river. The three adversaries engaged with Lu Zhangke were taken aback by the sudden influx of power, forced to retreat repeatedly. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, as the perfect synergy between the two venerable masters, Xianming, left the onlookers in awe, prompting them to ponder the origins of these formidable individuals and their allegiance to Shin Lang. Given the prowess of the Xianming duo, one could only wonder why they had chosen to serve under Shin Lang, as their skills could have easily secured them a prosperous future within the imperial court. A formidable aura began to rise as Shin Wuhui approached the Xianming elders step by step. The two masters exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. Shin Wuhui stood at the pinnacle of the early innate stage, only a step away from advancing to the mid-innate stage. The innate realm transcends the mortal body, allowing practitioners to channel their inner energy externally with immense power, while those in the later stages could only manifest their inner strength superficially. Although the Xianming duo claimed they could withstand the might of an innate practitioner, this was only true for those at the initial stages. Facing someone like Shin Wuhui, who was at the peak of the early innate stage, was a different matter altogether. Preferring to strike first rather than wait for Shin Wuhui to escalate his momentum, the Xianming elders, known for their unscrupulous nature, were unlikely to alter their character even in this new world. With a resounding boom, their formidable Xianming divine palm was finally countered. Shin Wuhui's palm, as pristine as jade, emanated a soft white light that rendered the bizarre Xianming energy impotent against it, known as the white jade palm. This pinnacle yellow-grade technique had earned Shin Wuhui the title of Young Master of White Jade, with a reputation that echoed throughout the entire Jiang city. It was said that when mastered, the white jade palm could render its wielder impervious to blades and flames, achieving the caliber of a profound-level martial art. Unfazed, the Xianming elders unleashed their combined might to confront Shin Wuhui. Their mission, dictated by the system, was to unconditionally obey and protect their master. They would not hesitate to act against Shin Wuhui, even if he was merely at the initial innate stage. They would do the same for the emperor of the Qianwu Empire. Shin Wuhui's eyes widened as he commanded, "Back off." His palm, resembling white jade, unleashed a torrent of astonishing inner strength, causing the Xianming elders to change color and slide backward, their feet scraping against the ground and leaving 4 distinct marks on the stone surface. Shin Lang narrowed his eyes and, channeling his inner energy, intercepted the retreating Xianming duo. Upon contact, Shin Lang felt an overwhelming force surge through him, yet his unique martial arts, The Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, powered by inner energy, allowed him to withstand it better than most at his level. With all his might, he managed to halt the Xinming elders in their tracks. The wall loomed behind them, and were they to crash into it, they would likely sustain severe injuries, if not worse. A trace of blood appeared at the corners of the Xinming elders' mouths. While Xun Lang swallowed hard, it was evident to any discerning eye that all three of them had sustained injuries. At that moment, the tumultuous conflict subsided, though the atmosphere hinted at the calm before the storm. After all, with Fu Bo's death, Shen Wuhui, despite his cold demeanor, would not easily let go of this matter. Just as Shen Wuhui prepared to strike down the Xinming elders, a hearty laugh rang out. Elder brother, why such murderous intent? It's merely a trivial dispute among the younger generation, no need for anger. The newcomer, clad in a blue robe, exuded an air of refinement and warmth, resembling Xun Lang by about 70%, yet their temperaments were worlds apart, one gentle, the other aloof. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xun Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared a desperate struggle, especially since he had summoned the Xinming elders. He could not simply watch them perish before his eyes. You arrived at the perfect moment, second brother, Shen Wuhui remarked, hands clasped behind his back. Regarding the newcomer with a composed demeanor, Shen Wuming smiled gently. I hastily came over after receiving a report from my subordinates. I didn't expect you to arrive so promptly. Oh, since you have received the report, you must be aware of the situation. Do you have anything to add? Shen Wuhui stood calmly, observing Shen Wuming intently. Shen Wuming recognized that his elder brother was exerting pressure on him through today's events, as Shen Lang had initiated the conflict. Should it reach their father, it would be Shen Wuhui who bore the blame. What does elder brother wish to propose? Shen Wuming inquired, knowing that Shen Wuhui would not be satisfied with mere words. Shen Wuhui slowly extended 2 fingers, stating, Firstly, I demand that these 2 servants pay with their lives. Secondly, I seek the true dragon's secret art. Impossible. The true dragon's secret art can only be cultivated by the clan leader, as decreed by our father. I cannot violate this rule, Shen Wuming firmly rejected. Without a hint of hesitation, the true dragon's secret art, a pinnacle profound level technique, was the foundational martial skill of the Shen clan, divided into 10 levels. Each level would enhance the practitioner's strength and improve their innate qualities. It was rumored that the true dragon's secret art was merely a fragment, unearthed by Shen Kuan during his travels across the continent. With this art, Shen Kuan established the Shen clan, and due to its significance, he decreed that only the clan leader could cultivate it. Shen Wuhui's pursuit of the clan leadership was largely motivated by the desire for this profound level technique. Then, does your response imply that you favor the first option? A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Shen Wuhui's eyes. He held the upper hand now. Regardless of whether he chose the first or the second option, Shen Wuming would find himself at a disadvantage. Should he choose the first, he would lose the loyalty of his subordinates. Should he choose the second, he would lose his claim to the clan leadership, as their father would never allow someone who violated his rules to continue leading. This predicament was indeed delicate. It was not that Shen Wuming feared Shen Wuhui, but rather that Shen Kuan loomed over them. Should he confront Shen Wuhui directly, the latter might not be able to retaliate, but he would certainly seek their father's intervention. There's no need for that. Just as Shen Wuming was contemplating his strategy, Xun Lang interjected, Father, since they are my subordinates, let me handle this matter. If one cannot even resolve the issues of a subordinate, how can one accomplish great things in the future? This is a pinnacle profound level technique. Take it. Xun Lang produced a tome from his robe, exhaling a breath of inner energy as he handed it to Shen Wuhui. What? I must be hearing things. Is that truly a profound level technique? The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes fixed on the tome in Shen Wuhui's hands. Had it not been for the fact that they were within the Shen family estate, a chaotic brawl might have ensued, as anyone who obtained this technique would undoubtedly ascend to great heights, perhaps even establishing their own Shen clan. Lang or don't. Shen Wuming's expression shifted as he rushed to intervene. Shen Lang said nothing further and departed with the Xinming elders and Shen Qing. Shen Wuhui lowered his gaze at the tome, and even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. A pinnacle profound level technique, so close to the earth level, he had no doubt that Xun Lang was not deceiving him, just as he had not deigned to deceive Shen Lang regarding the assassin incident. The cover of the tome bore the 4 characters Heavenly Dragon 8 sounds, inscribed with an elegant flourish, emanating an enchanting aura. Shen Wuhui circulated his inner energy, suppressing the mesmerizing sensation. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of a pinnacle profound level technique. It is indeed extraordinary. Given the circumstances, Shen Wuming refrained from further objections, casting a deep glance at Shen Wuhui before turning to leave. The more he observed his son, The more intrigued he became. The sudden surge in power was one thing, but now he had also attracted skilled allies, and to his astonishment, he had nonchalantly produced a profound-level technique. On their way back, Xinqing appeared dazed. Had Xinlang not been there to support him, he might have collided with several walls. Young master, that was a profound-level technique. How could you just give it away? Snapped back to reality, Xinqing lamented. Xinlang chuckled heartily, playfully flicking Xinqing's forehead as he laughed and walked on. What is this all about? So secretive. Xinqing rubbed his forehead, muttering in dissatisfaction. But then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he gleefully chased after Xinlang. Young master, we brothers shall vow to serve you loyally for life. Should we betray you, may the heavens strike us down. Upon returning to his chamber, the venerable Xianming elders knelt before Xinlang, pledging their allegiance. A notification chimed. Congratulations. Host, you have completed the task for the title of Loyalty and Honor. You are awarded 50 points of slaughter points. Ah, this is fortuitous, indeed. Just as I was feeling drowsy, a pillow is provided. You two appear to be quite injured. Rest well. Xinlang waved his hand, eager to engage in the lottery rather than indulge in idle chatter. Yes, they replied respectfully as they withdrew, with Xinqing having already prepared accommodations for them outside. With a thought, Xinlang entered the system space. How many slaughter points do I currently possess? Xinlang inquired excitedly. His anticipation was palpable. Having drawn the Xianming elders with merely 20 points, now possessing nearly 60, he wondered what extraordinary item he might acquire. Outside, he was the cold and ruthless young master of the Xin family, but within the system, he was akin to a child yearning for a new toy. The system responded, you have a total of 59 slaughter points remaining. 59, Xinlang mused. That should suffice. Let the lottery commence. As his words fell, the wheel before him began to turn slowly. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the technique 3 parts return to origin chi. What? 3 parts return to origin chi? Is this for real? Xinlang nearly leaped in excitement. Host, do you wish to learn 3 parts return to origin chi? The system inquired mechanically. Yes, of course. Xinlang replied without a hint of hesitation. 3 parts return to origin chi, a low-tier heavenly technique, contains the heavenly frost fist, the cloud-pushing palm, and the wind god leg, renowned martial arts from the epic Fingyun. My goodness, a heavenly technique. If word got out that I possess such a treasure, even the strongest from the void realm would surely come to seize it. Xinlang exclaimed in astonishment. 3 parts return to origin chi is celebrated for its immense internal energy, uniting the 3 elements of frost, wind, and cloud into an inexhaustible cycle, making it trivial to engage in combat beyond one's level. The realms of the true martial continent are classified as postnatal, innate, void realm, xianwu, and shattered. Postnatal practitioners refine their essence, innate cultivators cultivate their qi, and those in the void realm refine their spirit. With the 3 parts returned to origin qi, ascending to the void realm would be quite feasible. Seated in his chamber, Xinlang commenced his cultivation. With the system's guidance, he effortlessly reached a state of perfection. The influx of vital energy from the world surged into his body, breaking through the previously tenuous bottleneck. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within him as Xinlang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across his gaze, illuminating the entire room for a moment. Having reached the 8th level of postnatal, Xinlang smirked, although he had only broken through 1 level. The characteristics of the heavenly technique made him feel as if he were at the pinnacle of postnatal, capable of conquering any adversary. The following morning, Xinlang pushed open the window and inhaled deeply. Despite the predatory nature of this world, the air was remarkably pure, teeming with vital energy. Even those who do not practice martial arts would likely enjoy a significantly longer lifespan than those on Earth. While reminiscing, he heard Qing'er call from outside, "Young master. The family head requests your presence in the hall." Understood, Xinlang replied nonchalantly, tidying himself before stepping out to follow Qing'er to the reception hall. The Shun family's reception hall was quite grand, filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation, with the voices of women intermingling. He entered with an expressionless demeanor. The hall was spacious, accommodating a few individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Shen Wuming occupied the main seat, with 2 men and a woman seated to his right, a middle-aged man, a young man, and a girl. Xinlang cast a brief glance at them before bowing respectfully to Shen Wuming. "Father, Langer has arrived. Please, take a seat." Shen Wuming smiled, nodding at him. Xinlang turned to sit quietly beside Shen Wuming. Observing Xinlang's indifferent demeanor, Shen Wuming chuckled softly. He found it somewhat difficult to adapt to Xinlang's sudden change in character. While the previous Xinlang was reserved, he would occasionally display a hint of affection. But now, there was no trace of a smile. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Shen Wumi gestured, "Allow me to introduce you to these esteemed guests. This is my good brother, Bai Zizai, the head of the Bai family, and beside him is his nephew, Bai Feng, the young master of the Bai family. As for this lady," Shen Wuming paused, a knowing smile gracing his face, Bai Lingshan. At the mention of this name, Shun Lang's expression shifted slightly. He was unfamiliar with Bai Lingshan, yet a ripple of unfamiliar memories surged within him as Shen Wuming uttered her name. Bai Lingshan, the daughter of Bai Zizai. The foremost of the younger generation of the Bai family, had reached the pinnacle of postnatal at a young age. What intrigued Shen Lang further was that Bai Lingshan was indeed the betrothed of the original owner of this body. Well, this lad has quite the fortune. Shen Lang mused inwardly, a smile creeping onto his face. Observing Shen Lang's changing demeanor, Shen Wuming and Bai Zizai exchanged amused glances. Realizing he was back in the moment, Shen Lang understood why Bai Zizai and his associates had come today. However, he soon found himself troubled. The original owner of this body would surely have been ecstatic to wed such a stunning and talented young woman. Yet he was no longer that individual. With a powerful slaughter system at his disposal, he was destined to become a formidable figure. While Bai Lingshan was indeed remarkable, she was perhaps not suited for him. Bai Lingshan, however, maintained a neutral expression, her thoughts inscrutable. "All right, brother Bai, it has been quite some time since we last met. I have arranged a feast for us. Let us indulge until we are inebriated," Shen Wuming declared, rising with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, let us go. By the way, nephew, I leave Lingshan in your capable hands," Bai Zizai said, standing with a smile. Shen Wuming then led Bai Zizai and Bai Feng toward the rear courtyard of the Shun residence. In that moment, the expansive reception hall fell silent. Shen Lang was not one to dawdle. Recognizing the situation at hand, he rose and slowly stated, "Come, Miss Bai. Let me show you the beautiful scenery of our Shun residence." Bai Lingshan responded with a soft following Shen Lang as they exited. The tranquil path was flanked by towering ancient trees, their stillness enhancing the serenity of the surroundings. This was the rear courtyard of the Shen family, a place where the young disciples could cultivate their spirits. While martial artists must possess perseverance, they also require balance between work and rest to truly grasp the essence of the path. "I heard you have reached the 7th level of postnatal?" Bai Lingshan inquired softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Shen Lang glanced at her in surprise, nodding. "Yes, I had a fortuitous encounter that allowed me to break through." Sighing softly, Bai Lingshan's voice was laced with a mixture of regret and resignation. "Young Master Shun, do you remember our engagement?" she asked. Shen Lang nodded, already aware of what Bai Lingshan was about to say next. "In truth, our marriage was arranged by our fathers. I, Bai Lingshan, began my martial training at the tender age of 10 and have now reached the pinnacle of the latter stages. By the time I turn 20, I shall undoubtedly break through to the innate realm. At that point, even the most talented disciples from various sects will pale in comparison, and the husband I seek must be a true man of exceptional caliber." These seemingly casual remarks, however, carry a unique implication, subtly informing Shen Lang that I, Bai Lingshan, am a prodigy, and although he possesses some merit, he is unworthy of me. Shen Lang furrowed his brow, while Bai Lingshan's sentiments aligned with his own thoughts. They nonetheless made him uneasy. Naturally aloof and proud, he found it intolerable to bear her condescension. Had her words not been delivered with such delicacy, he might have been driven to eliminate her on the spot. The previously mild expression on Shen Lang's face transformed into one of icy resolve. "Miss Bai, you speak wisely. Indeed, one should seek a partner who resonates with their own aspirations. I, Shen Lang, am no exceptional youth, and if you find this union unappealing, I shall personally inform my father to annul the engagement." With that, Shen Lang turned away, choosing not to cast another glance at Bai Lingshan as he walked away with an air of indifference. Watching Shen Lang's haughty departure, Bai Lingshan was taken aback. Her intention today had been to decline the marriage proposal, yet Shen Lang's demeanor made her feel as though she had been cast aside. Returning to the reception hall, Shen Lang summoned Shen Qing and instructed, "Qing'er, please fetch the elder Xianming." Ding. Task received. Defeat Bai Feng and Bai Lingshan. Task reward, 100 kill points. Task failure. Revoke the elder Xianming. What is this situation? The task penalty is rather intriguing, allowing the retrieval of summoned individuals. Shen Lang was not surprised by the task details. Defeating an innate powerhouse might pose a challenge, but overcoming 2 individuals of the acquired realm would be effortless. Just as the system task was issued, Bai Lingshan glided into the room. Upon seeing Shen Lang sitting silently, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes. She pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak, and quietly took her seat. Before long, Shen Wuming and Bai Zizai appeared, accompanied by Bai Feng. "Haha, brother Shun. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Shin Wuming exclaimed cheerfully. Oh, Brother Bai, you are too kind. We are to be family henceforth. There is no need for such formalities. Shin Wuming replied with a smile. Bai Zizai slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. Indeed, we are family now. I was being overly formal, huh? Ah, you two have returned rather early. Langer, why didn't you take Lingshan for a stroll? Shin Wuming inquired, noticing Shen Lang and Bai Lingshan still seated. Shen Lang cast a detached glance at Bai Lingshan and stood up. Father, I just spoke with Miss Bai, and we both feel that this marriage is unsuitable. Shin Wuming and Bai Zizai's expressions shifted dramatically at Shen Lang's words, while Bai Feng, standing behind them, flickered with a gleam in his eyes, curving his lips into a subtle smile. Bai Feng understood Bai Lingshan's intentions and felt that Shen Lang was indeed unworthy of his sister. Canceling the engagement would be preferable. Langer, what nonsense are you spouting? This marriage was arranged by your father and my brother. It cannot simply be dismissed by two juniors. Shin Wuming's face darkened as he admonished. Bai Zizai also glared at Shin Lang, his expression grim as he huffed and took a seat, eager to observe how Shin Wuming would address the situation. Chapter 7. A single strike to defeat the enemy. I understand the concept of parental arrangements and matchmaking, but certain matters cannot be forced. Miss Bai just informed me that the husband she seeks must be a truly remarkable man. A cold smile crept across Shen Lang's lips. Did Bai Lingshan truly believe her beauty granted her the right to be haughty? Today, he intended to trample her pride, and conveniently, the system had issued a task. Shen Lang's words drew the astonished gazes of everyone toward Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan's countenance shifted. She had not anticipated that the reason she used to reject Shen Lang would be turned against her. While discussing privately was one thing, voicing it before Shin Wuming was an entirely different matter. It was an unadulterated slap in the face. Moreover, the Shen family was not inferior to the Bai family. A powerful clan places great importance on reputation. If word of today's events spread, it would be tantamount to the Bai family attempting to withdraw their proposal. A profound humiliation for the Shin family. Lingshan, is what Shin Lang said true? Bai Zizai inquired solemnly. Given the circumstances, Bai Lingshan could only speak the truth. Proud by nature, she would not backtrack. Indeed, it is as I said. Only those renowned young talents of the world are deserving of your daughter. Not a young master from a lesser-known family. Upon hearing Bai Lingshan's words, Shen Lang's smile deepened. Her arrogance was truly remarkable. Yet this suited his purpose perfectly, as it provided him with justification to act. Otherwise, resolving the matter amicably would hinder his chances of completing the task. Indeed, Bai Lingshan's arrogant proclamation altered everyone's demeanor, particularly Shin Wuming, who was incensed by the implication that the Shun family was a lesser clan. Am I to understand that the Shun family is a small family? What makes the Bai family so superior? Lingshan, do not be presumptuous. Bai Zizai reprimanded sharply, then turned to Shin Wuming, clasping his hands in apology. Brother Shun, it is my failure in discipline. Please forgive me. I shall ensure that my daughter is properly instructed. Rest assured. I will uphold my promise and see that your son marries my daughter. Hearing Bai Zizai's words, Shin Wuming's expression softened slightly, but before he could respond, Shin Lang interjected with a cold laugh. Miss Bai, do you look down upon our Shin family? Is your Bai family truly a prominent clan? Realizing she had spoken too hastily and inadvertently insulted the Shin family, Bai Lingshan lost her composure. Isn't your Shin family a small one? In the entirety of Jiangzhou, with its 21 cities and countless clans, what significance does a mere Shin family hold? Quite the statement. Shin Lang laughed heartily before his tone turned icy. Then allow me to demonstrate what a young master of this so-called small family is capable of. As soon as the words left his lips, Shin Lang suddenly materialized before Bai Lingshan, his palm striking toward her chest like a fleeting dream. The rapidity of events left everyone momentarily stunned. How had a conversation escalated to violence? However, upon witnessing Shen Lang's initial assault, Bai Zizai and Bai Feng revealed expressions of disdain. Regardless of whether Shen Lang's actions were a sneak attack, it was ultimately self-degradation. They were well aware of Bai Lingshan's prowess among the younger generation in Jiangxing. Few could contend with her, and Shen Lang was certainly not among them. Bai Lingshan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Seeking death, she scoffed, raising her delicate hand to meet the attack head-on. Showing no intention of evasion, she considered Shen Lang, even at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, to be beneath her. Her martial arts were imparted by a senior who happened upon Jiangxing during her childhood, who had advised her to seek him out upon breaking through to the innate realm. She was already effectively a disciple of that sect, granting her ample reason to feel prideful. Unfortunately for her, she was up against Shen Lang, who possessed not merely the 7th but the 8th level of cultivation. More importantly, Xunlang practiced the 3 parts returning energy, a celestial-level martial art, a luxury afforded to only a select few in the true martial continent. The cloud-dispersing palm, 3 parts returning energy, frost, cloud, wind, one of the 3 forces. Cloud. Ethereal and elusive, dreamlike and intangible. Though Bai Lingshan appeared to confront Xunlang's palm strike, she had already deviated from its intended path. Xunlang's lips curled into a smile. The essence of the cloud-dispersing palm lay in its illusionary nature, and Bai Lingshan's strength rendered her incapable of perceiving the trajectory of the attack. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lingshan was struck on the shoulder by a palm from Xunlang, sending her flying backward. Concerned voices of Sister Lingshan echoed through the air. As Bai Lingshan staggered from her injury, the grand doors of the reception hall suddenly shattered, splintering wood flying in all directions. 2 figures shot through the wreckage, their overwhelming presence locking onto Bai Zizai, who was poised to act but found himself immobilized. Bai Feng swiftly waved his hands to deflect the flying debris and rushed to support Bai Lingshan. Xunlang slowly retracted his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he gazed at the bloodied Bai Lingshan, remarking coolly, "Miss Bai, are you satisfied with my prowess?" Bai Lingshan's face fluctuated between shades of pale and flush, and she could not suppress another spurt of blood, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Xunlang. "Enough!" shouted Shen Wuming, rising in anger. "Brother Bai, let us conclude this for today. As for the matter of the engagement, let it be dissolved as per their wishes." With that, he shot a fierce glare at Xunlang before turning to leave. He had come to realize that this entire spectacle was orchestrated by Xunlang himself. From the outset, Xunlang had intended to sever the engagement with Bai Lingshan, and even if she had refrained from speaking up, he would have found another means to achieve it, albeit without such extreme measures. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 100 slaughter points. Xunlang, hands clasped behind him, cast a disdainful glance at Bai Zizai and his 2 sons, sneering as he departed with Xinqing. "We shall meet again at the 4 clans competition." A distant, ethereal voice echoed from beyond the shattered doors. The 2 elders of Xianming retracted their imposing aura and turned to leave. Bai Zizai's face turned a deep shade of anger. This visit to the Shun family had been utterly humiliating. He had not anticipated the seemingly inconspicuous Xunlang to suddenly reveal such formidable strength, coupled with formidable protectors at his side. The 4 clans competition was a day of gathering for the 4 great families of Jiangqing, a time for the redistribution of benefits. Every 5 years, these families would hold a meeting, each dispatching their most talented disciples to compete. The family that emerged victorious would claim 50% of Jiangqing's revenues, with the remaining 50% divided among the other 3 families. Thus, the winning family would experience rapid development over the next 5 years, widening the gap between themselves and the others. Xunlang's parting words implied that they would cross paths again during the competition, indirectly instilling a sense of pressure within the Bai family. Initially, Bai Zizai had believed that with the genius Bai Lingshan on their side, victory was assured. But the emergence of the prodigious Xunlang had stirred unease within them. Chapter 8. The Massacre at Chi Phone Camp. Upon returning to his room, Xunlang wasted no time in accessing the system, having just completed a task that granted him 100 slaughter points. He was eager to make the most of this reward. After defeating Bai Lingshan, he had assumed he would still need to face Bai Feng, but unexpectedly, his victory over Bai Lingshan had sufficed to fulfill the task's criteria. It dawned on him that the system likely regarded his triumph over Bai Lingshan as an indirect defeat of Bai Feng, given her superior martial prowess. Staring at the 100 slaughter points displayed on the system panel, Xunlang pondered their utilization. If he were to invest these points in summoning, he could surely call forth an extraordinary expert. Conversely, utilizing them for a lottery could yield exceptional techniques or weapons. Previously, he had drawn the 3 parts return to origin technique for 50 points, and he speculated that with 100 points, he might acquire some divine skill. Ding. Apologies, host. But the previous occurrence was due to a system error. 3 parts return to origin does not fall within the 50 slaughter points lottery range. What? Xunlang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the error occurred during the host's acquisition of the loyal and righteous title, causing system confusion and erroneous draws, leading to the acquisition of a heavenly grade technique. Well then, I wish for more such malfunctions, Xunlang mused. The system mechanically replied, "Apologies, host. Following the last incident, the system has been repaired and now includes a new function, the shop system." "The shop system?" Xunlang inquired, puzzled. A luminous screen descended from the misty heavens, unveiling a shop interface before Xunlang, showcasing categories such as techniques, divine weapons, characters, and elixirs. Upon opening the techniques category, a plethora of techniques appeared before him, Little Leaf-Flying Dagger, 23 swords, 13 deadly swords, and more. Xinlang's mouth watered at the sight. Yet upon glancing at the slaughter points required, he sighed in resignation. Each technique was exorbitantly priced, and his current points would only suffice to purchase a single Xin-level technique. He then opened the characters category, revealing a selection of character avatars reminiscent of a game, allowing him to select heroes, albeit at the cost of slaughter points. After perusing all the functionalities, Xinlang nodded in approval. The shop system was promising. Should he accumulate sufficient slaughter points, it would undoubtedly become a treasure trove for him. Closing the system, he silently resolved to amass slaughter points post-haste. The means of acquiring these points were twofold, through killing or completing tasks. As a martial artist, he could earn slaughter points, but with his current low skill level, he found himself harboring thoughts of slaughtering all martial artists in this world to see whom he could summon. Let us commence the summoning, Xinlang declared. With a hum, the summoning wheel began to spin slowly. Shadows flickered past as Xinlang fixated on the rapidly rotating wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have summoned the character Gao Jianli. Gao Jianli, at the mid-stage of innate ability, wielded the technique Aizhui Han and the weapon Shui Han sword. A formidable figure second only to the leader in the world of Qin Shi Mingwei. Xinlang recalled Gao Jianli's details. Aizhui Han was renowned in history, said to have been developed by Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng through the collaboration of sword masters, characterized by its swift and agile strikes. The phrase "as the wind whispers, the Aizhui is cold," had led many to lament. Excellent, truly excellent. The emergence of Gao Jianli in this era resolved many of Xinlang's challenges, particularly regarding some of his covertly devised plans. Exiting the system, a glint of coldness flashed in Xinlang's eyes. To aspire to become a dominant figure, one required strength. And the essence of strength lay within the system. It seemed he must devise a method to acquire slaughter points. In the dead of night, beyond Jiangqing, in the Haifeng mountain range, 3 dark figures stood silently. Whoosh! A ghostly silhouette suddenly descended. Have you gathered all the information? A cold voice inquired. Reporting to the young master, we have gathered the information. There are a total of 17 bandit camps in the Haifeng mountain range, with Haifeng camp and Menghu camp each guarded by a late-stage innate expert, while the remaining 15 camps host a mix of innate mid- and early-stage martial artists. The shadow responded slowly. Good, Xiao Gao, the rest is up to you. Xinlang smiled ominously, gazing at the handsome young man beside him, who held a long sword. These individuals were none other than Xinlang and his companions. Earlier that evening, Gao Jianli had already arrived at the Xin family. In this world, Gao Jianli was a musician who, through a fortuitous encounter, acquired the earth-level technique Aizhui Han, dedicating a decade to rigorous training and ultimately achieving mastery. Subsequently, through a mysterious resonance with the system, he traveled great distances to Jiangzhou, Jiangcheng, to find Xinlang. Of course, this information was facilitated by the system. In reality, Gao Jianli was merely an ordinary musician. Upon Xinlang summoning him, the system had located this musician and transmitted Gao Jianli's identity and abilities to him. Apart from his unchanged physical form, all else had transformed. In summary, both he and Xinlang shared a similar fate, having traversed into this world. Yet Xinlang was the master, while they were but subordinates. With his sword gently humming, Gao Jianli signified the murderous intent within his master's heart. Let us proceed. Xinlang let out a soft admonition, lightly tapping his toes and drifting towards the distance. Young master, ahead lies Qingfeng village. Under the governance of a village chief who is at the initial stage of the innate realm, with over 100 minions under his command, Lu Zhanke elucidated. Standing atop a vantage point, Xinlang gazed indifferently at the humble village below, illuminated by flickering flames, a cold smile gracing his lips. Let it begin. The 2 elders of Xueming descended like eagles, landing before the village gate, whereupon a thunderous roar erupted. Xueming, Mo. With a resounding crash, the massive village gate was shattered by the combined force of the 2 elders. As the gate crumbled, Xinlang received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 points of slaughter. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul had been crushed by the debris. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Qingfeng village? A coarse voice resonated through the bandit camp. The 2 Xueming elders, enveloped in a green glow, unleashed their true energy, resulting in countless casualties among the minions of Qingfeng village. Xinlang, with a cold demeanor, strolled into the village, hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by the stoic Gao Jianli. One of the minions, upon spotting Xinlang and his companion, charged recklessly towards them. With a mere flick of his hand, Xinlang sent the assailant hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. Pei Qingfeng, wielding a broadsword, cleave through the minions obstructing his path, his expression dark as he bellowed. You must be tired of living to dare enter my Qingfeng village. Watch as I sever your heads and use them as balls. A gust of wind accompanied the ferocious swing of the broadsword aimed at He Biwing. Brother, be careful, Lu Zhangke cautioned. Humph, He Biwing scoffed, channeling his inner strength to leap and evade the forceful strike. Pei Qingfeng smirked disdainfully. Does he truly believe I, an innate master, am as fragile as paper? As the broadsword descended, Pei Qingfeng launched a palm strike towards the freshly landed He Biwang. The surrounding minions displayed wicked grins at the sight of Pei Qingfeng's attack. Qingfeng Palm and Xian-level martial technique, the signature skill of Pei Qingfeng. Though the palm strike was still some distance from He Biwang, he felt an ominous aura. The innate master, releasing his inner strength, sent an invisible wave of energy crashing toward He Biwang. Xueming Divine Palm. Lu Zhangke kicked a minion aside and, harnessing the recoil, leapt to He Biwang's side. Without hesitation, the two unleashed a joint attack. Boom. The two Xueming elders recoiled, their faces pale, while Pei Qingfeng merely took a step back. Though the Xueming elders claimed to rival innate masters, in a true contest, they were at a disadvantage. Chapter 9. Black Wind Village. Just as Pei Qingfeng felt triumphant after repelling the Xueming elders, a deafening sword cry reverberated through the air. The ice that seals 3 feet is not formed in a day. Many understood that for a river to freeze solid, it required numerous days. Yet today, all bore witness to the phenomenon of ice sealing 3 feet in a single day. At the moment the sword cry echoed, Pei Qingfeng sensed danger. But it was too late. A dazzling ray of cold light, imbued with overwhelming power, surged forth from afar. Sword Chi, Pei Qingfeng exclaimed, a flicker of fear creeping onto his visage. Yet, being an innate master, he instinctively engaged in futile resistance when faced with imminent peril. Gao Jianli, a paragon of martial prowess in the realm of Qin, rarely found equals, let alone someone of Pei Qingfeng's inferior status. Break for me, Pei Qingfeng shouted, raising his broadsword and unleashing a torrent of inner energy, manifesting a shadow of the broadsword that then cleaved towards the oncoming sword Qi. Boom. The force erupted, scattering sword and blade energy, piercing the bodies of nearby Qifeng minions. The air filled with anguished cries as dismembered limbs littered the vast square of Qifeng village. A scene of bloody horror. The Xueming elders had retreated amidst the clash between Pei Qifeng and the sword Qi. Though slightly disheveled with tattered garments, they remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, emotionless, sheathed his slender longsword, its blade as silvery as snow, its hilt exquisitely crafted. To the untrained eye, it might appear ornamental. But Shen Lang alone understood its true menace, having felled an innate master with it. Despite this world being one of high martial prowess, innate masters were still formidable. Within a clan like the Shen family, they could serve as esteemed guests, enjoying lavish treatment. As the echoes of battle subsided, the Xueming elders surged forward, commencing a massacre of the Qingfeng minions. Run, the leader is dead. Qingfeng village is finished. Though the crowd scattered, they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the Xueming elders. In a short time, 90% of the minions lay slain, the remnants having fled at the first sign of danger. The few stragglers were beneath Shen Lang's notice, unworthy of his pursuit. With the obliteration of Qingfeng village, Shen Lang's slaughter points finally surpassed the 200 mark. Yet, these points were insufficient, akin to a mere pittance in a marketplace. The Xueming elders approached Shen Lang, each bearing a bundle, treading upon the blood-stained earth. Young master, we have eliminated 128 from Qingfeng village, with 110 killed. Here are the spoils, Lu Zhangke reported respectfully. Shen Lang nodded indifferently. Well done. Let us proceed to the next. That night, the bandit camps within the Black Wind Mountains were entirely slaughtered, with only Black Wind Village and Fierce Tiger Village escaping unscathed. Black Wind Village, with its imposing gates and grand encampment, would have appeared to be a town, were it not for the ominous aura emanating from within. In the gathering hall, spacious yet unadorned, a tiger skin chair occupied the central position, flanked by 2 wooden chairs. Atop the chair sat a burly man, muscles rippling, exuding a fierce presence. Second brother, what did you say? Apart from our Black Wind Village and Fierce Tiger Village, all other bandit camps have been exterminated? Black Shinkong rumbled. Indeed, elder brother. We received news this morning from survivors who claimed it was the work of 4 individuals, 2 youths and 2 middle-aged men. One of the youths is suspected to be at the peak or late stage of the innate realm. It is said that this individual could slay opponents with a single strike, never allowing anyone to reach a second move. I estimate he possesses the strength of the late innate stage, replied a shifty-eyed middle-aged man, pausing before continuing. Elder brother, You know that the disparity between each level of the innate realm is immense. If he lacked late innate strength, he could not have dispatched them in one blow. Black Shinkong stroked his stubble, his eyes gleaming with insight. You make a valid point. Do you think they have come for that item? The thin monkey pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It is unlikely. If they sought that item, they could have approached us directly rather than expending effort to eliminate those individuals. A heavy silence enveloped the vast hall. Though Black Shinkong was astute, he could not fathom Shenlang's intentions. He ultimately commanded, Thin Monkey, regardless of whether they come for that item, we must prepare. The young master has been notified and should be dispatching reinforcements to the vicinity. We must guard that item until he arrives. The Thin Monkey nodded gravely. The Black Cyclone, the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold, possesses innate power at the late stage of the innate realm, while the emaciated monkey, the second in command of the Black Wind Stronghold, stands at the pinnacle of the mid-innate stage. The Black Wind Stronghold is comprised of 5 leaders, with the remaining 3 merely at the initial stage of the innate realm. This faction is exceedingly formidable, and within the confines of Jiang City, only the 4 prominent families can barely withstand their might. Should the people of the Black Wind Stronghold choose to venture beyond their territory, establishing a family akin to the Shen family would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, they opt instead to rule the mountains and plunder merchants and wealthy travelers. In truth, both the Black Wind Stronghold and the Fierce Tiger Stronghold are bolstered by the prominent powers of Jiangzhou, serving to amass wealth for these larger forces. After all, it is inconceivable for these powerful factions to brazenly engage in acts of arson and pillage. They must send agents covertly to conduct their affairs. The Qianwu Empire also dispatches troops to eradicate bandits. Yet these influential factions are deeply entrenched and can swiftly detect any disturbances, alerting their contacts. The court, aware of the intricacies involved, chooses to turn a blind eye, provided the situation does not escalate excessively. The Central Plains region, blessed with fertile land and abundant resources, is home to numerous powerful clans, to the extent that even the court finds itself powerless. If the court were to act excessively against these martial factions, it could incite a united front against them, a scenario that even the Qianwu Empire would struggle to withstand. Furthermore, the top 21 forces of the true martial continent have continuously opposed the Qianwu Empire. Thus, the court can only issue moderate warnings, urging restraint. Chapter 10. The Dual Kill of Swords and Sabers. The 49 techniques within the confines of the system space. Shenlang gazed at the electronic screen before him, a broad smile adorning his face. After a night of slaughter, the mountain bandits had bestowed upon him over 1,000 points of killing. And now he pondered how best to utilize these points. If he were to use this 1,000 points for a draw, he could undoubtedly obtain a high-level martial technique or a divine weapon. Conversely, summoning could yield a formidable ally. However, summoning is random, and should he inadvertently call forth a postnatal warrior, it would be a tragic miscalculation. If he were to divide the points for summoning, the likelihood of attracting a powerful figure would be exceedingly low. Contemplating this, Shenlang gritted his teeth. Even the mightiest of warriors cannot compare to the safety gained from enhancing one's own strength. He resolved to first elevate his own prowess, intending to summon later when he had accumulated more points. Utilize 500 points for a draw, he commanded. The system's lottery will begin to spin slowly. Shenlang's heart raced in tandem, uncertain of the outcome of this substantial investment of 500 points. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn the peak-level martial skill, the Dual Kill of Swords and Sabers, the 49 techniques. With the completion of the draw, the system thoughtfully provided detailed annotations of this martial skill. The Dual Kill of Swords and Sabers, a technique crafted by the fallen minister of the Jinping dynasty, Dugua, is rooted in profound mastery of swordplay. After 30 years of relentless dedication, he merged the vigorous ferocity of his saber techniques with the ethereal elegance of amazed swordsmanship, ultimately creating this unparalleled skill that can be executed with either sword or saber. So, it is the famed martial art from the legend of Lu Xiaofeng, mused Shenlang. Stroking his chin, he recalled that Dugu Iha ranked among the top 5 martial artists in the legend, and even the legendary Shimin Shui Shui would have found himself at a disadvantage against him, had it not been for Hui Tianqing's interference. Just as Shenlang finished reminiscing about the origins of the Dual Kill of Swords and Sabers, the system infused the manual into his mind as a gleaming stream of light. In an instant, he felt as if enlightenment had struck him. He comprehended all the techniques of the Dual Kill of Swords and Sabers effortlessly. This feature of the system is what Shenlang cherished most, regardless of the skills level. Proficiency is instantaneously achieved, sparing him the arduous process of comprehension. This saves him a significant amount of time, which he can devote entirely to cultivation. Without the system's provision of full proficiency, It would have taken him no less than a year to grasp the essence of this peak-level martial art, a technique developed by the formidable Duguiha. Even with his recollections from the original text, understanding its intricacies would not have been an easy feat. As the system imparted the martial skill, a hazy figure appeared in Shunlang's mind, continuously demonstrating the techniques of the dual kill of swords and sabers. Before long, he had memorized the entirety of this peak-level skill. Slowly, Shunlang opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. He felt a surge of strength. If he were to face his previous self, he was confident he could vanquish him within 50 moves. Supported by his substantial innate energy, he was already deemed invincible among his peers. Now, with the dual kill of swords and sabers in his arsenal, he would be unstoppable at his current level. Even the prodigies of the top factions would find themselves inadequate opponents, instilling him with newfound confidence. The path of martial arts resembles navigating against the current. Without the belief in one's own invincibility, it is impossible to become a formidable force capable of exerting influence. Unbeknownst to many, the ancestors of these top factions are revered figures of the true martial continent. Take, for instance, Ji Lingtian, the founding emperor of the Qianwu Empire, who, under the pressure of the 21 top factions, forged the empire through sheer will. Despite the efforts of those factions to obstruct him, he ultimately established a lasting dynasty. Of course, this was also influenced by the reluctance of those factions to engage in a full confrontation, as they wished to avoid significant casualties. After all, these factions have lineage tracing back to ancient times. Even with Ji Lingtian's establishment of the Qianwu Empire, their interests were not severely undermined, as it merely shifted the count of dominant factions from 21 to 22. Moreover, after founding a dynasty, Ji Lingtian remained judicious, claiming only what was rightfully his. Over the past millennia, the Qianwu Empire has produced countless talents and masters, drawing numerous wandering cultivators to its banner, thus fortifying its strength. However, the Qianwu Empire has adhered to Ji Lingtian's edicts, avoiding unnecessary provocations. Observing this attitude, the 21 top factions have refrained from opposing the Qianwu Empire, each focusing on their own development. However, it is a universal truth that where there is light, there is shadow. Among the 20 factions, there exists both righteous leaders and malevolent powers. The righteous and the sinister have long engaged in a covert game of deceit. The Dongyu, home to Shunlang's family, is a bastion of righteousness, while the Nonyu serves as a haven for the malevolent. The Dongyu is characterized by its simplicity and tranquility, where common folk live in peace, free from want, whereas the Nonyu, marked by its fierce spirit, is plagued by banditry and chaos, often infiltrated by the myriad tribes of the southern barbarians. Each domain is overseen by a prince of the Qianwu Empire, all of whom reside at the Void Realm. Given the distinct environments of each domain, these princes serve primarily as guardians, refraining from excessive interference in the affairs of the martial world. As long as there are no large-scale massacres of civilians or rebellions, they tend to turn a blind eye. However, should any interests arise, the court will certainly intervene. Shunlang carefully attuned himself to his surging power, a smile creeping upon his lips as he reveled in his newfound strength. Now, with 500 points remaining, I should procure a superior weapon, he contemplated. Without the aid of a weapon, Shunlang knew he could not unleash his full potential. Before him lay a formidable dilemma. There were two avenues to procure weapons. One was through a lottery system, an unpredictable method where luck dictated the outcome. Should he draw a technique instead, it would be a waste of his precious points. The alternative was to purchase from the marketplace, yet the prices there were significantly higher, with even a low-tier weapon costing more than his 500 kill points could afford. After much contemplation, Shunlang ultimately decided to access the marketplace. Though the lottery promised high-value rewards, the risk of drawing a technique was too great to ignore. Upon opening the Divine Weapon Marketplace, an array of dazzling weapons appeared before him. Prominent among them were the legendary treasures such as the Snow Drinking Blade, the Exquisite Sword, and the Rain Covering Sword, all of which would undoubtedly be classified as heavenly-grade weapons in this realm. Chapter 11. The Golden Blade and the Black Sword. After glancing at several of these artifacts, Shunlang quickly averted his gaze. They were far beyond his financial means. He scrolled down to examine the more affordable options at the bottom, which included the Wudong Sword from the Wudong sect and the Kanzan Sword from the Chuanjin sect, each requiring only a few dozen kill points for purchase. However, he dismissed them with a disdainful curl of his lip. If he desired such inferior goods, he might as well buy from a blacksmith in Jiang City, where he could pay with silver instead of kill points. As he scrolled further up, he encountered weapons priced above 100 points, including the 9-section whip, the Overlord's Spear, and the Sword of the Deadly Scholar. Although these items were of a higher caliber, they still did not resonate with Shunlang's aspirations. He understood that continuing upward would only lead to even pricier options, yet with no appealing choices available, he pressed on. In the midst of his thoughtful browsing, he stumbled upon a weapon design featuring crossed blades. Upon closer inspection, a smile graced his lips. This was precisely the weapon he needed, the golden blade and the black sword. Renowned in the eagle-shooting heroes, this weapon was wielded by Gongsun Ji, who, with his yin-yang reverse blade technique, was second only to the five greats. It's perfect, Shen Lang exclaimed internally as he clicked the purchase option beneath the golden blade and the black sword. With a resounding chime, 200 kill points were deducted, and the gleaming sword and dark blade materialized within the system's space. Grasping the golden blade and the black sword in his hands, a surge of invincible confidence coursed through him. Satisfied, he silently commanded the system to exit. As his consciousness returned to reality, he slowly opened his eyes to find Gao Jianli sitting quietly at the table in the bedroom, sipping tea. Finished? Gao Jianli inquired, setting down his teacup with a smile. Shen Lang rose from the bed and placed the golden blade and the black sword onto the table, replying slowly, "Yes, the results are quite satisfactory." Gao Jianli picked up the weapon to admire it, nodding in approval. "Indeed, it is a fine weapon. It's decent, though it pales in comparison to your water-cold sword." Gao Jianli's water-cold sword was of the early earth grade, while Shen Lang's golden blade and black sword was merely of the early mystic grade. The two weapons belonged to entirely different tiers. However, it was worth noting that Gao Jianli's was a system-issued weapon, while Shen Lang had purchased his, lacking the advantages of a privileged background. Since there is nothing more to attend to, I shall return to my training. The true martial continent was a high martial world, rich in spiritual energy compared to the realm of Qin's moon. Although Gao Jianli was not a martial fanatic, he did not wish to squander time. This world, while abundant in spiritual energy, also harbored dangers. One never knew when he might have to confront formidable foes on Shen Lang's behalf. A defeat could lead to dire consequences. Like Shen Lang, summoned figures faced genuine death upon failure, devoid of any chance for rebirth. Gao Jianli nodded to Shen Lang before turning to depart. The following morning, after a night of cultivation, Shen Lang slowly opened his eyes. After a period of focused effort, he had touched the threshold of the ninth realm. The next phase of his training would involve refining his vital essence. The more robust his essence, the easier it would be to break through to the innate stage. Although he did not engage in the relentless physical training that others did, he required the return of Yuan Qi to circulate within his body, expanding his meridians. The wider the meridians, the more profound his inner strength would become. Currently, his inner strength was comparable to that of an early innate practitioner, the only distinction being his inability to project his inner force outward. With a creak, Shenqing entered, carrying a basin of warm water. Upon noticing Shen Lang was awake, she obediently remarked, "Young master, you're awake. I thought you were still cultivating." Shen Lang offered a gentle smile. "Yes, I am up." After Shenqing assisted him with his morning routine, they exited the room together. Upon hearing the door open, Gao Jianli and the two elders stepped out. "Master," they all exclaimed in unison. Shen Lang nodded. "Let us go out for a stroll. I have yet to thoroughly explore Jiang City." "Young master, didn't you used to wander around all the time as a child? How could you not have explored it yet?" Shenqing questioned, puzzled. Shen Lang laughed heartily, choosing not to answer, casting a knowing glance at Gao Jianli and the others. Only they understood the significance of his words. For Shen Lang was not the original Shen Lang. He was a promising young man from the 21st century who had only recently arrived in this world. The five of them stepped out of the Shen family residence and made their way to the bustling center of Jiang City. Although Jiang City was merely a third-tier city, it was thriving. The streets bustled with traffic and crowds, the air filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, and shops lined the roads, offering weapons, taverns, and brothels aplenty. In this world, establishments of pleasure were not deemed illegal as they were on Earth. Rather, such venues were recognized as a legitimate industry, contributing significantly to the tax revenue of the Qianwu Empire each year. Before leaving that morning, Shen Lang had instructed Shenqing to retrieve a weapon case from the family treasury, into which he carefully placed the golden blade and the black sword. The weapon case bore a resemblance to those used by the Jinyui during the Ming Dynasty, rectangular with a black surface adorned with elegant patterns, perfectly sized to accommodate the golden blade and black sword. Shenqing carried the case on her back, following closely behind Shen Lang. Though she was merely a maid, her background as a member of the Shen family, a martial lineage, ensured her physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary servants. Despite the weight of the golden blade and the black sword, she managed to carry it with ease. The five of them strolled leisurely down the street, occasionally pausing to admire the novel sights of this world. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy in the true martial continent, A plethora of legendary medicinal herbs, previously known only by name, were readily available. Century-old ginseng was commonplace, and even millennium-old lingji could be purchased. In this world, the term millennium lingji did not strictly refer to fungi that had actually grown for 1,000 years, but rather to those that possessed comparable medicinal properties. Certain sects employed array masters to establish spirit-gathering formations, nurturing these herbs to achieve the effects of millennium lingji. Of course, once martial prowess reached a certain level, such herbs lost their efficacy. Century-old ginseng and millennium lingji were primarily used by talented individuals from various families during their foundational stages. Once they broke through to the innate level, these supplementary herbs merely served to replenish vital essence and no longer contributed to their cultivation. In this world, the only elixir capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation was the Great Return Pill from the Tiannong Temple, the foremost of the 21 major powers. A single Great Return Pill could augment a warrior's inner strength by 10 years. Unfortunately, only 3 such pills were sold each year, and only those belonging to top-tier powers were eligible to purchase them. The Shin family, being a third-rate force, had no hope of acquiring such treasures, let alone possessing them. They had likely never even laid eyes on one. Each Great Return Pill was reserved for the most outstanding talents of various factions, allowing them to mature swiftly and bolster their sect's strength. While the Great Return Pill was indeed remarkable, Shin Lang held it in little regard. As long as his kill points were sufficient, he could treat anything, be it draconic essence or phoenix blood, as mere sweets. In the marketplace of consumables, the dragon essence and phoenix blood are available for purchase. However, at this moment, Shin Lang merely observes, and upon seeing the long string of zeros, he realizes that entering the virtual realm is beyond his grasp. Chapter 12. The Jinyui and the Yueli Restaurant. The largest tavern in Jiacheng. It is said that the proprietor of Yueli Restaurant has connections with the city lord's mansion. Since the city lord assumed office 3 years ago, Yueli Restaurant has also commenced operations. Gao Jinli and Shin Lang sit by the window, allowing them a view of the bustling street and the throngs of people. Shin Qing dutifully fills Shin Lang's cup with wine. Stand back. The court is conducting affairs. Let the idle folk retreat. As Shin Lang and his companions engage in conversation, a commotion erupts in the street. Turning their heads, they see a bloodied middle-aged man, clutching a broadsword, stumbling forward. Behind him, 3 figures clad in black and gold finery, adorned with a scarlet eagle emblem and brandishing broadswords, exude an aura of cold menace as they pursue him. The Jinyui. From the restaurant, someone exclaims, the Jinyui, one of the 3 major martial institutions of the Qinwu Empire. The Jinyui are responsible for assassinations and intelligence gathering within the empire, and they intervene in emergencies. Typically, they lurk in the shadows to collect intelligence from the martial world, their true identities unknown even to the most powerful factions. A wandering cultivator could very well be a Jinyui. The Jinyui are divided into 2 factions, the Dark Guards, who execute assassinations, and the Shadow Guards, who gather intelligence. Generally, the Dark Guards seldom act, as doing so would reveal their identities. Major incidents are usually handled by another martial institution, the Military Affairs Office, which is publicly regarded as the strongest force in the empire. Today, however, an unusual occurrence transpires as 3 Dark Guards act in concert, prompting speculation that significant events are afoot. One of the Dark Guards shouts, "All idle folk, retreat at once. Should you obstruct the court's affairs, your heads will roll." Initially, the bloodied man could rely on the crowd for cover, but at the Dark Guard's command, the throng parts, granting the pursuers a clear path. One Dark Guard halts, retrieves a powerful crossbow from his back, nocks an arrow, and shoots at the middle-aged man's back. With a piercing sound, the arrow flies true. The crossbow, a weapon developed by the court, possesses immense power. Despite its modest size, even most innate experts cannot withstand its might. A glimmer of despair flashes in the middle-aged man's eyes, yet he grits his teeth and channels his inner strength, swinging his broadsword to intercept the bolt. With a thunderous crash, the broadsword shatters, fragments scattering in all directions. Some unfortunate bystanders are pierced by the shards, meeting their untimely demise. The middle-aged man, having expended his last ounce of strength, glares vindicatively at the advancing Dark Guards. "Huh, you wish to obtain that item? I shall not grant you your wish." With that declaration, he reaches into his bosom and produces a scroll, hurling it into the distance with all his might. The expressions of the 3 Dark Guards shift, and 2 of them immediately dash after the scroll, while the remaining guard, with an impassive face, swiftly ends the middle-aged man's life. The man's head flies into the air, rolling upon landing. The Dark Guard, after executing him, does not pause for breath and pursues the other 2. Meanwhile, Shin Lang observes as Gao Jinli has vanished. When the middle-aged man threw the scroll, Gao Jinli had already darted after it. Intrigued by the scroll, Xinlang would not forcibly seize it. Knowing that his identity is transparent to the court, offending them would jeopardize his family's safety. Xinqing tosses a piece of silver and follows Xinlang out of Uli restaurant. As they proceed, Xinlang walks with a deliberate pace, seemingly observing something. Upon reaching a slum, Gao Jianli descends from a rooftop, nodding to Xinlang, leading him and the others further away. They arrive at a secluded location where the sound of combat reaches their ears. Concealing themselves behind a wall, they peek to see 3 dark guards engaged in a fierce battle with a martial artist. I advise you to hand over the scroll, lest we be forced to act unkindly, one dark guard states coldly while attacking the martial artist. The latter laughs boisterously. I fear not your court's hounds. I, Li Denai, shall not require your courtesy. With that, Li Denai forcefully repels the 3 guards, dismissing them with a contemptuous glance. A rogue cultivator at the mid-stage of innate realm, his soul-severing blade technique has few rivals at this level. Although he witnessed the dark guards pursuing the middle-aged man, he had no desire to entangle himself with the court. However, the middle-aged man had unwittingly tossed the scroll into his possession, expecting it to be a martial arts manual. He opened it casually, only to be struck by greed upon seeing its contents. When the 2 dark guards pursued him, he fled here with the intent to eliminate them. Despite the dark guards having the numerical advantage, Li Denai is confident he can defeat them. Chapter 13. May I borrow a glance? The 3 dark guards are not merely blusterers. Since joining the court, they have adhered to the principle that power speaks louder than words. Recognizing Li Denai's obstinacy, they resolve to eliminate him first before reclaiming the scroll. Unbeknownst to them, the contents of the scroll remain a mystery, as they were merely ordered by the Jiangzhou commander to eliminate a man named Wu Yu and seize an item from him. This task was originally assigned to the Military Affairs Office, but due to conflicting duties, the dark guards were dispatched instead. Though unaware of the scroll's true nature, they understand it must hold significant secrets, as the dark guards are seldom mobilized without cause. Unforeseen complications arose when Wu Yu, in his dying moments, hurled the scroll, which Li Denai fortuitously caught. Li Denai, whose reputation precedes him in Jiangqing, is known for his soul-severing blade technique, having once slain 4 mid-stage innate experts with a single strike. Despite his notoriety, the dark guards are no novices. Their selection for the Jinyui attests to their exceptional capabilities. Having tested the waters with words, they are now prepared to engage in earnest. With swift precision, the 3 dark guards form a triangle and advance, flanking Li Denai. The clash of innate experts reverberates as each strike and maneuver unleashes tremendous force, creating a tempestuous whirlwind of dust and debris. The stones that occasionally flew through the air were akin to bullets, possessing formidable penetrating power, leaving the surrounding walls riddled with holes. Xinlang and his companions observed the battle from a distance in silent contemplation. With a fierce shout, Li Denai brandished his great blade, the mountain-splitting knife, high above his head, and ruthlessly struck at the dark guard in mid-stage of innate strength. The guard's expression altered. Realizing that Li Denai was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested, this blow, the soul-severing strike, made him acutely aware of the imminent peril he faced. A storm of dust and sand erupted. The dark guard, gripping his blade tightly, managed to withstand the strike, but blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, indicating internal injuries. The flanking dark guards seized the moment, channeling their internal energy to unleash 2 arcs of blade chi towards Li Denai. With a surge of strength, Li Denai forced the mid-stage dark guard back, and as he stomped his feet, his great knife whirled like a windmill. The 2 arcs of blade chi collided with his weapon. Although Li Denai managed to absorb the attacks, he was still caught off guard and could not unleash his full potential. His feet skidded backward, leaving 2 marks on the ground. Leaning on his great blade, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared fiercely at the 3 genie guards. The dark guards, emotionless, regarded him as if he were already dead, their silence unwavering as they pressed their assault. After the earlier engagement, all 4 had exerted their utmost, with both Li Denai and the mid-stage master sustaining significant injuries. The ensuing clash became even more brutal. While the innate masters attacked with dominance, their internal energy was not as inexhaustible as that of the ethereal realm masters, and their reserves had nearly run dry, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. With a sudden opportunity, Li Denai managed to slay one of the dark guards. Yet, he was swiftly countered by another, and as his blood flowed, the great knife in his hand grew heavier. Ultimately, he was decapitated by a dark guard strike. The remaining 2 dark guards, regaining their breath, approached Li Denai's lifeless body and retrieved the scroll from his embrace. Before they could catch their breath, a shadow darted out from behind a wall. The figure's hands transformed into claws, swiftly gripping the necks of the unsuspecting dark guards. With a chilling crack, Both were dispatched in an instant. These dark guards, already at the end of their strength, would have found it nearly impossible to be so easily defeated had they been at their peak. After dispatching the two guards, the newcomer seized the scroll from one of their hands. This was indeed that place. It was no mere legend. Unable to contain his excitement, he erupted into laughter. What is this? Might I borrow a glance? A teasing voice resonated. Who goes there? Show yourself. The figure exclaimed in alarm, as uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Shenlang emerged, wearing a faint smile, accompanied by Gao Jinli and others. Who are you? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is the item you possess. And I shall take it, Shenlang replied with an air of nonchalance. The figure scanned Shenlang and his companions, focusing intently on Gao Jinli, and coldly remarked, You think you can take it from me? Shenlang shook his head and said, Wrong. It is he who will take it. In that instant, Gao Jinli shot forth like an arrow. A glimmer of cold light ascended, descending with an aura of frost. The figure, clad in black, his face obscured by a dark cloth save for his eyes, sensed Gao Jinli's move. Before the sword even reached him, the frost had already settled upon his shoulder. Though the figure's face was hidden, the shock in his eyes was unmistakable. Yet, being a skilled master, he swiftly circulated his internal energy to dissipate the frost. His hands transformed into claws, shimmering with a metallic sheen, indicative of his proficiency in claw techniques. Gao Jinli's eyes remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the black-clad figure's claws. His sole focus was on the sword. Whatever lay ahead, he would cleave through with his blade. A resounding clash echoed as the black-clad figure attempted to block Gao Jinli's strike with his hands. However, the impact was not without consequence. Gao Jinli wielded a weapon of earth grade, and despite the figure's hardened hands from years of training, they could not withstand the might of such a blade. Tremors coursed through his hands, and crimson droplets began to trickle down his fingers. Such a fine sword, the black-clad figure remarked. Indeed, it is a fine sword, Gao Jinli replied, his expression unwavering as he gazed at the middle-aged man, lightly waving his sword, causing a flurry of frost to cascade down. Hand over the scroll, and I shall let you leave unscathed. The black-clad figure studied Gao Jinli intently before tossing the scroll towards him without hesitation, turning to depart. Gao Jinli returned, presenting the scroll to Shenlang. Why didn't you kill him? Shenqing inquired, puzzled. Gao Jinli glanced in the direction the black-clad figure had taken and quietly stated, Because I did not wish to incur injuries. Chapter 14. Seeking justice. Not long after Shenlang and his companions departed, a figure approached swiftly from afar. Clad in a deep blue robe, the individual exuded an imposing presence, a faint air of authority surrounding him. He arrived before the two dark guards whose necks had been snapped by the black-clad figure, scrutinizing the scene intently. Iron Claw Technique. So, the Iron Claw Elder dares to slay my court's men. Even with the backing of the Starry Pavilion, I shall ensure you pay the price. With that declaration, he vanished without a trace. Before a grand and imposing structure, throngs of people moved to and fro. Each individual entering was either of great wealth or a martial artist wielding weapons. Two peak postnatal warriors stood sentinel at the entrance, casting indifferent glances at each passerby, exuding an air of arrogance. Adorning the entrance was a plaque bearing 3 bold characters, Starry Pavilion. The Starry Pavilion ranks among the top 21 powers in the true martial continent, and this building serves as its branch in Jiangcheng. Each of these top powers has its own composition. Some are sects or clans, whereas the Starry Pavilion is a commercial alliance. The Starry Pavilion boasts 3 masters, each at the Void Realm, each a formidable force in their own right. In the true martial continent, the unparalleled masters of the celestial martial realm are rare, and those of the Void Realm stand as the pinnacle of strength. A force with even one Void Realm master is deemed a first-rate power, while those with celestial martial realm masters ascend to the ranks of top powers. However, since ancient times, only those 21 top powers exist, for over 100,000 years. Individuals have not ascended to the celestial martial realm not due to lack of merit, but because the top 21 powers prevent them from establishing their own dominance. The rise of any new top power would inevitably threaten their interests. At this moment, within the opulent confines of the Starry Pavilion, 2 individuals sat across from one another. Are you certain that the young man is Shenlang of the Shin family? Lu Wuqing inquired, his brow furrowed. Lu Wuqing, the branch master of the Starry Pavilion in Jiangcheng, was a peak innate master. Opposite him sat the Iron Claw Elder, Huijin, who had clashed with Gao Jinli. There can be no mistake. I dispatched men to investigate upon my return, and it is undoubtedly Shenlang, Huijin affirmed. Lu Wuqing nodded. It seems this individual is not to be underestimated. A youth barely reaching his 20s unexpectedly had a master of the mid-stage innate realm by his side. A peak figure among those of the mid-stage innate realm no less. If Shenlang lacked any extraordinary qualities, one would find it impossible to believe such a scenario. Sect leader, what shall we do next? Huijin inquired. Lu Wuqing's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue as he observed the situation unfold. The scroll they possessed was merely half complete. They would wait for the other half to emerge before taking action. However, it appeared they might soon have to contest with the imperial court, as Huijin's martial prowess was too conspicuous to conceal for long. The court's hounds would undoubtedly come knocking. Huijin maintained a calm demeanor, asserting that while ordinary factions might fear the court, the Starry Pavilion, as one of the top 20 forces, held no such trepidation. Even if the matter escalated to the attention of the Grand Pavilion Master, the three would surely support them. After all, the scroll was the burial site of a powerful figure from the Void Realm. Each such master would construct a tomb before their demise, housing their lifelong learnings and personal weapons. Acquiring even a single item would enhance the strength of the Starry Pavilion. The two men were not in haste to confront Shenlang, as the scroll only contained a partial map, with the remaining half still shrouded in mystery. They would await its revelation before making their move. Knock, knock, knock. Sect leader, City Lord Wei has arrived and wishes to see you. A steward from the Starry Pavilion announced respectfully from outside the door. Lu Wuqing and Huijin exchanged glances, both smiling. City Lord Wei, forgive my lack of proper greeting upon your arrival, Lu Wuqing said, opening the door to the meeting room. Inside sat a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe. Upon hearing Lu Wuqing's voice, he set down his teacup nonchalantly and rose, saying, Sect leader Lu appears to be in good spirits. I have heard that business at the Starry Pavilion is thriving. Wei Zhang, the city lord of Jiangcheng, was at the peak of the late innate stage, sharing a similar standing with Lu Wuqing. In this region, those of their caliber must remain acquainted with one another, no matter how prosperous business may be. It cannot compare to the taxes collected by the Qianwu Empire, Lu Wuqing replied with a smile. As a city lord, Wei Zhang was no ordinary individual. He remained unfazed by Lu Wuqing's jest and responded with a smile. While the empire collects taxes, it also safeguards the populace. Without the empire's military might, if the southern barbarians or the Jin state were to disturb the central plains, everyone would suffer. Lu Wuqing understood that engaging in wordplay with those in the bureaucratic realm would yield little result. So he shifted the topic. City Lord Wei, you do not visit without purpose. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit? Oh, since sect leader Lu is so forthright, I shall not beat around the bush. Is Elder Huijin of the Iron Claw present in your esteemed pavilion? Wei Zhang inquired, gazing at Lu Wuqing. Lu Wuqing pondered briefly before responding. Elder Hua should be within the pavilion. Does City Lord Wei have business with him? Wei Zhang narrowed his eyes, asking, Are you aware that 3 Imperial Guards have perished? What? 3 Imperial Guards dead? When did this happen? Who would dare kill an official of the court? Lu Wuqing exclaimed, astonished. Then, as if recalling something, he added with a puzzled expression, City Lord, you do not suspect that Elder Hua was responsible, do you? Wei Zhang was not fooled by Lu Wuqing's pretense, his expression remaining impassive as he stated, Sect leader Lu, let us speak plainly. One of the 3 Imperial Guards was killed by the soul-severing blade, Li Denai, while the other 2 met their demise at the hands of Elder Huijin's Iron Claw technique. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Lu Wuqing slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice. This is impossible. Huijin has remained within the pavilion and has not ventured out. If you do not believe me, you may ask everyone in the pavilion. They will attest that Huijin has not left. City Lord, as far as I understand, there are numerous martial art styles in the martial world. Huijin's Iron Claw technique may not be the only one of its kind. The Eagle Claw technique from the Tianlong Temple is quite similar. Why not inquire with them? Perhaps their disciples, passing through Jiangxing, committed the act, Lu Wuqing suggested. Chapter 15. The Celestial Being, Chang Chunziyu. Wei Zhang's expression darkened. Lu Wuqing was indeed a master of evasion. Although the Eagle Claw technique did resemble Huijin's Iron Claw technique, everyone knew that the Tianlong Temple would never appear in a place like Jiangxing. If a monk from the Tianlong Temple had shown up, he would have received news of it long ago. Yet, as Lu Wuqing was the branch master of the Starry Pavilion, he couldn't force the issue. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, Sect leader Lu, we both understand the implications here. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall have to report the matter to the court as it is. When the commanding officer arrives, I shall see if you can maintain your current bravado. With that, Wei Zhang let out a cold laugh and departed with a flick of his sleeve. Lu Wuqing watched Wei Zhang leave with an impassive expression, his mind racing. He had underestimated the repercussions of this incident. The loss of 3 innate realm shadow guards was not a significant blow to the court, but he had not anticipated the matter's implications for their dignity. Superpowers place immense value on face, and the imperial court, as the sovereign of the realm, could not afford to be humiliated by a martial faction. Failure to retaliate would invite ridicule from all. However, at this point, he could only report the matter and await the stance of the Grand Pavilion. He estimated that they would not hold him accountable, considering it was the resting place of a powerful figure from the Void Realm. Upon returning to the Shin family, Xinlang eagerly opened the scroll to examine its contents. Gao Zhanli and the two elders gathered around to observe. The moment the scroll unfurled, a picturesque landscape filled their vision, depicting hills and rivers so vividly that one might mistake it for a renowned painting from a past life. Xinlang and the others certainly did not regard it as an ordinary landscape painting, especially since Li Denai and the cloaked figure had exhibited great excitement after viewing the scroll. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Zhanli remarked, "This painting must be a map. However, aside from the hills and rivers, there are no prominent markers. I suspect this is not the complete work. There should be another piece that complements it." Xinlang nodded in agreement, saying, "You are correct, Gao. I also suspect this painting is not complete. Look here and here." Xinlang pointed to the bottom of the map, where the hills and rivers abruptly ended. If this were a complete painting, it should have concluded smoothly. The sudden interruption was peculiar, leading them to believe the painting was likely incomplete. Next, the group turned their attention to the lower left corner of the scroll, where a line of small characters appeared, presumably the artist's signature. At the age of 3, I began martial arts. At 15, I attained the innate realm. At 30, I reached the void realm. Yet, despite exhausting my life, I could not step into the ethereal realm of celestial martial arts. Celestial martial arts descend, true martial arts flourish, shattering the void, soaring into the sunlit sky. Alas, what a pity. The celestial being, Chang Chunzi. After silently absorbing the inscription, Xinlang and the others remained speechless for a time. The celestial being, Chang Chunzi, was undoubtedly a prodigy, perhaps even a genius among geniuses. Beginning martial arts at 3, achieving the innate realm by 15, and advancing to the void realm by 30, he could certainly command respect throughout the true martial continent. Yet, despite such extraordinary talent, he did not attain the ethereal realm of celestial martial arts during his lifetime. It left one to ponder whether Chang Chunzi's aptitude was insufficient or if the celestial martial arts realm was simply too elusive. The hierarchy of the true martial continent consists of 5 major realms: postnatal, innate, void, celestial martial, and shattering. Each realm extends one's lifespan. Postnatal grants one 100 years. Innate provides 150, and the void realm allows for 300 to 500 years. The legendary celestial martial realm boasts even greater longevity, with its unparalleled masters living up to 500 or even 1,000 years. Chang Chunzi, a remarkably talented individual, astonishingly failed to transcend into the realm of immortal martial arts over the span of 3 centuries. This failure only deepened the yearning of Xinlang and his companions for that elusive domain. One can only imagine the formidable power that awaits those who enter it. Xinlang gradually rolled up the scroll and remarked contemplatively, "This Chang Chunzi is undoubtedly not an inconspicuous figure. We must investigate his background." He then instructed, "Qing'er, please go to the Scripture Pavilion and procure books on the extraordinary individuals and events of the Jinwu continent for my research." "Understood, young master," Xin Qing replied. As Xinlang and his companions sat in quiet anticipation in the room, a dispute erupted outside the Scripture Pavilion. "This is a command from the young master. Why should I be denied entry?" Xin Qing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. An elderly man, over 50 years of age, disdainfully retorted, "What does young master mean? Without the Grand Elder's decree, no one may enter the Scripture Pavilion. Who does Xinlang think he is, sending a mere maid to collect items from here? It is utterly preposterous. The division of responsibilities within the Shin family is quite clear. There are 3 elders, each at the innate realm. Grand Elder Shen Wen oversees the Scripture Pavilion, Second Elder Shen Wu manages the Martial Arts Hall, and Third Elder Shen Xiang governs the Punishment Hall. Previously, Xinlang had severely injured the Grand Elder's grandson, Xinming, which had led to some discontent among the Grand Elder's faction. However, given Xinlang's backing from Xin Wuming, they dared not confront him openly, merely suppressing their grievances in silence. Moreover, Xinlang kept a low profile, leaving them without opportunities to create trouble for him. Xin Qing's arrival presented them with a chance. The Scripture Pavilion was under the Grand Elder's jurisdiction, and its occupants were undoubtedly his loyalists. The pavilion serves as the repository of the Shun family's martial arts, where every disciple must come to exchange for martial arts manuals. They were aware that Xinlang could now practice martial arts and anticipated his visit to the pavilion, hoping to make things difficult for him. After all, entry into the pavilion requires the Grand Elder's permission, and they could feign adherence to protocol, believing that even Xin Wuming would not speak out against them. Xinlang had existing conflicts with the Grand Elder, making it improbable for him to gain easy access to the pavilion. Upon spotting Xinqing, they immediately recognized that she had not obtained the Grand Elder's approval. Consequently, they began to obstruct her entry while simultaneously relishing the opportunity to exert their influence. Xinqing's face flushed with anger at the Elder's provocations. He had begun by making things difficult for her and had now insulted her young master. How can someone of your age speak so ungraciously? The young master merely requested that I retrieve some accounts of extraordinary figures from the Jinwu continent, not martial arts manuals. Why then, must I require the Grand Elder's decree? Xinqing retorted indignantly. In her heart, Xunlang held a very high place, second only to her parents. She had never heard of needing permission to consult historical records of the Jinwu continent, and coupled with the Elder's disrespect towards Xunlang, she did not spare him any kindness. The scripture pavilion consists of 3 floors, each guarded. The first floor contains various materials and accounts of powerful individuals from the Jinwu continent. The second floor houses martial arts manuals. And the third floor contains the clan's treasured techniques and a few advanced martial skills. Xunlang was well aware that obtaining these materials required no formal notification, which is precisely why he had sent Xinqing. As for seeking the Grand Elder's permission to view martial techniques, he had no intention of doing so. With the system at his disposal, he did not regard the Shun family's manuals as worthy of his attention. Chapter 16. Xinqing is attacked. Xinqing's words sparked a flicker of anger in the Elder's eyes. He was a guard of the scripture pavilion and a trusted confidant of the Grand Elder, enjoying considerable prestige within the Shin family. Many younger members of the family, seeking to exchange their manuals, treated him with utmost respect. It was unexpected for a mere maid to dare to confront him openly. This elder, named Shin Wansan, had also been granted the surname Shun by the family. Generally, individuals of certain standing within the Shin family are bestowed with the surname, signifying their affiliation as a branch of the family. Figures like the Grand Elder are thus representatives of the Shun family's extended lineage. Though they may not ascend to the head of the family, they can certainly occupy the pinnacle of the management hierarchy. Every clan requires such individuals. A family that remains stagnant will not endure long, unless it is a top-tier family with a noble bloodline, producing strong individuals in every generation. They do not necessitate outside assistance. One must know their place. As a maid, you should behave accordingly, rather than blurring the lines of hierarchy. Today, I shall teach Xunlang a lesson. Shun Wansan scoffed, raising his hand to strike Xinqing. Xinqing possessed only a modicum of martial skills and lacked substantial internal strength. She stood no chance against a practitioner of Shin Wansan's caliber and could only instinctively raise her arm to defend herself. A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving a crimson handprint on Xinqing's cheek. Many had already gathered around, most of them young members of the Shin family, who reveled in Shun Wansan's chastisement of Xinqing. Xunlang's rising prominence within the family had left many feeling envious and discontented. In this world, love is seldom without reason, but hatred often arises without cause. One's status, background, and talent can all incite envy and animosity. Tears welled in Xinqing's beautiful eyes. Despite being a maid, she was merely a young girl who had followed Xunlang since birth. He had always treated her as a beloved younger sister, and she had never endured such humiliation. Surveying the faces of the onlookers, each displaying a range of emotions, Xinqing choked back her sobs and turned away, covering her face. Shin Wansan watched her leave, a smug expression forming on his face as he relished in having avenged Xinming. He dismissed the act of striking a maid as inconsequential. Even if Xunlang were to confront him, he had the Grand Elder's backing. Did he truly believe that Xunlang would risk his standing over a mere maid? Shin Wuhui had completely opposed Shin Wuming and his son. If Xunlang were to offend the Grand Elder, it would be intriguing to see how Shin Wuming and his son would fare in the future within the Shin family. In the room, Xunlang furrowed his brows and remarked, "What could be taking this girl so long to retrieve the materials?" He and his companions were anxiously awaiting the information on Changqingzi, hoping to uncover a lead that would grant them an advantage. Acquiring the insights of Changqingzi would undoubtedly bolster their endeavors. Just then, a choked voice echoed from the courtyard. Xunlang's expression shifted, and he hurriedly opened the door to investigate. He found Xinqing seated on a stone bench, her back to him, softly weeping. In a swift motion, a gentle breeze rustled past, and Xunlang was soon at her side, speaking soothingly. "What troubles you, Qing?" Xinqing quickly wiped her swollen eyes and, with a quivering lip, replied, "It's nothing, young master. I'm truly useless. I couldn't even retrieve the materials." After speaking, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. At that moment, Xunlang noticed the redness on her cheek, and his expression darkened abruptly. He exclaimed, "Qinger, what happened to your face? Who struck you?" Hearing Xin Lang's words only intensified her sense of grievance, and tears flowed freely as she recounted the incident in fragments. Upon hearing her tale, Xin Lang's countenance grew icy. Xin Wansan was courting death. Not only did he disregard the authority of a mere steward, but even the Grand Elder was beneath his consideration. It seemed his low profile had led some to mistakenly view him as a sickly cat. "Hai Gonli, follow me," Xin Lang bellowed, his voice laced with fury, exuding a palpable aura of menace that sent a chill through Xin Qing. Gao Jianli had long heard Xin Qing's words, yet he remained emotionally unperturbed, focusing solely on Xin Lang. It mattered not that Xin Qing was unjustly attacked, even if she had not been harmed at Xin Lang's command. He would not hesitate to lay waste to Jiang City, nor would he bat an eye. Xin Qing's youthful spirit thrilled at the thought of Xin Lang avenging her, prompting her to dash into her room and retrieve Xin Lang's weapon case. Observing Xin Qing's demeanor, a faint smile graced Xin Lang's lips. Her innocence was precisely what he required in this world rife with treachery and peril. Xin Qing's unblemished joy stirred a flicker of emotion within Xin Lang's otherwise frozen heart, an emotion not of love or friendship, but rather a semblance of the warmth one ought to possess as a human. The five of them arrived before the scripture repository, where a crowd lingered. Anticipating Xin Lang's reaction to Xin Qing's assault, they found it hard to believe he would remain indifferent. Should he do so, his reputation would plummet, perhaps even rendering him the subject of ridicule. Xin Wansan was also prepared, eager to observe whether Xin Lang would dare to offend the Grand Elder severely. He felt little concern for his own safety. After all, could Xin Lang truly go so far as to kill him over a mere maid? As Xin Lang approached, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. The recent turmoil involving Xin Lang and Xin Wuhui was still fresh in their minds, and those who had witnessed his domineering nature recalled how he readily resorted to violence, resulting in even the death of Xin Wuhui's loyal servant. With Xin Lang's maid now attacked, they were eager to see what commotion he would incite. Yet, some held a contrary view, believing Xin Lang's thunderous demeanor would yield little substance. The Grand Elder was not Xin Wuhui. The latter's opposition to Xin Wuming was no secret, and any offense against him might be tolerated. In contrast, the Grand Elder and his allies were moderates. Should Xin Lang escalate the situation, it might compel the Grand Elder to side with Xin Wuhui. Xin Wansan had already dispatched a messenger to inform the Grand Elder. Upon encountering Xin Lang, he calmly greeted him. Xin Wansan pays respects to young Master Xin Lang. "You are Xin Wansan." Xin Lang's indifferent gaze bore down on him, akin to that of a specter observing a corpse. Xin Wansan felt discomfort under Xin Lang's scrutiny. Unlike Xin Qing, he could not treat Xin Lang with disdain. He knew that a single misstep could result in a weighty reproach that he could scarcely bear. Replying to young master, "This old servant is indeed Xin Wansan," he stammered. "Xin Wansan, do you know the purpose of my visit?" Xin Lang inquired, a faint smile playing on his lips. Xin Wansan finally sensed the pressure looming over him, for a murderous intent emanated from Xin Lang. Though Xin Lang typically exuded no aura, even the most skilled martial artist could not discern his prowess as a warrior. Yet once his killing intent was unleashed, few could withstand its weight. Replying to young master, "This old servant is unaware," Xin Wansan replied, steeling himself. "Qinger, come here." Xin Lang commanded softly. "Was it he who struck you?" Xin Qing glared at Xin Wansan, nodding affirmatively. "Young master, it was indeed him. I merely protested on your behalf." And he resorted to violence. A surge of murderous intent erupted. "Xin Lang, do you dare?" Xin Wansan's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the lethal energy, his internal power surging to counter Xin Lang's advancing fist. An icy chill enveloped the air, frost cascading around them. Before even engaging in combat, Xin Wansan felt his internal energy falter, as if it were rendered immobile by the frost. Tian Shuang fist, windless, cloudless, traceless frost. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze, and frost began to creep up Xin Wansan's arm. If this continued, he would soon resemble a statue of frost. Xin Wansan, despite his strength, he was a guardian of the scripture repository after all, was not weak. Yet, as he exerted his internal energy, he shouted in fury, dispelling the frost that had enveloped him. He then withdrew a step, seizing a long sword from a fellow disciple of the Xin family, and charged at Xin Lang. Clear wind sword technique. Though a yellow-grade martial art, its power was minimal, yet it offered a myriad of transformations, swift and agile. Xin Lang scoffed disdainfully. "Weak, too weak. Exceedingly weak." Just as the onlookers anticipated a fierce clash, Xin Wansan's sword was effortlessly pinched between Xin Lang's fingers. "Remember this in your next life. My people are not to be trifled with." His voice was cold and devoid of warmth. With a swift motion, Xin Lang raised his palm, distorting the air around him, and struck Xin Wansan squarely in the chest. Poof! Xin Wansan coughed up blood. fragments of his internal organs mingling within. Old Third. A roar erupted as an elder, similar in age to Shen Wansan, soared from the scripture repository. This elder, the guardian of the second floor, had been observing, expecting a protracted duel between Shun Lang and Shun Wansan. However, he was taken aback to see their confrontation conclude in an instant, with Shun Wansan utterly defeated. It was worth noting that Shun Wansan was a practitioner of the 9th layer of postnatal cultivation, merely a step away from the pinnacle. Yet he had not even lasted a single exchange with Shun Lang. Shun Lang cast a dispassionate glance at the increasingly breathless Shun Wansan and remarked slowly, "Let us depart." With that, he and his companions proceeded toward the scripture repository. They had more pressing matters to attend to, for the information regarding Changqingzi was far more valuable than Shun Wansan's life. "Go die?" With a furious shout, the elder who had rushed forward lunged at Shun Lang, aiming a palm strike at his chest, seemingly intent on avenging his brother. This elder had reached the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, standing among the elite. Shun Lang had anticipated that this elder would not relent. The trio guarding the scripture repository were brothers. Shin Wansan was the third, while this elder, Shin Wanzhong, was the second, and the eldest, Shun Wani, was the guardian of the top floor. The only member of the Shun family who had not ascended to elder status despite achieving the innate realm. Though Shin Wani had not crossed paths with Shin Lang, it was said that his strength surpassed that of Shun Wuhui and was only slightly inferior to that of the family patriarch, Shin Kuan, a true powerhouse of the Shin family. Yet, these so-called Wans and Wanzhong held no sway in Shin Lang's eyes. The Shin family, even with Shun Kuan included, was no longer a source of intrigue for him. Only the top powers of the true martial continent or formidable beings within the immortal martial realm captured his aspirations. With a swift execution of the cloud-piercing palm, he met Shun Wanzhong's attack head-on. A resounding clash echoed between them. Shin Lang shifted his stance slightly, absorbing the recoil effortlessly, while Shun Wanzhong staggered back 3 steps. Each step leaving deep impressions in the stone floor. Taking a deep breath, Shun Wanzhong coldly declared, "Shin Lang, you have slain my third brother. My elder brother will surely not let this go. I advise you to surrender. Perhaps, in deference to Patriarch Shin Kuan, there may still be a path to survival." Shin Lang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes, before his expression turned steely. "Shin Wanzhong, you truly are audacious. Allow me to inform you that a mere Shin family holds no significance in my eyes. Today, whoever dares to provoke me shall meet their demise. Ding Dong A's side quest has been activated. Dominate the Shin family. Rewards for completion, 100 kill points. Penalty for failure, random loss of a martial skill." Listening to the mission announced in his mind, Shun Lang smiled. This was not in conflict with his goals, and there were slaughter points to be gained. Such a twofold advantage naturally brought him joy. As his imposing words fell, the surrounding members of the Shun family collectively gasped in disbelief. Perceiving Shin Lang's declarations as arrogant and boundless, they regarded him with looks of incredulity, staring at Shin Lang, who stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Shin Wanner was also momentarily stunned by Shun Lang's boldness, before bursting into laughter. "Shin Lang, I thought you were a formidable character. Turns out you are just a reckless youth," he exclaimed. "Very well, I shall remember your words. I am eager to see what the Shin family means to you." At that moment, he felt no urgency to avenge Shun Wansan, for with Shin Lang's words, even if he remained passive, Shun Wuhui and others would not let the matter rest. "Alas, it is a pity that you will not witness it." A gust of wind swept by, and Shin Lang suddenly appeared beside Shin Wanner, delivering a single powerful palm strike. Shin Wanner's expression shifted drastically. Shin Lang's speed was astonishing, leaving him with no time to evade. He could only muster his internal energy to brace for the impact. Boom! Shin Wanner was sent staggering back several steps. And before he could regain his footing, Shin Lang reappeared before him. The members of the Shin family widened their eyes, watching the battle unfold as if a young man in white was playing a game, each strike forcing Shin Wanner to retreat further. Boom! With the final palm strike, Shin Wanner finally collapsed to the ground, his once sharp eyes gradually losing their luster. Everyone gasped in shock, a chill creeping up from their feet. Unable to suppress a shudder, an innate peak warrior had been utterly defeated by Shin Lang. Chapter 18. Defeat of Shun when audacious. A sudden roar echoed from afar as Shin Lang struck down Shin Wanner. An elderly man, well past his 60s, rushed towards them with remarkable speed. His face was contorted with rage, his eyes blazing like a fierce beast ready to pounce. Shin Wan, the grand elder of the Shin family, had been en route upon receiving the news. He was aware of Shun Lang's formidable strength, especially since Shun Wuhui had failed to gain any advantage against him, let alone others, particularly after powerful allies had chosen to rally behind Shin Lang. Although Shen Lang seldom appeared in public, Xinwen knew he was not one to suffer in silence. Yet, he had arrived too late. Both Xinwan San and Shun Waner had met with misfortune. Without uttering a word, Shunwen charged into the fray, directing a palm strike towards Shen Lang from a distance. As an innate master, his strike was fueled by anger, exuding an overwhelming aura. The onlooking members of the Shun family felt their garments flutter in the rising wind. Shen Lang narrowed his eyes, observing the incoming force with an unflinching demeanor. Beside him, Gao Jianli's hand trembled. The golden dagger and black sword from the weapon case soared into the air, shooting towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang extended his hands, catching the golden dagger and black sword effortlessly, dual blades in hand. He raised the golden dagger high and angled the black sword towards the ground, slashing at the palm strike. Boom! The golden dagger collided with the palm force, sending Shen Lang spinning backward. As he passed a stone lion in front of the scripture pavilion, he swung the black sword, propelling the stone lion like a cannonball towards the swiftly approaching Shunwen. Shunwen was taken aback by Shen Lang's depth of internal energy, realizing he could utilize the recoil to launch the stone lion. Bang! The stone lion shattered into pieces, fragments scattering in all directions. The surrounding members of the Shun family hurriedly dodged, while a few unresponsive individuals were struck by the debris, spitting blood and being thrown back. Amidst the chaos of flying stones, Shunwen emerged, launching another palm strike towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with determination. This was his first encounter with an innate warrior, and he could not afford to be careless. He swiftly wielded the golden dagger and black sword. The blade contained the sword, and the sword contained the blade. Though it appeared as a dagger, it executed sword techniques, and though it appeared as a sword, it employed dagger maneuvers. For a moment, Shunwen was bewildered by Shen Lang's unique martial arts. The two engaged in a fierce battle, evenly matched, leaving the onlooking members of the Shun family astonished. The ferocity of Shen Lang stirred a tempest of emotions within them. The sight of a postnatal warrior contending against an innate master, a spectacle usually found only in legends, unfolded before their very eyes. Now, the scene revealed Shen Lang, expressionless, with the golden dagger and black sword dancing through the air, keeping Shenwen at bay. Shenwen's eyes gleamed with intensity. This young man's martial prowess was astonishing. Although he could discern Shen Lang's postnatal 8th level, he was confounded by his profound internal energy and peculiar techniques, leaving him unable to find a way to counter. Typically, innate warriors would dominate postnatal ones through sheer strength, given the disparity in internal energy levels. However, with the enhancement of the 3 points of returning energy, Shen Lang was unperturbed by innate masters. While innate warriors could project their internal energy outward, Shen Lang could withstand their attacks, rendering their advantages ineffective. The battle between Shen Lang and Shunwen devolved into a contest of martial skill. Unfortunately, Shen Lang's dual blades killing technique, consisting of 77 forms, was a profound earth-level martial art, while Shunwen's techniques were merely a few of the Shun family's mysterious-level martial arts. There was no comparison. After more than 50 exchanges, Shen Lang gained the upper hand. It was as if he had entered a state of transcendence. His movements with the golden dagger and black sword grew increasingly erratic, yet remained elusive. Shenwen, on the other hand, grew more alarmed with each strike. Despite his superior strength, he could not seize the advantage. Shen Lang's innate ability remained unchanged. What had evolved was his comprehension of martial arts. The system had indeed imparted the techniques to Shen Lang with full proficiency. Yet the essence of those arts required his own understanding. For instance, the dual blades killing technique, originally created by the legendary figure, Duguiha, could not be grasped fully without his teachings. Although the system allowed Shen Lang to wield the technique with ease, the true essence of martial arts still required personal insight. It was akin to Tai Chi, while it was known to have been created by Zhang Sanfeng. The core principle of overcoming hardness with softness and employing slowness to defeat speed is not easily attained by many. Through this battle, Shen Lang could unleash the full power of the dual blades killing technique. Previously, he had merely mimicked its forms. Now, he began to exhibit its true might. A glint of brilliance flashed in Shen Lang's eyes as the golden dagger and black sword seemed to be wielded by two separate entities, attacking Shunwen from different angles. Just as Shunwen attempted to parry, the golden dagger and black sword suddenly shifted their techniques, transforming from a blend of sword and dagger to their true forms, the dagger as a dagger, the sword as a sword. This unexpected transition caught Shunwen off guard. The black sword lunged forward while the golden dagger slashed horizontally. With a sharp sound, 2 wounds appeared on Shenwen's shoulder and chest, crimson blood trickling down. Shenwen retreated hastily, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Lang. He had not anticipated that Shen Lang could force him into such a precarious position. A month prior, Shen Lang had been an insignificant presence within the Shen family. After injuring his grandson, Shen Ming, Shen Wen had assumed Shen Lang had resorted to underhanded means. He had dismissed the conflict among the younger generation, only taking slight notice of Shen Lang during his confrontation with Shen Wuhui. However, following an investigation, he learned that it had been two warriors allied with Shen Lang who had intervened, so he had not thought much of it. Considering the two were merely postnatal peaks and hardly worth his attention as an innate master. Yet today, Shen Lang's dominance and strength compelled him to take the situation seriously, recognizing that someone who could leave him in such disarray was undoubtedly formidable. Without even glancing at his wounds, Shen Wen coldly remarked, "Shen Lang, have you not gone too far, killing two of the Shen family's stewards over a mere maid?" Shen Lang scoffed disdainfully. In this world, there are no matters of mere survival, but rather the strength of one's power. Without power, one cannot hope to achieve even the most extravagant dreams. Conversely, with power, even amidst mountains of corpses and barren lands, no one would utter a word of reproach. Was it not the case that Emperor Qianwu ascended to greatness by treading upon a sea of blood and corpses? To this day, who dares to criticize him? Shen Wen was momentarily taken aback by Shen Lang's imposing words, and then mockingly retorted, "So you believe you can stand alongside Emperor Qianwu?" Aha! Shen Lang looked skyward and laughed. Can one not aspire to be compared to Emperor Qianwu? While I, Shen Lang, do not presume I can surpass him, I am certainly not inferior. Arrogance! A voice, cold and indifferent, emanated from the scripture pavilion. Chapter 19, Bloodsword Shenwani. The voice was ancient yet filled with vigor. Shen Lang and the others turned toward the entrance of the scripture pavilion, where an elderly man with graying hair, clad in coarse linen, slowly emerged. The moment he stepped out, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing everyone present to instinctively take a step back, save for a select few, including Shen Lang and Gao Zhongli. Their strength matched the elders, and one stood firm through sheer will. To become a formidable force requires not only immense strength but also an indomitable spirit. Shen Lang, for his part, had never known retreat. Come what may, he stood resolute as the heavens collapsed around him. The elder's sharp gaze settled on Shen Lang. In that instant, Shen Lang felt an unfathomable ocean of blood surging toward him. Spiritual power? No, that could only be wielded by those in the void realm. And even then, only by those specializing in mental techniques. This was likely a manifestation of killing intent, a unique form of will akin to mental techniques, yet fundamentally distinct. Had it truly been a mental technique unleashed by an unparalleled master of the void realm, Shen Lang would have already been rendered a fool or slain. Yet the elder's intent did not possess such potency. In both of his lifetimes, Shen Lang's soul had always been considerably stronger than that of the average person. What others could not withstand did not apply to him. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from Shen Lang, shattering the boundless ocean of blood intent. However, after breaking through this will, his back was already drenched in sweat. Gao Zhongli stepped forward, joining Shen Lang, his brow furrowed in concern. What happened? Shen Lang felt a surge of fear. Had his soul not been extraordinary, the elder's attack might have transformed him into a mindless killer. Though the elder had not entered the void realm, he possessed profound understanding of spiritual matters. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to simulate the use of mental techniques at the innate stage. Among the martial arts Shen Lang was aware of, only the demon sect's Ming Chixing from the Yellow faction could achieve such a level of mental attack. Shen Lang swayed slightly, shaking his head, and commanded fiercely, "Kill him." Buzz! A sound of a sword resonated. Before anyone could react, a chilling aura enveloped them all. Those of lower cultivation felt their internal energy falter. And then they beheld a brilliantly radiant sword energy, imbued with a bone-chilling cold, hurtling toward the elder. While others were in the dark about the elder's identity, Shen Lang recognized him as Shen Wani, the second strongest of the Shen family, following Shen Kuan. The reason for Shen Lang's immediate order to eliminate him was clear. He was aware that Shen Wani's brothers, Shen Weiner and Shen Wansan, had perished at his hands. There was no room for reconciliation. Even if there were, Shen Lang would not hold back. Being targeted by a late innate master was undoubtedly perilous. A look of shock flickered across Shen Wani's aged face. The moment a master struck, one could discern their prowess. Though Gao Zhongli was merely mid-innate, Shen Wani recognized from the sword energy that Gao Zhongli's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Shadow double flight, the only profound movement technique of the Shen family. Two figures darted diagonally to the sides. Gao Zhongli's icy sword energy sliced through the middle. With a thunderous crash, the heavy wooden door of the scripture pavilion was shattered. Splintered wood swirling about, glistening with frost. Gao Zhongli did not pause. He wielded his water-cold sword and unleashed a wave of icy sword energy toward Shen Wani's clone on the left. The clone was struck and dissipated like mist. A fake, Gao Zhongli murmured. then swiftly turned to Shun Lang's rear, launching a flurry of 3 strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds rang out. Shenhuani, clad in coarse linen, materialized before them. Looking at the sword-wielding Gao Zhanli, he nodded and remarked, "You are impressive. To see through my shadow double flight at midnight is a first in Jiangqing." Gao Zhanli lightly flicked his sword, producing a melodic sound, and replied nonchalantly, "Just a profound technique." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Shenhuani's eyes. Gao Zhanli's words ignited a spark of anger within him, as they seemed to belittle his technique. In the entire Jinwu continent, profound techniques were indeed not particularly remarkable. However, shadow double flight was a martial art he had cultivated for over 30 years, and even as a profound technique, he had harnessed its power to that of an earth-level technique. This was tantamount to labeling him as incompetent, suggesting that after 30 years of cultivation, he could be so easily countered. "Very well, young man. I have traversed Jiangqing for over 50 years without being so disrespected. Today, I shall witness your prowess." With that, Shenhuani vanished from sight. Gao Zhanli thrust his sword to the right. With a clang, Shenhuani's figure reappeared, revealing a blood-red long sword in his hand, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Blood Sword Shenhuani. Before joining the Shen family, he was known in the martial world as the Blood Sword due to his crimson blade and his ruthless disposition. In his youth, Shenhuani had earned a fearsome reputation, having single-handedly pursued and slain 7 practitioners of the demonic path over 30,000 miles. The 7 men had clashed with Shenhuani's brothers, leaving Shenhuani severely injured, prompting Shenhuani to unleash his wrath. At that time, he was only at the early innate stage, and among the 7, 3 were also at the early innate level. Many believed he would be slain, but to everyone's astonishment, 3 days later, he returned to Jiangcheng carrying the heads of the 7. This feat catapulted Shenhuani to fame within Jiangcheng. Later, Shenhuani and his brothers became acquainted with Shen Kuan, and after an unknown agreement, the trio joined the Shen family. Shortly after their arrival, they were tasked with guarding the scripture pavilion. Following Shen Kuan's abdication, the pavilion was entrusted to Shen Wen's management. The younger generation of the Shen family believed that Shenhuani and his companions were under the authority of the elder Shen Wan, but in truth, they were merely collaborators. While Shen Weiner and Shen Wansan might have been subordinate to Shen Wen due to their strength, Shenhuani stood on equal footing with him. For years, Shenhuani had secluded himself on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, and no one knew what he was cultivating. In contrast, Shen Weiner and Shen Wansan frequently appeared in public. It was only when the clash between Shen Lang and Shen Wen escalated that Shenhuani was roused from his meditation. Upon witnessing the gruesome deaths of Shen Weiner and Shen Wansan through the pavilion's window, he emerged, filled with murderous intent. And without a word, he directed his killing intent towards Shen Lang. This intent was not merely murderous. It was a will forged in the crucible of death itself. To transcend into the ethereal realm, one must comprehend the Tao. There are myriad paths to the Tao. Some traverse it through slaying, while others assert dominance or wield the sword. Each individual's journey is unique, and the more arduous the path, the greater the prowess one attains in the ethereal realm. For instance, the kingly Tao of the great Emperor Qianwu ranks among the foremost of the 3,000 paths. It was only after the establishment of the Qianwu Empire that the great Emperor Qianwu reached his zenith, at which point even the venerable ancestors of the 21 great powers would retreat in deference. Chapter 20. Shen Kuan deflecting Shenhuani's strike. Gao Jinli's form remained unyielding as his water-cold sword, imbued with frigid energies, lunged towards Shenhuani. Shenhuani's expression turned grave, though Gao Jinli's cultivation was not superior. His combat experience was undeniably vast. Among all the adversaries he had faced in his lifetime, Gao Jinli's battlefield acumen was unparalleled. The Blood Sword 4 techniques were crafted by Shenhuani through his lifetime of learning. The Blood Slaughter 8 Directions technique saw Shenhuani's blood sword sweeping forth to parry Gao Jinli's icy blade. Unfazed by the deflection, Gao Jinli pivoted, thrusting upwards towards Shenhuani's chest. A glint of determination flashed in Shenhuani's eyes as he lightly propelled himself backward. Whoosh! A sword aura erupted from Gao Jinli's water-cold sword, akin to a parasite, hurtling towards the retreating Shenhuani. Shenhuani's pupils contracted as his internal energy surged, forming an invisible barrier before his chest. Boom! Shenhuani was propelled from the epicenter of the explosion, skidding to a halt over 10 meters away. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he cast a solemn gaze at Gao Jinli, who stood 10 meters distant. The ferocity of Gao Jinli's offensive had caught him off guard. Had it not been for his profound internal energy, he would have sustained grievous injuries from that onslaught. The clash between the two transpired in an instant, leaving the onlooking Shun family disciples bewildered. only sensing a fleeting motion before Shinwani was repelled. Gao Jianli, with his left hand poised across his chest and water-cold sword angled downward, regarded Shinwani with an impassive demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. From their brief skirmish, Gao Jianli discerned that he could eliminate Shinwani with minimal cost. However, as he prepared to strike, a contingent of individuals arrived from outside the scripture repository. Leading them was an elegant man, accompanied by a middle-aged figure clad in golden brocade. Shen Wuming and Shen Wuhui were drawn to the commotion of the battle. As the tumultuous energy of innate masters was unmistakable, they hastily exited their chambers and hastened towards the scene. Following their arrival, a venerable elder with graying hair also appeared. Despite his age, his complexion was vibrant, and his narrow, piercing eyes gleamed with intensity. The elder was Shen Kuan, the patriarch of the Shen family. Standing with arms behind him, his countenance darkened as he beheld the lifeless bodies of Shen Wani and Shen Wansan. A flicker of rage ignited within him. What transpired here? Shen Kuan demanded, his voice resonating with authority. Shen Wuming, having just arrived, was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Shen Wuhui observed the unfolding situation with keen interest. At that moment, the elder, Shen Wan, cast a grim glance at Shen Lang and coldly remarked, Patriarch Shen, perhaps you should inquire about your precious grandson. Shen Kuan's expression shifted to one of suspicion as he surveyed the scene. Upon noticing Shen Lang, who held a golden blade and a black sword, he inquired, Langer, what transpired? With an unperturbed demeanor, Shen Lang slowly sheathed his weapons and replied, Grandfather, some individuals failed to recognize their station, and I merely took measures to restore order. You. Shen Wan was nearly choked with indignation, his finger trembling as he pointed at Shen Lang. Enough. What exactly transpired? Shen Kuan interrupted, then gestured towards a nearby Shen family disciple who had been observing the developments. Speak. The disciple's expression shifted as he cast a furtive glance at Shen Lang. The latter regarded him with indifference, causing the disciple's heart to race before he recounted the events slowly, emphasizing Shen Wansan's harassment of Shen Qing. Is this so? Shen Kuan surveyed the gathered Shen family disciples, who all bowed their heads in silence. Shen Wen's countenance changed. The disciple's account, devoid of embellishments, resonated differently in Shen Kuan's ears. Shen Qing had merely sought information at the scripture repository, not to exchange for secrets, and Shen Wansan had no right to obstruct her. Thus, he had violated the rules first. Shen Wansan's actions had been motivated by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Shen Wani, a fact Shen Kuan was aware of. Although Shen Wansan had perished, Shen Wan felt compelled to provide Shen Wani with an explanation. Otherwise, Shen Wani would not relent. He was a formidable force within the family, and Shen Wan wished to preserve their long-standing rapport. A significant portion of Shen Wan's influence stemmed from the support of the three brothers, Shen Wani. Without their backing, he would lack the standing to contend with Shen Wuming and Shen Wuhui. The Shen family was divided into three factions, one led by Shen Wuming, another by Shen Wuhui, and a third by the three elders, including Shen Wan. The three brothers, Shen Wansan, naturally aligned with Shen Wan's faction. Casting a glance at Shen Wani, who had remained silent in the distance, Shen Wan addressed Shen Kuan, Patriarch Shen. While Shen Wansan was in the wrong, his actions did not warrant death. Shen Lang, in a fit of rage over a maid's mistreatment, resorted to murder, which seems excessive. After all, the three brothers have diligently safeguarded the scripture repository for years. They deserve recognition for their efforts. Shen Lang's actions may instill fear among the ranks. Who would dare to ally with our Shen family henceforth? Shen Wan's lengthy discourse was eloquent, earning nods of agreement from the surrounding junior disciples and guards. Shen Kuan's expression darkened. Shen Wan had positioned himself on solid ground, and even if he wished to favor Shen Lang, he found it difficult under the scrutinizing gazes of many. Shen Wuming, too, grew anxious. Should Shen Kuan decree punishment upon Shen Lang, it would surely be severe. Only Shen Wuhui remained detached, observing from the sidelines with an air of indifference. Lost in his own thoughts, Shen Tung stood behind Shen Wuhui, secretly reveling in the turmoil, harboring malicious hopes that Shen Kuan would order Shen Lang's execution. The humiliation he suffered at Shen Lang's hands lingered vividly in his memory, and the death of Fu Bo had intensified his animosity. Shen Lang, however, remained composed. Regardless of Shen Kuan's impending punishment, he would not comply. He had a mission bestowed by the system. Now he pondered how to manage Shen Kuan. After all, Shen Kuan was his grandfather in this life, and he could not resort to violence against him. Instead, he sought a peaceful resolution to prevent Shen Kuan from intervening. As long as Shen Kuan refrained from meddling, Shen Lang would effectively command the Shen family. As for Shen Wuhui, he was merely a minor player. Should he dare oppose Shen Lang, he would not hesitate to send him to his demise. Chapter 21. Division Shinkuin cast a detached glance at Shunwen and slowly stated, Langer, do you have anything to say? All eyes turned toward Shinlang, eager to hear the words of the young master responsible for the family's unrest. With a light chuckle, Shinlang replied nonchalantly, there is nothing to discuss. A life was taken, and do they, as subordinates, require justification? The gravity of Shinlang's statement caused a stir among the onlookers. Could he truly be so callous? To utter such irrational words in front of so many was shocking. Shinkuin's laughter was tinged with frustration. Langer, do you understand the implications of your words? Although Shinkuin established the Shin family, his vision remains limited. Shinlang's actions are considered quite commonplace among prominent families. In the ancient clans of the Jinwu continent, the direct descendants wield absolute power over servants and collateral relatives. The Shin family, however, suffers from a lack of robust lineage, and the direct descendants do not surpass the collateral branches significantly, resulting in a lack of absolute authority. One only needs to observe how a mere Shunwen dares to openly challenge authority. Only Shinlang, as a time traveler, understands the tyranny of the powerful in a world where strength reigns supreme. In the realm of superpowers, Shunwen's actions today would be seen as a blatant provocation to the family's authority. Even if Shinkuin were to kill Shun when on the spot, it would not be unjustified. Grandfather, I understand your concerns, but those concerns have dissipated today. If we wish for the Shin family to develop further, we must embrace reform. Direct descendants are distinct from collateral relatives. If anyone wishes to turn the tables, they must be violently suppressed. They utilize the resources of the Shin family, yet still demand rights. What a preposterous notion. As servants, they must possess the awareness befitting their status. As Shinlang's words fell, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from him, his brilliant eyes coldly fixated on Shinwan. In that moment, Shinwan felt as though he were being watched by the Grim Reaper, trembling involuntarily. Shinwu Ming and Shunwu Hui were equally stunned by Shinlang's declarations, and a different sentiment began to stir within them. Indeed, the Shin family was founded single-handedly by Shinkuin, who amassed all resources through his own efforts, while Shunwen and his ilk were merely invited guests and retainers, utilizing the family's resources while vying for power against the direct descendants. This was undeniably a case of attempting to usurp authority. Now, spurred by Shinlang's words, they revealed resolute expressions. The brothers Shinwu Hui and Shinwu Ming might scheme against each other for power, but it was outrageous for outsiders like Shunwen to attempt to overshadow the family. Shinkuin fell silent, and sensing the shift in dynamics, Shunwen quickly interjected. Old Master Shun, you must think this through. Although we are merely collateral, half of the family's strength lies within our hands. If we truly tear the facade apart, the Shin family will undoubtedly fall from the ranks of the four great families. At that time, the other three families will show no mercy, and your branch of the Shin family will face annihilation. Furthermore, if we are not given an explanation today, we will seek refuge with another family. As Shinwen's words echoed, two elders emerged from the crowd, Shin family's second and third elders. Their actions signified their allegiance, and upon seeing their support, Shunwen felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by Shun Wanyi's presence, believing he could withstand Shinkuin and the direct descendants. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Shinkuin's eyes, while he was not a ruthless tyrant. His ability to establish the Shun family indicated he was not one to show mercy easily. Shunwen's actions illuminated the internal crisis within the family for him. Having relinquished his position as family head due to his obsession with martial arts, he never anticipated that his prolonged seclusion would allow Shinwen and the collateral branches to grow so powerful. Before Shinkuin could respond, Shinlang grinned wickedly. Shunwen, do you truly believe that the support of the collateral branches grants you impunity? His gaze swept menacingly over the assembly, and he coldly declared, Today, I, Shinlang, proclaim that for those who are genuinely devoted to the Shin family, I shall ensure that each of you possesses profound-level cultivation techniques. Moreover, for those of exceptional talent, the Shin family will spare no effort in nurturing you. However, should anyone choose to follow Shinwen, do not blame me for my ruthlessness when the time comes. Life and death will be determined by fate, and I, Shinlang, will show no mercy. With Shinlang's pronouncement, Shinkuin and the others remained silent, their formidable presence reaching its zenith, their energies tightly locking onto Shunwen and his cohorts. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Shunwen's countenance darkened. He realized that Shinlang was far from a trivial opponent, as mere words had solidified the resolve of Shinkuin and the others. The atmosphere shifted, with many collateral descendants exchanging uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Amidst the crowd, a cold-faced, handsome youth, his eyes glimmering with determination, disdainfully surveyed those around him before stepping forth. I, Shin Feng, of the collateral lineage, am willing to follow young Master Shun. He clasped his hands respectfully. With this declaration, commotion erupted among the crowd, and soon others, recognizing the necessity of choosing sides, stepped forward to align themselves with Shen Lang. Observing the reactions of these disciples, Shun Wen's expression grew increasingly grim, realizing that the situation had reached a freezing point. Very well, since you are willing to wholeheartedly follow our Shen family, we shall not neglect you. Step back for now while I clear the ranks, and rewards shall await you thereafter. Shen Lang laughed heartily. What Shen Lang desired was a Shun family that adhered entirely to his command. Possessing a system of slaughter, he was destined to tread the path of dominance, necessitating the eradication of certain parasites. Suddenly, Shen Lang turned his gaze sharply toward Shenwan, chillingly stating, Shenwan, you are gravely mistaken if you think you can act with impunity. Today, I shall demonstrate just how splendid the Shun family can be without you. A resonant sound of a sword echoed. Gao Jianli, akin to a soaring eagle, brandished the water-cold sword and soared from behind Shen Lang, unleashing a technique that enveloped Shenwan and his companions. The torrential waters coalesced into ice, illustrating the might of Gao Jianli's strike. Shenwan and his companions, akin to facing an advancing glacier, struggled to harness their inner strength. Yet, all three were innate masters, unleashing furious roars, their true energy surging as they endeavored to counter Gao Jianli's stunning strike. Witnessing this, Shen Kuan's expression shifted, for he had not seen Gao Jianli in action before. Now, he was stirred by the revelation of such a formidable ally. With a master like Gao Jianli at their side, how could the Shen family falter? Shen Kuan cast a deep glance at Shen Lang, who stood with arms crossed. Shen Wan, who had remained silent, recognized that with Gao Jianli's involvement, he could no longer afford to remain an onlooker. Since Shen Lang had eliminated Shen Wan and Shen Wan San, he could only oppose the Shen family. Chapter 22. Annihilation. As Shen Wan made a move, he found himself locked in by Shen Kuan's aura. Having known each other for years and engaged in numerous martial discussions, both were aware of each other's prowess. Shen Wan refrained from acting recklessly, opting instead to maintain a vigilant stance against Shen Kuan. Brother Wan, Shen Kuan murmured. I truly never imagined we would reach a day where swords would be drawn against each other. With a silent sigh, Shen Wan replied, Brother Kuan, I do not desire this either, but the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Fate often delights in playing tricks on us. Since we have arrived at this juncture, let us engage. Shen Kuan nodded, his true energy surging, warping the air around them. Shen Wan knew well the extent of Shen Kuan's strength. While others perceived him as a late-stage innate master, Shen Wan understood that Shen Kuan had reached the pinnacle of the late stage, poised to transcend into the exalted realm should he grasp the mysteries of the primordial spirit. In the Jinwu continent, those of the Dongshu realm may not be the strongest, but they undoubtedly belong among the powerful. The Dongshu realm consists of three major stages: Huaxu, Lianshu, and Dongshu. Huaxu denotes the transformation of the spirit into the primordial spirit, capable of wielding the forces of heaven and earth, elevating one's martial prowess to superhuman levels, capable of feats beyond human reach. The Huaxu realm is the lifelong aspiration of many innate warriors, yet countless exceptional talents have perished at this threshold, never attaining the elusive void. Should Shen Kuan reach the Huaxu realm, the Shen family would instantly ascend to a second-tier clan, and even the martial forces of Jiang City would submit to their authority. At that time, the Shen family would undoubtedly become a dominant force. Shen Wan, having sustained some internal injuries, faced the formidable Shen Kuan without any assurance of victory. Yet, it was not the time for regret. The tragic demise of Shen Wainer and his companions could not extinguish his hatred, compelling him instead to fulfill his duty towards his two brothers. The three, orphaned since childhood and relying on each other throughout their lives, never anticipated such a dire fate in their twilight years, nor that they would be posthumously branded as traitors. How lamentable, how sorrowful. At that moment, Shen Kuan launched his attack with unerring precision, having resolved to offer no opportunity for his adversary. Shen Wan was indeed a master, yet Shen Kuan remained ever vigilant. With the fierce might of the Mo Yun palm, he unleashed a formidable assault upon Shen Wan. The Mo Yun hand, Shen Kuan's signature technique, had earned him the moniker of Mo Yun Xieshou, for his early indiscriminate strikes were both ruthless and deadly, displaying a fierce devotion to martial arts. Blurring the lines between righteousness and malevolence, blood surged forth, crimson and blinding, as an endless river of blood surged towards Shen Kuan. Fully aware of the devastating power of Shen Wan's blood-killing force styles, Shen Kuan unleashed his internal force with ferocity. In an instant, the two distinct yet equally formidable energies collided. A black handprint met the torrential crimson tide, resulting in a thunderous clash that forced both combatants to stagger backward, leaving deep imprints in their wake. The air trembled with energy, causing those nearby to retreat involuntarily. Such was the terror of innate power. In a flash, both warriors resumed their assault, blades flashing and shadows intertwining. Meanwhile, Shen Wen and his companions had engaged in combat with Gao Zhanli, surrounding him in a triangular formation. Their energies clashed fiercely. Shen Wuming and Shen Wuhui, sensing the urgency, surged into the fray. Initially, the three could have held their ground against Gao Zhanli. But with the arrival of Shen Wuming, the pressure intensified drastically. Shen Lang's cold voice pierced through the din. You too. Go kill the families of Shen Wen and his comrades. The two elders, Xianming, remained unfazed, bowing in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Shen Lang's command, Shen Wen and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Shen Wen bellowed in outrage. You dare, Shen Lang. Shen Lang scoffed, his own survival at stake. Yet he mocked their concern for others, truly unaware of the peril they faced. Shen Qing, standing behind Shen Lang, hesitated, pursing his lips, ultimately refraining from speaking. The surrounding members of the Shen clan trembled at Shen Lang's ruthless reputation, casting sympathetic glances at Shen Wen and his companions. Meeting Shen Lang meant certain doom for them. Driven to desperation, Shen Wen and his allies unleashed their true energies, momentarily managing to repel Gao Zhanli's onslaught. In that moment, a few of Shen Wen's loyalists charged towards Shen Lang, seeking to eliminate him amidst the chaos of innate power clashing nearby. Believing that subduing Shen Lang might offer them a glimmer of hope, Shen Lang responded with a chilling smile, drawing forth his weapons. The golden blade and black sword flew forth, executing a swift strike that felled a seventh-layer martial artist. With the wind god leg activated, he plunged into the fray, unleashing carnage. Shen Wen was no match for Shen Lang, let alone these mere practitioners of the postnatal realm. With each thrust and slash, the duality of blade and sword unleashed a torrent of deadly artistry, leaving the remaining warriors in despair. The sword, wielded with the cunning of a blade, the blade, executed with the expansive reach of a sword. Those unacquainted with the nuances of this martial art found themselves utterly unprepared for Shen Lang's relentless onslaught. With a swift stroke, Shen Lang cleaved through another warrior, blood spraying forth. Standing resolutely with a blade in one hand and a sword in the other, he instilled fear in those remaining. The system's notifications resounded in his mind, each one a reminder of the kill points accumulated from his recent victories. Having amassed 500 kill points from a previous massacre of bandits, and after purchasing the golden blade and black sword, he now stood at 300 points. Anticipating the completion of his task against the Shen family and the subsequent rewards, Shen Wen and his companions had already been marked for death, their chances of survival extinguished. Another wave of notifications echoed in his mind, but these were mere trifles of 3 or 5 points, indicative of the Xianming elders exterminating Shen Wen's family. Shen Ming, hearing the cries of anguish outside, had just opened the door when a surge of azure energy struck him in the chest, causing him to spew blood, only to witness a shadowy figure vanish. His eyes dimmed, the image of that figure forever etched in his memory. The Xianming elders, akin to reapers, showed no mercy, ruthlessly slaughtering every soul within Shen Wen's abode, regardless of age or gender. Chapter 23. The wounded in a flash, two figures appeared beside Shen Lang. The Xianming elders bowed and reported, "We have eliminated all 72 members of Shen Wen's family, leaving no survivors." The three warriors, engaged in a furious battle with Gao Zhanli, were taken aback by this revelation. Shen Wen, consumed by rage, shouted, "Shen Lang, I will kill you." Ignoring the attacks from Gao Zhanli, the three surged towards Shen Lang, blood pouring from their mouths. "Young master, be careful." The Xianming elders positioned themselves protectively in front of Shen Lang, unleashing their formidable Xianming divine palms. Yet, even a single innate master posed a significant challenge, let alone three. With a resounding thud, the Xianming elders were sent flying, their faces pale with shock as they landed several meters away, eyes wide with terror as they gazed towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang, too, felt the weight of immense pressure. The three parts of heaven, a sphere of condensed energy, materialized between Shen Lang's palms, swelling as he infused it with his internal power until it reached the size of a basketball, hurtling towards Shen Wen and his companions. This ultimate technique, three parts of heaven, was taxing even for his current level of strength, yet faced with the desperation of Shen Wen and his allies. Shen Lang gritted his teeth and unleashed it. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the Shen estate, ringing in everyone's ears and momentarily robbing them of their hearing. Even Gao Zhanli and the other innate masters were not spared, though their resilience allowed them to recover quickly as they charged towards Shen Lang. As Shen Wen's trio advanced on Shen Lang, they were closely followed by Gao Zhanli. Now, they had reached Shen Lang, who knelt on one knee, one palm pressed to the ground, his head bowed, blood dripping onto the earth. The ground bore the marks of their violent confrontation, the once solid stone now shattered. Youth Master. Gao Zhanli leaped to Xin Lang's side, channeling his internal energy into him. With Gao Zhanli's assistance, Xin Lang felt some of the excruciating pain subside. Struggling to lift his head, he opened his mouth to speak, only to cough up a mouthful of blood before his vision faded to black. Youth Master. Young Master. Langer. Xin Lang's collapse sent shockwaves through everyone present, prompting Gao Zhanli to urgently transfer his internal energy without reservation. Upon careful observation by Gao Zhanli, it was determined that Xin Lang was not in mortal danger. However, he had sustained severe injuries, with his internal organs displaced due to the impact. Upon hearing that there was no immediate threat to life, Xin Qing let out a sigh of relief. Gao Zhanli then entrusted Xin Lang to Xin Qing's arms, casting a cold gaze towards Xin Wan and his companions in the distance. You all may as well perish, he declared. Although Xin Wan and his companions were not as gravely injured as Xin Lang, the clash with him had sent their internal energies into disarray, rendering them momentarily immobile as they struggled to regain their composure. The sight of Gao Zhanli's emotionless gaze caused them to involuntarily shudder. The wind howled, and an icy chill enveloped the air. A blinding sword light ascended, followed by a piercing cold gleam. Frost began to creep down from the heads of Xin Wan and his companions, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into lifeless ice figures. The sound of cracking echoed as their bodies fractured, shattering into icy fragments that scattered across the ground, devoid of any blood, their very essence frozen. Gao Zhanli slowly retracted his water-cold sword, a fleeting pallor crossing his face as he assisted the two elders, Xi and Ming, before following Xin Qing away from the scene. The magnificence of that sword strike left all in a state of shock. Even Xin Kuan and Shun Wani ceased their battle, dumbstruck by the spectacle. The brilliance of Gao Zhanli's sword had captivated the entire Jiangqing. All witnessed the radiant beam of light erupting from the Shun family's direction, sending an involuntary shiver through those who beheld it, even from a distance. Meanwhile, the other three prominent families, Bai Zhang and Su, were also left to speculate about the events unfolding within the Xin family. Bai Zizai stood in a courtyard, hands clasped behind him, gazing contemplatively into the distance. Father, could it be that a formidable adversary is attacking the Xin family? Bai Feng queried, standing behind Bai Zizai, perplexed. Fenger, we were mistaken. Xin Lang is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Your recklessness has cost us a chance to engage with a powerful ally, Bai Zizai lamented, shaking his head without directly answering his son's question, instead reflecting on Xin Lang's prowess. At that moment, a figure clad in white, Bai Lingshan, trembled involuntarily. Regret washed over her as she realized that the seemingly unassuming Xin Lang was, in fact, a prodigious talent. Although he may lack the resources and connections of those favored by heaven, his innate abilities were unparalleled within Jiangzhou. To defeat someone of the innate level while still in the acquired realm is no small feat. She had always believed herself unrivaled among her peers. Yet Xin Lang's triumph over the strong marked him as a true genius. Were she to learn that he had vanquished an innate master solely through his acquired strength and had withstood the onslaught of 3 innate masters without succumbing, her frustration would likely deepen. Those from the other 2 prominent families were also left to ponder the happenings within the Xin family, though none dared to investigate further, recognizing that the source of that sword light was a force beyond their reckoning. In Xingqian Pavilion and the City Lord's mansion, Lu Wuqing and Wei Zhang observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Following the demise of Shun Wan and his companions, Shun Wani ultimately fell to Xin Kuan's hand. Xin Kuan could not allow Xin Wani to escape. The threat of a late innate master was one that the current Xin family could ill afford. How is he? Xin Wuming inquired of Gao Zhanli, who had just exited Xin Lang's chamber. With a grave expression, Gao Zhanli replied, "The young master is gravely injured. His condition exceeds our ability to heal. I wonder if the head of the Xin family knows of any skilled physicians." Xin Wuming paced thoughtfully, his eyes suddenly brightening. "I recall hearing of a faction in Feng City known as Baichao Hall, led by the renowned physician, Master Feng Jiu. He has built a reputation for his healing prowess, claiming that there is no ailment he cannot treat." Master Feng Jiu, Gao Zhanli murmured, his eyes narrowing. "Head of the Xin family, I entrust the young master's care to you. I shall venture to Feng City to summon Master Feng Jiu and see if he can heal the young master's wounds." Xin Lang's injuries were severe. He had yet to reach the innate level, rendering him incapable of self-healing and reliant on external guidance. However, the internal energies of Gao Zhanli and his companions were not of a gentle nature, and forcing treatment upon Xin Lang could prove counterproductive. Thus, they had no choice but to seek out those skilled in the art of healing. While Jiangqing had its share of physicians, none could adequately treat a martial artist of Xin Lang's caliber. "Wait," Xin Wuming called out, halting Gao Zhanli. "Master Feng Jiu has a peculiar temperament. It is said that he will treat ordinary people unconditionally, provided they are not malevolent. However, for those of the martial world, he demands a condition, regardless of their character. A condition? Gao Jinli echoed. Yes, a condition. Some may be asked to relinquish a martial art, others to take a life. And some may be required to follow him for 10 years. Each condition is contingent upon the severity of the patient's injuries. Gao Jinli inhaled deeply, his voice cold. Why the need for such arbitrary rules? If he can indeed heal the young master, and his demands are reasonable, I shall comply. However, should he fail or impose unreasonable conditions, he need not blame me for the consequences. With a sigh, Shen Wuming reflected on how Gao Jinli shared Shen Lang's cold and ruthless disposition. Unbeknownst to him, the warriors summoned by Shen Lang had been altered by a system. Even the benevolent Li Tianhua would emerge as a merciless figure under its influence. While Li Tianhua may retain a certain roguish charm, he would still act decisively when necessary. Shen Lang, having traversed the betrayals and intrigues of the 21st century, had become a character marked by detachment upon entering this world where strength reigned supreme. Feng City was not too distant from Jiang City, and Gao Jinli rode a windstorm steed, native to the true martial continent, arriving in Feng City in less than 2 days. Feng City was comparable in size to Jiang City, but boasted a level of prosperity that surpassed it. Its advantageous geographic position and well-developed roads meant that all travelers heading to Haiyaming City in Jiangzhou would pass through Feng City. The city was a tapestry of complex factions, with even the most obscure entities harboring connections to the major powers of Jiangzhou. Though Feng City's overall strength was modest, any attempt to unify it could result in sudden and inexplicable upheaval. Gao Jinli sped through Feng City without pause, his horse galloping forward as the guards sensed the chilling aura radiating from him and dared not impede his passage. Although Feng City was no stranger to disturbances, they preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts, knowing that offending someone of Gao Jinli's potential background could bring dire consequences. As Gao Jinli disappeared from view, the guards resumed their duties. Stand in line. Those wishing to enter the city must register with me, called one guard, accustomed to the daily occurrences of such scenes. After all, Feng City served as a vital thoroughfare for the provincial capital, drawing in individuals from the great powers of Jiangzhou. Gao Jinli inquired about Baichao Hall and soon arrived at its entrance. With a swift leap, he landed gracefully on the ground, sword in hand, and entered the establishment. Baichao Hall resembled a pharmacy, bustling with patrons. After surveying the surroundings, Gao Jinli approached a young attendant and asked slowly, "Is Master Fengjiu present?" The attendant looked up at Gao Jinli, frowning slightly. "Who are you, and what business do you have with our Master Jiu?" Gao Jinli raised an eyebrow, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. "Who I am is not for you to inquire. What I wish to know is whether Lord Fengjiu is present." A faint aura of murderous intent enveloped the young attendant, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He cautiously stepped back and exclaimed loudly, "To see Lord Jiu, one must verify their identity. He does not simply meet anyone." In a flash, a glint of sword light cut through the air, and a crimson line appeared across the attendant's throat. Moments later, a spray of blood erupted, and the attendant clutched his neck in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. The exchange between the attendant and Gao Jinli had already drawn the attention of the onlookers, but witnessing Gao Jinli kill the attendant with a single stroke left them in stunned silence. Who was this person? To dare commit murder so brazenly within the Baichao Hall was unheard of. Now there is a spectacle to behold. Lord Fengjiu is one of the most formidable figures in Feng City. It is rare to encounter someone so audacious. The crowd was a mix of astonishment and schadenfreude, taking on the role of passive observers. Gao Jinli furrowed his brow and turned, his gaze filled with menace as he surveyed those around him. All who met his eyes instinctively took a step back. Though Gao Jinli had not killed many since his arrival in this world, those he had slain were all innate masters. The act of killing an ordinary person was fundamentally different from that of dispatching a formidable opponent, akin to the distinction between someone who slaughters pigs and someone who has taken human life. Under his gaze, the crowd fell silent, though they did not disperse, merely watching from a distance. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage descended the stairs, accompanied by a middle-aged man who was the head of the first floor of Baichao Hall. It was he who had rushed upstairs to report. The elderly man was none other than the renowned healer, Lord Fengjiu. Upon reaching the attendant's lifeless body, Lord Fengjiu looked down and spoke in a deep voice. "Have you not acted rather ruthlessly? Raising a slaughtering knife against an ordinary person is against the code of the Jianghu." Gao Jinli scoffed, "Lord Fengjiu, I have long admired your reputation. I had no intention of killing him, but if I had not acted thus, you would not have made an appearance." "Oh." Lord Fengjiu appraised Gao Jinli from head to toe, nodding as he said, "Since you have used such means to compel me to emerge, then please state your purpose." "Our young master has sustained grave injuries and requires your healing," Gao Jinli replied, clasping his fists. Are you aware of my rules? Lord Fengjiu inquired calmly. I am aware. As long as you can heal our young master, I am willing to comply with one of your requests, Gao Jinli responded. No, I do not require your agreement. I need your young master's consent. Upon hearing this, Gao Jinli's expression turned icy, and a chilling aura zeroed in on Lord Fengjiu. Yet, Fengjiu remained unfazed, as if an invisible barrier repelled all of Gao Jinli's murderous intent. As the tension between Gao Jinli and Lord Fengjiu reached a boiling point, Gao Jinli gradually withdrew his hostility and said coldly, Please, Lord Fengjiu. If you can heal our young master, all will be well. Do not, my lord. This man radiates a strong aura of killing. I fear your young master is no innocent either. What if something were to happen to you? The middle-aged man beside Lord Fengjiu urgently cautioned. Haha, Zhongping. Do not worry. Here in Zhengzhou, no one dares to act against me, Lord Fengjiu replied with a confident smile. Reflecting on Lord Fengjiu's status, the man named Zhongping felt reassured. When Lord Fengjiu first arrived in Feng City, many had sought to recruit him, employing threats and temptations. But those individuals had all retreated after receiving warnings from a mysterious group. Some even came personally to apologize. Chapter 25. Healing and Assassination. On the road from Feng City to Jiang City, a carriage and a swift steed ambled along the path. The carriage was not extravagant, yet it exuded an air of nobility. Beside it, Gao Jinli rode the swift steed, keeping pace with the carriage. Young Gao, how did your young master sustain his injuries? Lord Fengjiu's voice drifted slowly from within the carriage. Gao Jinli replied without glancing away. He was injured internally during a confrontation with 3 innate masters. What level of cultivation does your young master possess? 8th layer of the postnatal stage. What? 8th layer of the postnatal stage? The ever-composed Lord Fengjiu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Gao Jinli smirked. He too was astonished by Xinlang's prowess. He had never heard of someone in the postnatal realm being able to withstand 3 innate masters, especially given the crucial divide of true energy versus internal energy. Martial artists transitioning into the innate stage would find their internal energy transforming into true energy. True energy was a superior force, representing a different paradigm. Internal energy was akin to a child, while true energy was like an adult. Xinlang, in the form of a child, had contended against 3 adults and managed to withstand them, a remarkable feat indeed. Lord Fengjiu fell silent, lost in thought within the carriage. Their journey proceeded without incident until they arrived at Jiang City. Shen Wuming had long arranged for the Shen clan's disciples at the city gates, and upon Gao Jinli's entrance, he promptly received the news. Soon, Shen Wuming arrived at the Shen family's entrance to personally greet them. Haha, Lord Fengjiu. I have long admired your esteemed name. As Lord Fengjiu stepped out of the carriage, Shen Wuming clasped his fists and laughed heartily. Haha, I am merely a wandering doctor. There is no need for such formality, clan leader Shen, Lord Fengjiu replied with a smile. Please, Lord Fengjiu, come inside. Shen Wuming gestured invitingly. The arrival of Lord Fengjiu drew the attention of many Shen clan members. Even Shen Kuan emerged from his secluded retreat, seated in the main hall to await their arrival. Though Shen Kuan was no longer the clan leader, he entrusted the task of welcoming Lord Fengjiu to Shen Wuming. While Lord Fengjiu was a master of medicine, it was not customary for both generations of clan leaders to greet him personally. Upon entering the main hall, Shen Kuan exchanged pleasantries with Lord Fengjiu before proceeding towards Xinlang's quarters. Xinlang now held a significant position within the Shen clan, for his strength was such that Gao Jinli alone could rival the entire clan, and since Lord Fengjiu had been invited by Gao Jinli, they could only wait for him to heal Xinlang before discussing further matters. Lord Fengjiu quietly sat by Xinlang's bedside, taking his pulse. As everyone awaited patiently, he spoke slowly. Young Master Shen's injuries are indeed severe, but his internal energy is profound, and his cultivation is extraordinary. Though the situation appears dire, a mysterious force is protecting him from deterioration. Without that mysterious force, I would not dare to guarantee a complete recovery. Upon hearing Lord Fengjiu's words, Shen Wuming and the others displayed expressions of joy. Shen Qing, standing behind, gently patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. These past few days had been fraught with worry for Shen Qing, fearful that Xinlang might not endure until Lord Fengjiu's arrival, especially as he occasionally coughed up blood, causing great concern. Lord Fengjiu rose and pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall prepare a prescription for you. This formula will nourish the foundation and replenish the essence. You may brew it for young Master Shen to consume, and I will commence treatment for him tomorrow. Thank you. Lord Fengjiu, Shen Kuan, and the others expressed their gratitude with clasped hands. The night passed uneventfully. On the following day, Lord Fengjiu accompanied the group to Xinlang's room. Thanks to the medicinal nourishment, Shunlang's complexion had improved somewhat, though his injuries had not healed. He had regained a bit of vitality. Lord Fengjiu aimed to restore some of Shunlang's energy, as otherwise, he would be unable to endure the treatment, which would lead to complications. Shunlang's injuries were beyond the scope of ordinary healing, necessitating the use of his signature technique, Revitalizing Touch. The very foundation of Lord Fengjiu's renowned title as a miraculous healer. The Rejuvenation Technique, a pinnacle of profound mastery, possesses the dual capacity to bestow vitality or to extinguish it. This technique is akin to the one-yang finger, capable of both healing and taking life. As the crowd exited the chamber, only Shinqing remained, assisting within. The treatment process must proceed uninterrupted, otherwise, not only would Shunlang be in peril, but Master Fengjiu would also risk backlash. Gao Jinli sat cross-legged at the entrance, the water-cold sword resting upon his legs. An almost imperceptible aura of menace enveloping all present. At that moment, even the members of the Shin family dared not move. For Shin Wuming would surely face his wrath should he exhibit any errant behavior. Shen Tong harbored his own unsavory thoughts, yet upon seeing Gao Jianli, he despondently relinquished them. For his strength was insufficient, he would likely perish before he could even act. A flicker of inexplicable emotion flashed in Shin Wuhui's eyes. The two elders, Xianming, swiftly took to the rooftops on either side, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Summoned by the system, they were entrusted with a singular mission, to be loyal to Shunlang. To serve him faithfully, should he perish, their existence would cease to matter. Inside the room, Shinqing gently removed Shunlang's garments, leaving him in only his trousers, and positioned him in a cross-legged posture. Master Fengjiu, turning to face Shinqing, instructed her sternly, "No matter the circumstances, do not disturb me. Once I have completed the treatment, ensure that young Master Shin is placed in the medicinal bath I have prepared. It is there that he shall recover fully from his afflictions." Shinqing nodded solemnly, her voice sweet yet resolute. "Rest assured, Master Jiu, I shall not forget." Fengjiu nodded, raising his hand, a glimmer of white light emanating from his thumb as he pressed it against Shunlang's back. In his unconscious state, Shunlang involuntarily expelled a mouthful of blood. Fengjiu's fingers, like phantoms, danced across Shunlang's back, occasionally repositioning his body to administer further treatment. Time passed in tense silence. Suddenly, the Xianming elders cried out in unison, "Bold intruders! Who dares to challenge us?" This shout startled all members of the Shin family. In an instant, a group of armored guards from the Shun family surged forth, surrounding Shunlang's residence. Unmoved, Gao Jianli rested his hand upon the hilt of the water-cold sword, remaining impassive. His duty was to protect Shunlang. As long as the enemy did not encroach upon the room, he would not intervene. The Xianming elders discerned figures outside Shunlang's dwelling, clad in black. Their veiled faces set them apart from the Shin family, and soon, they clashed with the guards. Chapter 26. Blood-Killing Hall. The two black-clad figures brandished longswords as they plunged into the ranks of the Shin guards. A flurry of blades and blood erupting into chaos. Most of the Shun guards were at the 5th layer of postnatal cultivation, while the two assailants were at the 8th layer, rendering them nearly unstoppable. Lu Zhanke let out a piercing cry, descending like an eagle, landing amidst the fray. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, forcing one of the black-clad figures to cross his sword defensively. The impact sent the assailant reeling back, blood spewing forth. Without hesitation, Lu Zhanke advanced upon the second black-clad figure, delivering another unadorned strike. The assailant, unable to withstand it, evaded to the side, channeling his inner strength. Lu Zhanke's eyes narrowed as he followed closely, effortlessly trailing the black-clad figure. In an instant, the two formidable assassins were vanquished by Lu Zhanke, who had not dealt a fatal blow but instead left them grievously wounded. The Shun guards quickly surrounded the incapacitated intruders, who, with a flicker of resolve in their eyes, coughed blood and gradually succumbed to their injuries. Lu Zhanke approached, removing their masks. The two black-clad figures were of unremarkable appearance, easily overlooked in a crowd. Shen Wuming's countenance darkened as he approached, astonished that anyone could infiltrate the Shun family for an assassination. This matter was undoubtedly complex. One of the guards inspecting the bodies presented an object to Shen Wuming, stating, "Master, we found this on them." Upon seeing the item, Shen Wuming's expression shifted. The guard held a token, emblazoned with the character for blood on one side and the character for kill on the other. Blood-Killing Hall. Blood-Killing Hall, Shen Wuming muttered, and gasps rippled through the surrounding guards. The Blood-Killing Hall was the largest assassin organization in Jiazhou, infamous across the eastern region. Established 2 centuries ago, its origins remained shrouded in mystery. Their first appearance involved the assassination of a Void Realm elder from a prominent family. resulting in a catastrophic battle that even pierced an 800-meter mountain. With the demise of that Void Realm warrior, the blood-killing Hall gained notoriety, accepting contracts for assassination regardless of the target, provided the price was right. It was said that even the monks of the Tianlong Temple had been pursued by the blood-killing Hall, though the temple, as the foremost power of the true martial continent, retaliated fiercely. Despite never locating the Hall's headquarters, many of its operatives met with severe losses during their missions. Holding the blood-killing token, Shin Wuming sensed the gravity of the situation. The Shin family lacked the strength to retaliate against the blood-killing Hall, but he was determined to uncover who had contracted the assassination of Shin Lang. The blood-killing Hall would not relent easily. They had a history of success, with only a few exceptions. As Shin Wuming pondered, a guard from the Shin family suddenly soared into the air, hurtling towards Shin Lang's window. Bold! Shin Kuan bellowed, stamping the ground with force, shattering the bricks, and launching himself forth like a cannonball. With a clash in midair, the black-clad assailant proved formidable, managing to withstand Shin Kuan's strike without faltering. The cold-faced guard, devoid of emotion, retreated momentarily, then, without hesitation, employed his lightness skill to flee outside the Shin residence. Without a second thought, Shin Kuan pursued him. Hearing the commotion, Shin Wuming rushed back. Gao Jianli, seated before Shin Lang's door, gradually released his grip on the water-cold sword, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The series of events, the attack by the two black-clad figures and the assault from the disguised intruder, though seemingly simple, bore the marks of meticulous planning. The ability to have an assassin masquerade as a Shin guard implied collusion from within the family. Shin Wuming's gaze swept over the courtyard, landing on Shin Wuhui, whom he scrutinized intently for a moment. Shin Wuhui met his gaze, betraying no hint of unease. Shin Tong, puzzled, regarded his father, questioning whether the incident might somehow involve him. After a long, piercing look at Shin Wuhui, Shin Wuming diverted his attention. Now was a critical moment for Shin Lang. All inquiries would have to wait until he had recovered. With the assassination attempt concluded, tranquility returned to the scene. Shin Kuan returned, his expression grim. The assassin had vanished the moment he exited the Shin estate. Due to the recent purging of the Shin family, there are few experts left. Otherwise, had someone intervened to thwart the assassin, Shin Kuan would have had absolute confidence in capturing him. Creak. The door opened, and the weary Lord Fengjiu emerged. Shin Kuan and the others hurried to greet him. How is young Master Lang? Lord Fengjiu mustered his spirits and waved his hand with a smile. Do not worry. Young Master Shin's internal injuries are mostly healed. Only proper recuperation remains. Excellent. Shin Kuan and the others felt relieved and promptly arranged for Lord Fengjiu to rest. Inside the room, Shin Qing stood by the edge of the bath, quietly observing Shin Lang. Shin Lang sat calmly in the tub, his complexion rosy, steam rising from his head, while the medicinal liquid bubbled energetically. Just after Lord Fengjiu completed Shin Lang's treatment, Shin Qing assisted him into the tub. Boom. The wooden tub suddenly shattered, and Shin Lang stood proudly, his eyes snapping open with a brief flash of brilliance. He circulated his internal energy, assessing his condition, and smiled slightly. Though he was not fully healed, he was in a state of relative well-being. Young master, you are awake. Shin Qing exclaimed excitedly. A hint of tenderness flickered in Shin Lang's eyes as he replied softly, Yes, I am mostly fine now. I should recover in a few days. Lord Fengjiu was indeed remarkable, managing to heal his internal injuries in such a short time. It seemed this world was far more complex than it appeared. Though Shin Lang had been in a coma, he remained somewhat aware of his surroundings, especially the actions taken by Lord Fengjiu upon arriving at his side. Lord Fengjiu's strength was likely at the pinnacle of the innate realm. However, the martial arts he practiced seemed to belong to the Taoist school, characterized by balance and tranquility. Furthermore, given Lord Fengjiu's lifelong dedication to the healing arts and infrequent combat, Shin Lang estimated that in an actual fight, Lord Fengjiu's true prowess would likely be only at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Chapter 27, Summoning Initiated Ding. The task of dominating the Shin family has been completed, rewarding 100 points of slaughter. Just as Shin Lang regained consciousness, the system's voice resonated in his mind. All right, Qinger, you should rest now. Seeing the redness in Shin Qing's eyes, Shin Lang spoke with concern. During his recovery, Shin Qing had been by his side, and her body was clearly exhausted. Upon hearing Shin Lang's words, she nodded. Then, young master, I shall take my leave to rest. You should also retire early. Yes, go ahead, Shin Lang replied with a gentle smile. Outside, Gao Jianli approached upon seeing Shin Qing exit, inquiring, How is the young master? He is well now. You should all rest early, Shin Qing replied. Upon hearing that Shin Lang was all right, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and dispersed. Shin Lang entered the system space and spoke slowly. How many slaughter points do I have now? The system's mechanical voice answered, a total of 510 points. Good. Use 500 points to initiate the summoning, Shenlang declared eagerly. This was indeed a bold move, for he had never utilized such a substantial amount of slaughter points for summoning since acquiring the system. The electronic display screen began to rotate slowly, revealing a succession of faces, and Shenlang watched intently. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the character, Yaoyu. Yaoyu? A stunning woman of noble demeanor appeared on the system display, exuding an enchanting aura. Even Shenlang, with his typically indifferent personality, found himself captivated. Yet, having traversed various realms filled with goddesses, he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. Host, do you wish to summon Yaoyu? Yes. Of course. Character realm, half-step transformation void. Cultivation method, Mingyu Gong. Level, peak earth grade. Yaoyu's profile gradually appeared on the electronic screen, followed by a beam of white light shooting upward, disappearing into the system's boundless expanse. Shenlang was momentarily dazed. He could hardly believe Yaoyu's appearance. 500 slaughter points was indeed a considerable sum, yet Yaoyu's realm should not have been accessible for such a modest expenditure. He quickly opened the shop system to check Yaoyu's status. At that moment, Yaoyu's representative icon had turned gray, indicating that she was no longer in the system. Shenlang did not dwell on this, instead examining the required slaughter points for summoning. After a thorough search, he remained silent for a long while. For summoning Yaoyu required an astonishing 10,000 points. He had managed to summon her with merely 500 points. Ding. Due to the host summoning a character at the half-step transformation void realm, the system has met the upgrade criteria. The system will upgrade, completing in 3 days. Please be patient. Shenlang's consciousness returned as the system expelled him from the space. Damn it. I knew the system wouldn't allow me to benefit so easily. The Great Slaughter system was different from others. While other systems provided conveniences upon upgrading, the Great Slaughter system balanced him, improving certain aspects each time it upgraded. With no other choice, Shenlang began his training, feeling frustrated. The next morning, Shenlang stretched leisurely. Shinqing timely opened the door, carrying water for washing. Upon seeing Shenlang rise as expected, she smiled sweetly. Young master, it's time to wash your face. With Shinqing's assistance, Shenlang dressed neatly and exited the room, where Gao Jianli and the other two were already waiting. Together, they made their way toward the Shun family hall. As they passed by, the younger members of the Shin family greeted Shenlang respectfully, young master. Now, Shenlang held an esteemed position within the Shin family, surpassing even Shen Wuming in prestige, for his strength was truly formidable. Upon entering the hall, the sound of laughter filled the air. Lord Fengjiu occupied the first seat to the right of Shen Kuan, with Shen Wuming and others seated to Shen Kuan's left. Upon seeing Shenlang enter, Shen Kuan exclaimed heartily, Langer has arrived. Please, take a seat. After Shenlang entered, Lord Fengjiu smiled warmly and scrutinized him. During the treatment yesterday, he had discerned that Shenlang's internal energy was exceptionally robust, far surpassing that of an average practitioner at the 8th level of the acquired realm. This child is no ordinary talent. This was Lord Fengjiu's private assessment of Shenlang. Initially, he had come to treat Shenlang out of curiosity, but after their interaction, he was not disappointed. Shenlang was indeed extraordinary. Among the many talented youths Lord Fengjiu had encountered, none matched Shenlang's prodigious nature. Shenlang did not sit but approached Lord Fengjiu, clasping his fists sincerely. Thank you, Lord Jiu, for saving my life. I, Shenlang, am deeply grateful. In the future, should you summon me, I will face any peril, even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, to repay your kindness. Though Shenlang appeared cold-hearted, he would never repay kindness with enmity. Having had his injuries healed by Lord Fengjiu, he was determined to reciprocate. Lord Fengjiu smiled in satisfaction. Young Master Shun, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. My assistance comes with conditions. So let us consider this a mutually beneficial arrangement. Shenlang nodded without further comment. Lord Fengjiu's words resonated with him. After a bit more idle conversation, Lord Fengjiu stood, saying, Now that young Master Shun's condition has stabilized, I shall take my leave. Shen Kuan promptly rose, saying, Brother Feng, will you not stay a while longer? It would be a pleasure for the Shun family to extend our hospitality. Haha. I must return to Feng City to oversee matters, so I cannot linger. However, I will certainly visit again when I have the opportunity, Lord Fengjiu replied, casting a significant glance at Shenlang before departing gracefully. Despite his brief stay, Lord Fengjiu had gained a preliminary understanding of the Shin family. The assassin from that day must have been hired from within the family, and his departure provided the perfect opportunity for the Shin family to conduct a thorough investigation. The two elders of Xueming must ensure that Ninth Master is safely returned to Feng City. If anything goes awry, you need not return. Xinlang instructed in a calm tone. Yes, the two replied with cupped fists. As Ninth Master Feng departed, the hall of the Xin family fell into silence. Xinlang cast a cold gaze over those present and spoke icily. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware of what transpired yesterday, are you not? I shall not waste words. Whoever is responsible should step forward. Should you wish to resist until the bitter end, I assure you, if I uncover the truth, it will not be just one of you who faces dire consequences. As Xinlang's words echoed, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the hall, causing all present to shiver involuntarily. They exchanged wary glances, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. Since none of you wish to speak, we shall conclude here for today. With that, Xinlang stood, bowed to Shen Kuan and Shun Wuming, and turned to leave. As Xinlang exited, the oppressive air in the hall dissipated. The Shun family stewards felt a cold sweat soaking their backs, fearing that Xinlang might suspect them, for if he did, their fates would be far worse than death. After all, should Xinlang harbor doubts, even if they were not the instigators, they would not escape unscathed. Yet, they hesitated to leave. Despite Xinlang's ruthless and cold demeanor, the promise of the Shuangha-level martial arts and various resources he had offered enticed them greatly. Once outside the Shen family hall, Gao Jianli, clutching his treasured sword, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Young master, those stewards are unlikely to be the culprits. The assassins from the Bloodkill Hall would not be within their means to summon. Indeed, they are probably not the ones. However, within our Shen family, only my grandfather Shen Kuan, my father Shen Wuming, and my uncle Shen Wuhui can summon the Bloodkill Hall. My grandfather would never do such a thing. Nor would my father. As for Shen Wuhui, I cannot fathom what audacity he would possess to plot against me. The last time I inquired, he denied any involvement. Moreover, every action of Shen Wuhui is monitored by my grandfather. If he were to make any moves, I am certain my grandfather would be aware. It seems this hidden individual is quite formidable. I suspect this assassination attempt is linked to the one I faced upon my arrival in this world." Xinlang analyzed. Gao Jianli lacked any leads as well. After all, few capable individuals remained in the Shen family. If none of them were involved, then who could it be? Just as the two returned to the courtyard, Gao Jianli suddenly tensed, sensing an imminent threat, his water-cold sword unsheathed with a resounding clang. "Who goes there?" he demanded. As his words fell, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a graceful figure clad in white, her face veiled. The figure slowly turned, her icy gaze briefly meeting Gao Jianli's. And with that single glance, he felt an overwhelming aura surge forth, compelling him to take a step back involuntarily. Gao Jianli's complexion paled slightly, yet the frost emanating from his water-cold sword intensified. At that moment, he was poised to unleash his ultimate strike. Observing the figure before him, Xinlang had already formed a conjecture. Not bad. It seems the individuals surrounding the young master are not all inept. Her voice was ethereal and elusive. Yet beneath it lay a current of coldness and detachment. Although her tone was far from courteous, Gao Jianli felt a sense of relief upon hearing her refer to Xinlang as young master. Anyone who could address him thus must surely hail from the same origin as he. Yuhua Valley, Mingyu Ferry, Yaoyue, pays her respects to the young master, she said, gracefully bowing. "Ah, I knew it was you. Come, let us discuss this inside," Xinlang responded. It was evident to him that the only woman capable of eliciting such a defensive response from Gao Jianli was indeed Yaoyue. While this world was not devoid of formidable women, the only one with whom he had a connection was the exceptional Yaoyue he had summoned. In this world, Yaoyue held the position of the Valley Master of Yuhua Valley. Yuhua Valley was not a significant power. Without Yaoyue's presence, it would not even rival the Shen family. The system had not yet reached the point of altering the memory of a strong individual, thus it could only seek out hosts resembling Yaoyue's form. Upon entering the room, Xinlang noticed a figure lying on the ground. Yaoyue glanced at the individual before speaking slowly. "I encountered a Bloodkill Hall assassin on my way here. He was transmitting information when I happened to see a message regarding the young master, so I apprehended him." Oh, Xinlang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such serendipity. He initially believed he lacked the strength to investigate the Bloodkill Hall and had intended to abandon the matter. Yet now Yaoyue had captured a lead. Yaoyue handed Xinlang a note. "Mission failed. Xinlang's defenses are too strong. Please send the protector to take action." Xinlang fell silent as he read the note. He had already gathered information about the Bloodkill Hall. It was divided into 4 tiers: ordinary, elite, protector, and hall master. The ordinary assassins were tasked with gathering intelligence and eliminating lesser figures. Above them were the elite assassins, whose identities remained concealed. They lay dormant until summoned for missions. The protectors represented the high-end combatants of the Bloodkill Hall, often at the peak of innate strength or on the verge of transcending. They typically refrained from action unless faced with exceptionally high-stakes tasks. The Hall Master was an unparalleled existence, only acting upon exorbitant requests or in the face of unforeseen crises. Interesting. Xiao Gao retrieved the poison pouch from his mouth. I shall give you one day, by any means necessary, extract the identity of the mastermind behind this, Shen Lang declared, shattering the note in his hand. Enough of the trouble, Yao Wei replied coldly, then, with a delicate tap of her toe, roused the assassin. Her autumn-like eyes emanated a subtle wave of energy. In an instant, Shen Lang and the others witnessed the assassin's gaze dulling, and he began to babble incoherently. Who sent you? Yao Wei inquired coldly. Protector Huang. Who is Protector Huang? I do not know his identity. I only know he is responsible for the Blood Kill Hall's reception duties. All our missions and intelligence come through Protector Huang. Yao Yue's brow furrowed slightly. Where can I find Protector Huang? We communicate through messages. I do not know his whereabouts. Knowing nothing, then you may as well die. With a swift motion, the assassin bit his tongue and ended his life. Witnessing this scene, Shen Lang was speechless. This woman was indeed decisive. Gao Jinli's face twitched, and in his heart, he had already classified Yao Yue as a woman one should not provoke, volatile and fierce. He then recalled the Snow Maiden and wondered when the young master would summon her. Shenqing observed Yao Yue timidly from the side, feeling an aura of intimidation emanating from her. It appeared that pursuing the Blood Kill Hall would not yield results. Alternative avenues must be explored, Shen Lang mused. Should I locate the Blood Kill Hall and annihilate them? Yao Yue suggested boldly. Shen Lang rolled his eyes, ignoring her. He had come to understand that although Yao Wei had been summoned, her temperament remained unchanged. She was just as prone to violence as the legendary dual prodigies, quick to resort to killing. Yet, one must discern the circumstances. The Blood Kill Hall was not a force to be trifled with, even if he knew their location. Given his current resources, he would only be delivering himself as fodder. Of course, Shen Lang would not dampen Yao Yu's enthusiasm. He could only wave his hand and say, "Forget it, it's too troublesome. Let's focus on our own Shen family." Yao Yu shrugged, remaining silent, unaware of Shen Lang's little schemes, which were merely rooted in fear of the Blood Kill Hall. Chapter 29. The grand competition of the four clans begins in a dimly lit room in Jiang City. Two figures sat facing each other. The assassination failed. A chilling voice slowly echoed. There are too many experts around Shen Lang. The Blood Kill Hall's members couldn't even get close, and they met with utter annihilation, replied another figure. Useless. You must continue to lie in wait and ensure Shen Lang is eliminated. If he remains, he will pose a significant threat. Understood. As that figure departed, silence enveloped the room, and the remaining silhouette gradually melted into the shadows. Langer, in a few days, the grand competition of our four great families will commence. How is your injury? Shen Wuming inquired with concern as he sat in Shen Lang's chamber. Father, I have nearly recovered. Master Feng Jiu's medical skills are quite impressive. And coupled with my profound internal energy, I am no longer in serious trouble, Shen Lang replied with a smile. Good, Langer, it's all up to you in the competition. Our Shen family must secure first place this time, Shen Wuming said, his eyes gleaming with determination. Should the Shen family triumph in the grand competition, it would herald a period of rapid advancement, suppressing the other three families in due course. For Shen Lang, the grand competition held little significance. Those competitors were merely rotten tomatoes and spoiled eggs, hardly worthy of consideration. His thoughts were preoccupied with discovering who attempted to assassinate him and locating the second half of Chang Chunzi's treasure map. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the grand competition arrived. Shen Wuming led the Shen family disciples to the city lord's mansion. The martial arts continent was steeped in a martial spirit. Every city's lord's mansion boasted a martial arts platform, designed for selecting elite individuals for the court as well as resolving grudges among clans. Of course, if one desired a deadly confrontation, the court would not intervene, advising them instead to choose a secluded location, provided the innocent were not harmed. At that moment, the city lord's mansion buzzed with activity, filled with swordsmen and martial artists entering and exiting. On the day of the grand competition among the four families, the mansion would open its gates, though certain military areas remained off-limits. The mansion itself was vast, more than double the size of the Shun family estate. As Shen Wuming approached the entrance, a general clad in silver armor greeted him. Uncle Shun, you have arrived. Please, come in. The silver-armored general said warmly. Haha, General Xiao. You are quite impressive today. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. Shen Wuming laughed heartily. Indeed, Uncle Shun, I have heard today is the grand day of the four clans competition. I specifically returned from the barracks to witness the talents of my esteemed younger brothers, said Wei Long, his eyes sparkling as he glanced at the disciples behind Shen Wuming. Upon meeting Shen Lang's gaze, Wei Long's pupils slightly contracted. Although Shen Lang's expression appeared calm, it exuded a subtle yet palpable aggression, as if a fierce beast were watching. Wei Long scrutinized Shen Lang intently and clasped his hands before Shen Wuming, saying, "The Shun family indeed produces exceptional talents. It seems today's competition will be quite intriguing." Shen Wuming recognized that Wei Long had undoubtedly tested Shen Lang and chose not to elaborate further, instead smiling as he led everyone inside. Just as Shen Wuming and his party entered, Bai Zizai approached with the Bai family members. Wei Long was even more enthusiastic this time. He first respectfully bowed to Bai Zizai, then turned to Bai Lingshan, saying gently, "Sister Lingshan, I specifically returned from the barracks to cheer for you. I trust you are well prepared for the grand competition." In the past, Bai Lingshan would have felt confident upon hearing Wei Long's words, but now, the thought of Shen Lang loomed over her like a mountain, suffocating her. Bai Lingshan responded with an unnatural Bai Zizai, sensing his daughter's unease, interjected, "Thank you for your encouragement, young Master Wei. I believe Lingshan will achieve commendable results." He understood the importance of moderation. As the head of the family, he recognized that boasting about securing first place could lead to embarrassment if it did not materialize. Although Wei Long sensed that the Bai family members were acting uncharacteristically today, he did not dwell on it, instead advising Bai Lingshan, "Lingshan, you must be cautious of one individual from the Shin family. I sense that person is extraordinary." Bai Lingshan's complexion paled, for she knew whom Wei Long referred to, Shen Lang. Only Shen Lang could elicit such a reaction from Wei Long. Wei Long had developed an infatuation with Bai Lingshan upon first seeing her 2 years prior. And upon learning of her identity from the intelligence department of the city lord's mansion, he felt she was truly deserving of a match with him. He was aware of Shen Lang's engagement to Bai Lingshan but lost interest after discovering Shen Lang's background. Deeming him an unremarkable young master with mediocre talent and a timid disposition, far beneath his consideration, Wei Long had not encountered Shen Lang in person, only glanced at his records, which led him to lose further interest in the young man. Before Wei Zhang became the city lord of Jiang City, Wei Long had already enlisted in the military, where the elite forces of the Qianwu Empire were primarily stationed. Consequently, many offspring of court officials served in the military. Wei Long befriended numerous prominent figures' sons and honed his martial skills, leading him to regard Jiang City as a small, insignificant locale. Currently, Wei Long had reached the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly advance to the innate realm within a year or two, allowing him to ascend to a military rank capable of commanding thousands. The Qianwu Empire boasted millions of soldiers, with postnatal martial artists in abundance and innate masters walking freely. Even those in the illusory realm were not uncommon. Such strength was the result of millennia of accumulation, and while much of it was not employed to suppress domestic affairs, it was primarily deployed to defend against neighboring nations. These forces were overseen by the grand marshals in each domain, with the roles filled by princes of the Qianwu Empire's royal family. Such power could not be entrusted to outsiders. The Qianwu Empire's formidable strength stemmed from the royal family's control over the most significant military institution in the realm. Bai Lingshan's fleeting unease was quickly masked by a forced smile as she replied, "Thank you for your warning, Brother Wei. I appreciate it." There is no need for such formality, Sister Lingshan. "It is my duty," Wei Long said, waving his hand. At that moment, the Zhang and Su families also arrived. Due to his responsibilities, Wei Long reluctantly bid farewell to Bai Lingshan and her companions to greet the members of the other two families. Chapter 30. Zhaoqi. The martial arts platform was located in the city lord's mansion annex, which had been cleared and furnished with neatly arranged tables and chairs. Just as Shen Wuming and his group arrived, a guard from the city lord's mansion led them to their designated seats, for chairs were arranged side by side, with tea tables positioned between them. As Shen Wuming took his seat, members of the other three families began to arrive in succession. "Brother Shen, you have arrived quite early today," a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe remarked with a hearty laugh. "Haha, Brother Su, you are not late either," Shen Wuming replied, standing to return the greeting. Although the four families had long been engaged in covert rivalry, they maintained decorum in public. Shen Lang and the others stood behind Shen Wuming. The grand competition was a contest among the younger generation of each family, leaving no extra seats. The vacant spaces beneath the four chairs were reserved for the heads of smaller families from Jiang City who had come to witness the grand competition. In the midst of rampant banditry, Jiangqing's ability to develop peacefully hinges upon the united efforts of its prominent families. Despite their private rivalries, they invariably come together in times of crisis. Fei Tianhuzi, or the Flying Fox, is the contemporary head of the Su family, renowned for their exceptional lightness of foot. Having possessed considerable shrewdness in his youth, Su Xinghe has become even more astute since assuming leadership, earning him the moniker among Jiangqing's martial community. As Shen Wuming and Su Xinghe exchanged pleasantries, Bai Zizai and Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family, approached. The four were well acquainted, and after exchanging greetings, they took their seats. Bai Xiong, your niece has garnered quite a bit of attention this time, Su Xinghe remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingshan, standing behind Bai Zizai, cast an uneasy glance at Shen Lang, who stood behind Shen Wuming. Bai Zizai cleared his throat, replying, Su Xiong, you flatter her. Though my daughter possesses considerable talent, the four great families conceal many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. A dark horse may yet emerge. Had it not been for Shen Lang's earlier display of prowess, Bai Zizai might have indulged in bravado. However, given the circumstances, he chose to temper his words to avoid embarrassment later on. Su Xinghe mused, eyeing Bai Zizai with surprise, as this was not characteristic of him. Years ago, when Bai Lingshan was the unrivaled gem of Jiacheng, Bai Zizai had been quite arrogant. Did he perhaps know something? Su Xinghe scanned the younger generation brought forth by the other three families, but after a thorough examination, he found none of them particularly remarkable. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Wei Zhang stood respectfully behind a stern middle-aged man clad in a black robe, reporting, Sir, Lu Wuxia of the Xingchen Pavilion indeed proves quite troublesome. I have attempted to probe him several times, but he has evaded my inquiries. I am uncertain whether he possesses the map to Qing Chunzi's resting place. The imposing man in black remained silent, his fingers fidgeting behind his back, lost in thought. Wei Zhang dared not breathe a word, standing in respectful silence. The middle-aged man, named Xiao Qi, bore a common name, but held a fearsome status as the commander of the Jin Yiwei in Jiangzhou. The Jin Yiwei is one of the three powerful military organizations of the Qinwu Empire, with a commander assigned to each province. Above the provincial commanders are the regional commanders, and above them, the supreme commander of the Jin Yiwei oversees all. Although Xiao Qi was merely a provincial commander, he wielded significant influence, commanding respect even from the elite families of Jiangzhou. Xiao Qi's visit to Jiangcheng was prompted by the recent deaths of 3 of his covert operatives. In his jurisdiction, the loss of 3 operatives alongside a failed mission necessitated an investigation. After considering Wei Zhang's report, Xiao Qi spoke slowly. Lu Wuqing is but a minor player. It is the Xingchen Pavilion that poses the true threat. Without concrete evidence, even the court would struggle to act against them. It seems we must proceed with discretion. Wei Zhang's expression shifted slightly. He understood that Xiao Qi intended to take covert action. If the Xingchen Pavilion refused to cooperate with the court, then extraordinary measures would have to be employed. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside. What is happening out there? Xiao Qi inquired nonchalantly. Sir, today marks the grand competition of the 4 great families of Jiangcheng, Wei Zhang replied respectfully. Interesting. It has been some time since I witnessed the youth of this generation in combat. Let us proceed and observe the talents of Jiacheng, Xiao Qi remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is rare for the commander to exhibit such interest. Allow me to accompany you. But I fear Jiangqing's lesser families cannot compare to the renowned talents of the rankings, Wei Zhang noted as they walked. Not necessarily. After all, the esteemed Yuan Wu Tianzuan emerged from a modest background in the southern region, and now he is renowned throughout the Jinwu continent, Xiao Qi countered, raising an eyebrow. Yet, figures like Yuan Wu Tianzuan are indeed extraordinary and few in number, Wei Zhang sighed. Let us not dismiss the possibility of exceptional talent, Xiao Qi replied, striding confidently ahead. As the young heirs of the 4 families concluded their draws, the grand competition commenced, where each family would send forth several gifted members to compete. With matchups determined by lottery, the host of the competition, a military officer from the city lord's mansion, stood upon the platform and prepared to announce the commencement of the matches when Wei Zhang and Xiao Qi entered. Upon seeing Wei Zhang, all present rose and clasped their fists in greeting. As the representative of the city lord and the court, Wei Zhang commanded respect. The heads of the 4 families bowed in unison, acknowledging him. Wei Zhang took his place on the elevated platform and surveyed the crowd, proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, this is our esteemed Jin Yiwei commander from Jiangzhou. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. The identity of the provincial commander was akin to an insurmountable mountain for the martial individuals of Jiangqing. With a mere word, Xiao Qi could obliterate all martial families in the city. The gravity of his presence commanded utmost respect, and the crowd respectfully addressed him as commander. Standing behind Shen Wuming, Shen Lang narrowed his eyes at Xiao Qi. The arrival of Xiao Qi instilled a sense of unease in Shen Lang. While others may be unaware of Xiao Qi's true intentions, he had gleaned some understanding. Chapter 31. The Blades Might Greetings, esteemed heads of families. I have come to Jiangqing on official business and thought to observe the talents of your young elites. Please, be seated, Xiao Qi gestured dismissively. As the heads of the families settled, they felt an undeniable pressure. Jiangqing was but a small city, and the fear of the court loomed large. The military officer on the stage shouted, Let the competition begin. The first match featured Zhang Han of the Zhang family against Xin Fei of the Xin family. It was a confrontation between the Xin family and their challenger. A youth of 17 or 18 stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Xin Wuming before leaping onto the competition stage. Opposing him was another youth of similar age from the Zhang family. The two exchanged courteous bows before engaging in an intense bout. Both were at the 5th level of their martial training, and while the clash was spirited, to Xin Lang, it appeared no more than a child's play fight. Roar. Tiger Fist. Xin Fei unleashed a fierce punch, imbued with a faint roar of a tiger. Zhang Han, aware that he could not withstand Xin Fei's might, deftly sidestepped. However, Xin Fei's strike was too swift, landing on Zhang Han's shoulder, ultimately forcing him off the stage due to his injury. Elated, Xin Fei descended from the platform and approached Xin Wuming, exclaiming, "Xin Fei, I have not disgraced our name." Xin Wuming, beaming, nodded in approval. "Well done." Upon returning, "You may select a martial technique from the repository." Xin Fei pumped his fist in excitement, thanking the family head. Subsequent matches unfolded with victories and defeats among the 4 families. The next contest pitted Xin Lang against Su Mo of the Su family. The officer's voice resonated across the arena, announcing the duel. Upon hearing Xin Lang's name, the members of the Xin family perked up. To them, Xin Lang was an invincible figure. With an air of calm, Xin Lang strolled onto the competition stage, his demeanor unruffled. Su Mo, a young woman of striking appearance clad in white, with long legs and an elegant stature, stood opposite him. The true extent of Xin Lang's power was known only to the disciples of the Xin family. Su Mo was entirely oblivious, perceiving Xin Lang merely as an ordinary member of the clan. With that, Su Mo cupped her hands in salute to Xin Lang. He responded with a detached nod. As Xin Lang took the stage, Bai Zizai and Bai Lingshan focused their attention intently on him. Previously, during the last encounter at the Shun residence, Xin Lang's strength had been formidable, and after such a long absence, they were curious to see what level he had now attained. Wei Zhang's companion, Wei Long, squinted at Xin Lang on the competition platform, recalling the sense of threat he had felt upon first encountering him. Su Mo, observing Xin Lang's demeanor, furrowed her brows, finding him exceedingly rude. She then activated the Su family's wind step technique and charged at Xin Lang. The Su family was known for their agility, and Su Mo's movements were erratic, darting left and right. Just as she reached Xin Lang's right side, she shouted and executed a kick midair. Xin Lang remained motionless, effortlessly raising his right arm to block her strike. Slow, far too slow, he thought disdainfully. Although Su Mo was at the 7th level of the postnatal realm and not weak among her peers, facing Xin Lang was a tragic mismatch. No matter where she attacked from, Xin Lang merely used one hand to fend her off. After countless attempts, Su Mo was drenched in sweat and panting, yet she couldn't even graze the hem of Xin Lang's garment. At this moment, Su Xinghe frowned and asked, "Feng'er, what would you do if you were in her position?" A youth with striking features standing behind Su Xinghe pondered for a moment before replying, "Father, Xin Lang's strength likely exceeds the 8th level of the postnatal realm, and he hasn't even exerted himself fully. I am uncertain how to counter him. We may need to adapt as the situation unfolds." Su Xinghe's eyes glimmered with insight as he murmured, "It seems your adversaries extend beyond Bai Lingshan this time." On the high platform, Zhao Qi watched Xin Lang with keen interest. In his eyes, Xin Lang's strength was not particularly remarkable, yet his performance piqued his curiosity. In the vast realm of Jinwu, Xin Lang's talent could only be deemed average, but in Jiang City, he was undoubtedly among the elite, a genius at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Zhao Qi also recognized that Xin Lang was holding back, and he was intrigued to discover just how formidable Xin Lang truly was. A genius's prowess cannot be gauged solely by surface-level strength. For such prodigies, battling beyond one's rank is as simple as quenching thirst with cool water. By this point, Su Mo had exhausted her last vestige of strength, yet she had not even managed to touch Xin Lang's clothing. She cast him a resentful glance before reluctantly conceding defeat. There was no other choice. She had no energy left, and continuing would only lead to further humiliation. Xin Lang shrugged and descended from the competition platform. From the onset of the tournament until now, this match had been the easiest for him, while others engaged in intense exchanges. He was the first to elicit a voluntary surrender. Upon returning to the Xin family's camp, the other disciples welcomed Xin Lang with respectful gazes. However, he paid them no heed, quietly taking his place behind Xin Wuming. Following Xin Lang's match, several more battles transpired, culminating in the final 4, Bai Lingshan from the Bai family, Xin Lang, Zhang Yuan, and Su Feng. Each of the 4 illustrious clans had produced a representative. "Now, let the grand finale commence," announced the tournament official, pausing for effect as he surveyed the crowd with a smile before proclaiming, "In the first match, Xin Lang will face Su Feng of the Su family." As his words echoed, The atmosphere in the arena surged with excitement. Heads of smaller families straightened in their seats, eager to witness the decisive showdown, for the victor would dictate the future trajectory of their clans. The triumph of the winning family would elevate those aligned with them. Shenlang slammed his weapon box onto the competition platform, gazing calmly at Su Feng as he slowly declared, "I shall only use one strike, if you can withstand it." "I will concede." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Shenlang's audacity was astounding. Had he been facing a mere side disciple from one of the four families, his words might not have raised eyebrows, but to speak so boldly against Su Feng, the strongest genius of the Su family, was tantamount to courting disaster. Though Su Feng did not possess the same acclaim as Bai Lingshan, he was nonetheless renowned as a prodigy in Jiang City. Many speculated that the final showdown would likely be between Su Feng and Bai Lingshan, while Shenlang was regarded merely as a dark horse, fortunate to reach this stage. Yet no one anticipated his brazen demeanor, seemingly dismissing Su Feng entirely. Indeed, Su Feng, who had always radiated elegance, darkened at Shenlang's words. "Very well, you are bold. Allow me to experience your prowess," he retorted through gritted teeth. Su Xingha's expression turned grave. He had expected a fierce contest between Su Feng and Shenlang. Yet Shenlang's audacious approach caught him off guard. On the sidelines, Bai Lingshan furrowed her brow, confident that Shenlang would ultimately prevail. Yet his arrogance gave her pause. She was well aware of the Su family's agility and could not believe Su Feng would fail to withstand even a single strike from Shenlang. With a resounding clap, Shenlang struck the weapon box, unleashing a radiant golden light that soared skyward. He lightly stomped his foot and leapt to catch the golden beam, delivering a powerful downward slash. This move was grand and forceful, akin to a mountain descending, and even those in the audience felt the weight of his strike. Su Feng had initially intended to evade using his swift techniques, but an overwhelming dread gripped him. It seemed no matter how he maneuvered, he could not escape the blade's trajectory. Zhao Qi on the high platform was taken aback. Shenlang's strike had already manifested a formidable force. The force signifies the elevation of martial arts. Each technique, when perfected, generates a unique force. Mastery of this force leads to comprehension of intent, commonly referred to as the sword intent. With intent, martial arts transcend mere technique. Anything imbued with willpower becomes extraordinary. A person with resolve can dominate the realm, and a blade imbued with intent becomes the sovereign of swords. Although Shenlang had not yet reached the realm of sword intent, his understanding of force indicated he was not far from it. At that moment, Su Feng appeared as if paralyzed with fear, standing frozen and unresponsive. It was not that he was stunned, but rather he was at a loss as to how to evade the impending strike. Akin to an object falling from a great height, with no apparent escape. "Fenger!" Su Xingha's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared on the competition platform, rescuing Su Feng from the threat of Shenlang's blade. With a thunderous crack, the stone-paved arena was cleaved by Shenlang's strike, a fissure radiating outward until it covered half the platform before gradually ceasing. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the spectators inhaled sharply. They were all too familiar with the resilience of the Imperial competition platform. This was not the first time the four clans had clashed. Yet only Shenlang had ever inflicted such significant damage. At this moment, they finally discerned the golden light emanating from Shenlang's grasp. It was a golden blade adorned with intricate patterns. Though the blade was not of high rank, its appearance was undeniably captivating. Su Xingha's countenance darkened as he scrutinized the rising figure of Shenlang, a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Shenlang's display stirred a sense of threat within him. Among the younger generation in Jiang City, Shenlang was undoubtedly invincible, should he continue to grow. The Shen family might soon dominate the region entirely. He claimed to be the Flying Fox, possessing a deviously profound intellect. Naturally, anyone with even a modicum of discernment could discern Shenlang's exceptional nature. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. The members of the minor families contemplated how to cultivate a beneficial relationship with the Shen family, while the Bai and Zhang families strategized on how to counterbalance the Shen family's influence. One should not underestimate the younger generation. The elite of the four great families had already exhausted their potential. Figures like Shen Wuming and other patriarchs might only make marginal advancements, while the elder generation, such as Shen Kuan, might very well find themselves stalled at the threshold of the ethereal transformation realm. It is the youth who possess boundless possibilities. With a graceful twist of his hand, Shenlang summoned a nearby weapon box, grasping it in one hand alongside a golden blade. Standing proudly before Su Xingha and gazing at him with playful derision, Shenlang sensed Su Xingha's murderous intent but remained unfazed. Were it not for Zhao Qi's watchful gaze above, he would have relished the opportunity to test Su Xingha's mettle. However, there was no rush. He would inevitably dominate Jiang City, whether sooner or later made no difference. since entering this world and acquiring the slaughter system. Shenlang had no intention of leading a mundane existence. His ambition was either to instill fear across the true martial continent or to extinguish the masses. Su Xinghe suppressed his murderous aura and smiled, remarking, "Heroes emerge from the youth. You are impressive, Shenlang." With that, he descended the combat stage alongside Su Feng. Shenlang cast a nonchalant glance at Su Xinghe before turning to Bai Lingshan and the others, proclaiming loudly, "There is no need to waste time. The two of you may come up together." This time, none perceived his words as arrogance and instead turned their attention toward the Zhang and Bai families. Bai Lingshan's expression fluctuated, and after a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and leapt onto the stage. Zhang Yuan, steeling himself, ascended the platform as well. Regardless of Shenlang's might, they had to confront him, as this bore significant implications for their own standing and the dignity of their families. Observing Bai Lingshan and Zhang Yuan, Shenlang smiled lightly. With a hum, the golden blade reverberated, sweeping toward the two. The blade's might was akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, enveloping them entirely. Bai Lingshan and Zhang Yuan's expressions turned grave as they channeled their inner strength to counter Shenlang's assault. Bai Lingshan drew a soft sword from her waist, while Zhang Yuan prepared to strike. The hidden sword technique manifested. After mastering the dual kill technique of both sword and blade, Shenlang had devised this unique move. Although it appeared to be a blade technique, it concealed the transformations of a sword. Just as the golden blade was about to cleave through the pair, it abruptly morphed into a sword strike. In shock, Bai Lingshan and Zhang Yuan realized that it was too late to switch tactics. They could only evade. Zhang Yuan let out a cry as Shenlang's golden blade pierced his shoulder. With a slight twist, he was sent reeling backward, blood spewing forth. The transformation from a downward strike into a direct stab had caught them off guard. Had one chosen to defend while the other attacked, they might have avoided injury. Hearing Zhang Yuan's anguished cry, Bai Lingshan's face drained of color. She understood that they had lost their advantage. With Zhang Yuan injured, she stood no chance against Shenlang. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, her pride compelled her to fight to the bitter end. With a flick of her wrist, she lunged at Shenlang from behind, her soft sword striking like a serpent. Without turning, Shenlang summoned the weapon box to his back, deflecting her attack with a clang. He then swept the golden blade toward Bai Lingshan's waist. She nimbly retreated with a light step. Shenlang's smile widened as he released the weapon box like a dart. The spectators only caught a fleeting shadow, and Bai Lingshan was sent sprawling, blood erupting from her mouth as the weapon box struck her chest. At that moment, Zhang Yuan knelt at the edge of the stage, clutching his shoulder, while Bai Lingshan lay pale beneath the platform. Shenlang stood calmly in the center, surveying the arena with a haughty gaze. Every young disciple who met Shenlang's eyes instinctively bowed their heads. As the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence under Shenlang's overwhelming presence, Zhao Qi on the high platform exclaimed, "Ah, so you are Shenlang. When you attain the innate stage, a place on the human ranking will surely await you." This was Zhao Qi's commendation of Shenlang. Wei Zhang looked on in astonishment at Shenlang on the stage, realizing that Zhao Qi's words indicated Shenlang's undeniable potential for the human ranking. Wei Long's expression darkened as he glared at Shenlang. To earn Zhao Qi's praise was an unparalleled honor, after all. Zhao Qi was a formidable figure of the ethereal transformation realm. Receiving accolades from such a powerful being signified that Shenlang's reputation was destined to soar. Had he been a prodigy from one of the great families, Wei Long might have felt some sense of equilibrium. But how could a youth from a minor family possess such merit? With a clang, the weapon box opened, and the golden blade was sheathed within. Observant eyes caught a glimpse of a weapon as dark as ink hidden inside, but the swift motion of the weapon box obscured its true nature. This only confirmed to the crowd that Shenlang had yet to reveal his full strength, as the weapons within the box had not been fully unleashed. "Thank you for your kind words, Commander," Shenlang replied with a respectful gesture. Zhao Qi nodded with a smile before rising to depart. The competition had concluded, and there was no need for him to linger. Though Shenlang was a genius, it was impractical for him to keep a constant watch over him. The ranks of prodigies were numerous, and his words to Shenlang were merely a courteous acknowledgement. No one could predict the future achievements of anyone. "Now that the competition has ended, I hereby declare the final victor, Shenlang of the Shen family," the captain announced loudly after Zhao Qi and Wei Zhang had left the stage. "Yay, Brother Shen has indeed not disappointed us." The Shen family disciples behind Shen Wuming erupted in jubilant cheers. Shen Wuming also displayed an excited expression. It had been years since the Shen family had claimed first place in a competition. Even his generation had been overshadowed by that cunning fox, Su Xinghe. "Congratulations, Brother Shen. Who would have thought such a monstrous talent would emerge from the Shen family? It seems the Shen family is destined for greatness." Su Xinghe approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Shen Wuming exchanged pleasantries with Su Xinghe, acutely aware that he should not be deceived by Su Xinghe's outward demeanor, as he was likely calculating something beneath the surface. Chapter 33. A heart-stirring melody with the conclusion of the grand competition. Tales of Shunlang's prowess spread through the markets of Jiang City. In the Star Pavilion, Lu Wuqing and Hu Jin sat opposite each other, Lu Wuqing furrowing his brow. The Xinlang you mentioned last time, is he the one who secured first place in the four families' grand competition? Hu Jin nodded gravely. It must be him. I have verified that there is indeed only one disciple named Xinlang in the Xin family, the son of Shen Wuming. It appears this Xinlang is no ordinary individual. Once obscure, he has now made a remarkable impression in the four families' grand competition. I wonder if this was a deliberate concealment of his abilities, or if he has encountered some fortuitous event, Lu Wuqing mused. Leader, whether Xinlang has experienced good fortune or simply hidden his talents, we must take action. It is said that Jiangzhou's commander, Zhao Qi, has arrived in Jiang City and is currently residing in the Lord's mansion of Weizhang. Zhao Qi is undoubtedly here for the map of Changchunzi. If we delay any longer, we may miss our chance, Hu Jin urged. Lu Wuqing nodded in agreement. Yes, it is time to act. I have already notified the main pavilion. They will likely send elders to assist us in countering Zhao Qi. Hu Jin's spirit surged with excitement. He had recently eliminated 3 of the court's secret guards and had been on edge since. The terror of the court was well understood by those in the upper echelons. Although he had the backing of the Star Pavilion, it was uncertain whether they could shield him if the court were determined to eliminate him. Upon returning home, Xinlang and his companions were warmly welcomed by the Xin clan members who had gathered in droves, eager to greet them. As they approached the grand entrance of the Shun residence, an elderly man stepped forward with a beaming smile and congratulated, "Congratulations, Master, on your victory in the grand competition." Shen Wuming raised a hand in a modest gesture and replied, "Please, rise, Elder Xinlai." Xinlai, the esteemed steward of the Xin family, had joined 3 years prior and, through his innate prowess and diligent work ethic, was appointed as the chief steward by Shen Kuan. During the previous ambush against Xinlang, it was Xinlai who had first rushed into the courtyard to protect him. Throughout Shun Wen's rebellion, Xinlai steadfastly aligned himself with Shen Wuming and the other direct descendants, remaining vigilant on the periphery to prevent any potential threats. Noticing Xinlai, Xinlang nodded slightly, recalling that he was indeed the elder who had hastened to his defense during the attack. Xinlai, recognizing him, promptly bowed in respect. "Young master," he greeted. Xinlang acknowledged him with a subtle nod and proceeded inside. Upon entering the hall, he spotted Shen Kuan seated at the head of the table with a broad smile. Upon seeing Shen Kuan, Shen Wuming clasped his fists and said, "Father, Langer has not disappointed you. He has secured first place in the family competition." Shen Kuan had already received the news and nodded. "Yes, I have heard of Langer's achievements. Now that he has claimed the top spot, the remaining matters are in your hands. Rest assured, Father, I will ensure that the Xin family becomes the foremost clan in Jiang City," Shen Wuming declared earnestly. Xinlang did not linger in the hall for long. After a brief conversation, he retreated to his courtyard. At the stone table in the center of the yard, Yayu sat quietly in white attire. Gao gently perched on the rooftop, engrossed in playing a piece on his guqin, a musician in both his past and present lives. Gao Jinli was no stranger to music. Xinlang, having not played in quite a while, felt a surge of inspiration and summoned Xinqing to retrieve his guqin. He then leaped to another rooftop and began to play. While perhaps not an expert in music, Xinlang found it simple to play due to his foundation in the Heavenly Dragon's 8 sounds. A renowned melody from his past life came to mind, and he effortlessly rendered it. As the notes of the smiling, proud wanderer resonated through the air, even the usually aloof Yayu set down her teacup to listen intently. This piece, captivating in both the modern world and the Jinwu continent, enthralled all who heard it. Gradually, the music filled much of the Shun residence, capturing the attention of Shen Wuming, Shen Kuan, and others in the Great Hall. The melody's profound essence stirred a sense of escapism in some of the less ambitious young members of the Xin clan. "Who is playing the guqin?" Shen Kuan inquired. "It seems to be emanating from the young master's quarters," Xinlai responded. Realizing it was Xinlang, who possessed the pinnacle of the Heavenly Dragon's 8 sounds, that could produce such a soul-stirring melody, Shen Wuming nodded in understanding. In a separate courtyard, Shen Wuhui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed, absorbed in the music. Having practiced the Heavenly Dragon's 8 sounds for some time, his progress was slow without a systematic approach like Xinlang's. However, the moment he heard Xinlang's rendition of the smiling, proud wanderer, he experienced an epiphany, breaking through to the mid-stage of the innate realm, leaving him uncertain whether to laugh or cry at his brother's achievement. Of course, even if he were aware, Xinlang would remain unfazed. He would not regard Shen Wuhui's advancement, especially as merely reaching the mid-stage of the innate realm. In Shunlang's courtyard, Shinqing gazed dreamily at him from the rooftop, feeling an overwhelming desire to find a serene, picturesque place to live freely, with Shunlang playing the guqin while she danced among the trees. Yet, despite the evocative nature of the melody, Shunlang's heart remained unchanged, his ambition unyielding against any distractions. As the final note resonated, a surge of energy enveloped Shunlang. He had, through this inspiration, transcended to the 9th level of the acquired realm. Yao Yu's expression shifted as the music concluded, but for her, a being on the verge of transcending, the melody held little sway over her composure. After reflecting on the sensations of his breakthrough, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Shunlang's eyes. "Congratulations, young master. On your significant progress in martial arts," Gao gently called from the rooftop. Holding the guqin, Shunlang slowly rose, exuding an overwhelming aura reminiscent of the legendary six-fingered Qin demon. As night fell, shrouding the Shun family in darkness, all members drifted into slumber, save for the occasional patrolling guards. Suddenly, a shadow darted in from outside the Shun residence, deftly leaping across the rooftops as if intimately familiar with the layout. The figure approached Shunlang's courtyard, and, upon reaching the rooftop, the two individuals meditating in their rooms, Gao Jianli and Yao Yu, opened their eyes simultaneously. The shadow crouched down and lifted a tile to peer inside. Unbeknownst to Shunlang, who remained engrossed in his cultivation of the 3 points of return, someone was on his roof. Despite his power rivaling innate experts, he lacked the acute awareness and reflexes to sense the presence above him. The shadow's eyes narrowed with delight upon spotting a rectangular box on Shunlang's table. Suddenly, a white figure descended silently behind the shadow, her indifferent gaze resembling that of one observing a corpse. Gao Jianli stood on the rooftop of his chamber, sword in hand, keenly observing the black-clad figure. The shadow, lost in his joy, suddenly sensed something amiss. The smile froze on his face as he slowly turned his head toward Gao Jianli's direction, his demeanor shifting dramatically upon seeing the latter's grin as he brandished his sword. However, Gao Jianli, like a mischievous child, playfully gestured toward the shadow's rear. The shadow trembled. Fear etched across his face as he glanced back. There stood a woman in white, pure as snow, her face partially veiled, backlit by the moonlight, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being from the Moon Palace, noble and serene, devoid of any earthly trivialities. Shunlang, sensing an unusual aura, abruptly opened his eyes and looked up, meeting the terrified gaze of the shadow. Shunlang's pupils contracted. He had never anticipated someone would dare trespass onto his rooftop. Who was this audacious individual? His courtyard could rival the restricted areas of prominent families. Gao Jianli and Yao Yu were both formidable presences. Unless it were an expert from the Void Realm, such individuals would not resort to stealth, as they could simply enter through the front gate unimpeded by the Shin family. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the shadow swiftly darted away. Gao Jianli had intentionally allowed him to notice, while the otherworldly woman behind him filled him with dread. Yao Yu remained still, while Gao Jianli had already vanished from sight. Just Gao Jianli alone was sufficient. Shunlang's safety required vigilant protection. Creak. Shunlang pushed open the door and coldly stated, "Let us investigate." With that, the two figures disappeared from Shunlang's courtyard, pursuing the shadow to the outskirts of Jiang City. In the midst of a dense forest, Gao Jianli had already engaged in a fierce battle with a figure clad in black. The black-clad individual was formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage innate realm. Though he had yet to be defeated, he could only barely fend off Gao Jianli's relentless sword strikes. If nothing unexpected occurred, it would not be long before Gao Jianli overcame him. Just then, another figure in black burst forth from the trees, not to aid his comrade, but to charge towards Shunlang. Unfazed, Shunlang stood still, seemingly oblivious to the approaching threat. As the black-clad figure neared, a sudden flash of white appeared before him. An immaculate jade hand intercepted him with stunning swiftness. With a violent cough of blood, the assailant was sent flying, crashing through several thick trees before finally colliding with the trunk of a massive tree. The man's face was etched with terror as he beheld the enchanting figure of Yahweh standing protectively before Shunlang, akin to encountering a specter. Though he possessed strength in the late innate stage, he could not withstand the blow from the white-clad woman. Gao Jianli, his sword gleaming coldly, unleashed a blast of icy true qi, piercing the chest of the black-clad assailant. Slowly, the man lost his strength and collapsed to the ground. Shunlang stepped on the fallen leaves, the rustling sound shattering the serene atmosphere of the woods. As he approached the defeated foe, his gaze expressionless. In a chilling tone, he inquired, "Speak, who sent you, and what is your purpose?" The black-clad man clutched his chest in agony, yet showed no inclination to respond. Shenlang shook his head and moved to confront the second black-clad individual, repeating his earlier question. This man mirrored the silence of his counterpart. With a sigh of resignation, Shenlang turned to walk away. Once the information is extracted, eliminate them, he instructed. Gao Jianli sheathed his sword and followed Shenlang, deeming the interrogation of such profound matters better suited for Yaowei, as he lacked the aptitude for it. Yaowei swiftly dispatched one of the black-clad men, subsequently employing her mental prowess to extract the information Shenlang sought, resulting in the second man meeting a similar fate. In Shenlang's quarters, Yaowei meticulously relayed the details provided by the black-clad assailants. The two were stewards of the Star Pavilion in Jiangxing, having received orders from their leader, Lu Wuxia, to steal a painting from Shenlang's possession, with the added incentive of eliminating Shenlang if circumstances allowed. Shenlang's lips curled into a cold smile. Lu Wuxia was clearly courting disaster, daring to eliminate potential threats entirely. However, given that the Star Pavilion was a top-tier force in the true martial continent, Shenlang recognized that he lacked the capability to confront Lu Wuxia openly and would need to seek opportunities in the shadows. On the following morning, as Shenlang awoke, he was greeted by the long-anticipated voice of the system. The last maintenance had been announced to last 3 days, and it seemed the time had come. With excitement, Shenlang inquired, "System, what modifications have been made during this maintenance?" The system responded in its customary mechanical tone. Due to previous influences, the system has been repaired. Henceforth, regardless of the number of slaughter points expended, summoning will only yield individuals 1 tier above the host. For instance, if the host is at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, only those at the pinnacle of the innate realm can be summoned, and characters exceeding the innate pinnacle are unattainable. Shenlang nodded, finding the system's changes relatively acceptable. Continuing, the system added, as the host achieved first place in the last 4-clan competition and completed a hidden mission, your reputation has soared, granting you a reward of 200 slaughter points. Shenlang was pleased to learn of the successful mission. After reviewing his current balance, which included rewards from the 2 innate realm combatants he had slain the previous day, he found himself with a total of 250 slaughter points. However, the sight of that figure brought a slight grimace to his face. The stark number was rather jarring. Slaughter points for innate realm warriors were indeed substantial, as killing those in the acquired realm only yielded 1 point per tier, while innate warriors began at 10 points, 10 for early stage, 20 for mid-stage, and 30 for late stage. The 2 innate fighters he had eliminated the night before netted him 20 and 30 points respectively, perfectly totaling 50 points, combined with the reward from the reputation-boosting mission, yielding 250 points in total. Very well, 250 it is, Shenlang mused. System, what is the highest tier I can summon with these points? The response was that he could summon an individual of the mid-innate realm. The mid-innate realm, is it? Shenlang pondered before declaring, let us commence. He felt assured that even a mid-innate realm figure would be a renowned powerhouse. Thus he harbored no concerns about wasting his summoning opportunity. As Shenlang's command resonated, the system's lottery wheel began to turn. As time elapsed, the wheel gradually came to a halt, revealing a tall, cold-faced young man with gray eyes, wielding a sword. A chill ran down Shenlang's spine as he gazed at the image on the screen. Chapter 35. Jin Wuming Character. Jin Wuming, the 9th generation heir of Jin Wuming. Realm, mid-innate. Upon reviewing Jin Wuming's profile, Shenlang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. The terror of Jin Wuming undoubtedly surpassed that of Gao Jianli, who, while a top expert among the mid-innate, was eclipsed by Jin Wuming's sheer dreadfulness. The notion of a man unaware of the purpose of his existence was profoundly unsettling. In this life, Jin Wuming was a wandering cultivator in the true martial continent, having begun his sword training at the age of 7, practicing a consistent 10,000 thrusts daily. By 17, he had mastered his swordsmanship, and by 20, he had ascended to the innate realm, single-handedly annihilating a mountain bandit stronghold of 500 men, amongst whom the bandit leader was a late innate expert. Shenlang held no particular judgment against Jin Wuming. Rather, he found himself drawn to the archetype of individuals like him. If he were to summon someone with a disposition akin to Li Tianhua, it would undoubtedly pose a headache for him. Although Li Xuanhuan would follow his commands, there was something inherently awkward about it, and he hoped to avoid summoning such overly agreeable characters in the future. Today, the Shen family was abuzz with activity. The entrance was bustling with a steady stream of visitors, many of whom were adorned in luxurious attire, bearing gifts in hand. The head steward, Shen Lai, stood at the door, warmly welcoming each guest with a beaming smile. These individuals were heads of minor families within the Jiangxing martial arts community. Having secured first place in the grand competition, the Shen family now commanded a significant portion of Jiangxing's interests, compounded by Shenlang's rising notoriety. indicating that the Shin family was on the cusp of becoming the preeminent family in Jiangxing. It was prudent for these families to curry favor while the Shun family had yet to embark on sweeping reforms in Jiangxing. As the martial world operates on a simple principle, strength begets respect, while weakness invites trampling. Such is the immutable rhythm of existence, devoid of lofty ambitions. Should one possess aspirations, they risk annihilation at the hands of those who would see them crushed. Of course, ambition is not inherently negative. It must be tempered with wisdom. With the system at his disposal, Shen Lang could aspire to dominate the true martial continent. However, if he were merely an ordinary individual, ambition would avail him little. The Shun family welcomed all, regardless of past affiliations, as long as visitors approached with sincerity. A family must not remain stagnant. Nor can it afford to alienate others over trivial matters. Such families are unlikely to achieve significant growth. Unless, of course, one possesses the capital to be among the 21 top-tier forces, allowing them to stand independently, relying solely on their own might to command respect. The Shin family, however, was not in such a position. Without the support of Jiangxing's martial community, they would surely falter against the bandits of the Black Wind Mountains, relying solely on their own strength. There have been instances in Jiangxing's history where a top family, due to various grievances with the Black Wind Mountain bandits, had suffered dire consequences. That family, proud and disdainful, maintained poor relations with other martial families in Jiangxing. Eventually, the bandits infiltrated the city and launched a surprise attack on that family, leaving them decimated overnight. After that incident, the various families in Jiangxing began to unite. Whenever bandits dared to create disturbances, they would band together, causing the bandits to suffer numerous defeats. Although the smaller families in Jiangxing were weak, each possessed a formidable master at the initial stage of innate skill. When united, they formed a significant force. The bandits' unchecked reign was also due to the alliances among various strongholds that gave rise to their current notoriety. While Shenlai was receiving guests, a young man wearing a bamboo hat and clad in golden yellow attire approached from afar. His fingers were slender and long, with pronounced joints, exuding strength. The young man arrived at the entrance of the Shun residence and glanced up at the plaque inscribed with the word Shinfu, nodding almost imperceptibly. He then advanced toward the Shin family gate. The young man had already attracted attention. Those visiting the Shun household were either affluent or prominent figures in Jiangxing. The sudden appearance of a bamboo hat-wearing youth, dressed in unremarkable clothing, inevitably drew scrutiny. Shenlai, unable to discern the features of the man in the hat, stepped forward to block his path, frowning as he inquired, "May I ask your identity, friend?" The hat shifted slightly, and a voice devoid of emotion emerged. Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming? The onlookers struggled to recall any such figure in Jiangxing, and Shenlai himself was taken aback. He responded slowly, "I apologize, but I am not familiar with your name. If you represent a family, could you kindly disclose its name?" Jing Wuming remained silent, his hat pulled low, obscuring his face. And a palpable tension filled the air before the Shin residence. A chilling aura emanated from Jing Wuming, so intense that it left those nearby breathless. "Impudent! Who are you?" Shenlai sensed the murderous intent and took a step back, questioning warily. Suddenly, a group of guards clad in purple burst forth from within the Shun residence, drawing their long blades and encircling Jing Wuming. Some guests, alerted by the commotion, emerged to discern the situation. Inside the reception hall of the Shin family, a guard hastily entered and clasped his fists, reporting, "Patriarch, an unidentified individual, is causing a stir outside," confronting the chief steward. Shin Wuming's expression darkened. He had not anticipated trouble on this day. Could it be someone sent by one of the other three families? Let us go take a look. With that, Shin Wuming and the family's guests followed him outside, while heads of smaller families joined as well. This was an opportunity to demonstrate their worth. If the newcomer proved not too formidable, they might assist the Shin family. However, if he were powerful, they would be at a loss. "Who are you?" Shenlai coldly demanded, standing at the entrance. Throughout this exchange, Jing Wuming had not uttered a word, merely standing silently. Shin Wuming arrived at the door and frowned, asking, "What is the matter?" Shenlai recounted the events briefly. Shin Wuming stepped forward, frowning, "I am Shin Wuming, head of the Shin family. What brings you to our residence?" "Friend?" Adopting a conciliatory stance, Shin Wuming sought to diffuse the tension. If Jing Wuming remained unresponsive, it would provide them with justification to take action, and news of their conduct would not paint the Shin family as unreasonable. Yet, while this approach might work on an ordinary individual, it bore no weight with Jing Wuming, who had no regard for such pleasantries. Nevertheless, Jing Wuming offered Shin Wuming a semblance of respect. "I have come to find the young master." His words were few, crisp, and icy. "The young master?" Shin Wuming's expression brightened as he recalled that those around Shin Lang referred to him as such. He scrutinized the encircled Jing Wuming carefully. The sword at his right hip was positioned to the left, clearly indicating he was a left-handed swordsman. Though his exact level of skill was indeterminate, Shin Wuming sensed that Jing Wuming's prowess was not to be underestimated. Jing Wuming was the kind of individual whose true terror remained concealed until he acted. Those who had faced him learned this too late, having already fallen to his blade. Chapter 36. The Mystery of the System. What audacity! Who dares to wreak havoc at the Shin residence? Do you not realize where you are? A brutish man, named Inanquan, surged forth from the crowd, pointing at Jing Wuming and shouting. He was a hired muscle from a small family, and while the crowd had been entertained by the spectacle, Shin Wuming's arrival presented an opportunity for some small family heads to showcase themselves. Regrettably, those who arrived a moment too late inwardly lamented their missed chance to curry favor with the Shin family. Beneath the bamboo hat, Jing Wuming's eyes glimmered with lethal intent as his left hand, resting at his waist, twitched slightly. Patriarch Shin, I believe this man harbors ill intentions. Allow me to teach him a lesson, Inanquan offered, clasping his fists. Shin Wuming, lost in thought, did not intervene. Subconsciously, he did not wish to stop Inanquan. He wanted to ascertain the capabilities of those who sought to ally with Shin Lang. Noticing Shin Wuming's silence, Inanquan took it as tacit approval and charged forward with a fierce yell. As a peak postnatal martial artist, his strength lay in his fists, and he launched a devastating blow. Despite Inanquan's aggressive advance, Jing Wuming remained motionless, showing no inclination to draw his sword. Just as Inanquan's fist was mere inches from Jing Wuming, a flash of sword light was seen, and Inanquan's forward momentum abruptly halted, just shy of striking Jing Wuming. Gasping sounds echoed as onlookers absorbed the shocking scene. No one had seen Jing Wuming draw his sword, not even hearing the telltale sound of steel leaving its sheath. All they could witness was the final motion of Jing Wuming's hand as it left the sword hilt. Thud! Blood mist erupted from Inanquan's throat, painting a tragic tableau as his body slowly toppled backward. The atmosphere fell silent, and Shin Wuming's pupils constricted. Jing Wuming's strike had been so swift that even he had failed to perceive it. Who was this person? Such a peculiar swordplay would likely surpass even the skills of Gao Jianli, who often accompanied Shin Lang. Meanwhile, Shin Lang remained unaware of Jing Wuming's arrival at the Shun residence, engaged in conversation with Shin Qing in the courtyard. Qinger, would you like to learn martial arts? Shin Lang inquired with a smile. A glimmer of yearning flashed in Shin Qing's eyes, though she possessed some basic skills. Her lack of talent prevented her from delving deeper into martial arts. Not everyone could cultivate martial prowess, as innate talent was the cornerstone of a martial artist's journey. Shin Qing, burdened by her lack of aptitude, found it impossible to practice internal techniques. Observing the hopeful look in Shin Qing's eyes, Shin Lang's lips curled into a confident smile. Fear not, with your young master by your side, how could you not become a martial artist? That would be quite the embarrassment for me. Hearing Shin Lang's words, Shin Qing's heart swelled with joy, realizing that her young master surely had a way to enable her martial training. And indeed, Shin Lang possessed methods, with the system at his disposal. Shin Qing's predicament was trivial. Just the section on muscle tempering from the 9 causes true scripture would suffice to address her concerns. However, he lacked sufficient kill points at the moment and would need to wait a while longer. As the two conversed, Shin Lang suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 9 kill points. Huh, what is going on? What happened, young master? Shin Qing inquired. Puzzled. Could it be that the 2 old men, Xianming, have encountered conflict? Shin Lang pondered silently, calculating the time. The 2 elders of Xianming would soon return. However, he did not dwell on it for long and shook his head, saying, it's nothing, just some thoughts that crossed my mind. At that moment, a guard from the Shun family respectfully announced from outside, Young master, a man named Jing Wuming has arrived at the entrance, and the family head requests your presence. So soon? Shin Lang had anticipated that Jing Wuming would not arrive for several more days. He promptly called for Gao Zhanli and took Shin Qing with him as they made their way to the front gate of the Shun family estate. As for Yaiwa, he decided to let her be. Although summoned by the system, her temperament remained unchanged. Apart from Shin Lang, she was quick to draw weapons at the slightest provocation, and even Gao Zhanli tended to avoid her. Only the naive little maid Shin Qing could engage in casual conversation with her. Upon arriving at the entrance, Shin Lang was greeted by a strong scent of blood, and upon seeing Inanquan lying on the ground, he realized the source of the earlier system notification regarding the slaughter point. Observing Jing Wuming standing silently, Shin Lang could easily infer what had transpired. As soon as Shin Lang appeared, Jing Wuming, who had kept his head lowered, suddenly raised it. Upon seeing Shin Lang, he finally moved, clasping his hands and coldly declaring, Jing Wuming greets the young master. The reaction of Jin Wuming left everyone astounded. This mysterious powerhouse had come to pledge allegiance to Xinlang? Such a development instilled a newfound respect for the Shun family among the onlookers. The strength of Jin Wuming was evident from Inanchuan's demise. It was inconceivable for even a practitioner at the early stage of innate mastery to achieve such a swift kill. Thus, it could be deduced that Jin Wuming was undoubtedly a formidable figure beyond the early innate stage. The addition of a practitioner at the mid-innate stage to their small families would undoubtedly elevate them to a status just beneath the four prominent families of Jiangqing. The Shen family was already strong, and now with the addition of a mid-innate powerhouse, what chance did the others have? At the very first sight of Jin Wuming, Gao Zhanli's sword, Shuihan, began to tremble in response. This was a sensation shared among top swordsmen. Jin Wuming turned his gaze toward Gao Zhanli. And although the plain long sword at his waist emitted no aura, Gao Zhanli knew that once drawn, it would unleash tremendous power. Xinlang recognized that this was not the time for the two to confront one another, and he nodded, saying, "Follow me." Once back in the courtyard, Xinlang inquired about Jin Wuming's identity in this world. Upon hearing the identity assigned to him by the system, he was momentarily speechless. The system truly possessed a sense of humor, arranging these martial characters as if they were genuine. If Xinlang were unaware of the circumstances, even a terrestrial immortal from the realm of celestial martial arts would not detect any discrepancies. The original owner of Jin Wuming's body had indeed trained in swordsmanship since the age of 7, striking 1,000 times daily. Yet his martial prowess could not possibly reach the heights of Jin Wuming. At best, he was merely an early innate swordsman, but due to Jin Wuming's transmigration, his abilities had been forcibly enhanced. Such an enhancement posed no side effects, for it was the mysterious system that summoned him. Xinlang had previously questioned the system about its origins, but it had only replied cryptically that he was not yet qualified to know. This left Xinlang bemused. He was, after all, the host, and such condescension was unwarranted. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this issue. From the current perspective, everything the system provided was beneficial to him. The differences between worlds rendered interaction almost impossible, yet the system managed to bring together individuals from disparate realms. A feat that was indeed astonishing. However, such matters were beyond Xinlang's current reach. He could only advance toward his goals, confident that one day, when he possessed sufficient strength, all his questions would be answered. Chapter 37. The schemes of Su Xinghe. Some families rejoice while others despair. The festivities of the Shun family brought sorrows to the other three prominent families. At this moment, the heads of the Bai Zhang and Su families sat together in a tea house outside the Shun family estate. Observing the lively atmosphere at the Shun family entrance, the three remained silent. Brother Zhang, Brother Bai, do you intend to just watch as the Shun family continues to grow? Will you allow them to trample over us? Su Xinghe asked, narrowing his eyes. Bai Zizai let out a cold laugh. Su Xinghe, what are you thinking? Don't presume we are unaware. Wasn't the first place in the last grand competition claimed by your Su family? I don't see you standing on top of us. He continued. Even if the Shun family secures first place this time, it merely grants them a slight advantage. But what of it? As long as the older generation does not break through to the virtual realm, we four families will always remain four families. Do you think that the Shun family can suppress us merely because they have a bit more profit? Zhang Lingshan, the head of the Zhang family, nodded in agreement with Bai Zizai's words. Among the four families, only the Shun family had risen to prominence later. The original four families consisted of the three of them and the Li family, which had been severely weakened by the bandits of the Heifeng Mountain. After the decline of the Li family, Shen Kuan seized the opportunity to thrust his family into the ranks of the four prominent families, ultimately standing alongside Bai, Zhang, and Su as the four families of Jiangqing. Although the Shen family had secured first place this time, Zhang Lingshan did not take it to heart. It had only been 3 years. How much stronger could the Shun family become with their rapid development? Moreover, the three families had established themselves in Jiangqing long before the Shen family. Even granting Shen family 10 years would not necessarily pose a threat. Both Zhang Lingshan and Bai Zizai were well aware of Su Xinghe's ulterior motives, which were merely to incite them to act as the vanguards against the Shen family, preventing them from developing in peace. While the Shen family's victory caused discontent in their hearts, being used as pawns was even more infuriating. Su Xinghe understood that his little schemes would not trick them, and though he felt no disappointment, he continued with an unwavering expression, "Do not forget about Xinlang. You are both aware of how formidable his talent is. Who can guarantee that in 3 years, Xinlang will not become even more monstrous? You have not forgotten the words of the Jiangzhou commander Zhao Qi, have you? If Xinlang advances to the innate stage, he will undoubtedly enter the human ranking. You know what kind of strength those on the human ranking possess. A single genius from that list can fight above their level. Are you not afraid that once Xinlang grows stronger, he will obliterate our 3 families? 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The 4 prominent families can only be called such when our strengths are comparable. If the Shun family surpasses us one day, there will no longer be 4 prominent families. Su Xingha's words rendered by Zizai and Zhang Lingshan silent. He was not mistaken. They had once privately fantasized about their own families becoming strong enough to eliminate the other 3 families and unify Jiangqing. A piece of cake is best enjoyed by one person. When shared among many, it becomes insufficient. With a sly smile, Su Xingha added, I have also received news that more experts are flocking to Xinlang's side. According to a Shun family member I have bribed, the sword intent that soared that day was actually emitted by one of Xinlang's subordinates. What? Bai Zizai and Zhang Lingshan exchanged startled glances. They still vividly remember the overwhelming sword strike unleashed by Gao Zhanli that day. Afterward, they had consulted their elders, who confirmed that the swordsman was not inferior to them. With Shun Kuan, a peak innate powerhouse, already guarding the Shin family, the addition of that swordsman would undoubtedly elevate the Shun family's strength beyond that of the 3 families combined. Are you certain your information is accurate? Bai Zizai inquired gravely. Su Xingha smiled confidently. Brother Bai, would I joke about such matters? The truth will come to light sooner or later. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Sighing heavily, Bai Zizai felt a wave of regret wash over him. He lamented not having restrained Bai Lingshan from pursuing Xinlang in the first place. Had Bai Lingshan married Xinlang, Jiangqing would have belonged to their 2 families. Su Xingha let out a cold laugh, urging them not to overthink. He stated that he had shared everything he knew, and the decision now lay in their hands. He hoped they would come to a conclusion swiftly, otherwise, by the time the Shun family took action, it would be too late. After speaking, Su Xingha rose and departed from the tea house. Bai Zizai exchanged glances with Zhang Lingshan. Both lost in thought as they made their way back to their clan. After Su Xingha and his companions left, 2 middle-aged men at a table in the corner of the tea house lifted their heads. One had a rugged visage, while the other bore a more sinister expression. Brother, this Su Xingha is truly courting death, daring to confront the young master. Should we? The burly man gestured ominously at his throat. No need for that. Su Xingha's lightness of foot is formidable. We would not be able to detain him. Let us return and report to the young master to see how he wishes to proceed. These 2 were none other than Lu Zhangke and He Biwan. After escorting Feng Zhuang back to Feng City 2 days prior, they had hurried back, only to be halted by the sudden appearance of Jing Wuming at the gates of the Shin family. Sensing a familiar aura from Jing Wuming, they understood he was summoned by the young master. They then found a tea house to observe the unfolding events, curious about Jing Wuming's prowess. Initially, they were taken aback by Jing Wuming's effortless defeat of Yi Nanquan and intended to leave, but the arrival of Bai Zizai and his companions changed their plans. Although they did not recognize Su Xingha and Zhang Lingshan, they had encountered Bai Zizai before when they had allied with Shun Lang to subdue him. Choosing to remain seated, they lowered their heads to avoid detection. Fortunately, Bai Zizai and his group, being heads of their families, paid little heed to the patrons of the tea house and did not scan the room, thus remaining oblivious to their presence. Listening intently to the conversation among Su Xingha and Bai Zizai, both men shared a fleeting thought. Su Xingha and his companions were courting disaster. For the 4 great families of Jiangshang had long ceased to be a concern for Xinlang. After a brief wait, once Bai Zizai and his group had distanced themselves, the 2 men tossed a few copper coins onto the table and exited the tea house. The guards of the Shin family recognized the 2 elders, Xianming, who were trusted aides of Xinlang. Typically, when Xinlang had tasks, they were the ones to carry them out, hence the guards were familiar with them. Their passage was unobstructed as they arrived outside Xinlang's courtyard. Upon seeing the 2 elders return, Xinlang smiled and greeted them. You're back. The 2 stepped forward, clasping their fists in salute. Young master, we have fulfilled our mission. Feng Jiawang has been safely delivered. Good. Here is your reward, Xinlang said, producing a book from his robe and handing it to them. The feminine inner strength within this technique suits you both well. As for the sound techniques, whether you choose to learn them is up to you. As the 2 received the book, their expressions brightened upon seeing the title, Heavenly Dragonate Sounds. Although this was merely a low-level martial skill, Xinlang had little else of value to offer them, as other techniques did not suit Xianming. Thus, he presented this as a reward. He understood that it was essential to balance kindness and authority. Sheer force may instill fear, but it would not secure absolute loyalty. While the system assured him that those summoned would not rebel, Xinlang felt it prudent to employ some measures. Moreover, the martial prowess of Xianming was somewhat lacking. Should any tasks arise, their lower strength could lead to complications. Chapter 38. Speculation O. Upon hearing the report from Xianming regarding Su Xingha and his companion's conversation, Shenlang shook his head with a smile. These three old foxes are indeed intriguing. They wish to strike first. It seems they are like an old immortal consuming arsenic, living far too long. Shenlang held little regard for the three great families. Had it not been for the recent attention of the court and the Star Pavilion on Jiaqing, he would have acted against them long ago. Meanwhile, within the Star Pavilion, Lu Wuqing wore a grim expression. The two stewards dispatched the previous night had yet to return. Logically, even if the stewards sent to the Shen family encountered trouble, the one waiting outside should not have. He had even instructed Huajin to inquire, yet there had been no unusual occurrences reported at the Shen family last night. What could have transpired? Lu Wuqing paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, Huajin entered, his face pale. Pavilion Master. We have found the bodies of Steward Li and Steward Sunday found them? Where? Lu Wuqing turned, frowning. In the woods to the west of the city. Both perished at the hands of a single assailant. The scene suggested no fierce struggle. It appeared they were dispatched with ease. However, Steward Li bore a sword wound to the chest, leading me to suspect it was the work of the swordsman by Shenlang's side, Huajin reported. Impossible. Did you not say that while the swordsman possesses exceptional skill, his realm is not high? Li Songhai and Sunny Fei are both mid to late innate stage cultivators. Even if that swordsman is extraordinary, he could not have easily dispatched them, Lu Wuqing replied sternly. Huajin also felt it implausible that Gao Jianli had killed Li Songhai and Sunny Fei, yet he could not identify another suspect. Take me to see their bodies. Lu Wuqing commanded coldly. They arrived at a secret chamber where the bodies of Li Songhai and Sunny Fei lay. Lu Wuqing approached, scrutinizing them closely. Upon noticing the palm imprint on Sun Yifei's chest, an image flashed in his mind, a shadowy figure striking Sun Yifei's chest, sending him crashing against a tree. At this realization, Lu Wuqing could not help but gasp. The figure he envisioned was terrifying, likely surpassing the innate realm. Sun Yifei was in the late innate stage. Even with Lu Wuqing's peak innate strength, it was impossible to defeat Sun Yifei in under 50 moves. Even if that figure was powerful enough to fight above their level, they could not have dispatched Sun Yifei in a single strike. Thus, he concluded that the one who defeated Sun Yifei had undoubtedly transcended the innate level. How can this be? When did such a master arrive in Jiangqing? Lu Wuqing murmured. What is it, Pavilion Master? Have you discovered something? Huajin inquired anxiously. Lu Wuqing remained silent, moving to inspect Li Songhai's chest wound. Nodding, he noted, Li Songhai was indeed injured by that swordsman. Look closely. The frost lingering on the sword wound is the result of condensed true energy. Even under the scorching sun, this frost would not melt. I am certain that this formidable master is connected to the swordsman. No, perhaps to Shenlang himself. What? Connected to Shenlang? Huajin gasped. If Lu Wuqing's assertion was accurate, this meant Shenlang had a powerful ally backing him, compelling the Star Pavilion to reconsider their approach towards him. Lu Wuqing's countenance grew grave. This conclusion was not unfounded, since Li Songhai had been injured by Gao Jianli. It indicated that the powerful figure had been present at that moment. Yet, they only found the bodies of Li Songhai and Sun Yifei, with no sign of Gao Jianli, suggesting that the powerful figure had not slain him. Why spare Gao Jianli? Either he had managed to flee from that individual, or they were acquainted with one another. Lu Wuqing tended to favor the latter perspective. Even with Sun Yifei's prowess, he had not managed to evade a single move. Though Gao Jianli might surpass Sun Yifei, it was implausible for him to escape the grasp of that individual. Moreover, with no signs of a struggle detected within a 300-meter radius, as noted by Hawking. This further underscored the gravity of the situation. Contact the intelligence pavilion immediately. Utilize every possible means to uncover every individual surrounding Shenlang. Additionally, ensure they exercise caution to avoid alerting him, Lu Wuqing commanded. Hawking acknowledged with a nod and promptly exited. Lu Wuqing sighed, now solely hoping for the swift arrival of reinforcements dispatched by the headquarters. Initially, he believed his only concern was Zhao Qi. The sudden emergence of the enigmatic Shenlang had deepened his apprehension regarding the treacherous waters of Jiaqing. At the Shen residence, Shenlang had finally unearthed fragmented passages concerning the immortal Cheng Chunzi from the ancient texts within the scripture pavilion. The tome chronicling Cheng Chunzi's exploits was titled Chronicles of the Jinwu Continent. On the 135th page, references to Cheng Chunzi emerged. Allegedly, Cheng Chunzi was a figure from 5 centuries past, renowned as a formidable powerhouse in the eastern domain. Within less than 50 years of cultivation, he ascended to the Dongxiu realm, which comprises 3 stages, Huaxiu, Lianxiu, and Dongxiu. Each stage is notoriously challenging to master, with many practitioners spending decades without any significant progress. Yet Cheng Chunzi astonishingly traversed from Huaxiu to the final stage, Dongxiu, in under 20 years, a feat that can only be described as extraordinary. In an era devoid of celestial martial prowess, achieving Dongshu marked one as the pinnacle of strength in the Jinwu continent, with contemporaries attributing Chang Chunzi's rapid advancement to ancient cultivation techniques. The ancient era was characterized by a multitude of martial sects, with celestial warriors being commonplace, including those capable of shattering the void. However, a cataclysmic battle between righteousness and malevolence led to the demise of numerous formidable beings, resulting in the severance of many cultivation lineages. Subsequently, later generations could only attempt to replicate the martial arts of those ancient masters, albeit with diminished efficacy, leading to a scarcity of individuals who could attain celestial martial realms. While a few exceptional talents managed to break through to celestial martial realms, they remained the exception rather than the rule. Since ancient times, the number of individuals transcending to celestial martial levels could be counted on one hand. Among them, the inaugural emperor of the Qinwu Empire, known for his prodigious talent, stands as a quintessential example, though even he ultimately failed to shatter the void, leaving behind unfulfilled aspirations and passing away in the ancient grounds of the Qinwu Empire. Following Chang Chunzi's rise, numerous legends emerged surrounding him. He once held the top position on the human ranking and was also listed among the top 10 on the earth ranking. It is said that the foremost sect of the eastern domain, the Zhao Hua Dao sect, extended an invitation to Chang Chunzi, offering him the title of the esteemed guest elder. The Zhao Hua Dao sect was considered the mightiest among the three sects, with its leader ranked among the top 3 on the earth ranking. This world is divided into 3 rankings: heaven, earth, and humanity. The heaven ranking records those who have reached celestial martial realms. The earth ranking chronicles those in the void realm, and the humanity ranking lists innate realm warriors. However, merely reaching the innate stage does not guarantee a place on the humanity ranking. With a population of billions on the Jinwu continent, countless martial artists exist, and innate warriors are by no means rare. Thus, the humanity ranking does not encompass everyone. The 3 rankings were established by the 21 leading powers of the Tianji Valley, which claims to possess knowledge of all worldly affairs. The humanity ranking specifically highlights the strongest among the innate practitioners, meticulously curated through rigorous selection by the Tianji Valley. Chapter 39. Yen Tian. This information was gleaned by Shun Lang from the chronicles of the Jinwu continent. It remains unclear whether Chang Chunzi's pride or other reasons caused the Zhao Hua Dao sect to cease extending invitations to him, nor did Chang Chunzi ever join their ranks. After attaining fame for 2 centuries, Chang Chunzi mysteriously vanished. Some claimed he had chosen seclusion, while others speculated he had perished. It was only a century later, when his name disappeared from the earth ranking, that people realized he had achieved enlightenment in the afterlife. Given Chang Chunzi's strength, even the Tianji Valley found it challenging to track his whereabouts. It wasn't until someone inadvertently discovered Chang Chunzi's secluded cave dwelling and came across the remnants of his legacy that the truth about his enlightenment came to light. The individual who uncovered this information also obtained a map detailing Chang Chunzi's final resting place. Subsequently, the eastern domain was engulfed in chaos, though the top powers refrained from intervening. Rogue cultivators and second-rate families were driven to madness. To them, Chang Chunzi's cultivation methods were treasures beyond compare, and whoever could acquire them would undoubtedly soar to unparalleled heights. This turmoil persisted for several years until the map of Chang Chunzi's resting place mysteriously vanished, bringing the events to a close. In truth, the map had not vanished but was divided into 2 parts, each entrusted to different individuals. The atmosphere was tense, and the custodians of the map found no opportunity to seek it out until the present day. One of the guardians was an ancestor of Wu Yu, and the court, by chance, discovered the connection between Wu Yu's lineage and the map of Chang Chunzi's resting place. Hence, they adopted a cautious approach, sending personnel to investigate. Ultimately, they uncovered the first clues, leading to the scene where 3 shadowy figures pursued Wu Yu. Regarding the bloody turmoil of those years and how the court discovered the map, Shun Lang was unaware. However, he had gleaned some knowledge about Chang Chunzi's exploits. Did Chang Chunzi truly cultivate ancient techniques? Asked Yue coldly. Shun Lang chuckled. Who can say? However, since we possess half the map, we might as well search for the other half. I harbor a keen interest in ancient techniques. In truth, had they not obtained the map, Shun Lang would have had little interest in Chang Chunzi's cultivation methods, for the system contained myriad divine skills. He had even acquired the legendary 3 parts returning energy. Could the ancient techniques possibly surpass those of the Fengyun world? In Shun Lang's perspective, the martial arts within the Fengyun world, as depicted in Huaxia's novels, undoubtedly ranked among the top 3, with the pinnacle being the martial arts from Huang Da's novels, capable of allowing individuals to shatter the void. as Shen Lang and his companions speculated about the whereabouts of the other half of the map. An elder arrived at the Xingqian Pavilion. Although this elder had surpassed 50 years of age, he stood tall, exuding a subtle yet palpable aura of authority, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence. At that moment, Lu Wuqing hurriedly descended from the second floor. Upon seeing the elder, his pupils constricted, and he quickly approached. Bowing respectfully with clasped fists, "Greetings, Elder Yin. I am Lu Wuqing, the head of the Jiangxing branch." This elder was Yin Tian, the elder dispatched by the Xingqian Pavilion's headquarters to assist Lu Wuqing. "I am Yin Tian, sent here by the pavilion master to aid you," he replied coolly. Lu Wuqing's expression brightened, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Elder Yin. After your long journey, please come upstairs. I have prepared a banquet in your honor." Yin Tian nodded in satisfaction and ascended the stairs, with Lu Wuqing carefully trailing behind. Setting aside Yin Tian's esteemed identity, his strength in the void realm necessitated Lu Wuqing's utmost caution. They arrived at a resplendent room adorned in gold and jade, where a lavish feast awaited on a round table at the center. Once seated, Yin Tian inquired, "Now, tell me, what exactly transpired?" Prior to his arrival, Yin Tian had only gathered information from reports, aware that a map of Chang Chunzi's resting place had surfaced in Jiangxing, yet lacking knowledge of the finer details. Lu Wuqing wasted no time and recounted his speculations and the situation in Jiangxing to Yin Tian. "Oh, is the Shun family, particularly Shen Lang, truly as enigmatic as rumored?" Upon hearing Lu Wuqing's account, Yin Tian inquired with astonishment. "Indeed, I dare not conceal from the elder that Shen Lang's rise is shrouded in mystery, with formidable allies inexplicably aligning with him. Due to my limited strength, I refrained from alarming him. 2 of my dispatched stewards met with silent demise last night, leaving me uncertain of the power surrounding Shen Lang." Lu Wuqing lamented with a wry smile. "Intriguing, it seems Shen Lang possesses some secrets after all." Yin Tian remarked with a wry smile, his interest piqued. However, despite Shen Lang's newfound allure, the time for delving into his affairs has yet to arrive. Lu Wuqing had just informed him of Zhao Qi's arrival. Even if Shen Lang possesses some strength, it does not rival Zhao Qi's threat. Moreover, Lu Wuqing's dispatch of Hu Jin to eliminate 3 Imperial Dark Guards presents a significant complication. Lu Wuqing may be unaware of Zhao Qi's true nature, but Yin Tian is acutely aware that Wei Zhang has faced setbacks here, and Zhao Qi will undoubtedly resort to alternative methods. Despite the court's grand faade in the eyes of the common folk, those in the upper echelons are acutely aware of its underlying darkness. When interests are at stake, the court can be far more ruthless than these martial factions, employing any means necessary. The map of Chang Chunzi's meditation will not be overlooked by the court. Zhao Qi might already be concocting some scheme. Yin Tian continued, "While Shen Lang may be currently untouchable, we can disseminate news of his acquisition of the map. Though the court lacks evidence, it is sufficient for them to harbor suspicions. Zhao Qi will undoubtedly seek trouble with Shen Lang, at which point we shall discern Shen Lang's concealed strength." Lu Wuqing's eyes brightened. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. Yin Tian's cunning plan is to incite a conflict between the clam and the snipe, allowing them to profit while revealing Shen Lang's hidden prowess, an exquisite strategy that serves 2 purposes. Seeing Lu Wuqing grasp the concept, Yin Tian let out a hearty laugh and resumed his meal. Lu Wuqing's spirits lifted, and he began conversing with Yin Tian. That night, Wei Zhang hurried to Zhao Qi's quarters. "Commander, I have just received word that the map of Chang Chunzi's meditation has fallen into Shen Lang's hands," Wei Zhang reported, his expression brimming with excitement. The prospect of this map had weighed heavily on Wei Zhang. He had assumed it was securely held by the Xingqian Pavilion, rendering any hope of retrieval futile, given their formidable strength. He never anticipated that fortune would turn, and the map would end up with Shen Lang, who is undoubtedly weaker than the Xingqian Pavilion. The following morning, Zhao Qi, accompanied by Wei Zhang, arrived at the Shun residence. Upon seeing Zhao Qi, Shen Wuming's heart stirred. He understood the significance of Zhao Qi's visit. This was not merely a social call. With a broad smile, Shen Wuming approached, respectfully stating, "Commander, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Zhao Qi nodded slightly, hands clasped behind his back as he entered the hall, his expression impassive as he spoke. "Shen family head, may I inquire if your son is at home?" Shen Wuming's expression shifted, and he replied, "Indeed, Langer is here. May I ask what business the commander has with him?" "Insolence. When the commander requests Shen Lang, you are to bring him forth without question," Wei Zhang retorted angrily. The high-ranking members of the Shun family, positioned behind Shen Wuming, exchanged wary glances. Wei Zhang's demeanor suggested that Zhao Qi had come with ill intentions. "I dare not," Shen Wuming said, his expression darkening as he instructed a steward to summon Shen Lang. Meanwhile, Shen Lang was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, with Gao Jinli and Jin Wuming standing nearby, occasionally offering guidance. Although the system had imparted knowledge to Shen Lang, he did not assume his swordsmanship was flawless. The path of martial arts is vast and profound, and even those who reach the realm of immortal martial artists would hesitate to declare their mastery. Thus, Shen Lang remained open to instruction. The steward approached Shen Lang. Bowing respectfully, "Young master, the master requests your presence." "What is it?" Shen Lang continued wielding his black sword as he asked nonchalantly. "Commander Zhao Qi has arrived, accompanied by Wei Zhang, and specifically requests to see you," the steward replied gravely. Buzz. With a single swing, Shen Lang cleaved the stone table in the courtyard, furrowing his brow as he said, "Oh, Zhao Qi has come. How intriguing. It seems he has received some news." Shen Lang sheathed his black sword and pondered quietly. He was not surprised by Zhao Qi's arrival. Ever since their encounter during the tournament, he had anticipated that Zhao Qi would eventually seek him out. After all, if he were the man in black, he would surely leak the information regarding the Changchunzi map, knowing that recovering it from Shen Lang would be impossible, thus opting to use others as pawns. It was just that Zhao Qi's approach was sooner than expected. "Let us go meet Commander Zhao Qi," he said, as Gao Jinli and Jin Wuming flanked him, making their way toward the Shun family hall. Upon entering, Shen Lang sensed an unusual atmosphere. Zhao Qi sat prominently in the main seat, while Wei Zhang stood behind him, his expression cold, and Shen Wuming and others stood with serious faces below. Shen Lang first saluted Shen Wuming before clasping his hands in greeting to Zhao Qi. "Young master Shen Lang pays his respects to Commander." Zhao Qi cast a casual glance at Shen Lang and inquired, "Shen Lang, do you know why I have sought you?" Shen Lang remained composed, replying, "I am unaware, and would appreciate your clarification, Commander." Zhao Qi stated, "I have received intelligence indicating that you possess a certain item." As Zhao Qi's words echoed, a subtle yet palpable pressure enveloped the entire hall. Shen Wuming and the others' expressions shifted, casting wary glances at Zhao Qi. Yet, Shen Lang appeared unfazed as he calmly responded, "Commander, I am afraid I do not understand what item you refer to." At this moment, Wei Zhang, witnessing Shen Lang's feigned ignorance, exclaimed angrily, "Shen Lang, do not think that pretending to be oblivious will spare you. The Mirshan family can hardly protect you. If you do not surrender the item, you may bring calamity upon your family." Wei Zhang's words cast a tense shadow over the entire hall. Shen Lang's eyes narrowed, his expression unyielding as he coldly addressed Wei Zhang, "Careful, City Lord Wei, be wary of the consequences of your words. While my Shen family may not hold much weight in the eyes of the court, we are not to be trifled with. You, a mere city lord, are not worthy of such threats." Whoosh. As soon as Shen Lang finished speaking, two formidable sword intent shot towards Wei Zhang. He let out a muffled grunt, involuntarily taking a step back, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips, his gaze filled with terror as he glanced at Gao Jinli and Jin Wuming behind Shen Lang. Wei Zhang's strength was not insignificant, being at the peak of the late innate stage, but he was no match for the overwhelming pressure emanating from Gao Jinli and Jin Wuming. A glimmer of insight flickered in Zhao Qi's eyes as he scrutinized Shen Lang, who stood defiantly. Initially, Zhao Qi had been uncertain whether Shen Lang had indeed acquired the map, but now, observing his demeanor, he felt assured of it. Nevertheless, Zhao Qi was not without intellect. Considering the intelligence from the previous night, he understood that someone was orchestrating discord between him and Shen Lang, and there was no need for further speculation. The instigator was undoubtedly the Xingqian Pavilion. At present, a delicate balance has formed among Zhao Qi, Shen Lang, and the Xingqian Pavilion, reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms era. Regardless of which two sides engage in conflict, the remaining party invariably stands to gain. Zhao Qi, suppressing his anger towards Wei Zhang, spoke slowly, "Shen Lang, given your formidable strength, I shall not beat around the bush. Shall we consider a partnership? After locating the site of Changchunzi's ascendants, should there indeed be ancient techniques within, I will grant you a copy for your records, while I shall return the original to the court." Shen Lang cast a penetrating glance at Zhao Qi. "Commander, since you have proposed this, I shall not conceal my intentions. Let it be settled thus. However, I must inform you that the map I possess is only half complete. I hope you can procure the other half. Rest assured, with the court's intelligence, I believe it will not take long," Zhao Qi replied, rising to depart with a visibly displeased Wei Zhang. On the way, Wei Zhang, filled with indignation, remarked, "Commander, Shen Lang has already admitted his capabilities. Why did you not seize him? Why pursue a collaboration instead?" Zhao Qi glanced at Wei Zhang with an impassive expression and replied coolly, "Wei City Lord, does this official need to report my actions to you?" Wei Zhang's countenance shifted. He sensed a murderous intent in Zhao Qi's gaze. He realized that his earlier outburst had been provoked by Shen Lang. And in the realm of officials, questioning one's superior is a grave transgression. If his superior were a narrow-minded individual, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences in the future. Immediately, Wei Zhang bowed low, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. I dare not. Zhao Qi, hands clasped behind his back, stated indifferently. Shenlang is not to be underestimated. Just now, within the Shun residence, I sensed an aura that was not in the least inferior to my own. Had we engaged in combat then, our chances of victory would have been slim. What? The Shin family has a master in the transformation void realm? Wei Zhang exclaimed in shock. Could it be that Shin Kuan has broken through? No, the aura was exceedingly sharp. It should not belong to Shin Kuan, Zhao Qi clarified. His words sent a chill down Wei Zhang's spine. Fortuitously, he had accompanied Zhao Qi. Otherwise, given his earlier arrogance, he might have struggled to exit the Shin family's gates. In the Shun family's grand hall, Shin Wuming and others regarded Shenlang with an air of confusion. When did this young master become so assertive that even the provincial commander had to yield? Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes, Shenlang sat in a chair and said, Father, keep a watchful eye on the actions of the other three families. I have received word that old fox, Su Xinghe, is conspiring with the Bai and Zhang families to target our Shin family. What? Shin Wuming's expression shifted in alarm. Lango, are you certain your intelligence is correct? Shenlang nodded. Indeed, this information was personally relayed by the two old sages of Xianyun, and it was obtained just yesterday at the tea house across from our family's gate. Pacing the hall with his hands clasped behind his back, Shin Wuming finally looked up. This matter is of great significance. I must discuss it with your grandfather to determine our response. Stretching and rising, Shenlang replied, Father, you and grandfather can deliberate. I have affairs to attend to with the court and Xingchen Pavilion, leaving the three families in your capable hands. Should it become dire, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Shin Wuming shot Shenlang a fierce glare. This little rascal had decimated the Shun family's elite forces, leaving only the direct lineage to fend off the attacks from the other three families. How could they possibly withstand such onslaughts? Now, he was washing his hands of it. What were they to do? Yet, Shin Wuming felt a measure of reassurance. If the Shun family truly fell into peril, he was confident Shenlang would intervene. Back in the courtyard, Yao Yu was quietly tending to the flowers, while Shin Qing assisted nearby. Upon seeing Shenlang, Shin Qing skipped over, joyfully exclaiming, Young master, you're back. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, Shin Qing had maintained her resilience during Shenlang's earlier obscurity, but now that he had risen, her youthful spirit had returned. Shenlang smiled warmly. Yes, I have returned. The martial prowess of that individual was formidable. Exercise caution in future encounters. Yao Yu, fixated on her task, coldly replied without looking up. How does he compare to you? Within 100 moves, I could take his head. Shenlang raised an eyebrow and inquired. Yao Yu spoke as though it were a trivial matter, her words light, yet carrying an underlying menace that was unsettling. Few would dare to express such calm confidence about slaying a master of the transformation void realm. Shenlang was not surprised. Although Yao Yu was a half-step into the transformation void, her Mingyu technique compensated for the gap in their realms. The Mingyu technique comprises 9 layers. The first 8 are not particularly terrifying, but upon reaching the 9th layer, it becomes truly astonishing. At the 9th layer of the Mingyu technique, one's internal energy circulates ceaselessly, rendering the body akin to luminous jade. The power remains contained but penetrates the surface of adversaries, directly affecting their vital organs. Those unaware of the intricacies of the Mingyu technique would likely suffer grievous losses. Meanwhile, Lu Wuqing and others had also received intelligence. Upon learning that Zhao Qi and Shenlang had not clashed, they were filled with perplexity. Yin Tian sighed. It appears the Shin family is no ordinary clan. Your previous conjecture seems highly probable. Shenlang is indeed surrounded by individuals surpassing the innate realm. Lu Wuqing's expression darkened. The greater Shenlang's strength, the more pressure the Xingchen Pavilion faced. This situation was untenable. Zhao Qi is not foolish. He must have deduced their meddling in their minds. Even if Zhao Qi knew they were instigating discord from behind the scenes, he would still act decisively against the Shin family. However, now that Zhao Qi had not engaged with Shenlang, it indicated that he had likely formed an alliance with him. Their scheming would surely lead the two families to target the Xingchen Pavilion. The pressing matter at hand was to locate the other half of the map. Once we obtain it, we will possess the means to contend against them. Otherwise, this endeavor may yield nothing but disappointment. Yin Tian spoke gravely. Elder Yin, the hidden abode of Cheng Chunzi was in the Haifeng mountain range. Do you think the other half of the treasure map could be within? Lu Wuqing speculated. Possibly, but the Haifeng mountain range is vast and boundless. Even if we deployed all our resources, we might not find it, Yin Tian replied, furrowing his brow. At that moment, Lu Wuqing's eyes lit up. Elder, I have a plan. Ah, I see you are thinking of the mountain bandits in the Hafeng mountain range. Yin Tian chuckled. Precisely. They have lived in the Hafeng mountain range for a long time and are numerous. We could enlist their assistance, Lu Wuqing said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Those bandits could indeed be valuable allies, but they each had their own factions backing them. If news of the Changchunzi map were to leak, it would lead to considerable complications. Such is the nature of the situation. Now, in Jiangxing, Xunlang and Zhao Qi have already joined forces, and we have no choice but to proceed this way. Otherwise, we will end up with nothing, Lu Wuqing said bitterly. Very well, I entrust this matter to you, Yin Tian stated before turning to leave. As the tensions among the three factions in Jiangxing escalated, a group of elegantly attired individuals arrived at Heifengzhai. Upon seeing the young man leading the group, Haik Xuanfeng promptly approached, respectfully stating, I, Haik Xuanfeng, the chief of Heifengzhai, greet the young master. The others, including Shouho, followed suit in paying their respects. The young man cast a dispassionate glance at Haik Xuanfeng and the others. Rise. Please, young master, come inside, Haik Xuanfeng urged, standing up and gesturing for him to enter. With hands clasped behind his back, the young man strode ahead, followed closely by Haik Xuanfeng and the others. Upon reaching the main hall of the stronghold, the young man unhesitatingly took a seat in the grand tiger skin chair and frowned, saying, Haik Xuanfeng, tell me, what has transpired? Haik Xuanfeng signaled to Shouho, who quickly produced a scroll from his pocket and handed it to the guards accompanying the young man. The young man slowly unfurled the scroll and, upon seeing its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, it is true. The youthful figure burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ah, Black Whirlwind. You have truly accomplished something great this time. Rest assured, I shall report this to my father and ensure you are rewarded. The Black Whirlwind's expression shifted, and he excitedly clasped his fists together, replying, Thank you, young master. I do not seek rewards. My only wish is to return to my clan and contribute to my family's legacy. Very well, once this matter is concluded, you shall accompany me back, the young man declared, waving his hand with authority. The lean monkey gazed enviously at the Black Whirlwind. After his departure, he would undoubtedly be elevated to the position of the chief of the Black Wind Gang. Yet, compared to returning to his family, he would choose the latter. For being a bandit is a burdensome task. Although it offers a semblance of freedom, it is fraught with peril. One could easily meet a grim fate at any moment. He then clasped his fists and stated, Young master, I have heard that the commander Zhao Qi has recently arrived in Jiang City. I wonder if it is related to this map. Zhao Qi has arrived? The young man responded, surprised. Since he is here, we should pay a visit to Jiang City. Perhaps we may discover something unexpected. The youth was named Li Chaoyuan, a direct descendant of the prominent Li family of Jiangzhou. While the Black Wind Gang secretly served the interests of the Li family, the half-map had been inadvertently obtained by a lackey of the Black Wind Gang, and upon seeing it, the Black Whirlwind had promptly reported it. Subsequently, the slaughter of the bandits in the Black Wind Mountain Range by Xunlang had caused the Black Whirlwind considerable unease for a time. However, as Xunlang was preoccupied with matters concerning the Four Clans tournament, he had not found the opportunity to pursue them, allowing them to escape, albeit narrowly missing their chance with the half-map. Chapter 42. Gathering storms. The Black Whirlwind and his companions accompanied Li Chaoyuan to Jiang City. What factions exist in Jiang City? Li Chaoyuan inquired, elegantly wielding a folding fan. Young master, there are 6 factions in Jiang City: the Star Division, the City Lord's Mansion, and the 4 Great Families. The lean monkey eagerly replied. Just as the Black Whirlwind was about to speak, the lean monkey interjected, causing him to glare in dissatisfaction. Unfazed, the lean monkey thought to himself, You are about to leave, and yet you do not allow me to curry favor. Perhaps this will earn me the young master's favor. We shall not provoke the Star Division, a top-tier power, nor the City Lord's Mansion, which is affiliated with the court. As for the 4 Great Families, we might pay them a visit. Li Chaoyuan smiled, contemplating the local forces to gather intelligence. Which of the 4 families is the strongest? That would be the Su family. To my knowledge, they are one of the earliest families to rise in Jiang City, the Black Whirlwind interjected, having prepared his answer in advance. Excellent. Then we shall visit the Su family, Li Chaoyuan decided. Unperturbed by the rivalry between the Black Whirlwind and the lean monkey, he regarded their competition as beneficial, for it underscored his own esteemed position in their eyes. Upon arriving at the gate of the Bai family, the Black Whirlwind stepped forward, raising his voice. You too. Hurry and inform Su Xinghe that my young master has arrived, and he must come out to greet us. How dare you? Who are you to cause a ruckus at the Su family? You must be seeking death. The guards at the Su family's entrance, not to be trifled with, shouted in anger at the Black Whirlwind's audacity. 2 guards brandished their swords, glaring menacingly at him. "Ah, a mere Sioux family, yet your guards are quite bold," the Black Whirlwind retorted, instantly unleashing his formidable aura of a late-stage innate warrior. The two guards trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. For the pressure of a true innate master was beyond their comprehension. Their expressions turned pale with fear as they faced the Black Whirlwind. At that moment, an elder emerged from within. Upon seeing the Black Whirlwind and his companions, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he exclaimed, "Black Whirlwind, you possess great audacity to come to Jiang City. Are you not afraid of being discovered and left here?" "Huh. I, Black Whirlwind, have roamed the Black Wind Mountain Range for over 20 years. What have I not seen? Spare me your idle chatter. This is my young master." Quickly summoned Su Xinghe to meet him. The Black Whirlwind stepped back, revealing Li Chaoyuan. Upon recognizing Li Chaoyuan, the elder's brow furrowed. He sensed a noble aura emanating from him, and, knowing that the bandits of the Black Wind Mountain had their own backgrounds, he dared not offend them. He hurriedly rushed inside to inform Su Xinghe. Before long, the elder returned, leading Su Xinghe. Su Xinghe approached the entrance, casting a friendly glance at Li Chaoyuan, and respectfully stated, "This young master, I am Su Xinghe, head of the Su family. May I inquire your name?" Li Chaoyuan snapped his folding fan shut with a resounding clap, exuding an air of superiority as he replied, "I am Li Chaoyuan of the Li family in Jiangzhou." Su Xinghe's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware of the Li family, one of the 5 foremost powers in Jiangzhou, which included the Feng family, the Longwei escort, the Fuguwei mountain manor, and the swordsmith sect. Each of these factions boasted a formidable warrior at the transformation realm, with no fewer than 10 innate peak warriors among them. To the Su family, they were colossal entities. A mere peak innate warrior could easily obliterate them. The innate realm is divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and peak. The peak innate warriors are also known as Yuan realm masters. Having reached the pinnacle of innate power, they focus on transforming their inner true qi into Yuan force. Once their true qi is entirely converted into true essence, they attain the transformation realm, where true essence is said to embody the powers of heaven and earth. Although the elder of the Su family is indeed a peak innate warrior, it is somewhat of a stretch to call him such, as he has yet to grasp the nuances of Yuan force transformation. Upon realizing Li Chaoyuan's identity, Su Xinghe dared not be remiss and promptly said, "Ah, it is young Master Li. I have long admired your esteemed name. Please, come inside." While Su Xinghe may not have known who Li Chaoyuan was, he understood the significance of the Li family. The group escorted Li Chaoyuan into the grand hall of the Su family. Upon entering, 2 servants hastily poured Li Chaoyuan a cup of tea. After sharing a sip, Su Xinghe, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Young Master Li, may I ask what brings you to Jiang City?" "Indeed, I have some matters to discuss. I am not very familiar with Jiang City, and I hope to consult with the head of the Su family regarding some inquiries," Li Chaoyuan replied with a smile. "Young Master Li is too gracious," Su Xinghe gestured. "Please feel free to speak. There is truly nothing in Jiang City that I, Su Xinghe, do not know." Li Chaoyuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "Hee. It is not a matter of great significance. I merely wish to ask Uncle Su if there have been any notable occurrences in Jiang City recently." "Notable occurrences?" Su Xinghe pondered, his brow furrowing. The first thought that crossed his mind was Shun Lang's sudden rise, but he quickly suppressed that notion, realizing it might be too obvious. He then recalled the recent deaths of 3 court shadow guards and the arrival of Zhao Qi. "Young Master Li, there is indeed something noteworthy." Li Chaoyuan's expression shifted as he quickly replied, "Uncle, please share." It seems that some time ago, 3 shadow guards were pursuing an individual in Jiang City. Witnesses claimed they were attempting to seize a scroll. Ultimately, those 3 guards were killed, and the item vanished without a trace. Recently, Commander Zhao Qi has also arrived in Jiang City, and I suspect he may be here for that scroll. Upon hearing Su Xinghe's words, Li Chaoyuan subtly exchanged glances with the Black Whirlwind and the others. Li Chaoyuan's subtle movements did not escape Su Xinghe's attention. He surmised that Li Chaoyuan must have come for that particular item as well. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Su Xinghe's mind, and he casually remarked, "It is indeed peculiar. Zhao Qi's visit to Jiangqing must have some purpose, yet he seems to hold the Shin family in high regard. Just yesterday, Zhao Qi personally visited the Shun residence. I wonder if the Shin family possesses something that piqued Zhao Qi's interest." Su Xinghe's words intrigued Li Chaoyuan. Could it be that the Shin family truly harbors a treasure? However, Li Chaoyuan refrained from inquiring further and exchanged pleasantries with Su Xinghe before departing with Haik Xuanfeng and the others. Upon arriving at an inn, Haik Xuanfeng frowned and questioned, "Young master, do you think Su Xinghe is being deliberate?" "Indeed, Su Xinghe, as you described, is a cunning individual. While he appears casual, He is subtly steering us towards the Shin family. Nevertheless, Zhao Qi's interest in the Shin family is genuine. On our way here, I gathered information indicating that during the Four Clans competition, Zhao Qi indeed regarded Shin Lang highly, and he has visited the Shin family. It seems we must investigate the Shun family further. The following dawn, Li Chaoyuan and his entourage arrived at the Shun residence. Haik Shuanfeng remained as brash as ever, and this time, he went so far as to severely injure two of the Shun family's guards. Standing before the entrance, Haik Shuanfeng boisterously declared, "Listen well, everyone. This is my young master, Li Chaoyuan, the youngest son of the Li family in Jiangzhou. Tell Shin Wuming to come out and greet him promptly. If you dare to neglect my young master, I shall raze your Shin family to the ground." Some of the guards turned ashen with rage. Yet Haik Shuanfeng's words left them too intimidated to advance. They could only send one person to inform Shin Wuming while the rest remained vigilant, watching Li Chaoyuan and his companions. Upon receiving the report, Shin Wuming hurriedly approached the entrance, his expression grave. He glanced at the moaning guards on the ground and remarked, "Li family? It appears we have no enmity with young Master Li. Why cause trouble at my Shin residence?" Li Chaoyuan waved his folding fan dismissively. "There is no enmity. But those two servants were foolish enough to obstruct my path. I merely administered a minor punishment. Had this been at my Li family, they would have been executed already." "You." Shin Wuming glared at Li Chaoyuan, nearly losing his temper. However, recalling Li Chaoyuan's status, he suppressed his anger and replied coldly, "May I ask what brings young Master Li to my Shin residence?" Li Chaoyuan snapped his fan shut with a flourish and smiled. "I have heard that, Shin Lang. The young master of the Shin family is the foremost talent in Jiangcheng. I have come to pay my respects and wonder if the family head could permit me a meeting with your esteemed son? Since someone wishes to meet me, I shall oblige and see what sort of rabble dares to cause a ruckus at my Shin residence." Shin Lang, clad in white, exuded an aura of elegance as he approached, flanked by Gao Jianli and Jin Wuming. Earlier, as Shin Wuming hurried to the entrance, he had crossed paths with Shin Qing, who subsequently reported to Shin Lang, prompting his curiosity to witness Li Chaoyuan's audacious display. Li Chaoyuan raised his brow and addressed Shin Lang. So you are Shin Lang of the Shin family? I have heard you are the most gifted among the younger generation in Jiangcheng. How fortunate for me. I delight in trampling on various talents. Might you allow me to indulge in this desire?" As onlookers began to gather, the commotion attracted attention. For the four great families had always been the center of Jiangcheng's intrigue. Among the crowd, Su Xinghe and the other clan heads observed with keen interest. After Su Xinghe had made his earlier remark, he anticipated that Li Chaoyuan would seek trouble with Shin Lang, as he discerned the underlying arrogance masked by Li Chaoyuan's seemingly refined demeanor. Shin Lang's eyes narrowed, a chilling aura emanating from him. "Very well. I shall fulfill young Master Li's wish." As Shin Lang spoke, a voice echoed in his mind, notifying him of a side quest to defeat Li Chaoyuan, with a reward of 200 kill points. With a thunderous strike, Shin Lang unleashed the Tian Shuang fist, a wave of frost radiating from him, causing those within a 10-meter radius to shiver involuntarily. The punch was devoid of embellishment, merely a straightforward jab. Yet those enveloped in the frosty aura felt as though their bodies had been paralyzed, their movements hindered. Shin Lang stepped forward, instantly closing the distance to Li Chaoyuan. Despite Li Chaoyuan's peak postnatal prowess, he felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability in the face of Shin Lang's punch. "Break for me," Li Chaoyuan shouted. Wielding his folding fan as a torrent of searing inner strength surged forth, the Li family's yin yang ju, a martial art of utmost vigor, allowed Li Chaoyuan to shake off the frost's grip, propelling himself away rapidly. Yet, Shin Lang was faster. Employing the wind god leg, he swiftly closed the gap, his frosted fist crashing into Li Chaoyuan's chest. Uffed! Li Chaoyuan spat blood, propelled backward. However, Shin Lang did not relent. He maneuvered his feet and continued the pursuit. The Ruian palm was unpredictable, appearing to target Li Chaoyuan's right side, but actually aiming for the left. "Young master." The guards accompanying Li Chaoyuan changed their expressions drastically. One guard unsheathed his long blade, charging at Shin Lang. Before the guard could reach Shin Lang, a figure flashed past. Jin Wuming appeared between Shin Lang and Li Chaoyuan's guards, his gray eyes devoid of emotion, the palpable killing intent enveloping all present. The guard, who had charged at Shin Lang, was pierced through the chest by Jin Wuming's blade, as though he had collided with the sword itself, unseen and unfelt. "Attack! If something happens to the young master, we are all doomed." Haik Shuanfeng's pupils contracted as he witnessed Jin Wuming dispatch the guard, and he gritted his teeth, ordering his men. A wave of sword energy imbued with frost surged into the crowd of guards, instantly piercing through two of Li Qiuan's protectors. At that moment, the two elders Xianming soared from a distance, launching palms toward Haik Shuanfeng and the others. Haik Xuanfeng's expression contorted. The series of strikes had nearly harmed him, and he was astonished by the number of experts within the Shin family. Get lost. Haik Xuanfeng raised his palms skyward, crashing violently against the Xinming elders, who were sent spiraling back to the ground. Their palms trembled as they regarded Haik Xuanfeng with solemnity. You two handle the others. I shall deal with this one. You are no match for him. Gao Jinli, wielding the Shuihan sword, approached slowly, his demeanor indifferent. The Xinming elders did not attempt to assert themselves, nodding in agreement before rushing toward the remaining Li family guards. Haik Xuanfeng warily observed Gao Jinli, knowing that the previous wave of icy sword energy had originated from him. However, with Li Chaoyuan in peril, he could not afford to hesitate and forced his way through the barriers of Gao Jinli and the others to rescue Li Chaoyuan. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted in an instant. Among Li Chaoyuan's guards were also experts of innate realm, and 3 mid-stage innate warriors recklessly charged toward the impassive Jin Wuming. Jin Wuming remained unfazed, his gray eyes coldly fixed on the 3 innate guards advancing toward him. As the confrontation between Li Chaoyuan and Shun Lang unfolded, despite being caught off guard, Li Chaoyuan managed to stabilize himself. With disheveled hair and blood at the corner of his mouth, he engaged in combat with Shun Lang. As the battle raged on, Li Chaoyuan coughed up blood continuously. Brother Su, what martial art is Shun Lang employing? Isn't he primarily skilled in sword techniques? Yet, I find this set of palm techniques to be as formidable as the previous set of boxing techniques. Zhang Lingshan inquired with a frown from the crowd. Su Xinghe, equally perplexed by Shun Lang's martial prowess, remained silent while Bai Zizai, who had been observing attentively, watched the imposing Shun Lang with shifting expressions. Though Bai Zizai was unaware of the exact nature of Shun Lang's skills, he had witnessed Shun Lang previously defeat Bai Lingshan with that unpredictable palm technique. In Chapter 44, the prowess of Yao Yue was displayed with a fluidity akin to flowing water. Shun Lang's palms seemed to transform into liquid, appearing soft and weak. Yet they consistently penetrated Li Chaoyuan's defenses and struck him directly. The Li family's yin-yang technique was extraordinary, despite being hit several times. Li Chaoyuan relied on the protective inner strength of yin-yang to withstand the blows. Interesting, Shun Lang remarked with a faint smile, sensing the yin-yang inner strength within Li Chaoyuan's body. Enough of this playful sparring. With a thunderous clap, a fierce wave of palm energy erupted forth. Li Chaoyuan's expression shifted, and he summoned all his strength to counter Shun Lang's strike, but was instead sent flying by the overwhelming force. This time, Li Chaoyuan sustained severe injuries, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in Shun Lang's eyes as he leapt forward, a chill enveloping the surroundings, causing frost to swirl wherever he passed. Snow atop ice. This is dire, Su Xinghe shouted, realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly activated the Lingfeng step in a bid to rescue Li Chaoyuan. Li Chaoyuan's status was significant, while Shun Lang might not hesitate to kill him. Su Xinghe could not afford such a loss. If Li Chaoyuan perished, not only would the Li family suffer, but the Su family would also face dire consequences, as the 4 prominent families of Jiangsheng could not withstand the Li family's wrath. Humph! Shun Lang scoffed upon seeing Su Xinghe rush forward. Recalling how Su Xinghe had previously disregarded the rules to save his son during the last competition, despite Zhao Qi's presence then preventing Shun Lang from taking action, he was now prepared to make Su Xinghe pay for his interference. As Su Xinghe approached Li Chaoyuan, noticing Shun Lang showed no signs of relenting, his expression darkened, and a murderous intent arose within him. He raised his palm, channeling his full power towards Shun Lang. With a resounding boom, frost erupted as an invisible shockwave radiated outward. Su Xinghe, you seem to be courting death. Very well. Today I shall teach you the price of meddling, Shun Lang coldly declared at the moment of impact. A flicker of unease crossed Su Xinghe's mind as he saw Shun Lang retract his fist, extending a finger aimed rapidly at his chest. Duan Yu Fenjin, he intoned. Recognizing the formidable nature of this strike, Su Xinghe dared not confront it directly and barely managed to evade. However, he was still struck, though not fatally. Humph. This is far from over. Duan Yu Fenjin was not merely a single move, but rather a series of techniques. It was said that the legendary Xiong Ba could dismantle a person's martial arts with it, reverting their abilities to their most primal state. While Shun Lang had not yet reached Xiong Ba's level, he could still disrupt the inner strength Su Xinghe had gathered. Instantly, Su Xinghe felt a strange energy surge into his body, causing the inner strength he had just gathered to dissipate, leaving him unable to mount a defense against Shun Lang's onslaught. The crowd beheld Shun Lang's hands moving with blinding speed, his fingers appearing as mere phantoms, relentlessly striking at Su Xinghe's chest. With a final, decisive tap, both Su Xinghe and the injured Li Chaoyuan were sent hurtling backward. Zhang Lingshan and Bai Zizai, who were about to intervene, halted in shock, gazing at Xinlang. Xinlang cast a dispassionate glance at the two, causing them to instinctively withdraw. Meanwhile, the battle behind them neared its conclusion, with the Black Whirlwind suffering multiple sword wounds, while Li Chaoyuan's guards had also sustained heavy casualties, leaving only two innate warriors struggling against Jin Wuming. How do you find it? You see it now, right? Zhao Qi remarked with a smile, standing by a window on the second floor of a tea house. Wei Zhang, behind Zhao Qi, paled as he observed Xinlang's commanding presence in the arena, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Xinlang was so powerful that, without having entered the innate realm, he could contend with innate warriors and even emerge victorious. This was nothing short of monstrous. It was widely acknowledged that while combat across small realms was manageable, transcending major realms was exceedingly challenging. Yet today he had witnessed the impossible. Elsewhere, Yan Tian, accompanied by Lu Wuqing, observed the conflict unfolding before the Shun family estate. Elder, how is Xunlang so strong? It seems he could rival our young master, Lu Wuqing exclaimed in astonishment. Yan Tian nodded gravely. Indeed, while he may still lag behind our young master, the gap is closing. At that moment, an object suddenly rolled out from beneath Li Chaoyuan. Xinlang's expression shifted upon seeing the object, and just then, Zhao Qi and Yan Tian also took notice. Without hesitation, they surged forward towards the fallen item. As they did, an overwhelming aura erupted, pressing heavily upon everyone present, as if a mountain had descended upon them. This is bad, Xinlang exclaimed. In his courtyard, another figure emerged. And just as Zhao Qi and Yan Tian were about to reach Li Chaoyuan, Yaiwei appeared before them, without uttering a word. She struck out at both Zhao Qi and Yan Tian with a palm. Employing the Mingyu technique, she resembled a celestial being, radiant and ethereal. Zhao Qi and Yan Tian, with solemn expressions, summoned their inner strength to counter her strike. With a thundering crash, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, the ground beneath them sank dramatically, causing severe casualties among those nearby. Xinlang, sensing the escalating chaos, had already retreated, narrowly avoiding disaster. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured amidst their clash. As a mere postnatal practitioner, he was significantly outmatched by the three. Witnessing the intensifying battle, the onlookers panicked, fleeing in terror. My heavens, this is no game. It could easily lead to death. Many among the crowd cried out in desperation as they fled. At this juncture, Zhao Qi and Yan Tian flanked Yaiwei, who stood over the unconscious Li Chaoyuan and the gravely injured Su Xing'e. Yaiwei cast a cold glance at the scroll near Li Chaoyuan, then turned her wary gaze towards Zhao Qi and Yan Tian. Although it appeared that Yaiwei was overpowering two opponents, she had actually redirected their inner strength into the ground beneath her, or she would have undoubtedly been wounded. After all, the strikes of two void transformation experts were not easily withstood. Miss, I am Zhao Qi, the commander of Jiangzhou. I harbor no ill intentions. Xinlang has already obtained half of the map. The portion beneath your feet belongs to me. Remember, greed often leads to dire consequences. Zhao Qi spoke coldly, his words seemingly courteous but laced with malice. Had he not witnessed Yaiwei's ability to withstand both himself and Yan Tian, he would not have been so polite. Yan Tian remained silent, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on Yaiwei. Yaiwei, indifferent, awaited Xinlang's command. Should he decide to seize the moment, she would not hesitate to act. Two formidable void transformation experts posed little threat to her. She had grown up unafraid of anyone, and in this realm of true martial, even land deities of the immortal martial realm would not compel her to retreat. Xinlang's expression shifted as he contemplated the precarious situation, realizing that it was not the time to act recklessly. While Yaiwei was indeed formidable, she could not withstand the combined assault of Zhao Qi and Yan Tian. Thus, he finally conceded. Very well, Yaiwei, give it to them. The moonlit night witnessed the graceful descent of Yao Yu, who cast a fleeting glance at the two before returning to Xinlang's side. Yet, as Yao Yu departed, the atmosphere in the arena did not wane. Rather, it intensified. For the fierce duel between Zhao Qi and Yan Tian was about to commence. Yan Tian, does your star pavilion truly intend to oppose the imperial court? Zhao Qi's narrowed eyes fixed ominously on his opponent. Commander Zhao, I am merely acting under orders. Any repercussions will be addressed by the pavilion master, Yan Tian responded indifferently, emboldened by the backing he had. Very well, then I shall experience the prowess of the star-snatching technique. Elder Yan, Zhao Qi replied coldly. Chapter 45, The Battle of the Void. The cold-faced butcher, Zhao Qi, I too have longed to witness your skills. As his words fell, a colossal hand of condensed energy, resembling a grinding disc, surged towards Zhao Qi, enveloping an area of 100 meters. This was the renowned star-snatching technique. a formidable skill that lived up to its name. Zhao Qi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, unleashed his own energy, his fist bursting forth with a terrifying bloodthirsty aura, coalescing into a fierce and menacing punch aimed directly at Yin Tian's technique. Zhao Qi earned the moniker of the cold-faced butcher due to his insatiable thirst for blood. Early in his tenure with the imperial court, he had annihilated a martial arts clan when tasked merely with retrieving an item. The clan's stubborn resistance had provoked Zhao Qi's wrath, resulting in their complete extermination. The court dismissed the destruction of such a minor faction, recognizing Zhao Qi's ruthlessness as aligning perfectly with their own methods. Thus, he embarked on a path of slaughter, dutifully accomplishing every mission assigned to him, often leaving behind a trail of bloodshed and chaos. Through relentless killing, Zhao Qi ascended to greater heights, ultimately breaking through to the Void Realm 30 years ago and being appointed as the commander of Jiangzhou. His excessive bloodshed infused his cultivation with a potent aura of ferocity, amplifying his abilities immensely. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout Jiang City, a palpable oppressive force felt by all, whether near or far. Surrounding structures trembled under the dueling energies. And had it not been for Yao Yu's protection, the Shun residents would have suffered a similar fate. As the two titans clashed, Zhao Qi and Yin Tian exchanged blows of monumental force, yet it appeared they were holding back, unwilling to risk their lives. This restraint disappointed Xinlang, who had anticipated reaping the benefits of their confrontation. With a resounding crash, Zhao Qi and Yin Tian separated. Zhao Qi, his expression grave, gazed at Yin Tian and spoke slowly. Yin Tian, now is not the time for battle. Let us first locate the site of Changchun Zi's meditation. We can share our findings thereafter. Understanding Zhao Qi's intent, Yin Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing that the conflict in Jiang City involved more than just their two factions. With Xinlang lurking nearby, Zhao Qi nodded, drawing forth a scroll from nearly Chao Yuan, while ignoring the unconsciously Chao Yuan and Su Xinghe on the ground. May I borrow this, Master Shin? Zhao Qi called out. Shen Wuming readily consented. After all, both Zhao Qi and Yin Tian were esteemed figures whom the Shun family revered. Without Xinlang, they would likely never have crossed paths with such powerful individuals. Thus, Xinlang led Zhao Qi and Yin Tian towards his residence. Along the way, the Shun family members regarded Xinlang with admiration, astonished that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with experts of the Void Realm. Of course, Xinlang's standing was largely due to Yao Yu's influence. Upon arriving at Xinlang's courtyard, Xinqing swiftly prepared tea for Zhao Qi and Yin Tian. Xinlang, devoid of pretense, encouraged Xinqing to align another map with the one Zhao Qi possessed. This allowed everyone to discern the location of Changchun Zi's meditation site. This is the location of the Wuxing mountain range. Yin Tian exclaimed, astonished. Wuxing mountain range? Xinlang inquired, perplexed. Indeed, it is the Wuxing mountain range. Zhao Qi confirmed slowly. What sort of place is that? Xinlang furrowed his brow, seeking clarity. Zhao Qi, recognizing Xinlang's ignorance of the Wuxing mountain range, elaborated. The Wuxing mountain range is a desolate area within the Jinwu continent, perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. Anyone who ventures within loses their sense of direction. It is said to have been the stronghold of the Wuxing sect, a powerful demonic faction from ancient times. To guard against assaults from righteous forces, they infused the entire mountain range with poisonous flora, which has flourished over the years. Were it not for the catastrophic conflict between the righteous and demonic factions, the Wuxing sect would not have faced annihilation. It is rumored that the righteous suffered tremendous losses in that war. Had it not been for a righteous expert who shattered the void and momentarily suppressed the toxic fog, the Wuxing sect might still exist today. Upon hearing Zhao Qi's explanation, Xinlang's expression darkened. The perilous nature of the Wuxing mountain range raised doubts about their ability to search for Changchun Zi's meditation site, especially since the efficacy of his cultivation method was merely speculative. Should they fail to find the technique, their endeavor might lead to their own demise, rendering them the butt of a grand joke. Xinlang's apprehensions mirrored those of Zhao Qi and Yin Tian. Although the Wuxing sect no longer controlled the toxic miasma, the area remained treacherous. Without a means to mitigate the toxins, even experts of the Void Realm would find themselves in dire straits. Changchun Zi certainly chose a most inhospitable location, Xinlang muttered, his countenance grim. Zhao Qi and Yin Tian exchanged amused glances at Xinlang's lamentation, finding satisfaction in witnessing him falter, especially given his usual air of dominance. Let us each study the maps tonight and reconvene tomorrow to share our decisions, Zhao Qi declared as he rose. In truth, Zhao Qi intended to report to the imperial court. After all, the cultivation method of Changchun Zi was not his to claim. If the court desired it, they could grapple with the ensuing complications. The allure of Changchun Z's technique was undeniable. Who could resist the temptation of the Void Realm? A symbol of power and status? Each master of the 21 foremost factions was a formidable figure of that caliber. Having departed, Zhao Qi and his companions, Xin Lang, ambled thoughtfully in the courtyard. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed, announcing ding. Mainline task acquired. Obtain Changchun Z's technique, the Great Dream Sutra. Completion reward, 1,000 slaughter points. Damn it, Xin Lang exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. The system had a knack for placing him in precarious situations. Just as he was prepared to relinquish hope, the system dealt a decisive blow. For the sake of 1,000 slaughter points, he could not afford to abandon his pursuit. Death is inevitable. What is the significance of this trivial matter? He grumbled before summoning Yao Yu and others to deliberate the matter further. Upon returning to the city lord's manor, Zhao Qi commenced communication with the imperial court, while Yin Tian reached out to the central pavilion for intelligence. In a matter of moments, the three factions fell silent, disappointing those who had anticipated the escalation of events. Chapter 46. A Tragic Fate Under the Starry Night. A solitary figure emerged from the Shun residence, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Within a dimly lit chamber, two indistinct silhouettes faced one another. Are you certain that Xin Lang and his companions possess the map to Changchun Z's meditation site? One voice queried coldly. Without a doubt. This map incited a fierce battle between Zhao Qi and Yin Tian, the other shadow responded. Cursed be it, Xin Lang is indeed a formidable adversary, and it appears he has attracted numerous skilled individuals to his side. It seems our plans must undergo a transformation. The first shadow spoke. Ling Protector, I sense that the sect master finds it exceedingly challenging to eliminate Xin Lang. Given our current capabilities, it is no longer feasible. Another shadow interjected. Humph. No matter how daunting, it must be accomplished. You should be aware of the sect master's methods. Should we fail, the consequences will be dire. What then shall we do? It appears we must take a desperate gamble. I shall contact the Bloodkill Hall and request that they dispatch a protector-level assassin. After all, the elders of the Qin family were slain by the Bloodkill Hall. I refuse to believe that they cannot eliminate a mere Xin Lang. Return now, and keep a vigilant watch on Xin Lang's movements. Notify me immediately should an opportunity arise. Understood. At the Xin residence. Xin Lang furrowed his brows as he listened to Gao Jinli's report and then inquired, Are you certain that the individual who left was him? Indeed. I have been covertly monitoring all movements within the Xin family, and he was the only one to have exited the premises recently, Gao Jinli affirmed. Very well. Ascertain if he has returned. We shall pay him a visit. I am curious to discern his true nature, Xin Lang remarked, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. As the shadow returned to the Xin family, Xin Lang received the news and promptly set out with Gao Jinli and the others. The patrolling guards greeted Xin Lang with respectful salutes. He approached Xin Lai's courtyard with a stoic expression, pushed open the door, and entered. Xin Lai, who had just changed his clothes in preparation for sleep, felt a jolt of anxiety upon seeing Xin Lang enter, though he maintained a calm facade and clasped his hands. Asking, Young master, what brings you here at such a late hour? Xin Lang regarded Xin Lai with a half-smile, remaining silent. Feeling unnerved by Xin Lang's peculiar smile, Xin Lai mustered his courage and asked, Young master, is there something wrong? Have I erred in some way? Xin Lang sighed and shook his head. Xin Lai, do you truly not know why I have come to find you? Please enlighten me, young master, Xin Lai replied, bowing his head. But a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. I recall that during my last assassination attempt, you were the first to rush in to protect me. To be honest, I was quite moved, for at that time, I held little standing within the Xin family. Over the years, you have steadfastly supported my father. And both my father and I hold you in great esteem. Suddenly, Xin Lang's tone shifted to one of icy disdain. Yet what I could never have anticipated was that it was you who repeatedly conspired to assassinate me from the shadows. You have profoundly disappointed me. Young master, this is a grave misunderstanding. How could I possibly wish to harm you? If I had such intentions, would I still be here? Xin Lai implored, dropping to his knees. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he trembled. Is that not the case then? Xin Lang replied indifferently. It is not that you have permitted me to survive this long. Rather, you have already succeeded, but there are matters beyond your comprehension. My subsequent rise has deprived you of your opportunity. Until the last time I was severely injured, you disseminated news of my condition. And the individual behind you sent assassins from the Bloodkill Hall to disrupt my treatment, intending for me to die without recovery. Am I correct? In truth, Xin Lang had indeed died, but he had traversed from the 21st century. The original owner of his body had been poisoned and killed by Xin Lai. However, upon the original owner's death, Xin Lang crossed over, aided by a system that expelled the poison. He subsequently learned the heavenly dragonate sounds, thus evading the deadly grasp. Xunlai refrained from acting directly, for he did not wish to perish himself. Should he kill Xinlang, he would certainly not escape the Xin family unscathed and would meet the same fate. Listening to Xinlang's words, Xinlai was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing his demise was imminent, glancing at Gao Jianli and the others beside Xinlang, he found no hope of escape. At that moment, the two elders Xinming entered with Xin Wuming, whose face was grim as he regarded Xinlai. He had never anticipated that the confidant he considered his right hand would be the true culprit seeking to harm his son, which left him deeply pained. Xinlai, is all of this true? Xin Wuming demanded in a low voice. Xinlai remained silent, kneeling quietly. Observing Xunlai's demeanor, Xin Wuming understood that the truth was indeed as it appeared. He had never suspected Xunlai. In his mind, the likelihood of Xin Wuhui being the traitor was far greater, yet the most improbable individual turned out to be the one he trusted most, leaving him feeling as though he were caught in a jest. Why have you done this? Who has instigated you? Speak, Xin Wuming shouted. Xunlai trembled slightly. His lips moved, yet he ultimately refrained from revealing anything. Xinlang let out a cold laugh. Do you think that by remaining silent, I will be unable to uncover the truth? Yao Yu, compel him to speak. Yao Yu stepped forward, her voice indifferent. Look into my eyes. At the sound of her voice, Xunlai felt as if he had heard an enchanting melody. His eyes lost their focus as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. In that instant, his mind went blank, and he heard Yao Yu's voice resound in his consciousness. Who sent you? The sect master. Who is the sect master? Jing Wei Zhuang. Who is Jing Wei Zhuang? The current sect master of the Qingqing sect. Upon hearing the name of the Qingqing sect, Xin Wuming's complexion paled, and the entire situation was laid bare before him. Father, what is wrong? Xinlang asked, frowning. No need to inquire further. Langer, come with me. Xin Wuming gestured with a pained expression as he exited. Eliminate him. In Xin Wuming's chamber, Xinlang sat across from his father. Father, what on earth is happening? Xinlang inquired, brow furrowed. Alas, this matter traces back 20 years. At that time, I was merely 21, and the Xun family was still under your grandfather's stewardship. Driven by an insatiable curiosity for the outside world, I embarked on a journey. From a young age, I had heard those in the martial realm say that as a warrior, one must serve the nation and its people, and I always adhered to this principle. I traveled through Jiangzhou, engaging in chivalric deeds. One day, I inadvertently saved a gravely injured woman. She was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed an air of nobility. In saving her, I entertained thoughts that were perhaps unworthy, yet I felt it would be a desecration. Thus, we journeyed together, sometimes discussing martial arts, until one day, she unexpectedly burst into my room. I know not how it transpired, but by some twist of fate, we became intimate. I was elated, believing we would share our lives together, but alas, the following day she vanished without a trace. I was despondent, my interest in the world waned, and I returned to assist your grandfather in managing family affairs. I had thought I would never see her again, yet a year later, she suddenly appeared at the Xin residence, cradling a child. Upon seeing her, I was filled with joy, assuming she had returned to rekindle our bond. However, she said nothing, merely thrust the child into my arms before departing with the words, Qingqing sect. The Qingqing sect? Xinlang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 47. The Enigmatic. The next morning, Xinlang began making arrangements for the expedition to Wuxing Mountain. He resolved to bring only Yao Yu, Gao Jianli, and Jing Wuming along, while the two elders Xianming would remain at the Xin residence. This was due to their insufficient strength and to ensure that the family had someone to rely on should any troubles arise. Upon seeing Xunlang prepare to leave, Xinqing wore a sullen expression, her lips pursed as if she could hang a soy sauce bottle from them. Xunlang chuckled softly, tapping her forehead and saying, You little girl, you act as though I won't return. Fear not, I shall be back swiftly. Should anything arise, you may consult the two elders, understood? At this moment, a guard approached to report, Young master, someone from the Lord's Manor has informed us that they are preparing to depart. If you intend to go as well, you may gather at the Lord's Manor. Very well, let us set off. As they journeyed, they noticed that passers-by were hastily distancing themselves from Xunlang and his companions. Xunlang's reputation in Jiang City had grown immensely. The townsfolk recognized him as a formidable force that could rival the Lord's Manor and the Starry Pavilion. Even Su Xinghe had been gravely injured by Xunlang, casting a pall of fear over anyone who might dare provoke him. The four of them were of a temperament marked by aloofness, their expressions impassive as they traveled. Gao Jianli held the water-cold sword in hand, his weapon box slung over his shoulder. Jing Wuming wore a conical hat that obscured his face, while Yao Yue, clad in white and adorned with a light veil, walked alongside Xinlang. Although her features remained hidden from view, it was evident to all that she must be an unparalleled beauty. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor, they encountered members of the Starry Pavilion who had also arrived. This time, the court and the Starry Pavilion had made ample preparations. Zhao Qi was accompanied by 3 unfamiliar men, whose cold demeanor and steady presence suggested they were not to be trifled with. In contrast, Yin Tian had a few companions who seemed more jovial, laughing and conversing amongst themselves. Upon spotting Shenlang, these individuals scrutinized him with keen interest. Prior to their arrival, Zhao Qi and Yin Tian had briefed them on Shenlang's background, and their curiosity about the young man was palpable. Shenlang offered a slight smile and greeted. "Good morning, Lord Zhao, Elder Yin." "Ah, good morning to you as well, young Master Shen," Zhao Qi and Yin Tian replied in kind. "Let us proceed. Now that everyone is gathered, we should not delay," Zhao Qi urged, prompting the group to embark on their journey to the Wuxia Mountains. On the official road leading to Yunzhou, Shenlang and his companions rode majestically on their steed, the Gale Horse. "Lord Zhao, is there any countermeasure from the court regarding the poisonous miasma of the Wuxia Mountains?" Shenlang inquired, tilting his head. "Indeed. The court has provided me with some antidote pills. If all goes well, they should suffice for our safe passage to the resting place of Changchunzi." Zhao Qi replied with a smile. "Very well, let us hope for no unforeseen circumstances," Shenlang remarked with a smile. The journey was uneventful, as the impressive company of Shenlang deterred most from causing trouble. However, Shenlang could not shake the feeling of being watched, though upon closer inspection, he sensed nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he felt reassured, with Yao Yue and the others by his side, unless faced with a powerful foe from the Void Realm. Any adversary would be easily dealt with. Pink City, located at the juncture of Jiangzhou and Yunzhou, served as a bustling thoroughfare for travelers moving between the two regions. After 3 days of travel, the group felt fatigued and decided to rest for the night in the city before resuming their journey the following day. Ping City was far more prosperous than Jiang City, bustling with life and activity. The group found a modest inn to lodge in, displaying no particular preference for luxury despite their noble status. "Young Master Shun, Elder Yan, it is getting late. Let us rest here for the night and continue our journey in the morning," Zhao Qi suggested with a bow. "Indeed, Lord Zhao, let us rest early." Shenlang and Yin Tian responded in kind. The group then dispersed to their respective rooms. The night was exceptionally dark, with thick clouds looming overhead. "It seems a heavy rain is imminent," Shenlang mused as he sat by the window, inhaling the damp air. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the entire Ping City, causing pedestrians to scurry homeward. As predicted, raindrops began to fall with the fading light. Listening to the rhythmic patter of rain on the rooftop, Shenlang reminisced about his past life. During rainy days, he would often sit by the window, captivated by the unique ambience that accompanied the downpour, a solitude that he had come to cherish. He appreciated solitude, a necessary experience in one's journey through life. Joys and sorrows, the unpredictable nature of existence, and the eventual separations from family and loved ones all necessitated an acceptance of loneliness. Another bolt of lightning flashed, and in that fleeting moment, Shenlang's gaze was drawn to the distance, where his pupils involuntarily narrowed. He witnessed something peculiar, for figures clad in black, their faces obscured by menacing masks, were carrying a sedan chair, soaring between rooftops with remarkable agility. Inside the chair sat a youth, pale and emaciated, wearing a white headscarf and a flowing white robe, his blood-red eyes emanating a chilling aura even from afar. It appeared the youth sensed Shenlang's gaze, slowly turning his head toward him, as if moving with a disquieting stiffness. As the light of the lightning faded, darkness enveloped Ping City once more, but in the last glimmer, Shenlang could have sworn he saw the youth grinning malevolently at him. Who could that be? Shenlang pondered, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The youth exuded a sinister aura, reminiscent of a corpse rather than a living being. Just as he was deep in thought, a shadow darted out from the inn. Shenlang's expression shifted. He grasped his weapon box and leaped out the window in pursuit. He refrained from calling out to Yahweh and the others, as time was of the essence. By the time he summoned them, the figure might have vanished. As he sprinted, Shenlang sensed that significant events were about to unfold in Ping City that night. He followed the shadow to the exterior of a mansion. Strangely, he could detect no sign of life within the estate. It was eerily silent. The shadow cautiously scanned the surroundings before leaping into the courtyard. Shenlang waited a moment before following suit. Upon entering the courtyard, Shenlang was taken aback by the gruesome scene before him. Corpses littered the ground, their blood mingling with the rainwater, flowing like a crimson stream. The bodies bore horrific wounds, some torn apart, others mutilated beyond recognition. Clutching his weapon box, Shenlang cautiously navigated through the blood-soaked courtyard. At that moment, He noticed the shadow he had been following enter a building, seemingly searching for something. Furrowing his brow, Shenlang stealthily approached the room and peered through a crack in the door. The figure clad in black was rummaging through the space, turning over boxes and occasionally tapping against the walls, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Chapter 48. The evil spirit's young master. As Shenlang remained focused on the black-clad figure, an unsettling voice echoed from within. The evil spirit has descended. All beings shall submit. The figure froze momentarily, and even through the mask, Shenlang could sense the terror gripping him. Shenlang quickly moved to conceal himself beneath the eaves. Just as he secured his hiding spot, he witnessed 4 figures with ghastly visages carrying a sedan chair glide through the air. They landed softly on the ground, and the emaciated youth within the chair smiled eerily at the room where the black-clad figure had emerged. "Ing Chong Kong, you have finally arrived." He spoke with a sinister tone. The door creaked open, and the black-clad figure stepped out slowly. "Young master of the evil spirit, are you truly intent on exterminating us all? 170 souls of my clan have already perished at your hands. What more do you desire? The evil spirit sect can obtain anything it seeks. By the looks of you, that item should still be here, correct?" The youth's blood-red eyes glowed even more ominously against the dark night. Ing Chong Kong's expression shifted behind his mask. With the conclusion of the evil spirit young master's words, the 4 terrifying bearers of the sedan chair produced iron claws connected by chains. Boom! 4 iron claws shot forth, scattering the raindrops that fell from the sky. Ing Chong Kong had not anticipated that the evil spirit prince and his companions would act so swiftly. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. Escape was the priority. With a sharp sound, Ing Chong Kong drew his long knife from his waist and, with a furious shout, charged forward. The 4 bearers of the sedan were all in the late stage of the innate realm, and so was Ing Chong Kong. Yet, despite sharing the same level of cultivation, their strengths differed vastly. Suddenly, one of the iron claws seized him under the ribs, and with a fierce pull, it tore away a chunk of flesh. "Ah!" Ing Chong Kong let out a pained wail, staggering backward, one hand clutching his side while the other gripped his knife, warily eyeing the 4 evil spirits. "Evil spirit prince, spare me today, and I shall help you retrieve that item. What say you?" "Huh, your assistance is unnecessary. Since you are still here, I shall find it myself," the evil spirit prince replied, raising his skeletal hand with a hint of intrigue. Buzz! The 4 evil spirits launched their attack in an instant. Just then, Ing Chong Kong propelled himself into the air, aiming his strike at the eaves where Shenlang was concealed. Boom! The eaves shattered as Shenlang spun and landed on the ground. "Brother, I have seen enough of this commotion. Might you lend a hand?" Ing Chong Kong spoke slowly, casting a glance at Shenlang. Shenlang leaned his weapon against the ground, his eyes gleaming with murder as he regarded Ing Chong Kong. "If you persist, I shall ensure you find no resting place." Ing Chong Kong's expression shifted abruptly, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. Shenlang dismissed him, regarding Ing Chong Kong as already dead for daring to exploit him. He then turned to the evil spirit prince and his companions, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" The evil spirit prince looked at the defiant Shenlang with interest, his voice grating. "You are not from Pingqing, are you?" Shenlang remained silent, watching the evil spirits cautiously. "You truly do not know who I am?" the evil spirit prince asked, surprised. This young hero, they belonged to the evil spirit sect. One of the 2 major sects. Ing Chong Kong interjected. Though he was dissatisfied with Shenlang, he still needed his assistance. "Evil spirit sect?" Shenlang's expression shifted. The top 21 forces of the true martial continent had their rankings, and being placed second indicated that the evil spirit sect was indeed formidable. "Are you frightened?" Ing Chong Kong spoke in a deep tone. Shenlang cast a dismissive glance at Ing Chong Kong. "I, Shenlang, have never known fear. However, you, who continuously provoke me, shall meet your end. Choose wisely." Buzz! In an instant, the golden knife shot forth, enveloping the entire courtyard in a radiant glow, severing the rainwater in its path. The evil spirit prince, observing with keen interest, did not expect Shenlang, despite being in the postnatal realm, to wield power comparable to the innate. Boom! The sedan exploded, and the evil spirit prince ascended into the sky, while the 4 evil spirits intertwined their chain claws, forming a net. The evil spirit prince stood arrogantly atop it, gazing down at Shenlang. "You are impressive. Would you care to join my evil spirit sect?" Yet, Ing Chong Kong suddenly soared into the sky, making his escape. He had already planned his retreat, seizing the opportunity while Shenlang engaged with the evil spirit prince. "Kill him," the evil spirit prince commanded, pointing at Ing Chong Kong with indifference. The chain claws split apart, and the 4 pursuers took flight after Ing Chong Kong. With their departure, only Shenlang and the evil spirit prince remained in the courtyard. "Have you made your decision?" the evil spirit prince asked, seemingly unhurried. In truth, he felt no urgency. Even if the court or martial artists were to learn of this, they would not dare to trouble him. As the second most powerful force in the true martial continent, the evil spirit sect's reputation was well earned. Remembering their near success in toppling the Qianwu Empire alongside the White Lotus sect, one could grasp the extent of their terror. Although they ultimately failed, the Qianwu Empire was left severely weakened. The court dared not pressure the evil spirit and White Lotus sects too harshly. Another war could jeopardize their hold on power. Xinlang smirked, mocking, "Oh, and what position do you intend to offer me?" The evil spirit prince regarded Xinlang intently, solemnly stating, "The leader of the green fragrance altar." Xinlang's expression shifted. The evil spirit prince truly possessed audacity. Although Xinlang was uncertain of the significance of an altar leader, he deduced from the evil spirit prince's demeanor that it was likely a prestigious position. Sounds appealing, yet. Xinlang's voice trailed off, a laugh escaping him. "I find it unappealing, haha. You seek death." The evil spirit prince realized he had been mocked, his expression darkening. A ghostly light emerged from his skeletal hand as he pressed forward towards Xinlang. Xinlang swiftly swung his golden knife. The evil spirit prince, not daring to underestimate him, withdrew his claws and evaded Xinlang's strike, unleashing a furious cry. "Evil spirit divine claw." Boom. A wave of malevolent energy surged forth, and the evil spirit princess claws appeared to magnify immensely, enveloping Xinlang completely. The courtyard filled with anguished cries. Xinlang's expression turned grave. The black sword in his weapon box emanated a ghostly light, poised for action, while the golden knife shone like a resplendent sun, colliding with the evil spirit prince's colossal claw. Boom. Xinlang was sent reeling, crashing through the door and into the room behind. The evil spirit prince, being in the mid-stage of the innate realm and a formidable opponent, was beyond Xinlang's current capacity to counter. Coughing up blood, Xinlang contemplated escape. Chapter 49. Embroidered shoes, how about it? Have you come to a conclusion? The evil spirit prince inquired, akin to a specter, grinning wickedly as he entered the room and scrutinized Xinlang. Xinlang, propped against his weapon box, met the evil spirit prince's gaze with grave seriousness. Despite the prince's seemingly eccentric demeanor, his strength was genuinely formidable. Seeing Xinlang's silence, the evil spirit prince's expression hardened. "Very well, then. You shall perish." Boom. A chill permeated the room as the evil spirit's palm surged violently toward Xinlang. 3 divisions of the world. Xinlang summoned his inner energy, unleashing the 3 divisions finger. Boom. A massive palm glowing with azure light collided with a sphere of vapor. With a thunderous roar, the house crumbled as both combatants were engulfed in the chaos. Seizing the moment, Xinlang propelled himself away into the distance. The evil spirit prince shattered a fragment of stone with ease, his expression twisted with rage as he watched Xinlang's retreating figure. He unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. In an instant, the martial artists of Pingqing awoke from their slumber. Bang! Xinlang's door burst open, revealing Gao Jianli, who looked grimly at the empty room. "Can we find him?" Yao Yu inquired, frowning. "Unlikely. This rain has erased all traces," Gao Jianli replied. Upon hearing the piercing howl, Gao Jianli and the others awakened, and Yao Yu informed them that she could no longer sense Xinlang's aura. Gao Jianli and his companions hurried to Xinlang's room for inspection. "What's the matter?" Zhao Qi and Yin Tian emerged, noticing Gao Jianli and the others at Xinlang's door, puzzled. "The young master is missing," Gao Jianli stated coldly. Zhao Qi and Yin Tian instinctively felt a surge of joy, but upon seeing Yao Yu's frigid expression, they suppressed their thoughts. Zhao Qi cleared his throat and slowly offered, "Shall I send someone to search for him?" "Thank you, Commander. I would appreciate your assistance." Gao Jianli expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. "Haha. No need for such formality, Brother Gao." Zhao Qi held the subordinates of Xinlang in high regard, knowing that if all went well, names like Gao Jianli would surely grace the next martial ranking. If something were to happen to Xinlang, he contemplated how to draw Gao Jianli and his companions into the court service, envisioning immense benefits for himself in the process. Zhao Qi turned his head and exchanged a knowing glance with a middle-aged man behind him, who then departed. Gao Jianli and his companions did not expect Zhao Qi to be of much assistance. They exchanged glances and swiftly exited the inn, dispersing in 3 different directions to search. As they observed the departing figures of Gao Jianli and his companions, Zhao Qi and Yin Tian fell into contemplation, their minds evidently preoccupied with some calculations. Xinlang staggered forward, blood spewing from his mouth. He had sustained severe internal injuries during his confrontation with the evil spirit prince, and could no longer suppress the pain. Gazing into the dark, ominous alley ahead, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour its prey, Xinlang slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. The rain continued to pour, intensifying, while thunder rumbled ominously, heralding a night fraught with unrest. After Xin Lang lost consciousness, a pair of embroidered shoes appeared beside him, pristine with a lotus flower delicately embroidered on the toes. A woman's sigh echoed softly, and then a white shadow flitted past, causing Xin Lang's figure to vanish from the ground. By the following dawn, news emerged that shattered the calm of Ping City. The renowned family of the Ying clan, a prominent force in the martial arts community, had been annihilated overnight. From the elderly aged 80 to infants still in need of nourishment, not a single survivor remained. And the brutality of the act was chilling. In no time, the streets, taverns, and tea houses buzzed with discussions about the incident. Seated at a table, Zhao Qi and his companions listened to the surrounding chatter, their brows furrowed in concern. "Commander Zhao, what is your take on this?" Yin Tian inquired. Setting down his cup slowly, Zhao Qi pondered for a moment. This incident must be connected to the howling sound from last night. Yet I cannot ascertain whether it relates to Xin Lang. Yin Tian nodded. There is an overwhelming likelihood of a connection, especially since Xin Lang has gone missing alongside the Ying clan's demise. However, I doubt Xin Lang was responsible, Zhao Qi mused. The patriarch, Ying Shixing, is at the pinnacle of the late innate stage, and there are several guest experts within the Ying clan at the same level. It would be difficult to leave no survivors unless a formidable transcendent presence intervened. Unless, he continued thoughtfully, the enemy was numerous and of high caliber. Still, the Jinyui in Ping City should have received some intelligence. It seems improbable that they were completely oblivious. Yin Tian remarked with a smirk, sensing Zhao Qi's discomfort. Both understood that there must be a failure within the intelligence department of Ping City. Although it was not Zhao Qi's jurisdiction, he felt compelled to inquire further. After parting ways with Yin Tian, Zhao Qi approached an unremarkable courtyard, his expression grave. Upon seeing Zhao Qi, an elderly man opening the door changed countenance. "I am Lin Ping, at your service, Commander Zhao." "Enough formalities. Rise," Zhao Qi replied, stepping into the courtyard with an air of authority. "Now speak. What is the situation?" The old man sighed ruefully. "Commander Zhao, I assure you, it is not the fault of my subordinates. We received news of the incident long ago, but we were unable to report it." "Indeed?" Zhao Qi narrowed his eyes, awaiting an explanation. "The evil spirit sect," the elder said cautiously, glancing around. "What? The evil spirit sect?" Zhao Qi's expression darkened. "Yes, my lord. You are aware of the aftermath when the evil spirit sect allied with the White Lotus sect against the Empire. His Majesty issued a decree forbidding any conflict with them." Zhao Qi nodded, fully aware of the terror instilled by both sections. He recalled the founding of the Empire by the first Emperor Qianwu, a time shrouded in mystery, particularly regarding the lack of opposition from the Evil Spirit and White Lotus sections. Not only them, but even the Tianlong Temple and the Three Paths sect remained silent. While only a few clans and demonic sects dared to oppose, many speculated that the Tianlong Temple was intimidated by Emperor Qianwu. But it was only after the Evil Spirit and White Lotus sects waged war against the Qianwu Empire that the true strength of the 21 major factions of the Jinwu continent was revealed. Of course, some wise individuals surmised that the reason these factions did not unite to thwart the establishment of the Qianwu Empire boiled down to one truth: no dynasty lasts forever. Only the familial powers endure. Having learned that the Evil Spirit sect was involved, Zhao Qi ceased to press further, but a thought struck him. "Do you know if there were others involved?" The elder pondered briefly, and then his eyes brightened. Indeed, there was one, the eldest son of the Ying clan, Ying Chongkong. As for the other, I am uncertain of his identity. I only recall he wielded a golden knife and engaged in battle with the Evil Spirit Prince, sustaining injuries and subsequently vanishing. Just as I suspected, Zhao Qi mused, recognizing that the individual with the golden knife must be Xin Lang. He was astonished that Xin Lang managed to escape from the clutches of the Evil Spirit Prince, a renowned genius on the rankings. Had their realms been equal, Zhao Qi doubted he could have escaped, yet Xin Lang, with his innate cultivation, had managed to elude capture. This indicated that Xin Lang's talent warranted an elevated assessment, placing him on par with the top prodigies of the rankings. Chapter 50. The True Revelation of All Saints. Within the ancient building, incense wafted through the air. Su Ming, adorned with a delicate veil, observed the golden knife and black sword before her with keen interest. Though these weapons were not of high rank, she found them extraordinary. The golden knife bore serrated edges, while the black sword, though soft in appearance, retained its lethal sharpness. She had never encountered anyone capable of mastering both sword and knife simultaneously. It was not that it was impossible, but rather that no one dared to attempt it. It was well known that martial arts demanded singular focus. Practicing both knife and sword would inevitably dilute one's efforts. A person's youth was the prime time for rapid advancement in martial arts. Once missed, future achievements would be limited. Su Ming'er cast a lingering glance at the still unconscious Shen Lang, her gaze imbued with a mix of confusion and regret. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, she placed the golden knife and black sword into a weapon chest. Meanwhile, Gao Jinli and his companions had scoured half of Ping City without any leads, an urgency beginning to bubble within them. However, despite their anxiety, they remained relatively unconcerned. If anything had befallen Shen Lang, they would not still be in this world. As for Zhao Qi's promise to assist in the search, they took it lightly, knowing Zhao Qi's tendencies. They would be lucky if he did not secretly obstruct their efforts instead. The three shared a unique connection with Shen Lang. As long as they were within a certain proximity, they could sense his whereabouts. Just then, the swift figure of Yue leapt across the rooftops and paused momentarily at a two-story ancient building. Su Ming'er rose to remove the cover from the incense burner, replacing it with a fresh piece of sandalwood. Just as she was about to close the lid, she froze in place. At Shen Lang's bedside stood a woman dressed in white, hands clasped behind her back, her face veiled, her expression neutral. Yet a hint of joy flickered in her eyes if one looked closely. As the window opened and closed, two figures flew in, each wielding a precious sword, their icy auras enveloping them, emanating a chilling sword intent. Suppressing her shock, Su Ming'er respectfully addressed Yue. I am Su Ming'er. May I inquire who the esteemed elder is? In light of your assistance to the young master, I can offer my aid on one occasion in the future, Yue replied coolly. Gao Jinli approached Shen Lang's side, examining him closely. His expression turned grave as he remarked, it appears the young master has been injured by someone wielding sinister internal energy. That dark energy is wreaking havoc within him, yet it seems someone has sealed it off with their own energy. Additionally, the young master's peculiar cultivation technique is gradually eradicating that dark energy. Given a little more time, the young master should be able to recover fully. Yue nodded lightly, aware that it was Shen Lang's 3 parts returning vitality that would dispel the insidious energy within him. When cultivated to perfection, the 3 parts returning vitality could assimilate any foreign energy, and Shen Lang, having achieved full mastery through systematic training, could effortlessly integrate the malevolent inner force within his body. That is the energy of the evil spirit, Su Ming'er interjected. Evil spirit energy? Indeed, it is unique to the evil spirit sect, said to be cultivated from their supreme mental cultivation method, the Wanxing True Solution. This ancient text encompasses methods for spiritual cultivation, internal martial arts, and external techniques, effectively rendering it an all-encompassing tome. The enduring strength of the evil spirit sect is attributed to this book, with all their martial arts derived from it. The evil spirit energy is a result of their research into the evil spirit heart method derived from the Wanxing True Solution. Yue's interest peaked as she regarded Su Ming'er, who had just elaborated on the evil spirit energy with a hint of a smile. Oh, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about the evil spirit sect. Su Ming'er's expression shifted. She realized her blunder in misjudging Yue and her companions as mere ordinary martial artists, who would be easily captivated by the power of the Wanxing True Solution, thus overlooking her ulterior motives. Enough of your little schemes. Even without the Wanxing True Solution, we would not let the evil spirit sect go unpunished. The young master is gravely injured. It is unthinkable that there would be no repercussions for this. As her words fell, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the room. And you? Will you not reveal your identity? Yue inquired, her eyes narrowing slowly. Feeling the weight of Yue's indifferent tone, Su Ming'er felt a pang of anxiety. She knew she could no longer conceal the truth, for Yue was already displeased with her. Damn it, I should have brought Aunt May along, Su Ming'er silently lamented. With a respectful demeanor, she replied, Respected elder, I am Su Ming'er, the holy maiden of the Qinglian sect. Had a genius from another top-tier power encountered Yue, they might not have shown such deference, possibly even standing their ground against her. However, Su Ming'er, hailing from the Qinglian sect, was different. Her sect specialized in illusionary arts, which inherently required a strong mental foundation. Upon her first sight of Yue, she felt an overwhelming terror emanating from her, as if she were one with the very fabric of space and time, suggesting that Yue was undoubtedly a formidable master of the Void Realm. If she were to act disrespectfully or with arrogance, it could provoke Yue's wrath. She understood that, despite her status as the Holy Maiden, no one would dare defend her against a powerful figure. Although the Qinglian sect would seek vengeance for her demise, what use would that be once she had perished? Upon hearing Su Ming'er's self-introduction, Yue and her companions exchanged surprised glances. They had not anticipated her high standing. However, their surprise was fleeting, for they were all renowned figures in their original world, having encountered numerous powerful factions. The Yinyang family from the Qin dynasty and the Money Gang from the Little Leaf Flying Dagger, all were formidable forces in their own right. Of course, In a detailed comparison, the Inyang family and others would fall short, as the true martial continent was an extraordinarily high-level martial world. Even the unmatched Yaoyue, upon arriving in this realm, had only barely touched the threshold of the Void Realm. Just as they were astonished by Su Minger's identity, Shen Lang, lying on the bed, spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Jianli hurriedly assisted him to sit up. Shen Lang slowly opened his eyes, taking in the figures of Yaoyue and the others around him, and let out a sigh of relief. Yaoyue frowned. How do you feel? Shen Lang managed a strained smile, baring his teeth as he replied, I'm fine, not dead yet. Yaoyue scoffed, as long as you're alive, that's good. Next time, if anything happens, let us know. Don't die and drag us down with you. Shen Lang found himself at a loss for words. He understood that Yaoyue's remarks were made in jest, but the truth was that his demise would indeed affect them, for once he passed, those summoned by the system, including Yaoyue, would also be reclaimed and sealed away. Young master, how do you feel? Gao Jianli interjected, breaking the awkward tension between Yaoyue and Shen Lang, his concern evident. I'm all right. With the 3 parts returning vitality's assistance, I should recover in no time, Shen Lang replied, assessing his condition within. 3 parts returning vitality. Su Minger, standing at a distance, felt a stir of intrigue and noted the name, planning to investigate further upon returning to her sect. The moment she helped seal Shen Lang's evil spirit energy last night, she sensed the peculiar nature of the 3 parts returning vitality. Within Shen Lang's body, it manifested as a triadic form, with 3 distinct energies merging flawlessly. This scene had broadened her horizons. She speculated that the 3 parts returning vitality must be above the earth-level techniques, though she had also pondered the possibility of it being of heaven level, albeit with uncertainty. As she had never seen anyone utilize it before, she could not ascertain its strength, but based solely on its autonomous protective capabilities, she surmised it must be at least an earth-level technique. Chapter 51. The Rising Storm with Gao Jianli's support. Shen Lang descended from the bed and approached Su Minger. Miss Su, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. I, Shen Lang, will remember this kindness. Should you ever require anything, feel free to seek me at the Shen family in Jiacheng. Su Minger nodded. Young Master Shen, I will remember. Upon exiting Su Minger's residence, Gao Jianli frowned and inquired, Young Master, why would Su Minger save a stranger without reason? A disdainful smile crossed Shen Lang's pale face as he replied, Su Mingo has her own agenda. By saving me, she aims to increase the evil spirit sect's adversaries. If I were to die, no one would trace it back to them. But if I survive, I will undoubtedly seek vengeance on the evil spirit sect. Thus, any conflict we have with them serves to weaken their power. Understanding Shen Lang's perspective, Gao Jianli nodded, inwardly admiring Su Minger's cunning. However, I am more intrigued by what the evil spirit sect is seeking. Their considerable efforts and the commotion they have caused suggest that whatever they are after is of great significance. The 4 of them returned to the inn, where Zhao Qi and Yin Tian, upon noticing Shen Lang's pale complexion, approached with concern. Young Master Shen, are you injured? Just a minor injury. I should be fine after a couple of days' rest. Please don't worry, Lord Zhao and Elder Yin. It won't delay our matters, Shen Lang replied with a smile. Very well, then please take care of yourself, young Master Shen. We shall not intrude on your recovery, Zhao Qi said gently, as they watched Shen Lang's retreating figure. Zhao Qi and Yin Tian exchanged glances, both harboring numerous questions for him, but sensing his demeanor, they suppressed their curiosity. Back in his room, Shen Lang took up pen and paper, focusing intently on his drawing. In a short while, a vivid likeness of a person emerged on the page. Young Master, who is this person? Gao Jianli inquired, frowning at the portrait. Shen Lang set down the brush, his eyes glinting with malice as he said, This man is named Ying Chongkong, the sole survivor of the Ying family. I suspect the item the evil spirit sect seeks lies with him. Memorize his likeness. Go out and search for him. He has plotted against me multiple times. If you find him, do not hold back. Be cautious, he is quite cunning. If possible, capture him alive. If not, bring back his corpse. The 3 exchanged glances at Ying Chongkong's portrait, imprinting his visage firmly in their minds. We will set out now. What will you do, young master? Jing Wuming asked, sword in hand, a frown on his brow. He chuckled lightly. No worries. We still have Zhao Qi and Yin Tian with us. Until we locate the resting place of Cheng Chunzi, they remain our allies. If something were to occur, they would not stand idly by. With a smile, Shen Lang spoke. Very well, young master, we shall take our leave. Gao Jianli clasped his fists in salute, and the 3 exited the room in search of Ying Chongkong. Once they departed, Shen Lang sat cross-legged on the bed. After a period of reflection and battle, he sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. It was time to ascend to the pinnacle of his cultivation. While Shen Lang immersed himself in practice, an influx of strangers appeared in Ping City. These newcomers, armed with swords and daggers, exuded a formidable presence, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. In one room, the sinister spirit lord, Song Yu, sat with his eyes closed, deep in thought. His skeletal fingers rhythmically tapped the table, creating a solitary sound in the otherwise silent room. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a figure clad in black, wearing a menacing mask, entered. Kneeling, the dark figure respectfully reported, "Young master. There are reports of someone resembling Ing Changkong seen in a village outside the west gate of Ping City." The tapping ceased abruptly, and Song Yu opened his eyes, their crimson hue fixed on the kneeling figure. "Is the information verified?" "Indeed, young master." The eyewitness confirmed after viewing the portrait that it is indeed Ing Changkong. "Good. Let us proceed," Song Yu commanded with a wave of his hand. With a whoosh, 3 figures materialized in Xinlang's room. "Young master." The unfamiliar martial artists in the city are all heading towards the west gate. "I suspect they have discovered Ing Changkong," Gao Jinli reported. "Oh, let us go and see." Xinlang exhaled, rising to his feet. At the same time, Zhao Qi and Yin Tian also set off towards the west gate. In Gaiyan village, located 2 kilometers west of Ping City, the villagers had always relied on fishing for their livelihood. Merchants occasionally visited to purchase fish and shrimp, making strangers a common sight. However, today, the village was inundated with an unprecedented number of unfamiliar faces, all armed with various weapons. Some well-informed fishermen recognized them as the legendary martial artists, and tales of their exploits began to circulate among the villagers. A burly man wielding a spiked club approached a fisherman menacingly and demanded, "Hey, have you seen this person?" He presented a portrait. The fisherman, trembling before the imposing figure, scrutinized the image. After a moment of contemplation, one shook his head, saying, "We have not seen this hero." "What? Never seen him?" The man glared fiercely, his aura radiating hostility. "You've thought long enough. Are you fooling me?" He raised his club to strike the fisherman. In terror, the fishermen fell to their knees, pleading, "Great hero, spare us. We truly have not seen him." Onlookers among the martial artists regarded the scene with indifference. In the realm of Jinwu, common folk were but ants in the eyes of warriors, disposable beings, unworthy of intervention. Just as the spiked club was about to descend upon the fisherman's head, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Boom! The club flew high, and the burly man was sent spiraling backward. The spectators narrowed their eyes, focusing on a dark weapon case that had silently landed before the fisherman. Following its trajectory, 4 figures emerged. Leading was a handsome youth clad in a flowing white robe, his sharp brow and piercing gaze commanding attention as the wind rustled his garments. To prey upon the weak is the mark of a cowardly warrior. Such a fate is deserved, he declared. With a hum, the weapon case opened, and a flash of golden light erupted, severing the man's head from his body. As the brilliance faded, the case stood unmoved, as if nothing had transpired. The young man approached the weapon case, while a companion in a green robe casually picked it up as they passed. Without glancing back, the youth drifted away. Chapter 52. The true hero. As the onlookers pondered the identity of the departing youth, murmurs arose among the martial artists. "Does anyone know whose son this is?" "I do not know, but his servant exudes immense pressure." The discussions were of little concern to Xinlang, who now found himself in the home of a fisherman. "Sir, has this man ever been seen in this village?" Xinlang inquired, facing an elderly man of about 80, silver-haired and wise. This elder, Su Xing, had approached Xinlang after he had saved the fisherman. "Indeed, this man has been here, and I know of his whereabouts," Su Xing replied thoughtfully. "Oh, how might you convey this information, village chief?" Xinlang inquired, tapping his fingers on the table. The elder looked at Xinlang with gravity. "Young man, I have no grand demands, merely a wish that you protect my innocent villagers." Dingside quest received. Clear distinction of grievances. Quest description. Protect the 70 villagers of Gaiyan village from persecution. Duration, 1 day. Completion reward, 300 slaughter points. Ignoring the system's notification, Xunlang smirked at Su Xing. "Village chief, are you so sure I can assist you? I am not fond of conditions. Are you not afraid I might end your life?" Unfazed, Su Xing replied. "In my youth, I wandered and learned a bit about the temperament of warriors. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one I sought. Though your demeanor is cold, it is not marked by the senseless slaughter of innocents." Surprised, Xunlang regarded Su Xing with renewed interest. Indeed, while his demeanor had grown increasingly detached due to the influences of the 21st century and the subtle conditioning of a slaughter system, he still remembered the words of a legendary hero from his past life. The true hero serves the nation and the people. In a previous life, he lacked the ability to intervene. Now that he possessed the means, he felt compelled to act, not out of navet, but but from a recognition that everyone harbors a sanctum within their heart. For some, it is friendship, for others, family or love. For Xinlang, it was a commitment to maintain clarity, ensuring that slaughter would never govern his actions. He nodded gently, prompting Gao Jianli and Jing Wuming to vanish from the room. Now, you may speak, Xinlang said, and Su Xing, relieved, began to articulate his thoughts. Late last night, this man arrived in our village, gravely injured. A villager discovered him while tending to his nightly duties, and upon realizing the man's plight, brought him to me. While I lack advanced medical skills, I do possess some knowledge of healing and immediately tended to his wounds. After resting for a night, the man suddenly struggled to rise from his bed this morning, disregarding his injuries as he rushed towards the village's outskirts, as if something terrifying was pursuing him. With a panicked expression, he dashed into the Lianyun mountain range. While Xinlang was listening to Su Xing recount the whereabouts of Ing Chong Kong, the village of Gu Yin was engulfed in a bloody tempest. Everyone was inquiring about Ing Chong Kong's location, and these martial artists showed no mercy towards the villagers of Gu Yin. Some resorted to threats and inducements, while others took pleasure in killing. A middle-aged man, grotesquely ugly and as thin as a stick, approached a villager with a sinister grin and said, "You ants know nothing. Why continue to live? You all shall perish." Just as this hideous man was about to strike, a brilliant sword light erupted from the distance, cleaving his stick-like body in two. As the sword light descended, a chilling voice resonated throughout Gu Yin village. By the order of the young master, anyone who dares to harm the villagers shall be executed without mercy. While this voice instilled a sense of dread, it also ignited some individuals' ferocity. Who dares to be so arrogant? I have roamed the Union Mountains, slaying countless foes, and have yet to encounter anyone who dares meddle in my affairs. Today, I shall see who dares to challenge me. With that, the burly man drew a large golden-backed cleaver from behind and swung it towards a distant villager. The villager screamed in terror. However, just as the blade was about to descend, a figure appeared before the villager like a ghost, who then calmly pinched the man's ferocious strike with 2 fingers. A surge of energy radiated from the two, causing everyone nearby to involuntarily step back. The man wielding the cleaver felt a contraction in his pupils. Despite being at the late stage of the innate realm, he was effortlessly restrained, igniting a wave of fear within him. The man, clad in a conical hat that obscured his face, moved with deliberate slowness, raising his left hand. The motion was languid. Yet as he reached for the sword at his waist, a flash of cold light, akin to lightning, streaked forth, leaving a crimson line across the burly man's throat. How formidable! The surrounding martial artists gasped in unison. To them, the figure in the conical hat resembled a devil. Such speed in drawing a sword was beyond human capability. On a nearby rooftop, a young girl, veiled in light silk, stood against the wind, observing the effortless elimination of the burly man by Jing Wuming. Her mouth agape in awe. So strong. Are all his subordinates this powerful? This girl was none other than the sacred maiden of the Qinglian, Su Meng'er. At this moment, not only was Su Meng'er watching, but Zhao Qi, Yin Tian, and others were also observing Jing Wuming. What is Xinlang doing? Why is he meddling in others' affairs? Zhao Qi furrowed his brow. Yin Tian chuckled. Perhaps Xinlang has suddenly developed a sense of righteousness. After all, he is still young. And who hasn't he harbored a dream of heroism? Zhao Qi cast a surprised glance at Yin Tian, as if seeing him anew, but before he could respond, Zhao Qi turned to leave. As he departed, a voice echoed from afar, "Fool." Upon hearing this, Yin Tian's face turned red with anger as he bellowed, "Zhao Qi, I won't let this go." Due to the bloody rampage of Gao Jianli and Jin Wuming, the martial artists arriving at Gu Yin village had quieted down. Though some strong individuals were present, they too were reluctant to engage in battle with Gao Jianli and his companions, for the time was not yet ripe. In Su Xing's room, Xinlang listened to the system's prompt in his mind and smiled with satisfaction. Through the slaughter conducted by Gao Jianli and Jin Wuming, Xinlang's kill points had rapidly accumulated to over 200. Coupled with the points gained from defeating Li Chao Yuan, his total had approached 500. However, Xinlang chose not to rush into using them, planning to wait until the task of protecting the villagers was complete before utilizing them, as he was eager to see whom he could summon at his peak. Chapter 53. Summoning with 800 kill points a day passed swiftly, and the task was completed as promised. Upon seeing the 800 kill points in the system, Xinlang grew excited, rubbing his hands together as he entered the system to commence summoning. "System, I wish to summon and exhaust all my kill points." Xinlang exclaimed eagerly. "Ding, as you wish." The system's summoning wheel began to spin slowly, and Xinlang gazed intently at the electronic screen, uncertain of whom he might summon. After the system's modifications, summoning characters from the Void Realm was no longer possible. Yet the system had assured him that as long as he had ample kill points, he could summon beings of innate peak strength, not inferior to those from the Void Realm. Xinlang believed this, as protagonists in any martial arts novel were often exceptional beings, fighting above their level with ease. At that moment, the wheel gradually came to a halt, and a figure slowly materialized on the electronic screen, clad in a yellow robe. The person was exceptionally tall and slender, resembling a bamboo pole, with a slightly sunken forehead akin to a dish, and a pair of eyes radiating an aggressive aura, exuding a fierce presence. Xinlang stared at the figure, mouth agape, at a loss for words. The system truly was remarkable, having not wasted his kill points. Character: Will King Realm. Innate Peak Martial Arts. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. 5 wheels Great Turn Weapons. Gold, silver, copper, iron, and lead wheels. After reviewing the Wheel King's information, Xinlang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing him as undoubtedly a pinnacle figure among the innate peak. A golden light pierced through the mist above the system's realm, and soon the Wheel King's figure slowly faded from the electronic screen. Ding! Due to the excessive use of kill points, an additional copy of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, at the peak of Earth level, has been granted. Wonderful! Xinlang snapped his fingers, pleasantly surprised by the system's consideration in gifting him a peak Earth level martial art. He had intended to conserve points for future draws. Accessing his attribute panel, Xinlang began to review it. Character: Xinlang Realm. Innate Peak Martial Arts. Heavenly Dragonate Sounds. 3 parts return to Yuan Shi. Dual kill techniques of sword and saber. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Weapons. Golden Saber, Black Sword Faction. The first family of the Jiang clan in Jiangzhou, eastern domain of the Zhenwu continent. Summon characters: Ximing Elders, Gao Jianli, Jing Wuming, Yao Yu. Will King exiting the system, Xinlang glanced at the sky outside, where the bright moon hung high. Standing by the window, he began to contemplate his next steps. The sudden actions of the evil spirit sect had drawn the attention of various factions, and among the martial artists in Guyan village, there were indeed some from powerful Eastern Domain factions. Tomorrow, he would venture into the mountains to seek Chong Kong, and it was likely he would encounter those influential factions. However, Xinlang was unperturbed, with a plethora of skilled individuals under his command. He may not rival those ancient legacies, but he certainly possessed the capital for dialogue. A dark cloud quietly obscured the bright moon, and Xinlang's figure vanished into the shadows. A night passed without incident, and the following morning, the martial artists of Guyan village emerged from their resting places, gathering in small groups to share a meal. Xinlang and his companions sat around a stone table in Su Xing's courtyard, dining together. "Young master, shall we head into the mountains after breakfast?" Gao Jianli inquired. Xinlang smiled slightly. "No rush, we must wait for someone." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Gao Jianli and the others' eyes, and they refrained from asking further. After the meal, several martial artists began to make their way into the Lianyun mountain range. The news of Chong Kong's entry into the mountains could not be concealed. Even though it was morning, several villagers witnessed his frantic dash into the mountains, since Xinlang forbade the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Those villagers in the know were not silenced, and they subsequently spread the word about Chong Kong, receiving handsome rewards for their information. Martial artists were never short of money, and since force was not an option, they spoke in terms of currency. As the martial artists ventured into the mountains, tranquility once again enveloped Guyan village. At that moment, a series of resonant Buddhist chants echoed from outside the village. A tall and slender monk, whose appearance was unlike that of ordinary men, adorned in a yellow robe, approached through the swirling sands. Each step he took was of the same measured distance. To the onlookers, it seemed as though he walked slowly, yet peculiarly, despite his considerable distance. He appeared at the outskirts of Lonely Goose Village in the blink of an eye, while the ordinary folk felt a slight sense of dissonance. The martial artists present were struck with astonishment. One murmured, "Is this the legendary phenomenon of being inches apart, yet worlds away? Inches apart, yet worlds away? Impossible. Only those who have stepped into the realm of the void, or those nearly at that level, could achieve such a feat. Could this monk truly be a master of the void?" The crowd buzzed with speculation. The monk, now closer, clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, esteemed patrons. I am Wheel Turning King, and I seek a young gentleman by the name of Xinlang. Might any of you know him?" Xinlang? The martial artists pondered, unwilling to miss an opportunity for favor, yet after much deliberation, none could recall anyone by that name. "Master, are you indeed looking for Xinlang?" Su Ming, with a veil gracing her features, stepped forward, leading an elderly woman from the throng. Wheel Turning King replied, "Yes. I wonder if the lady might know where young Master Xinlang resides?" Su Mingder smiled graciously. "Then please follow me, Master. I shall take you to meet young Master Xinlang." "Thank you, dear lady. Wheel-turning king bowed slightly, his voice deliberate. However, as he bowed, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. All present were deceived by Wheel-turning king's outward appearance, mistaking him for a revered monk. Had they watched the divine matchmaker, they would have thought differently. Aunt May, what do you think of this monk's strength? Su Ming'er whispered to the elderly woman. It is unfathomable. Even I may not be able to secure victory against him, Aunt May replied gravely. Su Ming'er's expression darkened momentarily, but then a spark of joy lit her face. Aunt May, what do you think of the adversary I've found for the evil spirit sect? She said proudly. Aunt May's demeanor shifted. Holy maiden. Is this Shun Lang the one you rescued from the clutches of the evil spirit prince? Indeed. I sensed that Shun Lang was extraordinary. How he managed to escape from the evil spirit prince with his innate strength was remarkable, and I intervened to save his life. As it turns out, he did not disappoint. His subordinates are all formidable, and the aura of one particular woman in white I have only felt emanating from our sect's saint, Su Ming'er said, a hint of trepidation rising as she mentioned Yao Yu. What? Holy maiden, are you serious? Our sect's saints are all masters of the void, Aunt May exclaimed in shock. Ignoring the astonishment shared between Su Ming'er and Aunt May, Wheel-turning king followed Su Ming'er to the courtyard of Su Xing. There, Shen Lang sat in quiet contemplation and suddenly spoke. They have arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than a knock echoed at the door. Is young master Shen in? I am Su Ming'er, and a master seeks you. Come in, Shen Lang replied indifferently. With a gentle sweep of her sleeve, Yao Yu opened the door with a creak. Chapter 54. The Trail of Chong Kong. When Aunt May caught sight of Yao Yu in the courtyard, her pupils constricted. This must be the woman in white spoken of by the holy maiden. I, the humble monk Wheel-turning king, greet the young master, he announced as he stepped forward to pay his respects. Haha, please rise, master, Shen Lang smiled. After conversing with Wheel-turning king, Shen Lang turned to Su Ming'er and Yao Yu, grinning. Holy maiden, it is a pleasure to see you again. Su Ming'er bowed slightly, speaking softly. Yes. It is good to see you again. I intended to accompany Aunt May into the mountains, but upon noticing that the master was seeking young master Shun, I thought to assist him in finding the way. I am grateful for your kindness, holy maiden, Shen Lang replied with a respectful gesture. Might young master Shun also wish to venture into the mountains? Su Ming'er inquired. Shen Lang replied with an unchanging expression. Yes, I plan to explore. Perhaps fortune will favor me, and I shall encounter Chong Kong. Then let us go together. After all, it is merely a matter of chance, Su Ming'er said. Her eyes, like autumn waters, fixed earnestly upon Shen Lang, exuding an irresistible charm. Very well, having the holy maiden accompany me will surely evoke envy among many. Shen Lang teased. Haha, young master Shun, your talent is unparalleled. It is truly an honor for Ming'er, she laughed, her voice melodic. All right, let us proceed. Entering the mountains early may yield greater hope. Shen Lang gestured as they made their way through a grove, strolling leisurely as if in a pleasant promenade. The foremost pair comprised a gentleman of refined elegance and a lady of exquisite beauty, with the gentleman holding a folding fan, exuding charm as he asked, Holy maiden, do you know what the evil spirit sect seeks? Young master Shun, the evil spirit sect is notoriously secretive. Even the so-called omniscient Tianji Pavilion cannot uncover their clues. How could Ming'er possibly know? She replied playfully. Is that so? Shen Lang remarked with a knowing smile. The evil spirit sect is indeed enigmatic. But as far as I know, the White Lotus sect does not seem so simple either. Giggle, young master Shun, you flatter me. Su Ming'er giggled, covering her mouth. In truth, while the White Lotus sect is not as mysterious as the evil spirit sect, it possesses a more peculiar nature. The martial world is well aware that the evil spirit sect is infamous for its ruthless methods, while the White Lotus sect is renowned for its deceptions. I recall a great hero from the northern domain named Guo Xiaotian, known for his benevolence and generosity, especially towards the martial community. Many wandering cultivators flocked to him because of his noble reputation. At that time, Guo Xiaotian was a figure of great renown in the northern domain. Even the heads of prominent families regarded him as a brother. However, one day, a strange incident unfolded in the northern domain. Infants began to mysteriously disappear, causing quite an uproar. The imperial court dispatched the genie Wei to investigate, yet they could not uncover the truth. Eventually, someone suggested inviting the valiant Guo Xiaotian from the gathering of heroes to probe the matter. Guo Xiaotian's noble character and extensive connections in the martial world might yield some clues. Through the investigation conducted by extraordinary individuals of the martial world, indeed, some clues were uncovered, but they shocked everyone as they pointed directly to Guo Xiaotian himself. The discoverer dared not speak of it publicly and continued his inquiries in secret. Eventually, he uncovered the entire story. The shocking revelation was that the one abducting the infants was none other than the benevolent Guo. Following a thorough investigation by the imperial court, it was revealed that Guo had been under the control of the White Lotus sect since his rise to fame, secretly serving as saint of the White Lotus sect who practiced a technique that required the use of infants. Once this information surfaced, fear gripped the martial world, as everyone began to suspect those around them of being under the White Lotus sect's influence. After this incident, all in the martial world understood that the White Lotus sect not only possessed formidable strength, but also unparalleled means of manipulation. At that time, Guo had already reached the realm of the void, yet he was still under the control of the White Lotus sect, which speaks volumes of the power of their spiritual secret arts. Meanwhile, within a cave, a bloodied man cautiously surveyed the situation outside. "Brother, where do you think Chong Kong is?" Approached two men, one of whom was short and stout, glancing around nervously. "How should I know?" responded the middle-aged man, coldly. The stout man sighed, complaining, what a thankless task. The higher-ups merely instructed us to capture Chong Kong, without providing any details about the matter. Hearing his complaints, the middle-aged man glared. "What nonsense. Follow the orders given by our superiors. There is no need to be informed further." As they continued their conversation while observing, the middle-aged man paused as they passed the cave's entrance. "What is it, brother?" the stout man inquired. The middle-aged man gazed into the dark cave, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in his eyes before it faded. He slowly said, "Nothing. Let us move on." After they departed, Chong Kong in the cave let out a long sigh of relief, stealthily emerging. Chong Kong glanced at the direction in which the two men had departed before turning to flee in the opposite direction. Perched upon a grand tree, the two men who had just left stood in silence. "Brother, why don't we take action?" the short and stout man inquired, perplexed. "Fool. The mountains are teeming with members of rival factions. If we capture him, we won't even be able to escape the mountains. We would be annihilated midway." The middle-aged man spat through gritted teeth. "Yet we cannot simply stand by and watching Chong Kong flee," the stout man murmured. The middle-aged man smirked coldly. "Flee? Where can he possibly go?" He then leaned in to whisper conspiratorially to the stout man. "All right, brother, I will take care of it immediately," the stout man replied, his eyes brightening with a lewd grin. In an instant, word spread like wildfire among the martial artists of the Lianyun mountain range. Chong Kong had been located, cornered within a secluded valley, and was gravely injured. At that moment, Shunlang and Su Ming'er also received the news. "Let us go and take a look," Shunlang said, folding his fan with a smile. The group arrived at the entrance of a valley deep within the Lianyun mountains, where a gathering of heroes had assembled. On trees and rocky outcrops, various figures stood, some exuding an aura of coldness, others brimming with fury, and yet others shrouded in a sinister chill. "Oh, how lively it is here," Shunlang chuckled, surveying the martial artists outside the valley. "Indeed, it is quite a spectacle, worthy of a martial arts convention." Su Ming'er chimed in with a playful laugh. "Martial arts convention?" Shunlang asked, astonished. Su Ming'er nodded, explaining, "Yes. The martial arts convention is a grand event in the true martial continent, held every decade, where the 21 foremost factions converge, and all clans and families participate." Just as Shunlang was about to inquire further about the martial arts convention, the sounds of battle erupted before them. Boom! A violent surge of energy shot skyward as two middle-aged martial artists clashed fiercely. Both possessed formidable strength, having reached the late innate stage. Yet they seemed locked in a bitter conflict for reasons unknown. Mountain-splitting slash, shouted one of the combatants clad in green robes. Boom! The ground split beneath the force of his strike. The white-robed combatant, engaged with the green-robed man, sprang upward, his sword releasing a wave of sword energy aimed at his adversary. The green pine sword technique. An astute observer recognized the martial prowess of the white-robed man. "So, he is from the Green Pine Sword sect," Su Ming'er remarked with a faint smile. "Green Pine Sword sect?" Shunlang questioned, looking at her in confusion. "Yes. The Green Pine Sword sect is a top-tier faction in Yunzhou, with an ancestor at the Void Realm. However, that ancestor has been in seclusion for over a decade, rarely appearing in the outside world," Su Ming'er elucidated. Casting her gaze at the green-robed man in combat, Su Ming'er smiled knowingly. "If I am not mistaken, the one wielding the saber must belong to the Opening Heaven Saber sect. How did animosity arise between their two sects?" Shunlang casually inquired. "It is said that years ago, the most distinguished disciples of the Green Pine Sword sect and the Opening Heaven Saber sect fought over a courtesan, resulting in fatalities. This conflict sowed the seeds of enmity that have persisted to this day," Su Ming'er recounted, amusement flickering in her eyes. Shunlang chuckled as well. finding it remarkable that two incompetent disciples could stir such chaos. Chapter 55. A swarm of ants. At that moment, the green-robed man, having exhausted his previous technique, found himself in a vulnerable state, unable to counter the sword energy of the white-robed man. He gritted his teeth and raised his saber in a desperate defense. Boom. The sword energy collided with the long saber, sending the green-robed man hurtling backward, crashing against the cliff face. He spat out blood, pointing at the white-robed man. But before he could utter a word, he collapsed unconscious. Seeing the green-robed man fall, over a dozen martial artists surged forth from the crowd, all brandishing long sabers. Two among them lifted the green-robed man while the others cautiously kept their eyes fixed on the white-robed man. From behind the white-robed man emerged a group of sword-wielders, encircling the green-robed man and his companions. The white-robed man, known as Jin Wujiang, a deputy master of the Green Pine Sword sect, approached the saber-wielders with an icy demeanor, stating, "You may leave. I shall spare your lives today. Return and inform your sect leader that if anyone dares to offend the Green Pine Sword sect in the future, they shall face dire consequences." The saber-wielders wore expressions of fury, yet under the oppressive aura of Jin Wujiang, they dared not retort. Begrudgingly departing with the green-robed man in tow, Jin Wujiang, emboldened by his victory over the green-robed man, surveyed the crowd with disdain. "All right, the eyesore has been dealt with. Let us discuss Ing Chong Kong." Some martial artists of equal standing to the Green Pine Sword sect scoffed, dismissing Jin Wujiang's arrogance. However, none were willing to confront him at that moment, and the crowd remained indifferent, each lost in their own thoughts. Realizing he had become somewhat boastful, Jin Wujiang, unwilling to retract his statement amidst the gathered witnesses, pressed on, "Esteemed colleagues, I understand that you have all come here for Ing Chong Kong. However, we mustn't resort to a fight to the death over him. Surely, we can devise a peaceful resolution?" His suggestion garnered some agreement among the crowd. Prompting a burly man with a beard to speak up, "Sect Master Jian, what do you propose?" The title Sect Master pleased Jin Wujiang, and he returned the man's sentiment with a grateful glance. Having already devised a plan, Jin Wujiang proclaimed, "We are all children of the martial world. Thus, we must resolve this matter using martial means. Let us hold a contest. The victor shall claim Ing Chong Kong." Navi. Shenlang scoffed at Jin Wujiang's solution, thinking that if he were in charge, he would create chaos from the shadows, inciting a free-for-all that would ensure his own advantage. Otherwise, even if someone emerged victorious and claimed Ing Chong Kong, there would be no guarantee against hidden threats. As the champions prepared for the competition, a series of eerie sounds resonated through the air, akin to singing or chanting. The evil spirit descends. All spirits bow in submission. Upon hearing this, Shenlang and Su Ming'er exchanged glances, their expression shifting with recognition of the impending arrival. Soon after, a chilling voice echoed ominously. "A swarm of ants dares to meddle in the affairs of my evil spirit sect. Die, die, death." The word echoed ominously like the pronouncement of the King of Hell, enveloping all in an overwhelming aura of death and the stench of blood. In a flash, countless cold chains and iron claws surged from the surrounding forest. As these iron claws emerged, a warrior was slain. Another, unable to evade in time, was pierced through the chest by one of the claws, which was drenched in crimson blood, clutching a pulsating, blood-red heart. This scene was but one among many, as within moments, no fewer than 20 warriors had perished. Only those of profound cultivation, immense strength, or extraordinary agility managed to escape the carnage. Not good. It's the evil spirit sect. Run. Upon realizing the identity of their assailants, the crowd dared not entertain further thoughts and quickly scattered in all directions, each displaying their unique skills to flee to safety. Pathetic insects, perish. With this brutal declaration, a palanquin flew in from the distance. It was rudimentary, crafted solely from bamboo, with a few white cloth strips hanging from its framework, carried by 4 figures clad in black and wearing malevolent masks. These masked beings danced upon the treetops, traversing the air in an eerie spectacle. Seeing the palanquin, Shenlang recognized that the young master of the evil spirit sect had arrived, a sight he had witnessed 2 nights prior, albeit in a different setting. No, it is not the young master. As he drew closer, Shenlang's pupils constricted. The figure seated within was an elder, so emaciated that his age was indiscernible. His face was waxy, and his eyes glowed an ominous red, delivering a powerful visual impact. At that moment, as the palanquin passed a large tree, the elder raised his hand and struck downward. The palm expanded with the wind, rapidly transforming into a colossal hand. With a thunderous crash, a figure shot up from beneath the giant hand, agile as a spinning top, slipping through its grasp. "Haha, old black-hearted man. I never imagined you would still be alive after all these years." Yin Tian, A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the elder's crimson eyes. Yin Tian, standing atop a treetop with his hands clasped behind his back, laughed heartily. It seems this matter is more complicated than I thought. The evil spirit sect has sent you out. Does your sect leader not fear that the monks of Heavenly Dragon Temple will take you down? Humph. The Heavenly Dragon Temple is a mere shadow of its former self. Were it not for your so-called righteous sects, we would have long since dealt with them. The elder scoffed disdainfully. Yin Tian did not refute this statement. The evil spirit and White Lotus sects were universally feared, even during the height of the Qianwu Empire. These two fanatics dared to confront it directly. What, then, in this world, could they not undertake? The ancient battles between righteousness and evil had failed to annihilate the evil spirit and White Lotus sects, leaving them unscathed, a testament to their terrifying power. Chapter 56. The Wheel King Strikes Arrogance. Just as the elder's words fell, a cold snort resonated from another direction. Zhao Qi, draped in a black robe, emerged with a darkened expression. The imperial court opposed the evil spirit sect, although the Qianwu Empire wished to avoid conflict with the evil spirit and White Lotus sects. It did not mean they feared them. What truly intimidated the Qianwu Empire were the righteous sects, who would openly challenge an adversary. Unlike the treacherous methods employed by the righteous sects that aimed their daggers at the heart. As a court official, Zhao Qi could not let the elder's bravado go unchallenged. The elder cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Qi, a surge of murderous intent immediately erupting. Zhao Qi met this challenge head-on, exuding an aura of slaughter. The clash of the two Void Realm warriors was no small matter. The air was filled with dust and debris, trees swayed as if heralding an impending storm. Ah, how delightful. I hope I'm not too late. A captivating voice rang out, followed by a stunning woman clad in ethereal garments who floated gracefully into view, her fragrant aura mesmerizing all around her. Auntie, Su Ming exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her. Auntie? Shen Lang looked incredulously at the woman, who seemed almost a sister to Su Ming and then turned his gaze to Su Ming who appeared flustered under his scrutiny. Shen Gongzi, what are you doing? She retorted, as if exposed under a scrutinizing gaze. Shen Lang snapped his fan shut with a flourish, stroking his chin as he remarked, She is your aunt? Then why are you not dressed in similar attire? Uft. Su Ming nearly spat out blood from exasperation, responding with irritation. My aunt practices the art of enchantment. While I cultivate the path of illusion, our techniques differ. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang understood. Su Ming's aunt, having mastered enchanting arts, needed to dress in such a manner to maximize her allure. He merely found it curious, as he had assumed all women of the White Lotus sect wore revealing clothing. He held no romantic notions towards women, be they beautiful or plain, for in his mind, only power mattered, no sentiments clouded his judgment. Throughout their journey, Shen Lang had never shown Su Ming any affection, which was a source of her frustration. Had she been courted by any other young man, he would have lavished her with attention. Instead, Shen Lang treated her as if she were invisible, engaging in only casual conversation, leading her to question his masculinity. If she knew his true thoughts, she might have been struck dead by the realization. Yet, this also related to Su Ming's status. Shen Lang regarded her with caution. Although they walked together, an invisible wall separated them, obscuring their true perceptions of one another. Upon seeing the enchanting woman, Zhao Qi stated clearly, Enchantress, Wuxia, giggling. So, Zhao Darren knows this little girl well? Wuxia teased. She had been a renowned figure in the martial world. The Holy Maiden of the Green Lotus from a century ago. The White Lotus sect possessed 108 spiritual cultivation methods, among which the art of enchantment was one. In battle, the art of enchantment conjured 18 innocent dancers, ensnaring opponents in a sea of desire, leading them unknowingly to their demise. Even warriors of equal rank could fall victim to inner demons if they lacked sufficient mental fortitude, suffering severe injuries or death. One of Wuxia's most infamous exploits was bewitching the most outstanding disciple of the Tai Dao sect, who was then tragically slain by his own sect. This incited the wrath of the Tai Dao sect, which dispatched 3 elders, genuine Void Realm experts, to hunt her down. The White Lotus sect paid a price to quell their fury, which shocked the entire realm. The typically low-profile Tai Dao sect had sent 3 powerful figures to intervene, leaving everyone in awe. Enough! Zhao Qi suddenly bellowed, his aura surging to the heavens, his neatly tied hair breaking free, standing on end. Finally, he retreated a step, his face pale as he gazed at Wuxia with fear. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Qi had been ensnared within Wuxia's illusion, surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women enticing him with their charms. Fortunately, upon recognizing Wuxia, he had grown wary, sensing something was amiss. He swiftly channeled his mental energy to break free from the illusion. Had he hesitated, he would have been in grave peril. This heightened his vigilance against the malevolent White Lotus sect once more. He believed himself to be quite formidable among his peers, having entered the path of killing. However, encountering Wuxia dealt a severe blow to his psyche. In truth, Zhao Qi failed to comprehend that Wuxia was no ordinary individual. She was once the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect. To ascend to such a position within that powerful faction was no small feat. Yin Tian, witnessing Zhao Qi's woeful state, couldn't help but shudder, immediately raising his guard to prevent a surprise attack from Wuxia. "Aunt, what brings you here?" Su Ming'er inquired as she approached Wuxia alongside Aunt Mei, offering a respectful greeting. Upon hearing Su Ming'er, Wuxia's expression grew serious, and she transmitted a message. "Ming'er, the item on Chong Kong is extraordinary. The Holy Envoy of the Green Lotus sent me to assist you. Furthermore, the Holy Envoy instructed that if we cannot obtain it, we must ensure that the Evil Spirit sect or any other faction does not acquire it either. And if that item is indeed so remarkable, this matter may prove troublesome," Su Ming'er replied, her countenance darkening. "What is it?" Wuxia asked, puzzled as she gazed at Su Ming'er. After listening to Su Ming'er's explanation, Wuxia abruptly lifted her gaze towards the distant Xinlang, though her expression quickly shifted as a captivating smile spread across her face. "Hee, you must be young Master Shun, a true paragon of grace." Wuxia, accompanied by Su Ming'er, approached Xinlang with a beaming smile. "I am Xinlang, honored to meet the fairy," he replied with a slight smile, maintaining a humble demeanor. "Ah, an interesting little fellow," Wuxia remarked, a glint of intrigue flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Xinlang felt a shift in his surroundings. He found himself seated on an imposing throne, surrounded by several enchanting dancers performing gracefully. He casually picked up a goblet nearby, taking a sip and savoring the lingering flavor, his expression one of indulgent enjoyment. "Impudent," a thunderous voice echoed, jolting Xinlang back to reality. The Turning Wheel King stepped forward, causing the ground to shatter beneath him with a resounding crash, his presence resonating with the roar of a dragon, 5 wheels encircling him. Before the onlookers could recover from the shock of the golden wheel Dharma King, the 5 wheels, gold, silver, copper, iron, and lead, tore through the air with astonishing momentum. Each aimed mercilessly at Wuxia. Chapter 57. He has his matters. You shall accompany him in death. As the wheels passed, dust swirled and the ground cracked as if plowed, a show of overwhelming might. The illusory realm created was shattered by the Turning Wheel King's roar. Wuxia, taken aback, found herself encircled by the 5 wheels. Without daring to underestimate the threat, she swiftly waved her hand, unleashing a white silk ribbon tied at her waist. The ribbon spiraled around her, forming a protective barrier. Just as the barrier took shape, the wheels struck. Sparks flew as metal clashed, though it was merely a ribbon. It proved as resilient as steel. The wheels rebounded upon collision, sending trees crashing down in their wake. Unfazed, the Turning Wheel King motioned with his fingers, redirecting the displaced wheels back toward Wuxia. With a slight furrow of her brow, Wuxia waved her hand, the ribbon moving like a white dragon, repeatedly batting the wheels away. She had already discerned the Turning Wheel King's strength, which was at the pinnacle of the innate realm. However, after engaging, she was somewhat astonished that a peak innate could contend with someone in the illusory transformation realm, a feat that seemed almost unbelievable. This could be attributed to Wuxia's martial arts style, which was not one suited for direct confrontation. Had Zhao Qi or others been in her place, the Turning Wheel King might not have found such ease in battle. Even if they could engage, it would be a struggle. The illusory transformation realm is divided into 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and peak. These divisions generally reflect combat prowess, with an individual's overall strength manifesting in 4 aspects: techniques, weapons, hidden cards, and combat awareness. Wuxia, without employing her enchanting techniques, only possessed a standard level of illusory transformation, thus allowing the Turning Wheel King to match her. Of course, not every peak innate martial artist could engage with a standard illusory transformation expert. Only a top-tier figure like the Turning Wheel King could achieve such a feat. The true martial continent also harbors such prodigious individuals. For instance, those within the top 10 of the rankings could contend against a standard illusory transformation warrior without falling behind. Wuxia recognized that prolonging the battle, even if she ultimately emerged victorious, would result in a loss of face. However, the relentless assault from the Turning Wheel King left her unable to find an opportunity to unleash her enchanting techniques. Finally, with a determined bite of her silver teeth, she swung her ribbon to send the gold and silver wheels flying, her figure darting towards the Turning Wheel King. As Wuxia charged, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed the Turning Wheel King's eyes. The onlookers understood her intent, After all, the Turning Wheel King was merely at the peak of the innate realm. Even if Wuxia was not an explosive fighter, once she engaged him in close combat, he would certainly falter. This was the essence of overpowering through sheer strength. Regrettably, had they known the Turning Wheel King's cultivation technique, their confidence would have waned. A roar that reverberated through the cosmos erupted from the Turning Wheel King, followed by a sound reminiscent of an ancient giant elephant's furious bellow, deep and distant. The Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Having cultivated to the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, the Turning Wheel King, in terms of inner strength, might not be significantly outmatched even by those who commanded the forces of heaven and earth in the illusory transformation realm. Seeing the Turning Wheel King's Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Shunlang's eyes. He too possessed this technique, but as it was not obtained through a lottery, he lacked the systematic instruction and had to rely on his own exploration. Thus, he would not let this opportunity for observation slip by. Wuxia was taken aback by the Turning Wheel King's formidable prowess even without the assistance of the gold and silver wheels. However, retreat was no longer an option, nor could she afford to withdraw. To retreat as a distinguished illusory transformation expert against a peak innate martial artist would be laughable. With her palms thrust forward, she summoned the surrounding vitality within a 10-meter radius. This energy coalesced between her hands, forming a colossal hand of vitality that thundered towards the Golden Wheel Dharma King. The massive hand dwarfed the Turning Wheel King's robust figure. With a fearless countenance, the Turning Wheel King met the oncoming force, and in that instant of collision, it appeared as though a dragon and an ancient divine elephant flickered into existence, followed by a thunderous explosion and a cloud of dust. Wuxia dared not withstand the ensuing shockwave and quickly retreated. Su Meng'er and Aunt May rushed forward to support Wuxia, their concern palpable. "Aunt, are you all right?" Su Meng'er asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Wuxia waved her hand, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze on the swirling storm in the distance. Young Master Gao Jianli, standing behind Shunlang, suddenly changed countenance, his expression darkening. "If anything happens to the king, let them accompany the golden wheel to death." Shunlang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive as he replied coolly. Boom. Two beams of soaring sword intent instantly locked onto Su Meng'er and her companions. Meanwhile, Wuxia's expression darkened as she stared at the enchanting figure beside Shunlang. A powerful being's intent is immediately discernible. Just the faint aura emanating from the enchanting figure made Wuxia acutely aware that she was infinitely more formidable than the Turning Wheel King. Who exactly is Shunlang? How does he have so many formidable allies? Wuxia pondered. Were Shunlang a member of one of the top 21 factions, she would not be surprised. Yet, he hailed from an inconspicuous miner family in Jiang City, which left her astounded. "Young Master Shin, what do you mean by this?" Su Meng'er exclaimed, her expression troubled. Shunlang cast a dismissive glance at Su Meng'er and the others, coldly stating, "The Ming King is in trouble. You shall perish." As the final word echoed, the sky suddenly darkened, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the heavens, adding a heavy gloom to the already oppressive forest. In the distance, the three black-hearted elders observed the commotion with detached amusement, for the outcome bore no consequence to them. Regardless of who triumphed or faltered, they stood to gain, and mutual destruction would suit them just fine. Shunlang, should you dare to lay a hand on us today, you must be aware of the consequences. Though your power is formidable, in the eyes of our White Lotus sect, it amounts to naught, Wuxia declared with a frosty demeanor. Is that so? Shunlang replied with a peculiar smile. The unsettling nature of his grin stirred an instinctive dread within Wuxia and her companions. You may test this. Wuxia thought it prudent not to show weakness. Should she falter in spirit against Shunlang, it could very well mean their demise. At that moment, as the dust settled, all eyes turned towards the spot where the Golden Wheel Dharma King had once stood, now a gaping chasm. Shunlang stepped forward, unhurried, towards the pit. Boom. A figure erupted from the depths, propelled by the last vestiges of strength. However, as they soared through the air, they lacked the power to sustain their ascent and plummeted towards the ground. A smirk graced Shunlang's lips. He had anticipated that the Ming King would not succumb so easily. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a folding fan that gracefully positioned itself beneath the Golden Wheel Dharma King, cushioning his descent. As soon as he landed, Gao Jianli appeared at his side, steadying him. Thank you, young master, the Golden Wheel Dharma King said, hands pressed together in gratitude. Acknowledging Shunlang's intervention that had spared him from a grim fate alongside Wuxia. In the ensuing chapter, have you ever followed the rules? Shunlang held a deep regard for those summoned by the system, valuing their unwavering loyalty and their willingness to risk life and limb for him. Such subordinates were rare treasures indeed. All is well, Shunlang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the prowess of the first-rate antagonist, who had withstood a powerful strike without significant injury. In truth, had it been any other peak innate martial artist or character from the martial world, they would not have been able to replicate the Golden Wheel Dharma King's remarkable feat, for they lacked the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, an extraordinary and rare Earth-level martial art. At the critical moment when the Golden Wheel Dharma King clashed with Wuxia's energy palm, he had invoked the Dragon Elephant to shield himself, absorbing the impact with the ground support, resulting only in a temporary loss of strength. Had the ground been paved with bluestone, he might have sustained injuries. Thus, the Golden Wheel Dharma King's achievements remained unparalleled. However, other martial characters might not have chosen to endure. They could have relied on their unique skills to counter Wuxia's strike, as each character possessed distinct martial arts. Covered in dirt, the Golden Wheel Dharma King sat on the ground, his once yellow monk's robe now lost, as he cultivated and recuperated. After exchanging words with Xinlang, he had already begun to meditate, aware that every bit of strength was crucial in the face of surrounding adversaries. Xinlang summoned formidable figures, each seasoned by battle, their cunning evident. They were acutely aware of the prevailing conditions and tensions. Following the incident involving Ying Kong, the remaining forces were all formidable beings at the transformation void level, each harboring ulterior motives. Should one side appear weak, it could easily attract the covetous eyes of others. What was once a potential alliance between Xinlang and Su Ming'er now lay in shambles due to Wuxia's reckless probing. Wuxia, though outwardly composed, was secretly replenishing her inner strength. The black-hearted elder shifted his stance, distancing himself from Yin Tian and Zhao Qi, his gaze vigilant. Among these top-tier forces, any misstep could lead to dire consequences, as no faction would come to the aid of another. No one would yield, and unless a situation akin to Wuxia's past transgression against a powerful sect arose, a full-blown conflict seemed unlikely. Outside the valley, the atmosphere was tense, and within, it was no better. Kong, trembling with fear, pressed against the rock face, observing the external turmoil. Realizing he was hopelessly trapped by the encircling warriors, the appearance of the black-hearted elder only deepened his despair. The sight of transformation void experts gathering outside left him devoid of hope. What grieved him further was Xinlang's presence, accompanied by a multitude of skilled fighters. The combined strength of Xinlang's companions rivaled that of a top-tier family. Had he commanded such power, he would not have been reduced to a cornered animal, fleeing in panic. Yet, what terrified him most was the certainty that while others might show him mercy, Xinlang would not. After all, who would spare the life of an ant that dared to defy a giant? As a figure destined to become a titan in the martial world, Xinlang would not let Kong escape unscathed. He must perish, and no one could intervene. Acknowledging his inescapable fate, Kong descended the cliff. Retrieving a package from his bosom, he carefully buried it beneath a tree, making subtle adjustments to conceal it from prying eyes before halting his actions. Taking a deep breath, Kong, weary in body and spirit, settled beneath a distant tree, gazing up at the sky, where he envisioned the faces of his parents, wife, and children. If only I had acted differently, he lamented, tears streaming down his cheeks. Despite his cunning, he found himself outmatched by those wielding power, a bitter regret consuming him. When a person reaches the end of their rope, regret is inevitable. To claim otherwise is to deceive oneself. Yet, regret serves little purpose here. For this is not a world governed by modern laws, but rather one ruled by the primal law of survival, where one's life slips from one's grasp. No one comes to the rescue, and there are no second chances. Outside the valley, Yin Tian remarked cheerfully, "Gentlemen, it appears all matters have been resolved, leaving only Kong. Might I inquire if anyone has a suitable resolution for him?" "Surely, we shall let strength dictate the outcome," Zhao Qi replied coldly, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. Yin Tian shot a glance at Zhao Qi, internally chastising him for his foolishness. If they intended to engage in a life-or-death struggle, there would be no need for dialogue. They would have already clashed, and his words were superfluous. Kong seems to be the prey of our evil spirit sect. Does it not appear that the rules have been bent? The black-hearted elder glared, his eyes blazing with fury. Uffed. Wuxia suppressed a laugh. "Oh, black-hearted elder, have you regressed with age? When has your evil spirit sect ever adhered to rules? If that were the case, shouldn't the Thunderfan of the Wuxing sect be returned to the court? After all, it was the court that discovered it first." At this remark, Zhao Qi's expression darkened. Wuxia had referenced an event from 50 years prior, when a court shadow guard inadvertently stumbled upon the remains of a powerful figure within an ancient relic. Upon investigation, it was determined that the remains belonged to the Thundermaster, one of the 15 elders of the Wuxing sect. This Thundermaster was no ordinary individual. Each of the 15 elders was a legendary figure in the realm of immortal martial arts, their power formidable even in the ancient era of shattered voids. It is said that when the unborn sect fell, the revered master of wind and thunder had already vanished. At that time, very few of the 15 elders of the sect remained. Some were wandering, while others had ventured overseas in search of fragmented techniques. Among those thought to have fled overseas was the master of wind and thunder, but through this skeletal remains, the ancient mystery was unveiled. Judging by the surrounding environment, it is evident that a great battle occurred here. This ruin may have been a secluded place for someone, where two individuals encountered each other, igniting a fierce conflict. However, with the riddle solved, people ceased to ponder the circumstances of the master of wind and thunder's demise. Their interest shifted to the techniques and weaponry he practiced. Chapter 59. Shunlang's schemes. The technique practiced by the master of wind and thunder was known as the wind-thunder limitless art, a celestial-level technique capable of harnessing the powers of wind and thunder, striking with both speed and ferocity. Because of the wind-thunder limitless art, the master of wind and thunder stood out among the 15 elders of the unborn sect, ranking prominently. His weapon was called the wind-thunder fan, a fan crafted from the thunderstone of Mount Tianshan combined with the heart of the Earth's rock. When wielded, the wind-thunder fan unleashed a tempest of lightning and fire, augmented by the master's mastery of wind, creating overwhelming might and transforming the very atmosphere. As for the thunderstone and the heart of the Earth's rock, they were stones struck by lightning atop Mount Tianshan, while the heart of the Earth's rock consisted of stones soaked in subterranean magma for eons. These two types of stones, having been purified by the forces of nature, had transformed into unparalleled treasures. Upon learning of this, the court hastily dispatched personnel to investigate, hoping to recover the master of wind and thunder's weapon and techniques, as the legacy of a celestial martial expert is undoubtedly a valuable asset. Unfortunately, the court's actions did not escape the notice of various factions, which soon converged upon the ruins to conduct a thorough search. Indeed, they discovered the wind-thunder fan embedded in a stone, having been buried beneath the debris, requiring the removal of rubble to unearth it. Speculation arose that the fan must have been struck from the master of wind and thunder's grasp, a conclusion that left everyone gasping in astonishment. Who possessed such astonishing combat prowess to disarm a peerless expert of the celestial martial realm? It is easy to take a life, but disarming someone is far more challenging. Just as high-ranking individuals like Gao Jianli and Jing Wuming would never relinquish their swords even in death, it is conceivable that only overwhelming strength could achieve such a feat. Yet the master of wind and thunder was indeed a celestial martial expert. With his prowess, it seemed unlikely anyone in this world could accomplish such a deed. However, this was not the primary concern for the onlookers. Their attention was captivated by the divine wind-thunder fan, which soon ignited a chaotic free-for-all. Ultimately, the evil spirit sect, demonstrating superior skills, emerged victorious from the fray and seized the wind-thunder fan. The acquisition of the fan by the evil spirit sect brought great humiliation to the court, akin to a tiger losing its prey, a scenario that was profoundly disgraceful. Regrettably, the court found itself powerless against the evil spirit sect, although it was marginally stronger. External forces constrained its actions, leaving it to swallow its pride and bide its time for future retribution. Upon hearing Wuxia mention the events of that year, Yin Tian chuckled ominously, sensing that Wuxia was merely stoking the fires between Zhao Qi and the black-hearted elder. He feared they might not end up in conflict. Enough. Let us discuss how to deal with Ing Chong Kong, Zhao Qi said, taking a deep breath and speaking coldly. In truth, Zhao Qi was not an unwavering loyalist to the court, yet he was currently allied with it. A loss of face for the court would reflect poorly on them, its hounds, necessitating that they sometimes uphold the court's dignity. Otherwise, the court's authority would diminish, and they too would suffer a significant decline. The distinction between having power and lacking it is palpable when engaging in discourse with others. The court resembles an amalgamation of interests, aside from the royal family. Everyone beneath it is entwined with the court's benefits. When there are advantages, all are united. In the absence of them, they disperse. This explains why Zhao Qi and his peers dutifully serve the court, endeavoring to remedy any unfavorable circumstances that may arise. In certain respects, the court surpasses sects and families. Yet in others, it is considerably weaker. When interests are at stake, even the heavenly dragon temple must take a back seat. However, should the court's benefits vanish, it could collapse in an instant. Unlike sects and families, which possess faith and bonds, they will rally together in the face of unforeseen crises, fighting for their kin and beliefs. This predicament, however, is unavoidable. Despite the brilliance of Emperor Qianwu, his foundation was ultimately too shallow. forcing him to amalgamate several wandering martial experts to establish this transient dynasty. Alas, the descendants of Emperor Qianwu turned out to be mere gatekeepers, rendering a once mighty dynasty an inconsequential force. Zhao Qi endured, while Yin Tian and others reigned in their curiosity, beginning to contemplate how to resolve the issue concerning Ing Chong Kong. At that moment, a commanding voice reverberated through the air. "I will take Ing Chong Kong." "What?" The crowd was stunned, casting bewildered glances at Shen Lang, who seemed to have inflated his ambitions. Did he truly believe he could single-handedly claim Ing Chong Kong? Shen Lang was not naive. Rather, he had just received a task from the system. Ding. Task received, the dignity of a giant. Task description, eliminating Chong Kong, the one who disrupts future giants. Completion reward, 500 slaughter points. Upon seeing the reward, Shen Lang furrowed his brow and inquired, "System, why is the reward so generous?" Unforeseen events have their causes, he thought to himself, needing clarification. In truth, eliminating Ing Chong Kong was straightforward. As long as the items on Ing Chong Kong's person were found by Wuxia and the others, they would have little concern for his survival. And when the time came, Shen Lang could request their assistance in dispatching him. However, the system's abnormality raised his suspicions. One must question why a seemingly simple task would be assigned to him. It would be more prudent for the system to simply gift him the slaughter points. The previous task of protecting the villagers had appeared simple, yet it bore hidden dangers. Had the unruly martial artists rebelled en masse? Even if Shen Lang and his companions could withstand the onslaught, the villagers would likely suffer greatly. Thus, he considered himself fortunate to have survived that ordeal. Yet, he was certain this new system task would not afford him the same luck. "Sorry, no comment," the system's cold voice replied. Shen Lang felt somewhat helpless in response to the system's demeanor. After all, he was destined to become a future giant of the martial world. Such disregard was unwarranted. Nevertheless, being of a cold and ruthless nature, he chose not to seek the system's approval, but instead sought trouble with Zhao Qi and the others, leading to the preceding scene. "Why is that not possible?" Shen Lang replied nonchalantly. "On what basis?" The black-hearted elder scoffed, his blood-red eyes mocking Shen Lang. "Oh? On what basis?" "Simply that I can assist one of you in obtaining what Ing Chong Kong possesses," Shen Lang taunted, glancing at those present. Would this serve as sufficient proof? Aside from the black-hearted elder, the remaining individuals brightened, their gazes turning fervent as they looked toward Shen Lang. If they could secure his assistance, their odds of acquiring Ing Chong Kong's possessions would increase significantly. The strength of Shen Lang's subordinates was evident, not to mention the unfathomable presence of Yaiwa. Even the Wheel King would be a formidable ally. Hee, young Master Shen, if you help me obtain what Ing Chong Kong has, he will be yours. The White Lotus sect will owe you a favor. What do you say? Wuxia, who was recuperating beside Su Ming'er, giggled, casting a flirtatious glance at Shen Lang, as if their earlier conflict had never transpired. Chapter 60, The Chaotic Battle. Young Master Shen, we are partners after all. Once this matter is settled, we shall continue our collaboration. Yin Tian quickly stepped forward, speaking amiably. Yin Tian's words prompted everyone to inwardly curse him as a cunning fox, leveraging his partnership with Shen Lang to play the emotional card. Zhao Qi, sensing the atmosphere, was unwilling to lag behind and exclaimed loudly, "Young Master Shen, we became acquainted during the Four Clans competition, and I held you in high regard back then." Zhao Qi shamelessly brought up past favors. While Shen Lang was speaking, he had already made his choice, and observing the reactions of those present confirmed it for him. Meanwhile, the marginalized old man with a black heart wore a grim expression, his already unsightly visage becoming even more intolerable to behold. Among Zhao Qi and his companions, only he had never interacted with Shen Lang. Coupled with the matter of the evil spirit prince, Shen Lang would undoubtedly not extend his assistance to him. At this moment, despair engulfed him. But it also ignited a murderous intent. He resolved to report back to his sect after the mission and have Shen Lang eliminated. Despite having two adept cultivators by his side, Shen Lang was merely a trivial concern in the eyes of the evil spirit sect, which boasted even world-class experts in the celestial martial realm. Shen Lang cast a sidelong glance at the old man, narrowing his eyes as a murderous intent arose within him. Since he had already made an enemy of the evil spirit sect, he could not afford to show mercy, especially as this mission could potentially disrupt the sect's plans. It was clear they would harbor animosity towards him, and he was not arrogant enough to believe he could contend with such a terrifying force. His only option was to delay their actions against him. Truthfully, he felt a peculiar antagonism with the evil spirit sect. Had it not been for his curiosity and impulsive decision to follow Ing Chong Kong, he would not have become embroiled in this mess, preventing the evil spirit prince from capturing Ing Chong Kong. It was likely that the evil spirit sect would have quietly returned with the items in Chong Kong's possession long ago. The current situation was a stark comparison of power. Had Xinlang not possessed formidable strength, he might have already perished at the hands of the evil spirit prince and would not be standing here, engaging in equal dialogue with Zhao Qi and the others, who were now vying to win him over. Even if he had not met his demise at the hands of the evil spirit prince, a lack of strength would have made him an easy target for Zhao Qi and his companions. It is worth noting that whether through their combined efforts or some cunning plot, eliminating Xinlang would come at a significant cost, and none of the four wished to pay that price at this moment. A premature cost would signify the loss of their qualifications to contend for the items in Chong Kong's possession. Furthermore, Xinlang had made it clear that he would not compete with them for Chong Kong's items, which only served to heighten their caution. Should they inadvertently offend Xinlang, they might find themselves in the same perilous position as the old man, facing his wrath. The consequences of their actions would surely fall upon them if they attempted to seize the opportunity while the others were weakened. As the conversation unfolded, Xinlang coldly smiled, aware of the task assigned by the system that heightened his vigilance. The items in Chong Kong's possession would not be easily acquired, and unforeseen complications could arise. He did not wish to endanger himself or his companions, such as Yao Yu, over an uncertain matter. Thus, he decisively chose to withdraw from the competition, prioritizing the completion of his mission with Chong Kong. Xinlang, have you made your decision? Yin Tian urged. They were all anxious, as the longer they delayed their actions against Chong Kong, the more likely unforeseen events would occur. Some martial artists had already fled and were undoubtedly spreading the news, which would invite stronger forces from other factions, putting them in an even more precarious position. Hiki, I have already selected someone. You may begin. Xinlang replied with a smile. Who is it? Wuxia and the others exchanged wary glances, unsure of whom Xinlang would choose. If he did not select one of them, they would have to ally with others to oppose him and prevent him from picking them off one by one. Xinlang was well aware of their scheming thoughts. Instead of revealing his choice, he grinned and said, As for who it is, I shall keep that a secret. At the crucial moment, I will lend my support. You. Wuxia and the others nearly choked on their own frustration. Xinlang's cunning was undeniable. Such a deceptive ploy had crossed his mind. If they did not know whom Xinlang intended to aid, they risked uniting with someone he planned to support, only to find themselves outmatched when he intervened. However, they were at a loss, as Xinlang's strength was formidable, and it was impossible for the four of them to defeat him without sustaining heavy losses. If they failed to restrain Xinlang and his companions, they would never find peace. If you were to take advantage of our mutual injuries and suddenly turn against us, would we not be mere pawns in your game? The old man with a black heart finally seized the opportunity to undermine Xinlang's scheme, stepping forward with a grim voice. Hehe, I apologize, but what I say is my own affair. Whether you believe it is up to you. I have already chosen to withdraw. Should any unforeseen events arise, it is not I who will be anxious. Xinlang scoffed lightly, speaking with indifference. Let us go. Zhao Qi was not one to hesitate, immediately soaring into the air toward the valley. With Zhao Qi's movement, the others followed suit, and with a loud crash, the rubble blocking the valley entrance was cleared away, allowing the four to surge into the valley. Upon entering, they found Chong Kong sitting calmly beneath a tree, momentarily stunned, before casting a glance at him as if he were a corpse, then charging toward him in unison. Just as they approached, Yin Tian suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him, his expression changing as he halted and struck behind him with a palm. With a resounding impact, shockwaves rippled outward. Yin Tian involuntarily took a step back, eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the old man with a black heart, roaring with murderous intent. You seek death. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his signature technique, the star-plucking hand, an enormous palm descending upon the old man. The old man dared not underestimate it. His bony hand glimmered with a sinister light as he retaliated against the colossal palm formed by the star-plucking hand. The crushing heart claw was the old man's renowned skill. Any strike would instantly sever a person's heart veins, leading to immediate death. A truly tyrannical martial art. However, the star-plucking hand was not to be trifled with. Its name alone suggested extraordinary prowess. With a thunderous explosion, the entire valley trembled, even dislodging stones from the cliff walls. Both the old man and Yin Tian were mid-stage cultivators, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain an upper hand after countless exchanges. Meanwhile, Zhao Qi was locked in combat with Wuxia this time. Zhao Qi was prepared and had not fallen prey to Wuxia's illusions. Although she didn't ensnare him in a dream, Wuxia relentlessly attacked his mind, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. He could only muster 70% of his power for battle, with the remaining 30% devoted to resisting her mental onslaught. The battle among the four was intensely fierce, igniting Xinlang's bloodlust. Regrettably, he was too far from the realm of void transformation to participate actively, relegating him to the role of a mere spectator. Chapter 61. The Enchantment of the Moon. In truth, if one were to assess their strengths, Wuxia possessed the greatest power among the four. Had she fully unleashed the illusory path, none of Zhao Qi's companions would stand a chance against her. Wuxia resembled a sorceress from a game, requiring an absence of concerns to maximize her capabilities. Xinlang contemplated that if Wuxia were to team up with a strong martial artist for direct combat, it would be the perfect synergy. At that moment, Zhao Qi, engaged in battle with Wuxia, radiated a blood-red aura, his hair standing on end as he attacked her fiercely, embodying the path of slaughter. The fight between Yen Tian and the old man with a black heart was equally intense, with the old man employing his heart-crushing palm and sinister energy to engage Yen Tian in fierce exchanges. In light of the current situation, it seems that the four individuals are unlikely to reach a conclusion anytime soon. From a distance, Ing Chong Kong sat beneath a tree, appearing dazed as he gazed vacantly into the sky, occasionally betraying a faint, inexplicable smile at the corners of his mouth. "Whom do you intend to assist?" Yao Yu inquired coolly, standing beside Xinlang, her alabaster hand occasionally shimmering with a hint of white light. Xinlang, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "Do you perceive whom I would favor?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Yao Yu's eyes as she softly uttered two words. Su Ming'er, accompanied by Aunt Mei, stood at a distance, anxiously observing the battle unfolding before them, specifically the clash between Wuxia and Zhao Qi. "Aunt Mei, what shall we do?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "Saintess, this is a contest between transcendent beings. We cannot intervene and must rely solely on Protector Lu," Aunt Mei lamented. Time was of the essence. Xinlang, unwilling to prolong the conflict, commanded, "Yao Yu, take action." Upon hearing Xinlang's words, Yao Yu swiftly directed a palm strike towards Wuxia, who was engaged with Zhao Qi. The force of her strike was formidable, akin to a thunderous roar, as it surged towards Wuxia with ferocity. "What?" Wuxia felt an impending danger from behind, her face paling. Zhao Qi, stunned, unleashed a powerful punch towards Wuxia, imbued with a murderous aura, exuding overwhelming strength. Yao Yu's abrupt intervention revealed to all present whom Xinlang intended to support: Zhao Qi. Indeed, Xinlang had chosen Zhao Qi, weighing the pros and cons. Despite the various factions behind each individual present, Xinlang ultimately aligned himself with the imperial court, recognizing not only its formidable power but also the potential assistance it could provide him in the future. The White Lotus sect and the Evil Spirit sect were not to be trifled with. Even if Xinlang aided them, it would yield little benefit down the line. Should he ever seek to establish his own influence, he would inevitably face resistance from these top sections. Conversely, the imperial court would not target Xinlang, as the balance of power remained largely unaffected by the presence or absence of a single faction. In fact, the court could very well become a significant ally for Xinlang. The Qianwu Empire had long endured the suppression of the 21 foremost factions. The court had long desired to teach the White Lotus and Evil Spirit sects a lesson, yet external pressures had restrained them, creating an atmosphere of caution. Historically, dynasties and sects have never coexisted harmoniously. Sects tend to disrupt order, while dynasties uphold it, ensuring their dominion overall. "Xinlang, do you truly wish to oppose the White Lotus sect?" Wuxia's expression darkened as she strained to fend off both Zhao Qi's and Yao Yu's attacks, her eyes coldly fixating on Xinlang. Xinlang had already prepared to accept the consequences of his actions. This world dictated that one must sacrifice something to gain another. Helping the imperial court would inevitably forge enmity with the White Lotus sect. Boom. Two powerful strikes descended upon Wuxia, who grit her teeth in defense. Ultimately, she was forced to absorb the assault of two transcendent beings, sustaining internal injuries and tasting blood at the corner of her mouth. Casting a vengeful glare at Xinlang, Wuxia retreated from the fray, soaring out of the valley. "Ming'er, we must leave," she commanded. Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Su Ming'er cast a deep glance at Xinlang before following Aunt Mei in departure. Yao Yu and Zhao Qi refrained from pursuit. If they combined forces, they might have been able to subdue Wuxia, but that was not their intent. Defeating Wuxia and killing her were two entirely different matters. Should Wuxia perish, both the imperial court and Xinlang would face the wrath of the White Lotus sect, which was not to be trifled with. If those fanatics were to unleash their fury, the repercussions would be insurmountable. Yen Tian and the black-hearted elder were no longer foolishly engaged in combat. It was evident that Xinlang had allied with Zhao Qi. To continue fighting would be sheer folly. "Xinlang, is this truly worth it?" You have now offended 3 factions. Even a deity could not save you, Yin Tian said, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated Xunlang's final choice would align with Zhao Qi. My choice is justified. As for the consequences, I shall bear them myself. So there is no need for Elder Yan's concern, Xunlang replied with a narrowed smile. Yin Tian, let us join forces, the black-hearted elder suggested telepathically. Yin Tian cast a deep look at Xunlang, but did not respond to the black-hearted elder. Instead, he took a step back, signaling his withdrawal. At this point, even an alliance with the black-hearted elder held little significance. Defeating Zhao Qi and Xunlang would only lead to a struggle to the death. Moreover, Yin Tian doubted that he and the black-hearted elder could triumph over Zhao Qi and Xunlang. He was acutely aware of Yao Yu's terrifying strength. He and Zhao Qi had previously failed to push her back, leaving him with a lingering fear. You, the black-hearted elder, witnessing Yin Tian's retreat, nearly spat blood in frustration. Xunlang regarded the black-hearted elder with mockery, while Zhao Qi kept a watchful eye on him. The black-hearted elder fell silent. He was no fool. Without Yin Tian's assistance, he stood no chance against Zhao Qi and Yao Yu, forcing him to swallow his pride and seek revenge against Xunlang and his companions at a later date. Seeing the black-hearted elder concede, Zhao Qi clasped his fists and addressed Xunlang. I shall remember your assistance, young Master Shun. Upon my return, I will report to the court. Xunlang nodded indifferently. Yes, go. Retrieve the item and deliver Ing Chong Kong to me. In truth, Xunlang had no absolute certainty that he could withstand the impending retaliation from the White Lotus sect. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of his actions. Failure to act would render his mission impossible. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to engage in bloodshed. Zhao Qi said nothing further, his heart racing as he approached Ing Chong Kong. Securing the item in Ing Chong Kong's possession and delivering it to the court would surely earn him a substantial reward, and he might even achieve a breakthrough to the realm of Lian Su as a result. Chapter 62. The mysterious powerhouse. Just as Zhao Qi was nearing Ing Chong Kong, a figure suddenly flew in from outside the valley, radiating an overwhelming aura. With a mere wave of its hand, a violent fist intent erupted forth. The very fabric of space seemed to tear apart as the ferocious fist intent enveloped all present. Who is this? Zhao Qi exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger. In the face of this unforeseen turn of events, the black-hearted elder, Yin Tian, and Yao Yu sensed the newcomer's formidable presence and instinctively prepared to defend themselves. Boom! The earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the Lianyun mountain range, sending countless creatures into a panic. Even some martial artists who had not yet escaped the mountains felt the ground tremble beneath them. The figure of the Wheel King, resembling a dragon, circled around Xunlang, assisting him in withstanding the aftermath of the battle. Due to the earlier confrontation with Wuxia, the Wheel King had not fully recovered, and as it braced against the residual force, it could not help but spurt a mouthful of blood. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Xunlang's mouth as well, his complexion pale, yet he stood resolutely. Gao Jianli and Jing Wuming unleashed their sword intent to help mitigate some of the impact. Flee! This person is too powerful. We cannot contend with him, Yao Yu urged. Her Mingyu divine art pushed to its limits, her body resembling glass. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint cracks forming in her pristine form. Xunlang dared not linger. With his strongest ally being overwhelmed, there was no time to waste. Following Yao Yu's lead, they hastily retreated from the valley. When it is necessary to sever ties, one must do so decisively. Otherwise, chaos ensues. Xunlang would not commit the folly of arrogance, which would only lead to a tragic end. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black robe appeared, their face obscured by a mask, leaving only their eyes visible. Eyes that bore the weight of countless sorrows and life's tribulations. As Xunlang and his companions departed, the black-robed individual paid them no heed, instead casting a detached gaze upon Ing Chong Kong, regarding all present as inconsequential. The trio of Zhao Qi, Yin Tian, and the sinister elder looked pale, their expressions betraying a deep-seated fear as they regarded the black-clad figure. The strength they sensed was formidable, even with their combined might and the inscrutable power of Yao Yu. They could not rattle this person in the slightest. What level of strength could this be? Virtual reality? Hollow reality? Within 3 breaths, they were ordered to leave the valley, or face death. It was a domineering command, akin to a divine monarch addressing mere ants. Their faces darkened at the humiliation of being treated like cattle, despite their not insignificant statuses within their respective factions. Yet, they remained clear-headed, understanding that those capable of reaching the realm of transformation were no fools. They would not rush to their deaths. One by one, they turned and fled the valley. Ing Chong Kong, too, ceased his gaze towards the heavens. his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the black-clad figure. When one has endured excessive despair, two states may emerge, death or calmness. Chong Kong embodied the latter. With a melancholic smile, he inquired if the figure had come for the same object. The black-clad person swiftly approached him, regarding him with indifference, silent. Very well. I will give it to you, but I hope for a swift end, Chong Kong stammered as he rose unsteadily. He then retrieved a package hidden beneath another tree and tossed it to the black-clad figure. Upon opening it and confirming the palm-sized token within, the figure nodded and tucked it away. Proceed, Chong Kong said, hands clasped behind his back, as if he had transcended life and death, speaking with a serene detachment. You will die, but it will not be by my hand, the black-clad figure replied, uttering this solitary statement before sweeping Chong Kong away, casting him to Shenlang's feet. HM? Shenlang regarded the black-clad figure with confusion, pondering their intent. This is the debt I owe you, returned. The figure stated before vanishing into the forest. Chong Kong erupted into manic laughter, a stark contrast to Shenlang's somber expression as he approached. May your next life be that of an ordinary person, and may you never tread the bloody paths of the martial world again. With Chong Kong's demise, the system's task was fulfilled, yet Shenlang found himself pondering when he had ever interacted with that mysterious strongman who had left him with a debt. Let us depart. Since the item has been taken by that formidable figure, it is no longer our concern. He believed it impossible for anyone to reclaim what had fallen into such powerful hands. Yao Yu had previously hinted that the figure bore no ill will towards them. Had they meant harm, survival would have been out of the question. This revelation stirred a sense of dread within Shenlang, prompting him to resolve never to wade into turbulent waters without caution, lest unforeseen dangers arise. The sinister elder and his companions also chose not to linger. Witnessing the mysterious figure take the item, they turned to leave, though the elder cast a venomous glare at Shenlang before departing. Shenlang merely raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware that he had gravely offended the evil spirit sect, and a confrontation loomed in the future. However, for the time being, the sect would likely focus their attention on the enigmatic strongman, given the significance of the item. Upon returning to the tranquil village of Guyan, Shenlang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The oppressive atmosphere that had accompanied him during the pursuit of Chong Kong dissipated with the resolution of the conflict. Yet, this incident served as a stark reminder of the depths of the Jinwu continent. What he had encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg. Su village head. I apologize for the intrusion. Shenlang found himself inexplicably drawn to Su Xing's home, eager to check on him. Ah, young Master Shun. Please come in. Su Xing welcomed him, ushering Shenlang to a stone table in the courtyard before retreating indoors to fetch tea. How did your endeavors fare, young Master Shun? He inquired after pouring a cup. Shenlang took a sip and replied, what gains can be claimed? I nearly lost my life. Oh, even someone of your caliber faced such peril? It seems this matter is far from simple, Su Xing remarked, astonished. Reflecting on the sudden appearance of the mysterious strongman, Shenlang scrutinized Su Xing. His silver hair, coarse linen garments, stooped posture, and murky eyes seemed entirely unrelated to the formidable figure. Yet, an uneasy feeling lingered in Shenlang's mind, though he could not articulate why. Is something amiss, young Master Shen? Su Xing asked, glancing at himself with confusion. Oh, it is nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking, Shenlang chuckled lightly. I shan't take up more of your time, for I have urgent matters to attend to. May we meet again under better circumstances. Finishing his tea, he stood and smiled. As Shenlang and his companions journeyed back to Pink City, he furrowed his brow and asked Yao Yu, did you notice anything unusual about Su Xing? Yao Yu pondered for a moment, shaking her head. He seems quite ordinary, devoid of any internal energy, and walks with little strength. There is no trace of a martial artist within him. Could it be that I am mistaken? Chapter 63. New function. Upon returning to the inn in Ping City, Zhao Qi and Yin Tian were already present. Zhao Qi offered a friendly nod to Shenlang. Despite not having obtained the item, Shenlang had still assisted him. Yin Tian, however, merely scoffed. Shenlang recognized that although he had not directly antagonized Yin Tian, there was an implicit offense in their interactions. Lord Commander, when shall we set forth? Shenlang inquired with a smile. We can depart at once. I have reported the matter to the court, and what follows is beyond our control, Zhao Qi replied as he rose. Very well, let us be on our way. Just as they were about to depart, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Due to the host fulfilling the required number of tasks for a system upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Shenlang maintained his composure while exiting, asking, how many days will the upgrade take? 3 days, the system responded mechanically. 3 days? That should suffice. Shenlang decided, let the upgrade commence. The Wuxia mountain range lies in the southern center of Yunzhou. This entire mountain range spans the three states of Yunzhou, Yongzhou, and Yizhou. It is said that in ancient times, the Wuxia mountain range extended across much of the eastern domain. During that era, the Xinwu continent was unified, without distinctions between domains or nations such as the Qinwu Empire. The Central Plains resembled a grand amalgamation, teeming with sects and complexities. Throughout the history of the Xinwu continent, three great wars have transpired. The first occurred during ancient times, a conflict between the human and demon races. The ancient era was marked by dark upheaval, known as the Path Wars, in which all sought to validate their own paths. There was no first in literature or second in martial arts. None would concede that their lineage was inferior. Thus, war was inevitable, ultimately giving rise to 36 elite factions. Unfortunately, this prosperity was short-lived. Due to the inherent nature of demonic practices, the demonic path flourished and grew increasingly powerful, subtly approaching the trend of unifying the continent. The righteous path found itself beset by fear, leading to the outbreak of the ancient righteous and demonic war. As the demonic path waned, it could only be suppressed by the righteous sections. In the wake of two great wars, countless divine skills and secret tomes were lost, rendering it exceedingly challenging for individuals in modern times to shatter the void. This ushered in an era where the immortal and martial realms faded into obscurity, and the virtual realm reigned supreme. The Wuxia mountain range was the fabled site of the ancient demonic sect, the Wuxia cult. Why would Chang Chunzi choose to be buried here? The Wuxia mountain range was suffused with toxic mists, devoid of any potential for auspicious geomancy. Unable to fathom Chang Chunzi's intentions, Xinlang could only suppress his doubts within, hoping that he might unravel the mystery upon discovering Chang Chunzi's grave. Haha, young Master Shen, one day we shall reach the Wuxia mountain range, Zhao Qi remarked. Riding alongside Xinlang upon his steed, the gale horse, a smile gracing his lips. Due to the matter concerning Chong Kong, Zhao Qi had grown quite close to Xinlang. A young man endowed with cunning, talent, and influence is seldom unwelcomed. Commander, do you not find it a bit peculiar that Chang Chunzi chose to inter himself in the Wuxia mountain range? Xinlang inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, it is somewhat illogical. However, for someone of Chang Chunzi's caliber, engaging in actions that defy common sense is not entirely surprising. Zhao Qi pondered before explaining. Well, since we have already come this far, turning back is not an option. We shall see for ourselves, Xinlang replied, suppressing his inner questions with a gesture of resignation. Fear not. Though the Wuxia mountain range is renowned as a perilous place in the eastern domain, with our strength, we should be able to retreat unscathed. However, young Master Shun, your cultivation level is somewhat lacking. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, Zhao Qi began. It matters not. Having chosen to accompany you, I am assured of my ability to protect myself, Xinlang asserted with confidence. Oh, a flicker of intrigue danced in Zhao Qi's eyes. Yet he chose to remain silent thereafter. A subtle smirk played on Xinlang's lips, despite Zhao Qi's intentions to befriend him, should any unpredictable event arise. His true nature would undoubtedly reveal itself. From the moment a martial artist steps into the tumultuous world, they are bound to encounter deception and perilous traps, transforming even the most naive into cunning and shrewd foxes. Yao Qi, having carved a bloody path to Huashu and now holding a high-ranking position as the state commander of the Genie Wei, was certainly not an ordinary individual. Ding. System upgrade complete. It is now operational, a mechanical voice resonated. Oh, the upgrade is finished? Xinlang's spirit entered the system, inquiring, what new features have been added? Greetings. Host. The system has updated with two major features, lottery and summoning. Both can be tailored to specific types for selection, the system responded. Intriguing. Let's see how the selection works, Xinlang remarked, intrigued. The electronic screen in the system space displayed a slowly appearing lottery and summoning wheel, along with enumerated rules. Custom type rule. You may select the focus of the lottery and summoning. For instance, if you choose divine weapons, the lottery will yield only divine weapons. If you select martial arts, it will yield only martial arts. Summoning type. Choose the focus range of summoned individuals, such as gender. If you select female, only female warriors will be summoned. If you specify an identity, the system will summon martial figures with identities similar to the one provided by the host. Excellent. This is quite formidable, Xinlang exclaimed, snapping his fingers in satisfaction. With the option for tailored selection, he would no longer have to anxiously accumulate slaughter points to avoid summoning undesirable characters. Previously, he had used 800 points to summon the Wheel King, and although the system subsequently gifted him the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, ensuring he did not incur a loss, such fortune could not be relied upon consistently. The uses for slaughter points were numerous: martial arts, divine weapons, elixirs, and summons, each of which Shun Lang required. Every time he expended his slaughter points, he found himself devoid of surplus points for other acquisitions. Moreover, the marketplace offered exquisite items, while luck could occasionally yield results comparable to those in the marketplace. He could not depend solely on chance. Contemplating their next destination, he sensed that the sight of Chang Chunzi's enlightenment would not be straightforward and required preparation. Select for me a divine healer or a master of poison, preferably one with formidable martial prowess. Otherwise, should any mishap occur, I would lack the means to protect myself. Ding. As you wish. The lottery wheel gradually faded, replaced by the summoning wheel, which began to spin. Figures flashed by, some exuding a chilling aura, others an ethereal grace, and some bearing grotesque visages. Shun Lang understood that these individuals were either poison masters or divine healers. His greatest hope lay in summoning a poison expert, for only those well-versed in toxins could effectively neutralize or guard against them. After all, the Wuxia mountain range was no ordinary place. The toxic mists that had lingered since ancient times were a testament to the potency of the poison within. Chapter 64, The Poison City Ding. Congratulations, host. You have summoned a character, Lai Yaoer. Character, Lai Yaoer. Nickname, the Divine Healer. Martial arts, unmatched medical skills. Sleeve techniques for concealment realm. Middle stage of innate personality. Outward, arrogant and indifferent to all. Inner, compassionate and dedicated to helping humanity. Source, the unassuming divine seer, so it is Lai Yaoer. Shun Lang recalled Lai Yaoer from the early television series The Unassuming Divine Seer, which was indeed a captivating martial drama, featuring the intricate deceptions between Ge Shu Tian and the leader of the righteous sect, Shun Xingnan, along with Li Bu Yi's chivalrous heart, all of which were quite engaging. A beam of white light pierced through the mist, and Lai Yaoer's image gradually dissolved from the electronic screen. The summoning had consumed 300 slaughter points, leaving a balance of 200 points. 200 points shall suffice for now. I will save them, Shun Lang decided as he exited the system space, having only a moment pass in the outside world. At that very moment, in an unknown valley in Yunzhou, a man with a white beard, carrying a medicinal basket, crouched on the ground, coughing incessantly. His refined features were adorned in white garments, and he clutched a medicinal herb tightly in his hand. Slowly, he lowered his hand from his mouth, gazing at the blood in his palm with a bitter smile. Alas, cursed heavens, is it truly the fate of the handsome to be envied? Just as he uttered this lament, a fierce wind swept through the valley, raising sand and stones, obscuring the man's vision. A streak of white light, like a meteor, shot down from the heavens, piercing directly into his brow. Boom. The man felt an overwhelming surge of unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, and as these memories surged forth, his aura began to rise. Bang! The space around him was instantaneously cleared, debris swirling in the air as he gradually opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, murmuring, "Is this the true martial continent?" He looked up towards the horizon. "I sense the young master." A day later, Shun Lang and his companions arrived at the vicinity of the Poison City, strategically constructed for the purpose of exploring the Wuxia mountain range. Each year, individuals ventured here to collect poisonous specimens for experimentation. The majority of the population in Poison City were poison masters, as toxins were cherished by many in the martial world. A mere vial of poison could turn the tide of battle, prompting both righteous and demonic sects to carry some with them. Dressed in vibrant attire and riding spirited steeds, Shun Lang and his companions attracted countless gazes upon entering the city. However, they were no ordinary individuals. They paid little mind to the scrutinizing or malicious stares surrounding them. Those who could arrive in Poison City were typically adept in the art of poison, and individuals drawn to such practices were seldom benign. The gale horses ridden by Shun Lang and his companions were worth a fortune, each valued at thousands of taels of silver. Combined with their resplendent garments, it was evident to all that Shun Lang and his companions held significant status and influence. The toxic city remains beyond the jurisdiction of the imperial court, which has proven powerless in its attempts to exert control. In the past, the court had dispatched officials to oversee the area, yet those sent either mysteriously vanished or succumbed to poison. The court is aware that the influential martial families within the toxic city are behind these misfortunes, but they find themselves in a quandary. The martial families are backed by one of the 6 evil sects, the Blood Demon sect. To confront these martial families would mean contending with the Blood Demon sect, a group known for their perverse psyche and willingness to slaughter entire cities. The court cannot guarantee that the Blood Demon sect would refrain from targeting innocent civilians. Should unrest escalate, it might incite rebellion. This is not an exaggeration. The populace of the true martial continent is known for its fierce spirit, and any extreme actions could lead to turmoil, causing significant distress for the Qianwu Empire. In this world, imperial authority does not hold the same weight as in the 21st century. The Qianwu Empire can be regarded as both an empire and a force, albeit in a form distinct from those of the sects and noble families. Xinlang and his companions found a relatively decent tavern and entered. "Waiter, bring forth your finest food and wine," one of Zhao Qi's companions exclaimed. "Certainly, esteemed guests, please hold on a moment," came the reply as a server approached. Draped in a cloth and balancing a teapot, the server wiped the table with the cloth and placed the teapot down, saying, "Esteemed guests, your food and drink will be served shortly." Gao Jinli stepped forward and filled a cup of tea for Xinlang. Xinlang raised the cup to his nose and frowned, exclaiming, "What kind of tea is this? It has a peculiar odor." Zhao Qi chuckled and explained, "Young Master Shun, this is the nature of things in the toxic city. Although the miasma from the Wuxia mountain range has not permeated here, items stored in the toxic city inevitably possess some peculiarities, as many foods tend to spoil, which is why you detect that strange aroma. How do the people in this city survive? Over time, won't they be poisoned and meet untimely deaths?" Xinlang asked, perplexed. Zhao Qi, understanding that Xinlang was unfamiliar with the conditions of the true martial continent, patiently elaborated, "Young Master Shun, you are unaware that the toxic city is not called so solely due to the Wuxia mountain range. You know there are martial families in the toxic city, correct?" Xinlang nodded, having gleaned some information about the toxic city along the way. The city is divided into 7 factions, comprising both gangs and families, all flourishing thanks to the toxic products of the city. Among them, the foremost faction, the Poison Gang, even has the standing to challenge first-rate forces in Yunzhou. Each year, the 7 factions distribute a detoxification pill to the populace, which not only alleviates the poison within them, but also indirectly strengthens their physiques. Consequently, the commoners of the toxic city are robust and formidable, lacking martial skills, yet far surpassing the majority of commoners in the eastern region. Thus, the citizens hold great admiration for the 7 factions, and due to its reputation as a renowned source of toxins, the city has earned the moniker of Toxic City. "Sir Commander, do you know what the detoxification pill from the 7 factions is?" Xinlang inquired. "I am unaware of that. The court has dispatched individuals to investigate. Yet regrettably, there has been no progress. All we know is that the detoxification pill does not seem to be exclusive to the 7 factions, as it appears to be delivered to them periodically by someone," Zhao Qi replied. It wasn't long before the server brought forth an array of dishes. The spread was quite sumptuous, featuring both fish and meat, and the presentation was exquisite. Xinlang picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of fish, placing it in his mouth. "Tui," he promptly spat it out. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a flash of golden light shimmered as the server, who had just placed the last dish down, lost his head. What is happening? The abrupt turn of events caused diners in the tavern to spring to their feet. Zhao Qi and his companions were equally startled by Xinlang's sudden act of violence. What had come over this young master? Chapter 65. "My rules are my rules." Yao Yu stood up, drawing the tavern keeper towards her with a swift motion of her palm. The hefty figure of the tavern keeper was pinned down by Gao Jinli's sword hilt on the table as Xinlang coldly commanded, "Eat it. Spare me. I truly know nothing." The quaking tavern keeper pleaded, "Did I not instruct you to consume it? Did you not hear me?" Xinlang narrowed his eyes. Yes, I shall eat it right away," the tavern keeper stammered, trembling as he took the plate and reached for a piece of fish to shove into his mouth. Bang! The tavern keeper was kicked away by Xinlang. "It is not him." Xinlang scanned the room with a cold gaze, observing Xinlang's movements. One of Zhao Qi's companions stepped forward, producing a silver needle from his pocket and pricking the piece of fish. Upon seeing the needle turn black, Zhao Qi and Yen Tian's expressions shifted in unison. "It's poisoned and highly toxic." At that moment, Xinlang had not anticipated that someone would resort to poison. As the fish entered his mouth, a third of his yuan qi began to circulate autonomously within his body. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xinlang hastily expelled the fish from his mouth. After testing the tavern keeper, Xinlang concluded that he was not the one who had poisoned the dish. If it was not the tavern's doing, then it had to be the work of an outsider. Yin Tian waved his hand over a dish, and a plume of black mist materialized, twisting and writhing like a serpent in his grasp. Xinlang gazed at Yin Tian in surprise, not expecting the old man to possess such skills. Zhao Qi, noticing Xinlang's astonishment, explained, "Yin Tian practices the star-snatching technique, which is an evolution of the heavenly stage technique from the Star Pavilion. It has the ability to absorb foreign energies." "The star-snatching technique?" Xinlang asked, puzzled. "Indeed. The star-snatching technique was created by the Star Lord in ancient times, said to have been derived from his observations of the celestial bodies one night. It is a formidable heavenly stage technique. Could it be an otherworldly version of the Biming divine art? Shenlang internally scoffed. This poison is no ordinary matter. Yin Tian remarked, scrutinizing the toxic mist in his palm. Who could be plotting against us? Zhao Qi's expression darkened as he scanned the surrounding patrons. Just then, several figures clad in black robes entered through the tavern's entrance. Upon spotting Shenlang and his companions, the lead man barked, "Who are you? How dare you commit murder in the toxic city? Are you ignorant of the city's rules?" "What rules?" Shenlang asked mockingly. The arrival of these individuals ignited a flicker of hope within Shenlang, a chance to uncover the true culprits behind the plot. "You must be outsiders, correct? Today, let me enlighten you about the rules," the leading man declared, swaggering towards Shenlang and his companions, looking down upon them with disdain. "First, any outsider entering the toxic city must pay a protection fee of 5,000 taels of silver. Second, no outsider may harm a single leaf in the toxic city. Violators will be executed on the spot. Third, every person entering the toxic city must report their personal information to the Seven Alliance. And those who fail to do so will be deemed as having malicious intent, subject to execution without mercy. Do you understand, boy? These are the rules." Shenlang nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. Observing Shenlang's serious demeanor, the burly man smirked inwardly, thinking, this young master is truly overly cautious. These people appear to be all bluster, easily cowed with a mere show of intimidation. There is no challenge here. Putting aside his thoughts, the man continued. Now that you've killed someone, failed to report your information, and have meddled with the affairs of the toxic city, you will accompany us. If you behave well, perhaps the young Alliance Master might spare your lives. As he said this, the man cast a sidelong glance at the veiled Yao Yu. Shenlang's eyes flickered with a glimmer of lethal intent as he coldly proclaimed, "You have finished articulating your rules. Now allow me to present mine." "Your rules?" The burly man, intrigued, stroked his chin and mockingly suggested, "Then do enlighten me. Let the third master hear your regulations." "My rules are simply rules." "What? What does that even mean?" The man appeared confused, unable to comprehend what Shenlang meant by "my rules are simply rules." With a sigh, Shenlang replied, "Xiao Gao. Enlighten him on what my rules entail." Suddenly, a frigid sword aura descended. Before the burly man could react, the warriors accompanying him were instantly ensnared by frost, their bodies stiffening. In less than a second, those engulfed in frost shattered into pieces, collapsing to the ground. A sword, exuding a chilling aura, pressed against the burly man's throat, its sharp tip piercing the flesh, a trickle of blood oozing forth. The abrupt turn of events rendered the man paralyzed with fear. He realized that any movement would result in the sword, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, plunging into his neck. "Do you now comprehend my rules?" Shenlang's indifferent voice echoed, startling the man. "Wherever I, Shenlang, may roam, matters must be conducted according to my rules. Do you understand? Now, speak. Who sent you? If someone of your caliber has been dispatched, I can only assume that your master is equally inept. Fine, I will speak, but be warned. You might die from fright once I finish." The burly man recalled the one who had sent him, and the fear that had just arisen within him began to dissipate. "Speak. I am all ears," Shenlang said nonchalantly as he settled into a chair. "He is our young master," the burly man declared with pride. Bang! The man was sent flying by a kick from Gao Jianli, who then proceeded to drag him back before Shenlang. "Enough with the idle chatter. The young master has instructed you to reveal who sent you. Titles mean nothing. There are many young masters in the world. What do they amount to?" Gao Jianli admonished with a frown. Zhao Qi and the others quietly observed, relishing the spectacle. Now that Shenlang had acted, they felt at ease. They were equally enraged by the poisoner and would have intervened had Shenlang not taken action. Shenlang lifted his foot, tilting the burly man's chin upward, and softly stated, "Do not speak to me of young masters. I know not of such titles. I merely need to know who he is. Spare me your nonsense, or my subordinates may be inclined to end your life." At that moment, the burly man felt a searing pain in his chest, knowing it was likely due to the sword-wielding individual having fractured his rib. However, now was not the time for grievances. His life was at stake, and a broken rib was the least of his concerns. "The young master is the son of our poison gang's leader, Sha Feilong, Sha Xiaotian." "Why did Sha Xiaotian wish to poison us?" Shenlang inquired. "The young master cultivates a method of yin-yang supplementation. He spotted you on the streets earlier and—" The burly man dared not continue, stealing a glance at Yao Yu before resuming. "He instructed me to find a way to capture her and deliver her to him." Upon finishing, the burly man thought to himself, as expected of the young master. He truly guessed correctly that these individuals were formidable. However, he then pondered the fate that awaited them should they seek out the young master. A surge of bitterness rising within him. Once captured, The young master would undoubtedly exact revenge for this humiliation. Chapter 66. Do as you see fit, Lord Zhao, Elder Yan. How shall we proceed with this matter? Xinlang inquired with a smile. Zhao Qi and Yin Tian exchanged glances, both expecting Xinlang to take full responsibility for the situation. They were taken aback when Xinlang instead sought their counsel. The Seven Alliance House was likely a coalition of the seven dominant forces in Poison City, though the Seven Alliance House itself was inconsequential. The Blood Demon sect behind these seven forces was not to be trifled with. Few among the 21 major powers of the true martial continent dared provoke the deranged Blood Demon sect. Master Shin. The Seven Alliance House is backed by one of the six evil demons, the Blood Demon sect. You must consider this carefully, Yin Tian cautioned, his brow furrowing. Indeed. Should we engage in conflict with the Seven Alliance House today, the Blood Demon sect's fanatics will not be reasonable, Zhao Qi added. Xinlang smirked derisively. Lord Zhao. Elder Yan, this is not merely my affair. Sha Xiaoyan's poisoning scheme aims to eliminate us all. Are you both prepared to swallow this indignity? Zhao Qi and Yin Tian felt a slight embarrassment at Xinlang's words, yet they recognized the truth in his assertion. Sha Xiaoyan's plot was indeed not directed solely at Xinlang. Had it not been for Xinlang's timely intervention, they might have unwittingly consumed the poison. And it could be argued that Xinlang had indirectly saved them. Sha Feilong, the leader of the poison gang, was a formidable figure, having reached the void transformation realm. His mastery of poison surpassed that of anyone in the 12 cities of Yunzhou, even surpassing Qing Songzi of the Qing Song Sword sect, who practiced at the void transformation realm. This clearly indicated that Sha Feilong had attained the pinnacle of void transformation prowess. We may not find it easy to confront him, Zhao Qi remarked, clasping his hands behind his back and sharing what he knew about Sha Feilong. Oh, Xinlang raised an eyebrow, swirling his folding fan as he pondered. Lord Zhao, Elder Yan, are we to let this matter slide? Master Shun, I understand your frustration, but we have our own tasks to attend to. Moreover, Poison City is Sha Feilong's domain. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with him before completing our mission could lead to significant losses, complicating our pursuit of Cheng Chunzi's resting place. Yin Tian implored, his tone earnest. He genuinely wished to avoid conflict with Sha Feilong. Had Sha Feilong been a typical void transformation cultivator, Yin Tian would not have been so apprehensive. However, given Sha Feilong's notorious prowess in poison mastery, which posed more challenges than even Lu Xie's illusionary path, a moment's carelessness could result in poisoning. Do you believe that if we refrain from provoking Sha Feilong, then Sha Xiaotian will not come after us? With his subordinates killed by my hand, I estimate that Sha Xiaotian will not let this go easily. Trouble will surely follow. Furthermore, the surrounding area is under Poison City's jurisdiction. We may find ourselves intercepted before reaching the Wuxing mountain range, Xinlang remarked with a cold smile. Xinlang had already issued a death warrant for Sha Xiaotian. However, it was not yet the opportune moment for action. Firstly, there were the Seven Alliance House and Sha Feilong to consider. Xinlang's current strength was insufficient to eliminate him. Secondly, there was the Blood Demon sect. He had already offended numerous factions, including the White Lotus sect, the Starry Sky Pavilion, and the Evil Spirit sect. Each of these was a dominating presence. Nonetheless, Xinlang believed that none of these would act against him just yet, as the White Lotus sect and the Starry Sky Pavilion had not suffered substantial losses, merely being disrupted by Xinlang's interference. The Evil Spirit sect, too, was likely preoccupied with tracking down the mysterious powerful figure. This matter should pose no significant threat. I shall speak with Sha Feilong. He ought to grant me some consideration, as we are not to be trifled with, and only a few of his subordinates have perished. Sha Feilong will likely weigh the pros and cons, Zhao Qi stated as he rose, speaking slowly. After all, he held the position of commander of the Jinyue in Jiangzhou, and even if Sha Feilong refused to acknowledge him, he would still heed the authority of the court. Given that the situation had not escalated significantly and both sides had incurred minimal losses, he felt confident that it would be manageable. Then it is settled. We shall meet with Sha Feilong. I am quite curious to see what kind of person he truly is, Xinlang declared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Upon witnessing Xinlang and his companions preparing to seek out Sha Feilong, the burly man known as San Yi displayed a fleeting glimmer of joy on his face, as this development meant he could preserve his life. What about the young master? Gao Jianli pointed at the kneeling San Yi, who was foolishly grinning. Since they intended to avoid conflict for the time being, San Yi had become expendable. With that, Xinlang slammed his palm on the table, and a chopstick shot forth, piercing San Yi's throat with a soft thud. Just as San Yi was reveling in his fortunate survival, he heard the sound of wind cutting through the air. Suddenly, his throat tightened, and his smile froze upon his face. You. San Yi's throat convulsed, but words failed to escape his lips, and ultimately, he lay on the ground with eyes wide open in disbelief. Zhao Qi and the others did not even spare him a glance, due to Sha Feilong's influence. They could not act against Sha Xiaotian, but surely they were not afraid to eliminate a mere lackey. As Shen Lang and his group made their way to the Seven Alliance Manor, a man clad in a white robe, with snow-white hair and delicate features, adorned with a hint of a smile, entered the Poison City. Upon his arrival, the striking silver hair of the man caught the attention of passers-by. Though their gaze was merely curious, unlike the greedy and sinister looks directed towards Shen Lang and his companions. The man, carrying a medicine basket, raised his hand to shield his eyes and gazed ahead, murmuring, "My young master, my search for you has been quite arduous." After closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, he noted, "Oh, the young master is moving. Could he be leaving? I must hurry. Once out of the city, it will be difficult to pursue." The Seven Alliance Manor was situated in the heart of the Poison City, originally the site of the city lord's residence. After the court ceased sending officials, Sha Feilong seized control of it. In the Poison City, Sha Feilong wielded immense power, relying on his formidable skills and ruthless tactics, instilling fear in all, even among rival factions who dared not provoke him lightly. Approaching the grand and imposing entrance of the manor, Shen Lang remarked, "Truly magnificent. I dare say even the city lord's manor in the prefectural city pales in comparison." Zhao Qi's eyes darkened momentarily. Indeed, Sha Feilong was quite arrogant. Emboldened by the support of the Blood Demon sect, acting with impunity, it was clear that previous officials tasked with governing Poison City had been mere puppets of Sha Feilong. "Who are you to linger before the Seven Alliance Manor? Do you harbor ill intentions?" The sound of unsheathing blades echoed as two guards approached cautiously. Zhao Qi, mounted on his horse, coldly replied, "Enough. Go inform Sha Feilong that Jiangzhou's commandant has come to pay a visit." Jiangzhou's commandant? The guards exchanged glances, and one hurried inside to deliver the message. A commandant from a province held a certain sway over these martial artists, after all. The Jinyui were renowned in the martial world. Chapter 67. A display of recklessness. Haha. The esteemed commandant has graced my humble abode. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly. A hearty laugh resonated as a middle-aged man with a vulture-like visage emerged from the Seven Alliance Manor. Sha Feilong. Shen Lang squinted at the man as he stepped through the entrance. "Hee, I am Zhao Qi. Honored to meet you, Sha Gangzhou." Zhao Qi cupped his fists in greeting, smiling. "Honorable Zhao, you are a guest from afar. Please, do come in." Sha Feilong gestured invitingly after returning the salute. Subsequently, Shen Lang and his companions dismounted and followed Sha Feilong into the manor. Once inside the grand hall, after inviting everyone to take their seats, Sha Feilong inquired, "Honorable Zhao, you are quite busy. What brings you to my Poison City?" "The court has entrusted me with a mission, and I happened to pass through Poison City, so I thought to rest here," Zhao Qi replied. "Oh, might I inquire if Honorable Zhao requires assistance from me?" Sha Feilong raised an eyebrow, surprised, as he was unaware of Sha Xiaotian's circumstances and assumed Zhao Qi sought his aid. "Hee, Sha Gangzhou, you need not worry. I have come specifically regarding your esteemed son," Zhao Qi slowly disclosed. Sha Feilong's expression shifted, narrowing his eyes at Zhao Qi and his companions. "Might I ask the purpose of your visit concerning my son?" Upon hearing Zhao Qi's intent, Sha Feilong's demeanor grew less cordial, his tone turning icy. Sha Feilong had only one son, whom he adored deeply. Should any of the other 6 major factions in Poison City offend Sha Xiaotian, he would demand an explanation. If Zhao Qi and his companions truly sought trouble with Sha Xiaotian, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Zhao Qi, sensing Sha Feilong's displeasure, chuckled lightly. "It is not a grave matter. Your esteemed son merely had an unpleasant encounter with us." He then recounted the events, expressing his hope that Sha Feilong would keep an eye on Sha Xiaotian, advising him to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Sha Feilong was merely an ephemeral figure in the grand scheme of things, and it was not within Zhao Qi's interest to lower himself before him. Had it not been for Sha Feilong's backing by the Blood Demon sect, they would never have come to negotiate with such a minor character. "Oh, is that so?" Sha Feilong cast a furtive glance at the enchanting Yao Yu, sitting beside Shen Lang, noticing her exquisite figure and the air of arrogance she exuded. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Sha Feilong's eyes. He was aware of Sha Xiaotian's dual cultivation practices, as well as his penchant for abducting beautiful women passing through Poison City. However, Sha Feilong had chosen to turn a blind eye. After all, Sha Xiaotian was his only son. "Bring Xiaotian to me," Sha Feilong commanded loudly. "Yes." A guard outside responded promptly. "Honorable Zhao, there is no need for haste. Allow me to summon Xiaotian. If it is indeed his doing, I will ensure he apologizes," Sha Feilong reassured. Shortly thereafter, The guard returned with a young man clad in a black robe, handsome yet exuding an unsettling aura. "Father, did you call for me?" Sha Xiaodian entered the hall and bowed to Sha Feilong. Upon seeing Sha Xiaodian, Shen Lang's brow furrowed. He sensed an unusual energy emanating from him. "Xiaodian, did you cause trouble for Honorable Zhao and his companions?" Sha Feilong inquired in a grave tone. This. Sha Xiaodian glanced at Zhao Qi and the others, contemplating before nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, it was indeed my doing. With the visitors present, denying it would be futile, and given the circumstances. It seemed they were not there to seek retribution. Impudent. Apologized to Honorable Zhao and his companions at once. Sha Feilong slammed his hand on the table, commanding fiercely. Yes. Sha Xiaodian turned to Zhao Qi and the others, cupping his fists. I apologize for my rashness. I hope you will forgive my youthful folly. Although Zhao Qi was aware that the father and son were merely putting on an act, he recognized that they likely would not pursue further trouble. So he waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Ignorance is excusable, and your esteemed son did not act with malicious intent. Let us consider this matter resolved. Sha Gangzhu, we shall not impose further, and will take our leave, Zhao Qi announced, rising to depart. Wait. Sha Feilong, seated at the head of the table, suddenly interjected. With a smile, he added, Honorable Zhao, while my son has acknowledged his fault, and you have accepted his apology, the lives of my subordinates cannot be so easily dismissed. Can they? What? Zhao Qi, Yin Tian, and the others were taken aback by Sha Feilong's words. Was he truly overstepping? They had not sought trouble with Sha Xiaodian. Yet it seemed Sha Feilong was intent on finding fault with them. Sha Gangzhu, what do you mean by this? Do you expect us to offer further apologies? Zhao Qi's expression darkened. Honorable Zhao, please do not be angry. Allow me to finish my words. Although the young child has collided with you, those few subordinates are innocent, and this incident has not caused any harm to Lord Zhao. Now that these subordinates have met a tragic death, as the leader, I must provide an explanation to my people, mustn't I? If this matter is simply overlooked, my subordinates would surely deem me an incompetent leader. Zhao Qi cast a deep glance at Sha Feilong and coldly inquired, Then, Chief Sha, what do you propose? Sha Feilong smirked and pointed at Shen Lang, slowly saying, I recall that those subordinates were slain by that young master, correct? Oh, Shen Lang's interest was piqued. Does Sha Feilong intend to demand my life? Indeed. It was I who killed them all. Are you suggesting that I remain here? Shen Lang replied mockingly, fixing his gaze on Sha Feilong. Noticing the derisive glint in Shen Lang's eyes, Sha Feilong furrowed his brows and retorted coldly, That is unnecessary. Subordinates are merely subordinates. How could they compare to the esteemed young master? Nevertheless, while your life may not be required, an explanation must still be provided. An explanation? What explanation? I, Shen Lang, have never owed anyone an explanation. If Chief Sha desires one, feel free to take action yourself. My subordinates are quite eager to witness your poison arts. Hearing Shen Lang's words, Sha Feilong erupted into laughter. Ah, indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Since the young master has spoken so boldly, I happen to have a proposal. Would you care to hear it? Speak, Shen Lang replied, casually waving his folding fan. This young one has always prided himself on being the best among the young generation of Poison City. Would the young master dare to battle with me? It would serve as a demonstration of the talents that lie beyond our walls. If you win, this matter will be erased. If you lose. Sha Feilong's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Yao Yu. Then she shall remain as a prize. You seek death. Yao Yu's overwhelming aura erupted at Sha Feilong's audacity to target her. Shen Lang's gaze turned icy as he regarded Sha Feilong. I accept your challenge regarding your son, but I will not agree to your wager concerning Yao Yu. Should I emerge victorious, I will settle matters with you upon my return. If I lose, then your poison gang may find itself utterly annihilated today. Zhao Qi and the others were incensed by Sha Feilong's arrogance. However, upon hearing Shen Lang's words, their expression shifted. It seemed Shen Lang had developed a murderous intent. They exchanged glances, amusement dancing in their eyes as they regarded Sha Feilong. They were well aware of Shen Lang's subordinates' prowess. If the poison gang lacked another expert of the void transformation realm, they would likely be unable to withstand Shen Lang's fury. As Shen Lang's declaration echoed, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the grand hall. Sha Feilong was cognizant of Shen Lang's formidable strength, yet for the sake of Sha Xiaodian, he felt compelled to proceed. Sha Xiaodian's dual cultivation technique thrived on having a strong partner, and since Yao Yu had not revealed her true power, he assumed she was merely a pinnacle innate martial artist. Additionally, he discerned that Zhao Qi and his companions were not unified. If he did not overstep his bounds, they would not oppose him merely for Shen Lang, especially given his ties to the Blood Demon sect, which surely instilled a measure of trepidation in them. His relationship with the Blood Demon sect was not as intimate as perceived. It stemmed from a time when he had rescued an elder of the sect in his youth, and subsequently provided resources annually, thus earning protection from that elder. Now, sensing Yao Yu's formidable presence, Sha Feilong regretted his earlier bravado, but having spoken, he could only press on. Despite Yao Yu's impressive strength, he was not easily intimidated. Even the ancestor of the Qing Song Sword sect had not bested him, despite having diminished power. Very well, let us see how you plan to leave my poison gang in ruins. With that, Sha Feilong led the way to the martial arts platform in the rear courtyard, a relic of the former lord's estate. Do not hold back, kill him. Sha Feilong transmitted silently. Sha Xiaotian nodded, swiftly ascending the platform and looking down at Shun Lang with disdain. Shun Lang offered a cold smile as he grasped his weapon case and stepped onto the platform. Did you know? Ever since I acquired the golden blade and black sword, they have only been drawn together once. Shun Lang slowly withdrew the black sword, as if discussing a sacred matter. Is that so? That was then. Even if you draw both today, you shall still taste defeat. As his words fell, Sha Xiaotian abruptly appeared before Shun Lang, delivering a powerful punch. His formidable inner strength surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming black aura, poisonous gas. While Sha Xiaotian practiced dual cultivation as Sha Feilong's son, he was also skilled in his father's martial arts. Shun Lang did not underestimate this strike. The black sword in his hand erupted with an ink-black sword light, enveloping Sha Xiaotian. Having faced innate martial artists before, Shun Lang was not a novice. Among them, Sha Xiaotian was only slightly beneath the evil spirit young master, making him a formidable adversary. Under the onslaught of that poisonous fist, Shun Lang's black sword light shattered inch by inch, fading into nothingness. Sha Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly unleashed another palm strike, his hand enveloped in a thick, dark aura, accompanied by chilling winds. Unfazed, Shun Lang executed the cloud-pushing palm, meeting the attack with a palm of his own. Boom. The black aura dissipated as the two forces collided. Impressive for a postnatal expert. You truly are remarkable. But ultimately, you are still a postnatal. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome, Shun Lang retorted with a cold snort. Below, the Wheel of Fate frowned as he observed the battle on the platform, voicing his concerns. Will the young master prevail? Gao Jinli scoffed. I have never seen the young master lose. After exchanging blows, Shun Lang swiftly retreated, and while doing so, he swept the black sword towards Sha Xiaotian. Sha Xiaotian, initially poised to pursue, halted as he sidestepped Shun Lang's horizontal slash. Frustrated at having his momentum disrupted, Sha Xiaotian erupted with a surge of potent black energy, engulfing him entirely. Witnessing this, Shun Lang unleashed his full power, beckoning forth the golden blade from the weapon case. With relentless strikes, the golden blade sliced through the night sky like a meteor, brilliant and resplendent, as the black sword simultaneously lunged toward Sha Xiaotian's chest. The ground beneath Sha Xiaotian cracked as he summoned the black energy, effortlessly catching Shun Lang's golden blade and black sword with his bare hands. He then unleashed a devastating palm strike, the black energy coalescing into a swirling vortex. Sha Xiaotian's technique was disturbingly sinister. Could this be a manifestation of demonic arts? The five poisons profound art, Zhao Qi remarked slowly, observing the black-enshrouded Sha Xiaotian. The five poisons profound art was Sha Feilong's renowned technique, requiring practitioners to consume 5 types of poison daily, ultimately merging with their inner strength. Each battle would summon a protective layer of poisonous gas around them. A truly malevolent practice. It appeared that Shun Lang was in for a challenging fight. Zhao Qi was uncertain of Shun Lang's capabilities, as he rarely fought himself, relying instead on his subordinates. He understood that Shun Lang was likely at the pinnacle of postnatal strength, yet his combat prowess remained enigmatic. Yin Tian and the others watched intently, aware that if they discovered anything in the resting place of Chang Chunzi, their fragile alliance would inevitably fracture, potentially leading to a confrontation with Shun Lang, not by those of the Void Transformation Realm, but by their followers. Shun Lang retreated, creating distance before swiftly wielding his hands, akin to an artist painting with ink. In an instant, a torrent of blade energy and sword aura erupted, the golden blade energy clashing with the black sword aura, forming a tempest that collided with the black vortex conjured by Sha Xiaotian's palm. Boom! Debris flew from the martial arena, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Buzz! The golden blade and black sword suddenly shot out from the haze, quivering as they embedded themselves into the sides of the arena. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone gasped in astonishment. Shun Lang's weapons had been disarmed. Did this mean his defeat was imminent? Could the young master truly be bested? Gao Jinli murmured, furrowing his brow. Yao Yu cast a cold glance at Gao Jinli, her voice icy. The loss of the golden blade and black sword signifies the young masteress' defeat? At her inquiry, Gao Jinli forced a sheepish smile. Indeed, although Shun Lang had lost his weapons, it did not imply he lacked the capacity for resistance. Frost filled the sky. An endless cascade of frost descended upon the martial arena, and then a frost-laden fist broke through the dust, hurtling violently towards Sha Xiaotian's position. What? How is this possible? Sha Xiaotian was taken aback, realizing that Shun Lang was even more formidable without his weapons, his face paling in terror. Despite the formidable 5 poisons profound art, it was merely a technique that barely reached earth level, more accurately classified as peak profound level, and given that Sha Xiaotian was only at the early stage of innate power, his internal energy could hardly unleash the full might of the 5 poisons profound art. Thud. The heavenly frost fist struck Sha Xiaotian's chest, sending him flying through the air. Unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, Shun Lang stepped on the shattered stones, the crunching sound echoing beneath his feet as he emerged from the dust. His snow-white robe marred only by a hint of grime, the rest of him untouched by disarray. You are not even worthy. Since my debut, I have only been defeated once by the young master of the evil spirit clan, and that was solely due to his superior strength. As for you, you are utterly pathetic. Shun Lang stood proudly, hands clasped behind his back, disdainfully gazing at the fallen Sha Xiaotian. Chapter 69. The Initiation of the Colossal Task Bang. Sha Feilong, watching the battle from above, crushed the armrest of his seat, his expression dark as he glared at Shun Lang. Young Master Shun, I concede. Shun Lang replied with a smile, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Now may we depart. And I shall return for further guidance. With that, Shun Lang laughed heartily, accompanied by Yao Yu and others, floating away. Watching Shun Lang's retreating figure, Sha Feilong's expression darkened to an extent that it seemed one could draw water from it. Since assuming the role of leader of the Seven Alliance, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet the prowess of Shun Lang and his companions daunted him from taking reckless action. As Shun Lang exited the Seven Alliance, a man clad in white with silver hair approached him. I am your subordinate, Lai Yao. Greetings, young master. Oh, Lai Yao, you've arrived. Excellent. Let us set off together, Shun Lang said, feeling elated after venting his frustrations, waving his hand. Indeed, Lai Yao nodded. Gao Jinli and the others scrutinized Lai Yao briefly, nodding subtly, acknowledging that his cultivation was not too weak. Upon exiting the Poison City, Zhao Qi and others regarded Shun Lang with astonishment. They had not anticipated his strength. Sha Xiaotian was scarcely inferior to those ranked among the strong. Yet the current rankings had yet to be released, and Sha Xiaotian had not made the list. Nonetheless, Shun Lang had triumphed solely based on his acquired strength. Indeed, he was remarkable. In truth, Sha Xiaotian was not weak. A typical mid-stage innate warrior might not stand a chance against him. In the realm of Zhenwu, he could be considered a minor genius, but alas, he had encountered Shun Lang, who possessed an arsenal of powerful techniques, rendering him beyond conventional measure. Within a day, Shun Lang and his companions reached the outskirts of the Wuxia mountain range. Upon witnessing the mountains, they were awestruck. The Wuxia mountain range was indeed a renowned perilous location. Dark clouds obscured the sun above the mountains, and a thick black mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility beyond 10 meters. The entire range was barren, devoid of life, with desiccated trees and cracked ground, from which wafts of black gas occasionally emanated. Zhao Qi and Yin Tian had seen the Wuxia mountain range before, so they were not overly surprised. However, the occasional emergence of black gas from the fissures instilled a sense of dread in them. Lord Zhao, are we simply going to venture in like this? Shun Lang asked anxiously. Of course not. To enter like this would likely see us poisoned before we've gone far, Zhao Qi chuckled, retrieving a porcelain vial from his robes and offering it to Shun Lang and Yin Tian. This is an antidote developed by our court's Imperial Hospital, capable of warding off 100 toxins. If all goes well, it should suffice for us to locate the resting place of Cheng Chunzi. Shun Lang accepted the porcelain vial from Zhao Qi, furrowing his brow in contemplation before handing it to Lai Yao. Understanding his intent, Lai Yao opened the vial and examined a pill, which emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, providing a sense of tranquility. Seeing Shun Lang's actions, Zhao Qi said nothing. One must always guard against potential threats. Yin Tian also handed the pill to a man behind him. Before long, Lai Yao returned the vial to Shun Lang, nodding subtly. Subsequently, Shun Lang relaxed his vigilance, pouring out the pills and distributing them to Yao Yu and the others. The Wuxia mountain range necessitated the presence of antidotes, as without them, one would need to continuously expend internal energy to shield against the toxins, which would not endure for long. Once internal energy was depleted, the toxins would surely infiltrate the body. Reflecting on the terror of the Wuxia mountain range, Xunlang began to comprehend the formidable nature of the ancient sections. The Wuxing sect, relying solely on the natural barrier of the Wuxing mountain range, could remain completely unassailable, capable of both offense and defense. It seemed that the ancient powers buried within the Wuxing mountain range were certainly not few, and without relying on sheer numbers, one could not hope to obliterate the Wuxing sect. Yet, even such a powerful sect as Wuxing had been eradicated, it remained a mystery how the White Lotus sect, Evil Spirit sect, and the 6 evil demonic sects managed to survive. These queries would find resolution in time. Xunlang chose not to dwell on them, but instead followed Zhao Qi and the others into the depths of the Wuxing mountain range. Upon entering the mountains, Xunlang sensed an eerie gas penetrating his body. At that moment, the antidote pills they had consumed began to take effect, purging the toxins that had entered their systems. Let us move quickly. Each pill lasts 2 days, and we can only remain in the Wuxing mountain range for 5 days, regardless of our gains. We must withdraw after that, Yin Tian declared, prompting Zhao Qi and the others to harness their powers and surge deeper into the mountains. Though Xunlang could not match Zhao Qi and the others' speed, his wind god legs allowed him to keep pace, and of course, Zhao Qi and the others were also conserving their strength to avoid rapid depletion of their internal energy. Along the way, the group consulted a map to ascertain their direction. Hastening towards their destination, they were nearing the center of the Wuxing mountain range, where Chang Chunzi's resting place was believed to be located. Zhao Qi halted, frowning at the surrounding encroaching black mist. The deeper we go, the more uneasy I feel. Is there some danger awaiting us? Yin Tian expressed his concerns. At that moment, a notification echoed in Xunlang's mind. Ding! Colossal task initiated. To become a colossal figure, one must possess a faction, and the foundation of a faction is its stronghold. Discover a location suitable for establishing a faction. Ding! Task 1. Initiated. Establish the Wuxing mountain range as the host's stronghold. Task reward. Choose any set of equipment from the heavenly realm, the underworld, or the Buddhist sect, including mask attire. Task failure. All rewards obtained from the system will be revoked. What is this situation? Why does it involve the heavenly realm, the underworld, and the Buddhist sect? Xunlang was startled by the sudden appearance of the task from the system, and when he saw the punishment, a smirk appeared on his lips. Seriously, system, you've outdone yourself. Xunlang's peculiar behavior went unnoticed by Zhao Qi and the others, who were preoccupied with thoughts of the potential dangers lurking in the heart of the mountain range. Others had entered the Wuxing mountain range before, yet no alarming reports had emerged. Those who ventured there neither warned of peril nor assured safety, leaving many in a state of confusion. Let us push forward. Having come this far, we cannot leave without taking a look. Zhao Qi gritted his teeth. Indeed, let us proceed. Yin Tian and Xunlang nodded in agreement. Thus, the group continued toward the mountain's center. Just as they had traversed a mere 100 meters, a thunderous hissing sound erupted from the black mist. What is that sound? Zhao Qi and the others, like startled birds, tensed their bodies and scanned their surroundings warily. At that moment, the black mist surged, and 2 glowing green eyes pierced through the thick fog, locking onto them. Chapter 70. Strength to move mountains. What in the world is that? Xunlang felt a shiver run down his spine upon seeing the pair of emerald-hued eyes. Could it be that some monstrous beast from a fantasy novel had crossed over? Xunlang was aware that since ancient times, the true martial continent had been devoid of beast clans, yet the sudden emergence of this creature ignited his curiosity. Could it be a remnant of the beast clan? Boom! A sound akin to a cannon blast echoed as a colossal python lunged from the black mist, barreling toward them. Dodge! Zhao Qi shouted, leaping away without a second thought. Xunlang was pulled aside by the enchanting Yu, and Gao Jianli and the others quickly followed suit. Boom! The black mist roiled, and the ground shattered as a python measuring 30 to 40 meters long, its tongue flickering, appeared before Xunlang and the others. Good heavens! It's enormous, Xunlang gasped. Everyone be cautious. This python has likely mutated due to years of exposure to toxic mist. Its body is as hard as iron and possesses immense strength. Anyone ensnared by it should count their blessings. Yin Tian warned, his face pale. While this python may not be an ancient beast clan creature, it was undeniably an aberration. Any being capable of surviving in the Wuxing mountain range could not be underestimated. Do not confront it directly. We must retreat toward the mountain's center. We cannot afford to exhaust ourselves against this creature. Without divine weapons, breaking through its defenses is impossible. Zhao Qi said solemnly. Agreed. We shall fight while retreating. Yin Tian nodded in agreement. Though they were formidable fighters in the void transformation realm, facing such a natural aberration left them at a loss. Even a master of the cave void realm would find it challenging to contend with it without divine weapons. Unlike humans, snakes lack weak points. Unless targeting their 7-inch vulnerability, they would struggle to inflict damage when they could not even breach the creature's defenses. Boom. The python was indifferent to the thoughts racing through Zhao Qi and the others' minds. It was simply eager to engage with something new, particularly those who appeared different from itself. "Oh my goodness, are you targeting me?" Xinlang exclaimed as the python charged toward him, his instincts screaming as he ducked for cover. Gao Jianli and the others bravely attacked the python, but their blows felt like mere tickles, posing no real threat. Agitated by their persistent assaults, the python redirected its ire toward Gao Jianli and the others. With a powerful sweep of its tail, it struck down at Gao Jianli and Jin Wuming. Crack! A deep chasm formed in the ground. "Stop attacking, we must retreat," Xinlang shouted, dashing toward the mountain's center. Zhao Qi and Yin Tian exchanged glances as they saw the python targeting Xinlang, and they both launched attacks against the creature. Though it was evident their hearts were not wholly in it. "Those two sly foxes," Xinlang muttered. Just then, Lai Yaoer inadvertently found herself in danger as the python seized an opportunity, its massive tail crashing down with a deafening whoosh, threatening to end her life. "Get out of the way." A loud shout rang out as a figure rushed in to push Lai Yao aside, then raised both hands to absorb the impact of the python's tail. "Rise!" the Wheel King bellowed, and to everyone's astonishment, the 30 to 40 meter long python was hurled into the air by sheer strength. The python, sensing danger, attempted to turn and ensnare the Wheel King, but its massive body struggled to adjust in the midst of the rapid rotation. "Away with you." The python was thrown several meters away, though due to its size, it landed only a short distance away. Nonetheless, this left Zhao Qi and the others in stunned silence. What kind of strength is this? If the python were lifeless, perhaps they could manage to lift its weight using the forces of nature, but this creature was very much alive, resisting with all its might. The combined weight and resistance would easily reach several thousand jin, if not more, yet the Wheel King had flung it with ease. Terrifying, truly terrifying. A blush crept onto the Wheel King's face as he staggered slightly. "Are you all right?" Lai Yaoer rushed over to support him, concern etched on her face. She had not anticipated that he would come to her aid at such a critical moment. Though characters emerging from the system would not engage in internecine strife, various forms of competition could arise. In a moment of undeniable peril, the Wheel King's intervention had earned Lai Yaoer a debt of gratitude. Knowing it was not the time for thanks, she urged the Wheel King to follow her as they sprinted toward Xinlang and the others. Roar! The python, enraged by the Wheel King's actions, shattered 2 large dead trees with a furious whip of its tail. Its malicious, triangular eyes glinted with cruelty as it surged toward a straggling member of the Genie Way. Seeing the python charging like a runaway train, that person turned pale. "Commander, save me." Bang! The furious python collided with the individual, sending him flying through the air. As he soared, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and by the time he hit the ground, he was devoid of life. "Hai Chong!" The other 2 members of Zhao Qi's party shouted in anguish. "Run! Do you want to meet the same fate as Hai Chong?" Zhao Qi admonished from the front. The 2, terrified, summoned every ounce of strength and fled ahead. The python rampaged like a runaway freight train, pursuing Xinlang and the others with immense force. "This is not sustainable. We rely on our internal strength, while this beast relies on brute force. Even if we exhaust ourselves, we cannot overwhelm it." Zhao Qi communicated urgently to Xinlang and Yin Tian as they ran. "What do you propose we do?" Xinlang and Yin Tian inquired simultaneously. "We split up. The python will inevitably pursue one of us, and if we survive this ordeal, we will regroup at the designated location on the map," Zhao Qi said, his eyes glinting with determination. Upon hearing Zhao Qi's plan, Xinlang smirked inwardly. Zhao Qi had certainly devised a clever strategy. It was apparent that the python harbored a grudge against the Wheel King, and if they separated, it was all but certain the python would pursue him. However, this is an overt conspiracy. Even if Xinlang were to disagree, Zhao Qi and Yin Tian would still part ways, ultimately leading to this outcome. "Very well, Lord Zhao, Elder Yin, let us part ways here. And I hope we may meet again someday." With that, Xinlang took off to the left with Yao Yu and the others. Zhao Qi and Yin Tian exchanged a glance, then turned and fled in their respective directions. Chapter 71, Fleeing for Their Lives. Boom. The gigantic python did not disappoint Zhao Qi and the others. After the 3 parties separated, it unhesitatingly chose to pursue Xinlang and his companions. Throughout the chase, the python emitted infantile cries from its gaping maw. "That beast." Xinlang gritted his teeth. "Young master, we cannot continue fleeing like this. If we exhaust ourselves, we will likely perish in the jaws of the python." Yao Yu frowned and remarked. "Then let us slay it," Xinlang declared fiercely. "Agreed." Yao Yu and the others showed no fear. They were all top-tier powerhouses from the same realm. And being pursued so helplessly by a mere beast was a blow to their dignity as strong warriors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, everyone positioned themselves in different directions. Their eyes fixed on the giant python. I will hold it off. You all attack. The Wheel King, having regained his breath, stepped forward with a grave expression. Attack. Xinlang drew his golden blade and black sword from the weapon box, his voice icy. As his words fell, the battle erupted. And the surrounding dark mist was instantly cleared away by the immense shockwaves of the fight. Roar. The python howled in pain, its furious roar echoing. Although Gao Jianli and the others could not breach its defenses, their attacks still inflicted pain upon the python's body. Do not cease your attacks. Let us strive to slay it in one fell swoop, Xinlang commanded, wielding both his weapons. Though his offensive power was the weakest, when he unleashed his full strength, it was not inferior to that of a warrior at the innate realm. With its eerie green triangular eyes wide open, the python lunged towards Xinlang. Young master, be careful. Upon seeing the python targeting Xinlang, Gao Jianli and the others shouted in unison. They immediately threw themselves at the python, disregarding their lives. As the python charged towards him, Xinlang's pupils constricted violently. He thrust the golden blade and black sword into the ground, his throat rolling as he bellowed. Shatter the jade, divide the gold. This was the most potent single-target attack of the three divine fingers technique. With his fingers poised like swords, he struck fiercely at the python's head. The entire space seemed to part beneath his fingertip, just as the python lunged directly in front of him. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Puff! Xinlang spat a mouthful of blood, his body propelled into the air, while the golden blade and black sword embedded in the ground were also flung away. The python, struck by the powerful finger technique, was hit squarely on the head and fell into a dazed state. Young master, Gao Jianli, and the others were filled with rage. The wind howled coldly as the waters of the Yishui River flowed. Yao Yu, Gao Jianli, and the others unleashed their strongest techniques against the dazed python. Boom! The massive body of the python was sent flying by Yao Yu and the others, crashing through withering trees until it finally skidded to a halt after traveling over 100 meters. At that moment, a fist-sized wound appeared at the python's vital spot, dark, foul blood oozing forth. Gao Jianli and the others paid no heed to the python's fate. They rushed towards Xinlang. Li Yaoer, quickly, check on the young master's injuries. Li Yaoer wasted no time and began her examination. The young master's injuries are severe. Yao Yu, your internal power is the deepest. Hurry and infuse him with your energy. We must find a safe place to treat him. We cannot let the flow of energy cease along the way, or his injuries will worsen. And even divine intervention may not save him. All right, I will go first. Without hesitation, Yao Yu supported Xinlang, placing her palm against his back, continuously channeling her internal energy. Let us move. The Wheel King found a wooden plank, allowing Yao Yu and Xinlang to sit upon it, while the others lifted it and hurried away. Shortly after Xinlang and the others departed, the python shook itself upright. Its enormous triangular head scanned the area coldly, and upon confirming the absence of Xinlang's group, it let out a furious roar, shaking the entire Wuxia mountain range. Zhao Qi and the others ran for their lives, and once they were certain the python was not pursuing them, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Commander, what exactly is that python? How can it be so powerful? One of Zhao Qi's subordinates, drenched in sweat and trembling, inquired. This Wuxia mountain range is perpetually shrouded in toxic mists. Even a person who remains here for an extended period will become poisoned. Snakes, by nature, possess strong vitality, and mutations are not uncommon. However, this python is indeed extraordinarily formidable, Zhao Qi pondered. Another member of the Jinui, eyes alight with malicious glee, remarked, Commander, do you think Xinlang and his group have already perished in its jaws? That is unlikely. Xinlang's subordinates are quite powerful. If a crisis truly arises, one of them may choose to stay behind and buy time, allowing Xinlang and the others to escape, Zhao Qi asserted confidently. He held a favorable opinion of Xinlang's subordinates, particularly feeling that if Yao Yu were to fight for her life, he would certainly not be her match. Very well, but diminishing Xinlang's strength is still a noteworthy achievement. Just as the others were reveling in their misfortune, a shrill, infantile cry suddenly echoed, causing the entire Wuxia mountain range to tremble. Zing! Zhao Qi and the three instantly sprang up, their bodies tense as they gazed in terror towards the source of the sound. Sir, that couldn't possibly be the python's cry, could it? The previously gleeful Jinui swallowed hard. Anxiety etched across his face. Yes, it should be, Zhao Qi replied. But why does it sound as though the python is injured? Indeed, it is injured, Zhao Qi exclaimed in astonishment. realizing that Shun Lang and his companions had managed to wound the python, prompting him to reassess their strength. He was well aware of the python's terrifying nature. During their previous encounter, although he had not used all his strength, he had exerted 70% of his power. Yet it felt as though his attacks had barely harmed the beast. Otherwise, he would not have fled but would have joined Shun Lang in slaying the python. "Sir, let us leave quickly. I feel quite uneasy." One of the Jinui trembled in fear. "Let us go. Who knows what means the python might employ to track us down." With that, the three ventured deeper into the mountains. Meanwhile, Yin Tian and the others had also heard the python's cry and dared not linger, promptly setting off. Within a massive hollow of a dead tree, Shun Lang and his companions sat on the ground. "Liao, when will he recover? If this continues, we may exhaust ourselves." They had been taking turns channeling energy into Shun Lang since entering the hollow, striving to prevent his injuries from worsening. Liao had also taken out medicinal herbs she carried to prepare healing potions, ready to stabilize Shun Lang's condition. Chapter 72. A grave from 500 years ago. All right. "Once I administer this medicine to the young master, you can cease your energy infusion," Liao said, holding a pill as she approached Shun Lang. "Understood." At that moment, Jin Wuming, who was channeling energy into Shun Lang, replied affirmatively. The Wuxia mountain range is peculiar, as it hardly absorbs any vital energy. One can only gradually restore internal strength through cultivation methods. Should one attempt to forcibly draw from the mountain's energy, the toxic miasma would likely enter their body along with the absorbed essence. For those adept in toxic arts, assimilation of the poison might be manageable. But for those untrained in such practices, it could be quite troublesome, rendering the effort futile. "How's the young master's condition?" Yao Yu inquired, her brow furrowed. Li Yao assessed Shun Lang's condition after he consumed the elixir, stating, "His injuries have stabilized for the time being." However, the young master endured a direct blow from a giant python, resulting in multiple fractures and severe internal injuries. Here in the Wuxia mountain range, we are unable to procure any medicinal herbs for his treatment, relying solely on his own cultivation to heal. Given the young master's grave injuries, should we still seek out Cheng Chunzi's resting place? Gao Jianli asked, rising after a moment of contemplation. "You all remain here to safeguard the young master. I shall investigate further. We cannot allow Zhao Qi and Yin Tian to easily obtain Cheng Chunzi's legacy," Yao Yu replied, her eyes glinting with resolve. Shun Lang's injury ignited a fierce resentment within Yao Yu and the others, for it was evident that Zhao Qi and his cohorts had betrayed them. The individuals Shun Lang summoned were no ordinary characters. Having been wronged, vengeance was inevitable. "Very well, the young master's vendetta shall rest upon your shoulders," Gao Jianli declared. His fists clenched in indignation. Yao Yu retrieved a map from Shun Lang's embrace and turned to depart. Following the map's guidance, she ventured towards the heart of the mountain range, making her way to the rendezvous point indicated by Zhao Qi and the others. Upon arrival, she found Zhao Qi and Yin Tian resting on the ground. Surprised to see her, Zhao Qi exclaimed, "Why have you come alone? Where is Shun Lang?" Yao Yu replied coldly, "I became separated from the young master and had no choice but to gather here first." She chose not to disclose Shun Lang's injuries, fearing that Zhao Qi might scheme against them. "Oh, I see. Then let us wait for Shun Lang," Zhao Qi said, taking her words at face value. He could not fathom that Shun Lang had been injured. After all, with Yao Yu and Gao Jianli's many subordinates, how could he have been harmed? There is no need to wait. I have left markers along the way. The young master will follow when he sees them. We should first search for Cheng Chunzi's resting place to avoid wasting time, Yao Yu stated indifferently. Zhao Qi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Recognizing that lingering in the Wuxia mountain range posed increasing dangers, especially given the time-sensitive nature of the detoxification elixirs. Thus, the group began their search according to the map. Yao Yu produced Shun Lang's map, which elicited surprised glances from Zhao Qi and the others, but they thought little of it. Having a map was a significant advantage. After a day of searching, they arrived at the site of a vast ruin. Gazing upon the extensive remnants, they marveled at its grandeur. The ruins sprawled for miles, stretching beyond the horizon, and they speculated that this must be the former location of the Wuxia sect. Excitement surged within them. The Wuxia sect was an undeniably elite power. Had it not fallen, it would have stood shoulder to shoulder with the Tianlong Temple in the present day. If they could uncover even a fragment of its legacy, it would immensely bolster their strength. "Let us split up. If anyone finds Cheng Chunzi's resting place, use a signal cry to alert the others, and we will regroup to enter together," Zhao Qi proposed. Yao Yu and Yin Tian exchanged glances, skeptical of the idea of signaling. They knew that once the location was discovered, they would all be eager to enter without summoning the others. Understanding their thoughts, Zhao Qi refrained from pressing the matter further. Such arrangements were merely formalities, and maintaining appearances was still necessary as long as tensions had not escalated. A figure clad in white, exuding an ethereal grace, approached the ruins. Casting a glance at the remnants beneath her feet, there is nothing particularly remarkable here. It is all ruin. Where could Chang Chunzi's resting place be? Yao Yu mused. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. With a thunderous roar, Yao Yu swiftly discerned the source of the tremor and vanished from sight. Yin Tian, vexed, scrutinized the stone door before him. He had been informed by his subordinates of its discovery and rushed over. Upon seeing the inscriptions on the door, he felt a surge of excitement. Pen in hand, I continue this fateful tale, mountains beyond mountains, towers beyond towers. How many times I turned back, unable to forget your visage. My intention was to seek that dream figure, a grave beneath the eternal azure sky. Final words, the real man of the 9 heavens, Chang Chunzi. Suppressing his excitement, Yin Tian urged his subordinates to devise a method to open the door. They attempted to force it open but found it immovable. Ultimately, they had to seek the mechanism instead. Eventually, they discovered a recessed stone at the lower right of the door. Upon pressing it, the door creaked open. But before Yin Tian could celebrate, the ground quaked once more, causing his expression to shift. The tremor emanated from his location, with Zhao Qi and Yao Yu's prowess. They would undoubtedly sense the source of the disturbance and arrive swiftly. One of Yin Tian's subordinates, looking uneasy, asked, Elder Yin, what do we do now? A glint of ruthlessness crossed Yin Tian's eyes. Never mind. We must enter first and see what we can find. Remember, if you locate Chang Chunzi's cultivation methods, you will depart quietly without drawing attention, while I will hold off Yao Yu and her companions. Understood. The 3 subordinates felt a rush of adrenaline, recognizing the opportunity to gain merit. As ordinary stewards of the Xingqian Pavilion, returning with Chang Chunzi's map would be a significant achievement, conjuring visions of numerous secret techniques and cultivation resources before their minds. However, the thought of absconding with Chang Chunzi's methods was too daunting. Given the vast power of the Xingqian Pavilion, they were acutely aware that escaping the eastern domain would be a challenge. Enough daydreaming. Let us hasten inside, Yin Tian urged, well aware of his subordinates' thoughts. With that, the 4 of them surged into the entrance. Chapter 73, The Great Dream Heart Sutra. The second to arrive at the site was Yao Yu. Observing the open entrance and the absence of any figures outside, she deduced that either Zhao Qi or Yin Tian had already ventured inside. Humph, daring to scheme against the young master. This time, you shall return with your lives in peril. With that, Yao Yu also dashed into the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Qi arrived, mirroring Yao Yu's realization that the discoverers of the tomb were already inside. Without delay, he followed suit. Behind the stone door lay a long corridor, dark and echoing with the sounds of footsteps reverberating through the space. The walls of the corridor were adorned with various depictions, all portraying a singular woman, exquisite and otherworldly. Her beauty radiated from the illustrations. Yao Yu furrowed her brow, captivated not merely by the woman's allure but by an unsettling quality that clung to her. Yes, it was indeed unsettling. While the woman was undeniably beautiful, Yao Yu sensed an otherworldly quality about her, as if she were not of this realm, but rather a figment of imagination. With a deep impression of the woman's visage etched in her mind, Yao Yu pressed onward, passing through the corridor and entering an incredibly grand palace, its vastness exuding an air of authority. Within the hall stood Yin Tian and his companions, poised for battle, utterly unaware of Yao Yu's presence. Yao Yu stood at the exit of the corridor, hesitating to enter the grand hall. She sensed something peculiar about Yin Tian and the others. Their behavior was far from normal. She had arrived, and surely Yin Tian's intuition should have alerted him to her presence. He ought to have glanced back at her. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind her. Zhao Qi had also arrived. Upon seeing Yao Yu lingering at the entrance, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you doing here?" Yao Yu raised an eyebrow, responding, "Where else would I be?" Zhao Qi chuckled awkwardly, realizing his question was somewhat ambiguous, and quickly cleared his throat. "What I meant to say is, why haven't you gone in?" Yao Yu smiled, yet her smile instilled a sense of unease in Zhao Qi. "You should go inside." Zhao Qi looked at her in confusion, stepping closer to peer inside. As he caught sight of Yin Tian and the others standing motionless in the hall, he felt compelled to enter, but his foot suddenly halted mid-air, then retracted. "Let us go in together," he suggested, tilting his head. He too had noticed the oddity in Yin Tian and the others, who stood as still as wooden figures. Were it not for the faint vitality he could still sense emanating from them, he might have thought they were already dead. "Don't you want to acquire Chang Chunzi's technique, which is right before us?" Yao Yu asked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Qi. "Of course I want it, but one must have their life intact first," Zhao Qi replied. Yin Tian and the others are clearly in a half-dream state. An entity capable of drawing a Void Realm Master into an illusion without a sound is certainly beyond our current capabilities. Yet, I can't help but wonder what they are witnessing. Through the gaps in Yin Tian's and his companions' bodies, Yao Yu and Zhao Qi could vaguely see a figure seated before them, but nothing more was discernible. Just the sight of that person made them hesitant to cross the threshold. Who knows? However, I refuse to enter until I comprehend what is truly happening, Yao Yu remarked, shrugging her shoulders. At that moment, one of Yin Tian's subordinates suddenly laughed. Fairy, are you a fairy? You're so beautiful. I want to follow you. The man then stumbled forward, and with each step, his vitality diminished until, on the 10th step, he collapsed silently to the ground, devoid of life. Yet as he moved, Yao Yu and Zhao Qi caught a clearer glimpse of the seated figure before Yin Tian and the others. Upon seeing the man, both Yao Yu and Zhao Qi's expressions changed dramatically. This is bad. We need to retreat. Boom. Zhao Qi felt an overwhelming sound resonate in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yao Yu, like exquisite glass, radiated her purity, her body glowing like white jade. However, this was not an attack of energy, but rather an assault on the soul. Soon, Yao Yu found herself standing there, dazed, following in Zhao Qi's footsteps. What had they witnessed to provoke such an eerie scene? Before Yin Tian and his companions sat a man, his face like a jade crown, his eyes sparkling like stars. A strange smile gracing his lips. Clad in a black and white Taoist robe, he exuded an enchanting aura that beckoned one to become lost in its depths. One hand pointed skyward, while the other pointed to the ground, beneath which lay a tome inscribed with the powerful words, Great Dream Sutra. 300 years of waiting had culminated in emptiness. Though awakening from the ephemeral realm, it was already too late, tragic and lamentable. The entire hall echoed with the sound of the man's sigh, reverberating endlessly. At that moment, Yao Yu found herself in a surreal paradise, surrounded by ethereal mist and melodious celestial music. A woman in white sat serenely in a pavilion, holding a book with the title Great Dream Sutra embossed on its cover. You have arrived, the woman said, gently lowering her book and smiling. Her smile seemed to imbue the entire world with warmth, causing the surrounding mist to swirl around her in a mesmerizing dance. Upon seeing the woman's visage, Yao Yu was taken aback. This was the very woman depicted in the mural of the corridor. In that instant, Yao Yu felt a fleeting realization. Yet the elusive sensation slipped through her grasp. Who are you? And where is this place? Yao Yu managed to suppress her astonishment and inquired with furrowed brows. You may call me Ming Er. I am the mistress of this realm. Welcome to Ming Er's paradise, a place that bestows eternal life and offers pleasures unknown to the mortal world. Power, riches, and beauty, Ming Er seductively proclaimed, her voice laced with boundless allure. As she spoke, the surrounding mist manifested the treasures she described, a majestic dragon throne, dazzling beauties, and mountains of gold. Yao Yu observed the illusions around her, her heart unmoved. These temptations could not disturb her tranquility. Summoned by the system, she would not indulge in anything without Xin Lang's or the system as command. Ironically, this very resolve had saved her life. Meanwhile, outside, 2 of Yin Tian's 3 subordinates had already perished, uttering nonsensical phrases before succumbing to death. Yin Tian began to sweat profusely, his body trembling under an immense pressure, while Zhao Qi, having entered the illusion later, remained oblivious to the unfolding danger. I know who you are now, Yao Yu suddenly exclaimed, a glimmer of realization flashing through her mind. Oh, you know who I am? The woman in white responded with surprise. This is an illusion. You are the spirit of this realm, and everything here is of your making. Designed to drain a person of their vitality until they perish, Yao Yu stated coldly. Hee, sister, you are quite clever. But what does it matter if you know? You will still meet your demise here, Ming Er retorted, her demeanor shifting from ethereal to sinister. Unfazed, Yao Yu continued. The Great Dream Sutra is the technique cultivated by Chang Chunzi, is it not? Indeed, go on, Ming Er replied, her interest piqued. I suspect that Chang Chunzi has been ensnared by you since he began practicing the Great Dream Sutra, unable to progress into the immortal martial realm. However, unlike ordinary individuals, he has not been entirely consumed by you, relying on his extraordinary talent to temporarily suppress you. Yet, he remains captivated by the power of the Great Dream Sutra, unable to part with it. Ultimately, though his cultivation advanced swiftly, it also allowed you to become his inner demon. Only when Chang Chunzi reached the Dongxi realm did he vaguely discern the issue, but it was too late. You had already become an indelible demon in his heart, rendering his aspirations of entering the immortal martial realm futile. He was forced to prepare for his end, seeking a resting place for his final days. Yet, Chang Chunzi was indeed a talented individual. After a century of seclusion here, he finally devised a method to dispel your inner demon just before his death, stepping into the elusive, immortal martial realm. Alas, he ultimately exhausted his potential, his body failing him, and in resignation, he perished here. Yao Yu recounted Chang Chunzi's tragic tale as though she had lived it herself. How do you know all this? Ming Er asked, her face paling in disbelief. Yao Yu smirked slightly, responding, because Chang Chunzi inscribed the method to counter the Great Dream Sutra on the stone gate outside. What? How is this possible? I was unaware. Ming Er exclaimed in fury, her disbelief palpable. As Chang Chunzi inscribed the method to unravel your heart's demon, he had already dispelled his own inner turmoil. You were only aware of his actions prior to this revelation. The subsequent events remain entirely unknown to you. Am I correct in my assertion? Yao Yu remarked casually, her hands clasped behind her as she surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, Chang Chunzi has indeed recorded the means to decipher the Great Dream Sutra. And the key to its understanding lies within the verse inscribed upon the stone gate. Pen in hand, I continue the fateful entanglement. Beyond the mountains, more mountains. And towers beyond towers. How many times must I look back, unable to forget your visage? My intent was to seek that dreamer. But the eternal azure sky holds but a grave. The essence of this verse conveys that everything is but a dream. Flowers reflected in a mirror, the moon upon still waters. Visible yet unattainable. In truth, Yao Yu felt a surge of trepidation, had she not been summoned by the system. She too might have fallen prey to the illusions of the Great Dream Sutra, losing her sanity and ultimately extinguishing her vitality. Thanks to the assistance of the system, she was afforded the time to ponder, eventually linking together all she had witnessed upon entering the tomb, thus arriving at the method to unravel the Great Dream Sutra. Very well, you may disperse now, Yao Yu said, waving her hand dismissively. No. Ming Er bellowed in a rage before her form gradually faded, leading Yao Yu back to reality. The Great Dream Sutra is, in fact, a celestial-level technique, yet it differs from other celestial techniques, which primarily focus on internal energy and martial maneuvers. The Great Dream Sutra pertains solely to the realm of the mind. Furthermore, before his ascension, Chang Chunzi, utilizing his life's essence, crafted an environment, foreseeing that one day someone would discover this place. He did not wish for the Great Dream Sutra to be lost forever. So prior to his passing, he meticulously mapped his place of enlightenment for future generations to uncover. Of course, Chang Chunzi would not make it so easily accessible. He established a trial that only those who succeeded could obtain the Great Dream Sutra. In an instant of clarity, Yao Yu found herself before Chang Chunzi, grasping the Great Dream Sutra in her hands. At that moment, Chang Chunzi's body transformed into dry bones, which then shattered, leaving behind only a black and white robe that fell silently to the ground, signifying the end of a formidable era. Yin Tian and Zhao Qi, having awakened as Yao Yu dispelled the illusion, brightened at the sight of the Great Dream Sutra in her possession. Yao Yu, hand over the manual to me, and I shall not make things difficult for you, Yin Tian stated coldly. He had witnessed the power of the Great Dream Sutra firsthand. If he could cultivate it, he was confident he could swiftly ascend to the void refinement stage and perhaps even reach the illusory void. The illusory void, a symbol of strength, was possessed by the three leaders of the Starry Pavilion. Should he achieve it, he would undoubtedly become a dominant force in the Jinwu continent. Zhao Qi remained silent. Yet his stance was clear as he approached Yin Tian, eyeing Yao Yu with a predatory gaze. Yao Yu smiled with intrigue. Is this how you treat your savior? Yin Tian took a deep breath and clasped his fists. Regarding the matter of saving your life, I am grateful. However, you must give me the Great Dream Sutra. I am aware of Shun Lang's formidable influence, but he pales in comparison to the Starry Pavilion. He cannot safeguard the Great Dream Sutra. If you entrust it to me, I assure you, the Starry Pavilion will not neglect Shun Lang. Yao Yu then turned her gaze to Zhao Qi, teasingly asking, What do you think, Commander? Zhao Qi glanced at Yin Tian, responding coldly. Though the Starry Pavilion ranks among the top 21 powers, it still falls short when compared to my Qinwu Empire. If you grant it to me, I am confident that the Qinwu Emperor will bestow upon Shun Lang a third-grade official title, which holds the authority to mobilize all powers below the illusory void within the court. Both of your temptations are quite significant. I wonder whom I should choose? Yao Yu said with a smile. Yin Tian, are you truly prepared to oppose the court? Zhao Qi inquired in a low voice. Pa, what is the court? They are merely a force we can easily suppress, Yin Tian scoffed. Yin Tian should be aware that calamity often comes from the tongue. Were it not for that bunch of bald monks from Tianlong Temple and those esteemed Taoists, your forces would have long been subsumed by the Qinwu Empire. Zhao Qi asserted with authority. The top 21 powers have always been intertwined. What difference does it make how strong the court is? Yin Tian retorted defiantly. Zhao Qi laughed as if he had heard the grandest joke. To speak of being intertwined in such a shameless manner. How can there be a distinction between righteous and demonic when you do not even sit down together for tea and conversation? Chapter 75. Characters and Techniques allow me to clarify the matter of martial arts characters and techniques. Firstly, some have criticized the rankings of characters, claiming that some are rated too highly while others too low. Throughout history, countless martial arts figures have emerged. Who can definitively rank them? Some argue that characters from Huang's novels have been shattered, but what of the figures in the legend of the Celestial Emperor or the divine weapons of mystery? I ask you, where would you place the sweeping monk from Jin Yong's works? In a comparison with Shimin Shui Shui, would you dare to say that Shimin Shui Shui surpasses the sweeping monk? I can assure you that fans of Shimin Shui Shui would vehemently defend their idol. And if Shimin Shui Shui is deemed superior, then the sweeping monk's standing remains a mystery. Placing him above Shimin Shui Shui may seem disingenuous. Regarding techniques, while the three parts return to primordial energy may not rank highly in Fengyun, consider the feelings of its admirers. Discussions on techniques are inherently subjective, if you require it. I can create a pamphlet for you, detailing how the protagonist acquires an author-created, universe-defying divine skill, mastering it just enough to shatter the void and pierce through the cosmos. With figures like Niuhua and Hongjun easily subdued. Is that not impressive? Compare my technique with others. I will assert that it ranks first, with the protagonist merely having begun their training, yet to reach its pinnacle. If you wish to debate this matter seriously, feel free to post a thread on Baidu Tieba. I am confident that fellow netizens will enlighten you and provide you with insights on characters you may not be aware of. Then, return to me and tell me who holds the top position. Also, I will not be incorporating characters from Jin Yong or Gulong's novels in future installments, as the editor has prohibited it. If you are unsatisfied, feel free to explore other novels. Chapter 76. The turmoil of Jiangxing. The dispute between Zhao Qi and Yin Tian seemed to escalate towards violence. Yao Yu watched with keen interest as tensions rose. Just as they appeared poised for confrontation, both abruptly thrust their palms toward Yao Yu in unison. Their attacks were sudden and without warning. Those who have reached the void refinement stage are not to be trifled with. They had already seen through Yao Yu's blatant attempts at sowing discord. Their earlier theatrics were merely for her benefit, aimed at lowering her guard for a surprise attack. Yao Yu's prowess instilled caution in them. Despite being two formidable void refinement cultivators, they were uncertain of their ability to subdue her. After a day of attentive care from Lai Yaoer, Shunlang finally regained consciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, he coughed a few times and weakly inquired, "How did I end up here?" Lai Yaoer quickly responded, "Young master, you were gravely injured by a giant python and fell unconscious. We brought you here to heal." "Oh? How long has it been?" Shunlang struggled to sit up, frowning as he asked. Gao Zhanli hastily assisted him, gently saying, "It has been 2 days." Upon hearing this, Shunlang was taken aback. 2 days? Does this mean Zhao Qi and the others have already reached Cheng Chunzi's place of enlightenment? The techniques cultivated by Cheng Chunzi are closely tied to my own mission. Without them, how can I complete my task? Noticing Shunlang's startled expression, Gao Zhanli quickly reassured him. "Do not worry, young master. Yao Yu has already gone ahead. With her strength, she should be able to prevent Zhao Qi and Yin Tian from easily obtaining it." "Oh, Yao Yu is gone?" Shunlang heaved a sigh of relief, reassured by the prowess of Yao Wei. "Let us hasten our journey. I fear Zhao Qi may ally with Yin Tian against Yao Yue, which could lead to her misfortune." "Young master, your health." Lai Yaoer expressed her concern. "Fear not. I shall be fine with normal activity. I will exercise caution, and with your protection, danger is unlikely to befall me." Shunlang's words warmed the hearts of Gao Zhenli and the others. His unwavering trust in them inspired them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to his safety. In the Shin residence. Following Shunlang's departure with Zhao Qi and others, the family entered a phase of rapid development. They began by suppressing the smaller clans that had not pledged allegiance, subsequently taking control of various affairs in Jiacheng, much to the distress of the other 3 major families. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances, for Shunlang's intimidating presence loomed large. In the courtyard, Shinqing carefully tended to the flowers, holding a watering pot. After finishing with the last bloom, she sighed. "Brother Lu, Brother He, when do you think the young master will return? It has nearly been half a month without any news." Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Lu Zhanke and He Biwing slowly opened their eyes and exchanged glances. With a wry smile, they replied, "Miss Qing, you have asked us this over 1,000 times. The young master is certainly safe. If anything were amiss, we would sense it. I suspect he has already reached the Wuxing mountain range and may be returning shortly." "Is that true? Brother Lu, are you certain?" Shinqing's eyes sparkled with joy. Having lost her parents in childhood, she had always relied on Shunlang, forming a bond closer than with anyone else in the Shin family. His absence left her feeling emptier, despite his assurances of a swift return. She found herself frequently yearning for him, unable to articulate the depth of her longing, but she felt profoundly at peace in his presence. Meanwhile, the Su family welcomed a group of distinguished individuals, elegantly attired. Upon spotting one young man, Su Xinghe's expression brightened. "Young Masterly, has your injury healed?" "Indeed." The newcomers were Li Chaoyuan and his kin. Li Chaoyuan slightly bowed and smiled. "Uncle Su, I trust your own injuries have healed as well. I owe my life to your timely assistance. Otherwise, I may have perished at the hands of that scoundrel Shenlang." Mentioning Shenlang elicited a palpable aura of menace from Li Chaoyuan. "Ah, young Masterly, you are too kind. Since you have come to Jiangxing, it is only natural for me to extend my hospitality," Su Xinghe replied with bravado, though internally he regretted provoking Shenlang. The memory of Shenlang's formidable three-point spirit left him uneasy. Had he been at full strength, he might have been utterly defeated. Indeed, the three-point return energy possesses such a characteristic. In the original narrative, Xiongba once disassembled a ship. One can only imagine the terror it instilled, he mused. Though Su Xinghe's words were largely insincere, Li Chaoyuan refrained from comment, mindful of the gratitude owed to Su Xinghe. As a direct descendant of the prominent Li family, he was reluctant to be labeled ungrateful. "Come, Uncle Su, allow me to introduce someone." Li Chaoyuan gestured toward a stately figure clad in luxurious robes. "This is my second uncle, Li Zongquan. He has come to assist you in dealing with the Shen family." "Greetings, Master Su," Li Zongquan said, his demeanor calm. "Ah, brotherly, good to see you," Su Xinghe responded with a respectful bow. Li Zongquan was no ordinary individual. Renowned as the swift sword meteor, he was known for his remarkable speed. In his youth, he had garnered immense fame during his travels in Jiangzhou, where only the master of the wealthy mountain manor could rival him. Among his contemporaries, he had ranked within the top 100. The vastness of the true martial continent was unfathomable, teeming with sects and aristocratic families, each producing an abundance of talents. Estimates suggested that there were no fewer than 8,000 prodigies. For Li Zongquan to rank within the top 100 among thousands spoke volumes of his exceptional prowess. Su Xinghe, not daring to be negligent, promptly invited Li Zongquan and his entourage inside. "May I inquire what brings you to my humble abode, brotherly?" Su Xinghe asked with a smile. "It is my incompetent nephew who has been thoroughly humiliated by a relatively unknown Shenlang. When has our Li family ever faced such disgrace?" Li Zongquan lamented, a mix of frustration and determination in his voice. Hearing this, Li Chaoyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. However, Li Zongquan commanded great respect among the younger generation, and tales of his fierce temperament were well known. The elders spoke of his propensity for ruthless action when provoked, and Li Chaoyuan understood well the gravity of his uncle's words. Li Zongquan was the strongest in the family, aside from the reclusive elder. Word had it that Li Zongquan was the most likely to ascend to the level of transformation, and he had indeed reached the threshold of that power, poised to become a formidable force. Chapter 77. The conspiracy emerges. Once seated in the hall, Su Xinghe inquired, "What brings you to Jiangxing, brotherly?" In truth, Su Xinghe had already surmised part of the reason, yet he sought confirmation. "Ha, brother Su, let us speak plainly. We have come to address the Shen family." Li Zongquan replied with a smile, casting a knowing glance at Su Xinghe. "Since our Li family was established 3 centuries ago, we have largely remained absent from the martial world, allowing some miscreants to forget our existence. Upon hearing of my nephew's troubles, the family head was furious and dispatched me to teach the Shun family a lesson. I hope, dear brother Su, that you might cooperate." Su Xinghe's expression shifted. Realizing the Li family had ill intentions, he clasped his fists and replied, "Ah, brotherly, you flatter me. My elder respects your family immensely and would consider it a great honor to meet you. You are too kind. Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure you have the opportunity to meet my elder," Li Zongquan said, pleased with the compliment. "Well, since you say so, the Su family shall always support the Li family in their endeavors," Su Xinghe declared, the negotiation reaching a clear consensus. "By the way, brotherly, if we wish to act against the Shen family, we must remain wary of one individual," Su Xinghe said, his brow furrowing. "Oh, is it that Shenlang?" Li Zongquan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it is Shenlang. He inexplicably attracts formidable allies, and their strength is not to be underestimated. If we intend to strike at the Shen family, we must also guard against Shenlang." Su Xinghe spoke gravely, harboring a measure of fear regarding Shenlang. Had Li Zongquan not arrived, he would have hesitated to even entertain the thought of opposing him. Li Zongquan scoffed dismissively, "Brother Su, it seems you are quite intimidated by that lad. Does he merely rely on a handful of strong followers? The few individuals at his command are no concern to my Li family. Focus on your plans against the Shen family, I will handle Xinlang. With your assurance, I feel greatly reassured, Su Xinghe replied, his confidence bolstered. I shall now confer with the Zhang and Bai families. If all goes well, we should be able to act against the Shen family within the next few days. All right, just inform me when the time comes, Li Zongquan remarked. Someone, please escort Brother Li to rest. At the Zhang residence, Su Xinghe sat across from Zhang Lingshan. The teapot on the table gurgled and bubbled, releasing a faint aroma of tea into the air. Brother Su, are you truly prepared to take action against the Shen family? Zhang Lingshan inquired, his gaze fixed on the bubbling teapot. Indeed, the people from the Li family have arrived. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Brother Zhang. Do not let it slip away. Su Xinghe urged. Brother Su, do you have any insight into the Bai family's stance? Zhang Lingshan asked, frowning. I have yet to approach the Bai family. However, if you agree, we could go together. Bai Zizai is astute, but indecisive. Once we elucidate the stakes, he will surely acquiesce. After all, eradicating the Shen family would benefit not only you and me, but also the Bai family, Su Xinghe enticed. Very well, let us proceed. Zhang Lingshan understood that if the Shen family continued to grow, there would be no place for them in Jiangqing. The city was the foundation of the Zhang family and must not be lost. Su Xinghe and Zhang Lingshan made their way to the Bai residence. Upon hearing their intentions, Bai Zizai indeed began to waver, just as Su Xinghe had predicted. They exchanged glances and recited their pre-prepared arguments to Bai Zizai. Brother Bai, you must think this through. If the Shen family grows too powerful, we may all face dire consequences, Su Xinghe cautioned, feigning camaraderie. Yes, Brother Bai. Consider this. If one day your Bai family becomes powerful, would you spare us? With the Li family's arrival, it is the perfect time for us to strike against the Shen family. Li Zongquan has also promised support, Zhang Lingshan added, laying out the implications. After a fierce internal struggle, Bai Zizai's demeanor hardened. Fine, let us act. We shall strike against the Shen family in 2 days. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Bai Lingshan strode in, her expression grave. Father, are you truly going to act against the Shen family? Bai Zizai had not anticipated that Bai Lingshan would overhear their conversation. His face darkened. Lingshan, do you disapprove? Bai Lingshan nodded slightly. Yes, I do. You have no idea of the terror that Xinlang embodies. Do not be fooled into thinking he relies solely on his subordinates. He himself is the greatest threat. If you engage the Shen family, you may not withstand the repercussions. Cousin Lingshan, you are being overly dramatic. As far as I know, you once had a betrothal with Xinlang. Are you still harboring feelings for him? Su Xinghe interjected, determined to maintain his scheme. Su Xinghe, do not think I am unaware of your motives. You fear the Shen family's ascendants, worried they may overshadow your Su family. Furthermore, this vendetta against Xinlang is personal, is it not? Bai Lingshan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Su Xinghe, who had garnered a notorious reputation for his duplicitous nature. Many small families had fallen due to his machinations. Enough. Lingshan, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Brother Su at once. Bai Zizai slammed the table, his voice booming. Unfazed, Bai Lingshan coldly replied, Father, my master has sent word for me to travel to the sect tomorrow. I came today merely to bid you farewell. Moreover, this scheme of Su Xinghe's is far from simple. Do not be naive enough to be sold while paying the price. That is all I have to say. Whether you heed my warning is up to you. From now on, the affairs of the Bai family have nothing to do with me. I hope you do not regret your choices. With that, Bai Lingshan cast a final glance at Su Xinghe and departed. Brother Su, my daughter has been spoiled by my indulgence. I hope you will not take offense. Bai Zizai turned to Su Xinghe, clasping his hands in apology. Not at all. Brother Bai, you are too courteous, Su Xinghe replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by Bai Lingshan's earlier outburst, although a shadow flickered in his eyes. Chapter 78. Ninth layer of Mingyu skill. After leaving Bai Zizai's chamber, Bai Lingshan approached Bai Feng's room. Elder brother, are you there? Creaking open the door, Bai Feng blinked in surprise upon seeing Bai Lingshan. Sister, what brings you here at this hour? Come in, and we can talk. Once inside, Bai Lingshan hesitated before speaking. Father intends to act against the Shen family. What? He plans to act against the Shen family? Bai Feng gasped, alarmed. Is he out of his mind? The Shen family boasts formidable warriors. If they find out about this, they could dismantle our family. Yes, it is Su Xinghe's idea. I suspect this matter is not as simple as it seems. Su Xinghe is well aware of Xinlang's influence. Even with the Li family's support, this venture could lead to disaster, perhaps even extermination. My master has contacted me, instructing me to join the sect, and I shall depart tomorrow. In these 2 days, please try to persuade father not to make a foolish decision. The Shen family is not a tyrant family. Even if they dominate Jiangqing, they would not annihilate us entirely. But if we truly become enemies, there will be no room for retreat. Bai Lingshan expressed her concerns. Bai Lingshan herself could not comprehend why she harbored such trepidation towards Xinlang, but it felt as though an unseen force warned her against opposing him. What should we do? You know father's character. He is indecisive but becomes obstinate once he makes up his mind. I cannot persuade him, Bai Feng replied, pacing the room anxiously. Alas, I have said all I can. You must handle this as you see fit. I hope not to hear of any calamities befalling our family. Bai Lingshan sighed, rising to leave. Sister, can you not seek assistance from your sect? Bai Feng implored from behind. Bai Lingshan chuckled bitterly. Elder brother, you know well that my sect never interferes in worldly affairs, focusing solely on cultivation. It is a miracle that we have survived since the ancient war. Should we meddle in worldly matters, the powerful factions would not overlook us. When my master took an interest in me, he did not even visit our home. Do you not understand the implications of that? Very well, sister. Take care of yourself, and do visit home often, Bai Feng sighed, defeated. It was not that Bai Feng and the others were timid in the face of Xinlang. Rather, the might of Xinlang's forces was evident. When Yao Yu faced off against Zhao Qi and Yin Tian, she held her ground effortlessly, and with the support of Gao Jianli and Jin Wuming, their family could hardly contend against such strength. Even one Yao Yu could obliterate their three families. Boom! Yao Yu, unfazed by the ambush from Zhao Qi and Yin Tian, extended her palms, meeting their strikes with equal force. The clash resonated powerfully, causing the entire hall to tremble. Zhao Qi and Yin Tian staggered back a few steps, staring incredulously at the unmoving Yao Yu. You, indeed, I have entered the transformation void stage. Are you surprised? Yao Yu smiled, her lips curling into a smirk, having been able to stand her ground against them even before fully advancing. The reality of her current strength was truly formidable. What should we do? Yin Tian whispered to Zhao Qi. We retreat. With just the two of us. We cannot reclaim the Dream Heart Sutra. We should report back to our superiors for further directives, Zhao Qi replied. The moonlit figure seemed to have discerned the hesitation in the two, coldly stating, Do you wish to leave? It is already too late. Whoosh. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yao Yu appeared beside Yin Tian. Her hand, radiant as bright jade, surged toward him with formidable intent. Yao Yu, could it be that you truly intend to oppose my star pavilion? Yin Tian's star-snatching hand emerged, transforming his formidable true energy into a miniature version of the star-snatching hand, which he fiercely met Yao Yu's strike. Bang! Yin Tian was sent flying, while Yao Yu remained unyielding, her hands shimmering like glass, disdainfully observing Yin Tian's retreat. Zhao Qi, witnessing Yin Tian being repelled in a single blow, felt his expression darken. He had not anticipated Yao Yu's overwhelming strength after her ascendance to the void transformation realm. However, their fates were intertwined. Should Yin Tian falter, Zhao Qi would be left defenseless. Resolving himself, he no longer hesitated. A trace of disdain flickered across Yao Yu's icy visage. Is the Star Pavilion truly formidable? There is no power in this realm that the young master dares not confront. At that moment, Zhao Qi suddenly appeared before Yao Yu, emanating an aura of deadly intent as he launched a punch at her chest. However, before he could revel in his momentum, Yao Yu vanished from sight, and he felt a fierce wind approaching from behind. Brother Zhao, be careful. Yin Tian, having just landed, saw Yao Yu materialize behind Zhao Qi. What? How is that possible? Zhao Qi gasped in disbelief at Yao Yu's astonishing speed, having been in front of him one moment and behind him the next. Yet, being a seasoned fighter who had also ascended to the void transformation level, he faced the crisis with composure, utilizing his momentum to become elusive, creating afterimages to evade Yao Yu's lethal blow. Boom. The palace floor cracked beneath Yao Yu's strike, fissures extending for over 100 meters before ceasing. Yao Yu stood expressionless, her gaze fixed upon Zhao Qi and Yin Tian. Behind her lay the corridor's exit. To escape, they would first have to confront her. Brother Zhao, now is not the time to hide. If this continues, we shall meet our end here. Yao Yu is far too powerful, Yin Tian warned, his eyes wary. Indeed. Let us strike, Zhao Qi agreed, recognizing that concealment was no longer an option. In an instant, the two split into separate directions, launching their assault on Yao Yu. She smiled faintly, her figure slowly fading from view, only to reappear before Yin Tian, her jade-like palm radiating like brilliant stars. Zhao Qi followed closely, determined to deny Yao Yu the chance to dismantle them one by one, unleashing a powerful punch that filled the hall with a chilling aura of carnage. At the same moment, Yin Tian shouted in fury, channeling the power of the stars, preparing to withstand Yao Yu's strike. Yet all their efforts proved futile. With a resounding crash, Yin Tian was sent reeling, and Yao Yu turned to face Zhao Qi, launching another palm strike. Crack! Both Yin Tian and Zhao Qi collided with the surrounding walls of the grand hall, falling in a heap. Cough. What on earth is happening? How can my strength be so inferior to hers? Zhao Qi stared incredulously at Yao Yu, who stood coolly at the corridor's entrance. Yao Yu appeared translucent as jade, her aura tightly contained, radiating an endless, boundless energy. She had successfully ascended to the 9th level of the bright jade art. Her eyes gleamed brightly, and her visage became increasingly youthful, seemingly reverting to the age of 18, embodying the essence of eternal youth. In a state of euphoric delight, Yao Yu reveled in her long-sought attainment. Had she remained in the realm of the unparalleled, she believed it would have been impossible to reach the 9th level of the bright jade art in her lifetime. Yet, in this true martial continent, she had succeeded. Chapter 79. The finale and unexpected turns. Dark mists churned, and several indistinct figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Wow, how spectacular! Xin Lang and his companions marveled at the ruins of the lifeless sect, unable to contain their awe. Li Yaoer, dumbfounded, gaped at the endless remnants of ancient walls. Swallowing hard, what level of power could the lifeless sect have been during the ancient times? Gao Jinli inquired, astonished. The Wheel King pondered for a moment and replied, it must have surpassed even the current top 21 powers. Let us proceed. We must first locate the place of Long Chunzi's enlightenment. Yao Yu and the others should have already found it. Xin Lang, uninterested in the historical significance of the lifeless sect, prioritized the secret of Long Chunzi. Young master, I have discovered Long Chunzi's place of enlightenment. Jin Wuming soared to Xin Lang's side, reporting, let us go. Xin Lang gestured, leading the group toward Long Chunzi's site. Upon reaching the stone gate, they stepped inside, and upon entering the corridor, they were met with 2 resounding crashes. This is bad. It must be Yao Yu battling Zhao Qi. Wheel King, hurry and assist Yao Yu. Xin Lang's expression hardened upon hearing the sounds. Understood. The Wheel King took off at great speed, the ground shaking beneath him as he raced down the corridor. Let us hurry. When Xin Lang and the others arrived, they found the Wheel King motionless at the corridor's entrance, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Wheel King, why are you standing here? Xin Lang asked in confusion. Young master, you're here. It seems I don't need to help after all, the Wheel King replied awkwardly. Don't need to help? Xin Lang continued, perplexed. But upon seeing the scene within the grand hall, he too fell silent. Yao Yu radiated like glass, her jade light dazzling, causing Xin Lang's titanium alloy eyes to hurt. Meanwhile, Zhao Qi and Yin Tian lay on the ground, pale and weakened, clearly gravely injured. Yao Yu, Xin Lang asked in shock. I have broken through. Her words were brief, yet resounded with monumental impact. Gao Jinli and the others trembled at Yao Yu's proclamation. She was already an exceptional force, and now having broken through, she was undeniably even more formidable. Fortunately, she did not overhear their thoughts. If she had heard them call her a monster, she might have easily cast them out. Young master, how shall we deal with these 2? Yao Yu approached, handing the Dream Sutra to Xin Lang. Kill them, he replied, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the Dream Sutra. Young master, we cannot kill them. The court and Star Pavilion are aware they came with us. If they do not return, it would be difficult to explain, Gao Jinli interjected urgently. Xin Lang chuckled coldly. If we do not eliminate them, will we not face trouble? Acknowledging Xin Lang's point, Gao Jinli ceased his objections, realizing he was merely looking out for Xin Lang's interests. With more and more powerful individuals under Xin Lang's command, each had their own ambitions. If they did not strive to perform well, how would they earn Xin Lang's favor? Zhao Qi, however, displayed resilience. Upon hearing Xin Lang's murderous intent, he lay there laughing, unperturbed by the specter of death. In contrast, Yin Tian's face twisted with rage as he shouted, Xin Lang, do you truly intend to oppose my Star Pavilion? If you let me go, I swear to keep this matter secret, claiming we discovered nothing here. A peculiar smile flickered across Xin Lang's pale face. I'm sorry, only the dead can keep secrets. Xin Lang, the Star Pavilion will not spare you. Prepare for the chase, and your family and all your friends will meet a similar fate. Haha, regarding Yin Tian's words, Xin Lang did not take them to heart at all. Sparing him would be an act of cruelty against himself. Accompanied by Gao Jinli and others, Xin Lang approached Zhao Qi, lowering his gaze to meet Zhao Qi's calm eyes. A complex expression flickered in Xin Lang's gaze. He actually held a great admiration for Zhao Qi. Resourceful and formidable, Zhao Qi faced every situation with remarkable composure, proving to be a rare talent. However, fate is capricious. If he were to show mercy now, the repercussions in the future could be dire. Zhao Qi forced a bitter smile, reflecting on his life, which had seen countless families ruined and legacies extinguished. He had once contemplated that perhaps he would meet such an end one day. though he never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Yet, if he were to perish at Shenlang's hands, he would harbor no regrets. Zhao Qi cast a profound glance at Shenlang and slowly closed his eyes. Shenlang, do what you must. Hearing Zhao Qi's words, Shenlang let out a soft sigh. In this world of martial arts, it is what it is, Lord Zhao. I am truly sorry. May your journey ahead be smooth. At that moment, Yin Tian suddenly rose and staggered toward the exit. This desperate struggle epitomized Yin Tian's reality. Unlike Zhao Qi, who had ascended to the position of regional commander through a path of bloodshed, Yin Tian had attained his status as an elder of the Xingqian Pavilion due to his seniority. Their experiences diverged vastly, leading to differing attitudes towards death. Zhao Qi could face his demise with equanimity, while Yin Tian could not, as he had yet to savor the abundance of wealth and honor that came with his rank. Shenlang ignored Yin Tian and instead made his way toward the high platform where Chang Chunzi had passed. Suddenly, as Yin Tian reached the entrance of the corridor, a plain yet unyielding sword pierced through his throat. Yin Tian gasped and choked, ultimately collapsing to the ground in defeat. Zhao Qi, too, received his due respect. Having met his end at the hands of Yao Yue, his heart severed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 kill points. Congratulations, host, for living to accumulate 500 kill points. The system chimed twice. Shenlang inquired within his mind, are the kill points for the Huaxu realm indeed 500? The system's mechanical voice responded, correct, 500 for Huaxu, 2,000 for Lianshu, and 5,000 for Dongshu. Wait, why are the kill points for Dongshu so high? Shenlang asked, astonished. For no particular reason, simply because 10 Lianshu cannot match a single Dongshu. Defeating 100 of you would be a walk in the park. The system retorted, adding a hint of mockery. How dare you underestimate me? Shenlang retorted mentally as he approached the remains of Chang Chunzi. Gazing upon the bones of a once mighty figure, he pondered deeply. Could this world truly deny immortality? He crouched to pick up Chang Chunzi's robe. But before he could examine it further, the stone platform suddenly cracked open, and Shenlang fell with a startled cry. Young master. Following the deaths of Zhao Qi and Yin Tian, Gao Jianli and others had relaxed their vigilance and ceased to follow Shenlang closely. This minor oversight led to Shenlang's misfortune. Boom. The stone platform sealed shut. Yao Yue was the first to arrive, striking the stone with her palm. Yet it proved as unyielding as iron, merely vibrating slightly without sustaining any damage. Yao Yue gazed in astonishment at the intact platform. The ground of the hall had shattered under her strike, yet this platform withstood her might. Clang. Gao Jianli drew his water-cold sword and swung it at the platform. Buzz. The sword was deflected, and Gao Jianli stared at the platform in shock. His water-cold sword was of no low grade. Yet it left not a single mark on the stone. Chapter 80. Palace of No Life Plop. Shenlang fell from an unknown height, feeling dizzy and unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. His already poor injuries worsened. Lying quietly on the cold ground, he circulated his energy to slowly mend his body. Fortunately, he managed to stay conscious. Had he lost consciousness, the consequences would have been dire. Damn it, ever since I arrived at the Wuxia Mountains, it seems like misfortune has been my constant companion. Initially, I was chased by a giant python, and now I find myself in an unknown place. Could it be that the Wuxia Mountains are cursed against me? Shenlang? Even someone as composed as Shenlang couldn't help but curse, as recent events felt overwhelmingly targeted against him. Subsequently, Shenlang focused his mind into the system, searching for healing elixirs in the shop. He had long intended to exchange for healing potions, but upon seeing the exorbitant prices, he fell silent. A single bottle of ordinary mysterious level healing elixir cost over 1,000 points, while superior potions reached astronomical figures. He even spotted dragon essence and phoenix blood. Item, dragon essence. Source, Feng. Effect, extends lifespan by 1,000 years, instantly heals all injuries. Price, 1 million kill points. Upon seeing the price, Shenlang was rendered speechless. The cost of dragon essence was exorbitant. However, after considering its effects, he felt it was not unreasonable. An item that could extend life by a millennium was worth every bit of that sum. In the world of Zhenwu continent, even the most formidable immortal warriors could only live 1,000 years at most. The rest depended on sustaining their vitality or relying on rare treasures to prolong their lives. Some elderly immortal warriors even isolated themselves to minimize activity and conserve their life energies. Muscle relaxation pill. No good. Shaolin Great pill. No good. 9-flower jade dew pill. Upon seeing the 9-flower jade dew pill, Shenlang's eyes brightened. Not only was it reasonably priced, but its efficacy was also commendable. Item, 9-flower jade dew pill. Source, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Effect, treats internal injuries. Price, 650 kill points per bottle, 7 pills per bottle. Without hesitation, Xinlang waved his hand in exchange for a bottle of 9-flower jade dew pills. Each pill cost about 100 points. A bottle containing 7 pills totaled around 700 kill points, perfectly within Xinlang's budget. Thankfully, he had the kill points from Zhao Qi and Yin Tian. Otherwise, he would have been unable to afford it. After consuming one 9-flower jade dew pill, Xinlang felt the healing properties coursing through him, finally regaining a semblance of normal movement. However, the 9-flower jade dew pill was not meant for excessive consumption. He could only take one a day, as taking more would not enhance its effects. Now, Xinlang took the time to survey his surroundings. It appeared to be a palace, shrouded in darkness with no light. Eerie and foreboding, the only sound in the vast hall was his own breathing. Looking up, he could not discern the ceiling, obscured by endless blackness. Xinlang estimated the time it took him to fall and concluded that he must have dropped from a height of at least 100 meters. He could not help but marvel at his own fortitude, had it not been for his martial prowess and exceptional physique. A fall from such a height would surely have resulted in death or severe injury. Is anyone there? The echo reverberated through the palace. Xinlang knew, deep down, that there likely was no one. Otherwise, someone would have emerged by now. Yet in the face of the unknown, one often seeks solace. At that moment, Xinlang thought it preferable to encounter a ghost than to be alone in this desolate place. He recalled an experiment he had heard of in his past life, where a person confined in a soundless room could only endure for a maximum of 7 days before succumbing to madness. Although he had only been here a short while, the thought stirred a flicker of fear within him. Not one to succumb to despair, Xinlang began to tap against the walls of the palace. Moving forward in the darkness, he sought to discover an exit from this foreboding place. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he suddenly heard a creaking sound beneath his feet, followed by the unsettling sensation of having crushed something. Xinlang maintained his composure and looked down to see a fragment of a human skeleton before him. Following the line of bones ahead, he discerned that numerous others lay scattered in the vicinity. What manner of place was this, to harbor so many desiccated remains? After advancing for approximately 10 minutes, Xinlang finally reached his destination. Before him stood another palace, distinctly different from the one he had just departed. As he stepped into this new hall, the oil lamps adorning the walls flared to life, illuminating the grand chamber before his eyes. Goodness, could this possibly be a repository of scriptures? With such a plethora of books? Xinlang observed that the hall was lined with towering bookshelves, brimming with countless tomes, while an array of divine weapons lay meticulously arranged around him. Suppressing his excitement, he approached one of the shelves and carelessly picked up a martial arts manual titled Ghostly Soul Technique. Yet, before he could peruse its contents, the book disintegrated into fragments, drifting from his fingers like dust. This was the very calamity he had dreaded. Upon first encountering these books, he had surmised that this place was likely ancient and unmaintained, rendering the volumes susceptible to decay over the ages. He seized several more books, only to find them meet the same fate as the first, crumbling into mere shreds of paper. The divine weapons surrounding him had similarly succumbed to ruin, reduced to worthless scrap metal, extinguishing his fervor. Gradually, a realization dawned upon Xinlang. Upon discovering a letter inscribed on a piece of beast hide atop a skeleton, he finally confirmed the identity of this place, the forbidden grounds of the lifeless sect, the Palace of the Lifeless. This was where the sect's successive leaders and esteemed elders had retreated for meditation. Following the cataclysmic battle of antiquity, the lifeless sect's leader, recognizing the dire circumstances, had concealed himself and the sect's high-ranking members within this palace. Initially intending to lay low for a time before re-emerging, he had underestimated the resolve of the righteous forces, who, despite having withdrawn their main forces, left formidable guardians to watch over the area. As time passed, the elite of the lifeless sect perished one after another. Though some possessed transcendent abilities allowing them to endure starvation for a time, they could not sustain themselves indefinitely. Ultimately, the last of the lifeless sect's masters met their demise within the confines of this underground palace. Sighing at the tale inscribed on the hide, Xinlang lamented the tragic fate of the lifeless sect, where even the last of their masters had been ensnared until death. Their plight bore a striking resemblance to that of a certain malevolent sect's 10 elders from a prior life, trapped on the cliff of regret at Mount Hua, ultimately perishing in their futile attempts to forge an escape. Chapter 81, Limitless Summoning Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission at the giant stronghold. Please select your reward. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xinlang felt a surge of energy. Had he truly completed it? He had long contemplated his reward, the lifeless mountain range. Steeped in ominous shadows and the eerie presence of the Palace of the Lifeless, was perfectly suited as a realm of the underworld. Initially, he had thought he would need to construct an underground palace, But now that task had been effortlessly sidestepped. Without further hesitation, he declared, "System, I wish to select the underworld." Ding. Reward successfully granted and transferred to the system space. The host may now retrieve the reward from the system space. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shenlang entered the system space. Upon arrival, he beheld an ebony coffin, approximately 10 meters in length, imposing and solid, emanating an aura akin to that of an ancient mountain, instilling a profound sense of pressure. My goodness, this coffin must surely be extraordinary, Shenlang mused, circling the coffin and stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, the massive coffin began to tremble, and a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. To Shenlang's astonishment, the coffin lid slowly lifted, releasing a spectral light that surged forth, shattering the mist that hung above the system space. In an instant, the mist above the system space roiled as if heralding an apocalypse. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid fell to the ground, fully opened. Shenlang exhaled deeply, having nearly been overwhelmed by the noise generated when the lid had opened. Now, with the commotion subsided, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a heart full of anticipation, he approached the coffin to investigate its contents. Within the immense coffin lay a collection of garments, each adorned with a mask. The black and gold robes were intricately embroidered with enigmatic designs that exuded an air of unfathomable mystery, while the masks bore the visages of various deities from the underworld, each seemingly infused with an irresistible allure that beckoned one to succumb to their enchantment. Shenlang picked up a mask inscribed with the name Heavenly Virtue Benevolent Emperor, the highest ruler of the underworld, known as the Eastern Mountain Emperor or Taishan God, revered as the Lord of the Mountain. As he gently placed the mask upon his face, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the entire system space to tremble as if paying homage to him. In that moment, Shenlang felt as though he held dominion over the very essence of life and death itself. Meanwhile, atop the palace of the lifeless, Yao Yue and the others commenced a relentless assault on the stone platform. Boom! The Wheel of Rebirth intoned a Buddhist chant before unleashing a powerful punch against the stone platform. The entire palace began to tremble under the force of his strike. Regrettably, such a formidable attack failed to budge the stone platform even slightly. This is futile. Even if we dismantle the palace, we would likely still not breach this platform, Gao gently remarked, observing the intact stone platform with a furrowed brow. The platform served as the sole entrance to the palace of the lifeless. Its defenses were impenetrable. If it were so easily breached, the righteous warriors would not have stood vigil outside, but would have long since stormed in to annihilate the lifeless sect's leaders. What mechanism unlocks this stone platform? How did the young master fall? Lai Yaoyao inquired, inspecting the platform without discovering any means of access. I recall the young master seemed to grasp Cheng Chunzi's robe before suddenly plummeting. Could it be that Cheng Chunzi is involved? Gao gently pondered, reflecting upon the events preceding Shenlang's fall. How could that be? A mere robe could not possibly unlock the stone platform. The Wheel of Rebirth expressed skepticism. Little did they know, the opening of the underground palace was indeed related to Cheng Chunzi. He had deliberately constructed his resting place here, choosing to sit and meditate atop the stone platform. In truth, Cheng Chunzi had discovered the entrance to the underground palace long ago, but, upon nearing his departure from this world, had merely descended to take a glance, subsequently sealing the entrance with his supreme power, leaving an opportunity for those destined to find it. As Shenlang, driven by curiosity, picked up Cheng Chunzi's robe and inadvertently stepped upon the entrance, he fell through as a consequence. Ding! Cheng Chunzi's technique acquired successfully. Mission complete. Reward, 1,000 kill points. At last, fortune smiles upon me, Shenlang exclaimed, clenching his fist in exhilaration. Given that the host has completed the stronghold mission, a special reward of 1 limitless summoning opportunity has been granted. The system stated, as always, with a dramatic flair. Wow, this is remarkable, Shenlang exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. He then considered the necessity of clarifying with the system about the nature of this limitless summoning, lest he find himself caught off guard. What precisely do you mean by unlimited summoning? The host's recent summoning, excluding the host's own realm, was mechanically explained by the system. Oh, I see. It means one can transcend innate boundaries and summon characters above the virtual realm, Shenlang remarked. Indeed, the host is quite astute, the system replied. As if you need to say that. I have always been clever, Shenlang retorted with irritation. Should the host continue to mock this system, their realm will decrease by 1 level, the system replied coldly. Mighty system, I was merely complimenting you, Shenlang gritted his teeth. Without further banter with the system, Shenlang began to review his slaughter points. After the previous summoning of Lai Yaoer, he had 200 points remaining. Following the defeat of Zhao Qi and Yin Tian, He gained 1,000 points, spent 650 points on the 9-flower jade dupe pill in the shop, and just completed a task for Cheng Chunzi, earning another 1,000 points. He now had a total of 1,550 points. That should suffice. He nodded and then called out, "System, what realm of martial characters can I summon with 1,000 points?" 40% chance of summoning a virtual realm character, 50% for a half-step virtual realm character, and 10% for the peak innate realm. The system responded. What? Only a 40% chance of summoning a virtual character? Shenlang exclaimed in disbelief. And how many chances do the 1,500 points provide? 50%. Why is it only 50% for 1,500 points? Shouldn't it be 80%? System calculations. Are you sure you're not joking? Joking with you is not entertaining. Shenlang resigned himself to the situation. It became clear that in this world, it was not that one could not reason with women, but rather that one could not reason with the system. Then let's proceed with the summoning for 1,500 points. A little increase is better than none. As you wish. The summoning wheel began to rotate slowly on the system screen, and Shenlang's nerves heightened. Ding. Character extraction successful. Chapter 82. Graceful and dashing. Character, Li Maoxian. Realm, Peak Virtual. Weapon, Phoenix Shadow Sword. Skill, Phantom Sound Decision. Achievements, toyed with, Virtual Realm, Li Tsuan Xiao. Pushed away with one palm, Peak Innate, Country Destroyer. Instantaneously killed with one sword, Peak Innate, Water and Fire Judge Yang Yan, Yang Miao, and repelled, Mid Innate, Chang Xinling, with a single blow from Xiaohua. He was severely injured by the 9 Nether Mystical Heaven technique from Peak Virtual, Ghost King. Wow, I actually summoned the Empress. Shenlang thought, recalling her as a top-tier expert in the Unruly People series. Having completed his tasks, he exited the system and returned to reality. He found the solutions for the palace's opening and the toxin fog of the Wuxing mountain range within that animal hide. Without further delay, he made his way to the palace where he had previously fallen, and with a finger, he plunged it into the hollow eyes of a skull ornament embedded in the wall, giving it a fierce tug. A rumbling sound echoed as a crack opened at the top of the grand hall. The figures of Yaoyue and others, who were researching the opening method above, suddenly noticed the stone platform opening, their expressions shifting as they realized it was the young master below who had initiated it. They quickly gathered at the entrance to peer down. Using the faint light, Shenlang spotted several heads peering out from above. Hey, what are you all staring at? Come down quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing Shenlang's voice, Yaoyue and the others wasted no time and descended together. Despite the height of over 100 meters, it posed no challenge for these skilled martial artists. Young master, are you all right? Gao Jianli inquired, concerned as he approached Shenlang. I'm fine, follow me. With that, Shenlang closed the entrance and led Yaoyue and the others into the inner hall. Upon entering, Gao Jianli and the others were similarly astonished by the multitude of ancient scriptures and weapons before them, mirroring Shenlang's initial reaction. Observing their expressions, Shenlang couldn't help but smile, anticipating that they would soon share in his disappointment. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Gao Jianli and the others discovered that all the scriptures and weapons had been corrupted. One by one, they shook their heads in dismay. Alas, such a waste of these divine skills and weapons. If only we could have them, they would greatly aid us, Gao Jianli lamented. Shenlang chuckled. Well, in this world, things seldom go as one wishes. However, I do have another surprise for you. With a wave of his hand, an ancient colossal coffin suddenly materialized in the grand hall. The sight of the coffin brightened the eyes of Yaoyue and the others, as its aura suggested something extraordinary. Young master, what is this? They inquired, encircling the coffin with gleaming eyes. Ding. The giant task, part 2, is initiated. To become a giant, one must possess a faction. Task requirements, establish a faction. Task completion, 1,000 slaughter points. Task penalty, none. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid fell to the ground. Shenlang donned the mask of the heavenly Qi-Ren Saint Emperor, instantly radiating an unparalleled aura of authority and dominance. Yaoyue, step forward to receive your title. Yaoyue is present. Without hesitation, Yaoyue stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and clasped her fist with solemnity. Shenlang raised his hand, casting the Mengpa to Yaoyue, declaring, I hereby appoint you as the sole controlling Mengpa, the overseer of the underworld's true power, tasked with erasing the memories of the living souls. This position is of great significance. I hope you handle it well and do not disappoint me. Thank you, Emperor. Mengpa will not let you down, Yaoyue replied earnestly. Step back. Zhuanluan Mingwang, come forward to receive your title. The Zhuanluan Mingwang, already fervently excited, heard Shenlang's call and stepped forward with a booming stride, causing the entire palace to tremble. Mingwang, I appoint you as the Oxhead Soul Collector, responsible for hunting down all who dare to offend the underworld. Thank you, Emperor. Those who dare to offend the underworld will be met with no mercy, he replied. Step back. Gao Jianli, come forward to receive your title. As soon as Shenlang finished speaking, Gao Jianli leaped forward, kneeling before Shenlang. Gao Jianli, I recognize you as a minister of the Emperor. Hence I appoint you as the left Rakshasa envoy, responsible for my safety. Thank you, Emperor, Gao Jianli said, exhilarated. As those who have served beside emperors throughout history are always trusted confidants, and Shenlang's arrangement indicated his esteem for him. Step back. Jin Wuming, come forward to receive your title. Jin Wuming, expressionless and gripping the hilt of his sword, coldly approached and knelt. Jin Wuming, I appoint you as the right Rakshasa envoy, alongside Gao Jianli in ensuring my safety. Thank you, Emperor. Although Jin Wuming maintained a stern demeanor, keen observers could discern the excitement and exhilaration in his eyes. Step back. Lai Yao, come forward to receive your title. Lai Yao gracefully floated forward, kneeling before Shenlang. I appoint you as the Underworld Ghost Doctor, overseeing the injuries of the Underworld personnel and the development of medicinal remedies. Here is the method to counter the toxin fog of the Wuxia mountain range. Derived from the historical records of the Wuxia sect. Please research it promptly. Our future ventures into the Wuxia mountain range will depend on you. Thank you, Emperor, she said. Accepting the animal hide, Shenlang tossed her way. Those who had been appointed donned the underworld attire, and in an instant, the entire Wuxia palace seemed to transform into the underworld, shrouded in ominous energy and ghostly aura. From now on, this Wuxia palace will serve as our base of operations. No one is permitted to leave without a mask while on missions. When I do not appear as the Emperor, do not address me as Emperor. Continue to call me young master. Is that understood? Shenlang's voice, reflected through the mask, emanated with immense authority and dominance, instilling a sense of reverence in Yaoyue and the others, as if they were truly facing the heavenly Qi-Ren Saint Emperor, the overseer of all living beings. Yes, Emperor. In the future, task assignments will be delivered by Gao Jianli and Jin Wuming. Anyone who completes a task will earn corresponding points, which they may later exchange with me for skills, weapons, and elixirs. After Shenlang conferred titles upon everyone, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The task of Giant Smite 2 has been completed, and the reward is 1,000 points of slaughter. Ding. The sect task has been activated, allowing the host to assign tasks to subordinates, with rewards adjusted according to the difficulty of the tasks. This development alleviates my concern about lacking slaughter points to exchange for rewards. To ensure a swift horse, one must provide ample fodder. This task arrives at an opportune moment. Although the characters summoned by the system are unlikely to betray him, they possess their own independent thoughts. Aside from the loyalty imposed by the system, their fundamental nature remains unchanged. These martial figures have their own identities and backgrounds in this world. For instance, the Wheel King has only mentioned to Shenlang that he is a monk from the western regions, revealing nothing further. Shenlang suspects the Wheel King harbors some secrets. Yet he refrains from using his authority to compel him to disclose anything, as it feels disrespectful toward these martial figures. In due time, the Wheel King will reveal more. Similarly, Lai Yao has not disclosed his origins. All Shenlang knows is that he is from Yunzhou. Chapter 83. The Slaughtering Python Outside the Wuxia mountain range. A figure adorned in a luxurious red robe approached slowly. This person possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, exuding an aura of dominance. A red cord adorned their forehead, and two crimson markings between their brows conveyed a sense of nobility. Is it within? The newcomer mused, observing the toxic mists enveloping the Wuxia mountain range, furrowing their brow. Never mind, since it is confirmed that the young master is inside, I shall venture in. With that, the figure soared into the Wuxia mountain, charging without a hint of defense, plunging straight into the poisonous haze. The toxic mists are formidable, even I find them somewhat unbearable. As Li Maojin traversed further, she felt the miasma seeping into her body, realizing that without activating her protective qi, she might indeed succumb to the toxins. Just as she summoned her protective qi, suddenly, two emerald eyes emerged slowly from the mist behind her. Who? Li Maojin swiftly turned, her senses alert, and upon seeing those glowing eyes, her pupils constricted in alarm. What creature is this? Boom. Before Li Maojin could thoroughly assess the situation, the colossal python burst forth from the mists, charging ferociously towards her. Beast. Li Maojin narrowed her eyes as she beheld the oncoming threat. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Li Maojin leapt skyward, effortlessly evading the python's assault. Before the python could regain its footing, she descended powerfully from the sky, landing with authority upon its massive triangular head. Boom. The earth trembled as the python's head was driven into the ground beneath her weight. Roar. The python let out an enraged roar. lifting its head and tossing Li Maojin aside. She landed gracefully a distance away, hands folded behind her back, a serene smile gracing her lips. Quite strong, she remarked lightly. The python, sensing her provocation, howled in fury and charged at Li Maojin with the force of a raging bull. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. Li Maojin danced gracefully around the python, while it rampaged blindly, relentlessly pursuing her figure. If this beast does not retreat, do not blame me for slaying it here. Li Maojin, wary of the toxic mists, sought not to exhaust herself against the python, for she was uncertain how long it would take to locate Xinlang. If she overexerted herself, she might have to withdraw from the Wuxia mountain range and wait for her strength to recover before re-entering. The python, heedless of her threats, continued to roar and attack. Meanwhile, within the subterranean chamber, Xinlang and Yao Yue, recovering from their injuries, seemed to sense the clash between Li Maojin and the python. Your Majesty, it seems someone is battling the python outside. Should we investigate? Yao Yue inquired, frowning. After a day of recuperation, Xinlang had regained some strength and nodded. Let us go. Perhaps we can slay that beast. Otherwise, it will pose problems for our passage in and out of the Wuxia mountain range. Upon reaching the outer hall, Xinlang struck the skull, and with a rumble, the hall trembled, walls shifting to reveal a staircase. Let us proceed. With hands clasped behind him, Xinlang led Yao Yue and the others outside. They emerged into the palace where Cheng Chunzi had once meditated. It had been tidied up by Gao Jianli and others, appearing quite orderly, though somewhat sparse. However, when the underworld grows more populated, they could introduce decorative elements. Following the sounds of battle, Xinlang and his companions arrived at the site of Li Maojin's fight with the python. As they observed the clash, Gao Jianli and the others' eyes glimmered with intrigue. They had first-hand experience of the python's power, and witnessing someone capable of holding their own against it indicated that this individual was extraordinary. Upon recognizing the figure in the midst of the fray, Xinlang smiled slightly, already aware of her identity, Empress Li Maojin. Yao Yue, assist Lord Qi, Xinlang instructed calmly. Understood. With a resounding clap, Yao Yue appeared at the python's flank, delivering a powerful strike that sent the massive creature hurtling away. In midair, Li Maojin lightly landed on a gnarled tree branch, gracefully descending to the ground and bowing in gratitude to Yao Yue. Thank you. Hehe, Lord Qi, you have arrived. Xinlang said, stepping forward with a smile. You have arrived sooner than expected, young master. I was preparing to send someone to escort you, Li Maojin replied in surprise. Indeed, I was not far from here. Upon sensing your presence, I made haste, she continued with a smile. Roar. While Xinlang and the others conversed, the python rose, letting out a furious roar. Its emerald triangular eyes locked onto Xinlang and his companions, filled with rage. Although the python lacked true intelligence, it retained memories of enmity. These were the individuals who had wounded it previously, and it would not allow them to escape unscathed this time. Ding. System notification. Consuming the python's gallbladder will aid the host in breaking through to the innate level. Good. It seems the system insists on its demise. Ensure that you slay it today. Its gallbladder is of great significance to me. Xinlang commanded coldly. With his words, Yao Yue, Li Maojin, and the Wheel King surged forward, launching a coordinated assault on the python. With Li Maojin's involvement and Yao Yue's breakthrough, the python no longer appeared invincible, but was instead overwhelmed by the trio's relentless assault. The Wheel King seized the python's tail, deftly controlling its movements while the creature attempted to counterattack. Each time it turned, Li Maojin and Yao Yue thwarted its efforts, rendering it powerless. The python roared in frustration, its tail thrashing, yet the Wheel King stood firm as an unyielding pillar, preventing any escape. Beasts rely on their bodies to attack, and with its physical form restrained, it was left vulnerable to their strikes. This time, I will see if you escape death. Xinlang spat through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on the python, the source of his torment, its injuries still unhealed. It remains wounded. We can continue to target its injury, Yao Yue observed, her eyes narrowing as she noted the python's previous wound had yet to heal. Li Maojin had also noticed the injury during their earlier confrontation, but had been unable to strike due to her isolation, thus remaining entangled with the python. With a clear objective, the ensuing battle became manageable. Li Maojin unsheathed the foaming sword, channeling his vital energy as he aimed for the serpent's vulnerable point. A piercing roar erupted from the giant python as it writhed in pain, finally dislodging the Wheel King. In a frenzy, it charged towards Li Maojin. Humph, a desperate struggle, sneered Yao Yue, who, as the python lunged, soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the hilt of the foaming sword embedded in the creature's flesh, driving the blade deep into its body. The enraged python let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains, but soon after, its massive form crashed to the ground. Chapter 84. The first battle in the underworld. Seeing the giant python finally defeated, Shunlang exhaled in relief and gestured for it to be taken away. The Wheel King raised its serpentine head and bellowed, dragging the massive creature toward the underground palace. Shunlang, observing the Wheel King's raw power, couldn't help but feel an intense yearning for the dragon elephant prajna skill he had acquired, resolving to practice it diligently in hopes of one day wielding such formidable strength. Upon returning to the underground palace, Shunlang and his companions painstakingly dismembered the python. Grasping the python's gallbladder, Shunlang swallowed hard, pondering how he could possibly ingest such a large organ. The python's body stretched 30 to 40 meters, and the gallbladder was the size of an adult's fist, nearly as thick as Shunlang's neck, leaving him at a loss. System, how should I consume this?" he asked in desperation. "This giant python has mutated due to years of exposure to toxic gases. You can absorb the energy contained within the gallbladder," the system replied. "Oh, so it can be absorbed?" Shunlang's eyes brightened as he relaxed. "Chuang, follow me," he called to Li Maozhen. "Yes, young master," Li Maozhen replied, nodding as he followed Shunlang into the inner hall. Shunlang retrieved a set of underworld attire from a coffin and handed it to Li Maozhen with an air of authority. "This is the garb of Hutu henceforth. You shall be the Hutu of the underworld, overseeing the balance of yin and yang and managing all affairs of the realm. I expect you to excel and not let me down." "Thank you, Emperor," Li Maozhen said solemnly, kneeling to accept the Hutu attire. "Very well, you may go. Inform Gao Zhanli and the others that I shall enter seclusion for a time. Additionally, I have a task for you," Shunlang stated indifferently. "Your command, Emperor," Li Maozhen replied respectfully. "Eliminate the 7 major factions of Poison City. From now on, Poison City will serve as our forward base," Shunlang declared, his intent chillingly clear. "Yes, I shall obey your command," Li Maozhen affirmed, before Shunlang waved him away. He planned to leverage the gallbladder to break through to the innate stage. Anticipating it would take some time, and assigning them a task would also allow him to gauge their capabilities. On that day, dark clouds loomed ominously in the sky. Thunder crackled, and the entire Yuzhu was engulfed in darkness. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the earth, hinting at an impending storm. Observant warriors gazed skyward, sensing that something significant was about to unfold, a foreboding heaviness settling in their hearts. In the broad streets of Poison City, people hurriedly began to dismantle their stalls, aware that a change was imminent. Sha Feilong stood by the window, his expression grave as he surveyed the cloud-covered horizon. Since the clouds had cast a shadow over the sky, an unsettling feeling had taken root within him, yet he could not pinpoint its source. "Come in," he commanded. As a guard respectfully entered, "I sense that something significant is about to occur. Prepare more men and bolster our defenses." "Yes, Chief," the guard replied. Drip. A raindrop fell from the sky, splattering against Sha Feilong's window, as if heralding the deluge to come. Suddenly, torrential rain poured down, transforming the streets of Poison City into streams of water. At that moment, the streets were deserted, save for the sound of raindrops falling. A pair of luxurious boots, embroidered with gold thread, splashed through the water-filled streets. "Yuhu and Mengpa, shall we have a contest?" A figure clad in black and gold attire, wearing a Huta mask, proposed. "Shengtian Hutu, what kind of contest do you have in mind?" The figure adorned with a Mengpa mask inquired, tilting their head with interest. "I've heard that Sha Feilong, the leader of the Poison Gang, is a formidable warrior of the Transcendence realm. Let us see who can defeat him in the shortest time possible. What say you?" "Agreed," Mengpa nodded. "Since you two are interested in Sha Feilong, I will not interfere. I will take 2 of my Azuras to the other 6 houses," another figure, wearing an ox-headed mask, declared respectfully. "Go, and make it swift." "In the battle before dawn," Mengpa commanded coldly. "Understood." With that, the figures vanished. "We should depart as well," the 2 figures said, their silhouettes melding into the downpour. It is said that human souls require purification. Those burdened with tainted spirits have no right to exist in this world. A celestial chant suddenly echoed throughout the 7 Alliance mansion. "Who goes there?" An ambush. The atmosphere in the 7 Alliance mansion erupted into chaos as countless guards armed with crude blades and torches rushed out of their quarters. There are rules in the mortal realm and laws in the underworld. Anyone daring to disrupt the balance of existence must face the consequences of the underworld. Just as the guards were frantically searching for the intruders, another chant resonated through the air. Whoosh. 2 figures suddenly appeared atop the main hall of the 7 Alliance mansion. Adorned in flowing black and gold attire, their eerie masks sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. "What manner of beings are you? Daring to conjure illusions in my 7 Alliance mansion? Come down," the guard shouted. With a thunderous roar, a figure unleashed a powerful strike towards the rooftop, where Mengpa and Hoda stood. Boom. The rooftop shattered, tiles raining down, yet the two enigmatic figures had already vanished. "Show yourselves," Sha Filong commanded, his gaze cold as he scanned the surroundings. The two figures materialized silently, one perched atop the roof of the Seven Alliance mansion, the other nestled in a tree within the courtyard. "Mengpa, shall you go first?" Huta asked casually. "Why don't you take the lead?" Mengpa replied, standing with arms crossed. Her demeanor detached as she regarded Sha Filong below. "Oh, then I shall not hold back. Just remember, if you lose, do not accuse me of taking advantage," Huta said with a smile. "Humph, merely a waste," Mengpa scoffed. Noticing their disregard for his presence, Sha Feilong's expression darkened. "Have we offended either of you?" he inquired. "You have not," Mengpa replied coolly. "Then what is the meaning of your attack on my Seven Alliance mansion?" Sha Filong pressed, his tone turning grave. "It is the Emperor's will. The Emperor decrees that you must perish by the third watch. None shall remain to see the fifth," Huta declared, suddenly appearing beside Sha Filong. Delivering a strike infused with the essence of the illusory sound technique, a gentle yet lethal force. Chapter 85. Annihilation. Sha Feilong's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated the speed of the masked figure, who had appeared at his side in the blink of an eye. Sha Feilong let out a furious roar, and in an instant, a layer of dark energy enveloped his palm as he advanced towards the hand of Hutu. However, Hutu remained unfazed. With a gentle twist of her wrist, she effortlessly dispersed Sha Feilong's poisonous strike. Her seemingly delicate palm force resembled a gentle drizzle, soft in appearance, yet overwhelmingly powerful. Sha Feilong's expression shifted as he swiftly moved his feet, narrowly avoiding Hutu's flowing strike. Boom! The gust of her palm sliced through the air, obliterating a stone table into dust. After delivering her blow, Hutu tilted her head, glancing at Sha Feilong, and said, "Very well, let us continue." Sha Feilong's face darkened. He had reached the pinnacle of the virtual realm. Yet he had not anticipated being so outmatched by this enigmatic figure. Who on earth was she? His thoughts flickered briefly, but there was no time for contemplation, as Hutu was relentless. "Humph, 5 poisons profound art." Suddenly, dark energy emanated from Sha Feilong, enveloping him entirely, giving him a sinister and eerie appearance. "Oh, quite reminiscent of the 9 nether profound heaven divine art," he mused. Yet, despite Sha Feilong's imposing aura, Hutu remained indifferent. Even if it were the 9 nether profound heaven divine art, she would not be intimidated. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures clashed continuously in the rain, their speed akin to lightning. The surrounding guards of the Seven Alliance Manor struggled to keep up with their movements. The crowd dispersed, and Shaxiation emerged with a grim expression, observing the fierce confrontation and frowning as he muttered, "Who is that person?" Reporting to the young master, "I am unsure." That individual appeared alongside another, and soon after, one of them attacked the master, a guard reported. "Useless," Shaxiation cursed under his breath. Up above, Meng Po's eyes glinted with a fierce murderous intent upon spotting Shaxiation. Previously, during her passage through Poison City with Shun Lang, Shaxiation had set his sights on her. However, she remained patient. Today, the entire Seven Alliance Manor would not survive. Nor would Shaxiation, and he would meet a more tragic end. As Meng Po and Hutu launched their assault on the Seven Alliance Manor, the Wu family, one of the 7 major powers of Poison City, also came under attack. Boom! The gates of the Wu Manor shattered as a figure clad in a bull-headed mask, accompanied by 2 others wearing fearsome Rakshasa masks, slowly entered. "Who are you?" Instantly, the patrolling guards of the Wu family rushed forward, surrounding the trio. The family head, Wu Hai, emerged with 2 elders by his side, his expression dark as he glowered at the encircled figures. "What are you? How dare you attack my Wu family? You must be tired of living." As Wu Hai's words fell, he felt as if the masks of those individuals had come to life, and the fearsome, bull-headed figure along with the 2 Rakshasa rushed towards him. Uft! Wu Hai was struck by 3 phantoms that invaded his mind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill! In an instant, the bull-headed figure and the 2 Rakshasa surged into the crowd, commencing a massacre. A flash of sword light illuminated the scene, and 3 Wu family guards found their heads severed, blood gushing forth. Before long, the 3 figures stepped out of the Wu Manor, with Gao Zhanli tossing a torch into the manor's interior. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, a blaze so fierce that even the torrential rain could not extinguish it. Bang! Sha Feilong was struck by Hutu's palm, forced to retreat until he collided with a wall, coming to a halt. "All right, I've had my fun. It's your turn now," Hutu remarked, shaking her head with a disinterested tone. "You." Upon hearing Hutu's words, Sha Feilong's face flushed crimson with anger, his eyes blazing as if he wished to devour her whole. "Oh, don't look at me with those eyes. You're not my type," Hutu quipped, shivers running down her spine under Shafilong's glare. Meng Po, with her hands behind her back, slowly raised 3 fingers. You've used 30 moves. Oh, you remember quite well. You used 30 moves against me. Let us see how many you can use, Hutu replied, crossing her arms. I only need 10 moves. As soon as the words left her mouth, Meng Po unleashed a powerful strike, causing the space to tremble as an overwhelming force descended upon Shafilong. Ah, break for me. Shafilong felt despair creeping in. Who were these two, each more formidable than the last? Although he sensed that Meng Po was not significantly stronger than Hutu, her strike was far more domineering. In truth, it was not that Yaoyue was inherently stronger than Li Maojin. Rather, it was a matter of their respective techniques. After reaching the 9th layer of the Mingyu technique, one's internal energy became inexhaustible, allowing for full-powered strikes, which naturally appeared more forceful than Hutu's in the eyes of others. Surrounded by a swirling darkness, Shafilong desperately activated the 5 poisons profound art and barely managed to withstand Yaoyue's strike. Second move, Yaoyue murmured softly. Boom. Another earth-shattering strike followed. After receiving this blow, a trickle of blood finally appeared at the corner of Shafilong's mouth. Wiping away the blood, Shafilong cried out in terror, if you kill me, you will provoke the blood demon sect. Do you truly not fear their wrath? Yaoyue remained silent, continuing her relentless assault as she unleashed a barrage of palm strikes upon Shafilong. By the 7th move, Shafilong finally exhausted his strength, the force of Yaoyue's palm piercing through his defenses and striking his chest. His body flew through the air like a broken doll, crashing to the ground as he coughed up blood. Father, are you all right? Shaxiation rushed forward, panic etched across his face. Xiao Tian, run. Take this item to the blood demon sect and seek Elder Matian. He will protect you, Shafilong urged, producing a token from within his robes and handing it to Shaxiation. Father. Shaxiation choked on his words. None of you will escape today. You will all perish. As the words left his lips, Yaoyue charged towards Shafilong, and with a resounding crack, she shattered his skull. In a swift motion, she struck down Shaxiation, whose death was horrific. His chest caved in and ribs piercing through his back. Are you still planning to watch? If even one of you escapes, I cannot account for it to the Emperor. Yaoyue warned with a frown, casting a cold glance at Li Maojin, who was perched in a tree, observing the scene. Hey. No need to invoke the Emperor to pressure me, came the light-hearted response from Hutu, who then leaped down, drawing her phoenix shadow sword to commence the slaughter. This night marked the first battle of the underworld, a proclamation of its rise and dominance. The annihilation of the 7 great families of Poison City sent shockwaves throughout. And though the citizens had witnessed the flames and heard the roars from their homes the previous night, none dared to venture out until the following day, when they cautiously approached the ruins of the 7 great powers. Tragic was the only word that could encapsulate the scene. Not a single soul had survived among the 7 powers, all reduced to lifeless corpses, their mansions consumed by flames. Chapter 86. The blood-killing hall reemerges as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sky. An opulent carriage rolled slowly along the ancient stone-paved road. Within the swaying vehicle, Shun Lang sat still, deeply engrossed in a book. 3 days had passed since the slaughter in Poison City, and during this time, Shun Lang had successfully broken through to the innate realm. The innate realm signified the transformation of internal energy into true qi. Complete conversion represented attaining the innate state. True qi could form a protective barrier, offering formidable defense, while also being capable of offensive maneuvers. Xiao Gao, where have we arrived? Shun Lang inquired, setting aside his book, reporting to the young master. We should be nearing the border of Yunzhou, with Pingqing just ahead, Gao Zhanli replied respectfully from atop his steed. Pitching, how nostalgic. Shun Lang remarked with a hint of longing. Shun Lang smiled faintly as he emerged from the Shin family, which had been about a month since he had departed. He pondered how the Shun family was faring now, whether it had ascended to become the foremost family in Jiang City, and whether Qing'er, that girl, was sitting by the window daydreaming about him. Reflecting on Shenqing, he couldn't help but shake his head. She was like a child who would never grow up, reveling in joy whenever he was near, yet he wondered what thoughts occupied her mind day in and day out. In truth, Shenqing had always been this way, even before Shun Lang's arrival in this world. Though the former Shun Lang had not enjoyed the same glory as he did now, the time spent with Shenqing had been filled with happiness. Due to Shun Wuming's influence, the previous Shun Lang had not suffered the same humiliations as others. Only the eldest elder's grandson, Shen Ming, and Shen Wuhui's son, Shen Ting, would occasionally clash with him. As Shen Lang reminisced, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the forest, and moments later, 3 figures clad in black emerged from the trees, encircling the carriage. With a palpable aura of menace, they fixed their gaze upon Shun Lang's vehicle. "Who are you?" One of the black-clad figures inquired coldly. "Impudent. How dare you utter the name of the young master?" With that, a surge of icy sword energy erupted, enveloping the black-clad figure in a frigid embrace. "Is it Gao Jianli?" The black-clad man, far from ordinary, had already prepared for the confrontation. He swiftly countered, unleashing a palm formed from his true energy that shattered the icy sword energy with a resounding force. From the moment Gao Jianli attacked until the black-clad man neutralized the icy energy, the exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. As the residual energy dissipated, Gao Jianli and the black-clad figure had already engaged in several exchanges. Gao Jianli wielded his water-cold sword with precision, while the black figure radiated true energy, causing the ancient stone path beneath them to fracture. Meanwhile, Jin Wuming had also made his move, albeit with a more subtle approach than Gao Jianli. His attack was executed with an eerie silence, akin to a venomous serpent concealed in the shadows. The glint of his sword sliced through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. The two black-clad figures, recognizing the threat, quickly drew their blades to confront him. The sound of steel clashing echoed as two small white dots appeared at the same point on their blades. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Terror etched across their faces as they stared at the indifferent Jin Wuming. To strike two swords at the same point simultaneously required an extraordinary level of skill, perhaps even that of a swordmaster. Yet, being assassins, they had no choice but to press forward, driven by the unyielding command from above. With the knowledge that their superior was also present, they steeled themselves for the confrontation. Throughout the skirmish, Shun Lang remained composed within the carriage, seemingly detached from the chaos outside, even continuing to peruse his book. He had anticipated the appearance of these figures ever since leaving Jiang City. He had sensed unseen eyes watching him. He had hoped to draw out the hidden adversaries, knowing that once they revealed themselves, they would no longer pose a threat. Just as Gao Jianli and the black-clad figures engaged in a fierce battle, a formidable presence descended from above, akin to a divine monarch arriving in their midst. Boom! The carriage Shun Lang occupied exploded into splinters, debris scattering like arrows into the ground and surrounding trees. Slowly, Shun Lang set aside his book, his expression cold and devoid of emotion as he regarded the newcomer. Dressed in black, the figure appeared rugged, likely in his 40s, exuding an air of boundless ferocity that was truly intimidating. Notably, the man's hands were unusually large, resembling fans, occasionally flickering with dark energy. He cast a cursory glance at Shun Lang and coldly inquired, "Are you Shun Lang?" With an air of defiance, Shun Lang rose, leaning against his weapon's case, his eyes narrowing. "Indeed, I am Shun Lang. And you are?" "Bloodkill Hall's guardian, Iron Hand, Mad Tiger," the man replied nonchalantly. "Ah, so it is you. How fortuitous. I was contemplating how to find you. Yet here you are, delivering yourself to me," Shun Lang sneered. The Bloodkill Hall had always been a source of unease for him. After all, a mysterious assassin organization targeting someone would unsettle anyone. "Humph, being targeted by us signifies your imminent demise," Mad Tiger said, dismissing further conversation as he prepared to strike. The mere fact that he acknowledged Shun Lang, a youth of the same innate realm, was already a substantial concession. Had it been anyone else, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Shun Lang, causing the carriage beneath him to creak ominously, fissures forming at his feet. Yet, even under the weight of Mad Tiger's aura, Shun Lang remained unmoved. As Mad Tiger prepared to deliver a lethal blow, an even more dominant force surged forth, extinguishing Mad Tiger's pressure. From the trees emerged a figure clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being. "Yao Yu, eliminate him," Shun Lang commanded with an indifferent tone. Yao Yu's appearance elicited a furrowed brow from Mad Tiger. He was aware of her presence, given the nature of a killer organization's intelligence. However, the reports he had received indicated that Yao Yu was merely a half-step into the void transformation realm. Yet, the aura she projected now was far beyond that of a mere half-step. Mad Tiger had no inkling that Yao Yu had already transcended into the void transformation realm, while Shun Lang and his companions had ventured into the Wuxia Mountains. The one monitoring them had been unable to enter due to lacking the antidote that Zhao Qi had provided. As a result, that individual had to remain outside, awaiting Shun Lang's emergence. By the time Yao Yu revealed herself, she had transformed into Meng Po, and the observer had no way of knowing that Meng Po was Yao Yu. Furthermore, during the massacre of the 7 great powers, that person had not dared to witness the brutality firsthand, for it was life-threatening. The slaughter had been merciless, with no survivors among the 7 factions. "You are Yao Yu?" Mad Tiger asked, incredulous. "Surprised?" Yao Yu replied coldly, her gaze fixed on him. Humph. Even if you've ascended to the Void Transformation, what of it? The Void Transformation Elder of the Qin family was also slain by me, let alone a mere junior like you, Mad Tiger retorted, his contempt igniting fury within him. With that, he launched his attack, his massive hand descending upon Yao Yu with formidable force, manifesting as a giant hand of true energy that crashed down. Xinlang leaped into the air, distancing himself from the battlefield to avoid being caught in their fierce clash. In an instant, Yao Yu unleashed her jade-like power. Her small hand meeting Mad Tiger's colossal hand of true energy with equal ferocity. Boom! Yao Yu staggered back a step, and so did Kuang Hu, unable to suppress his astonishment. Kuang Hu gazed at Yao Yu in shock, never expecting that she, having just entered the realm of transformation, could contend with him on equal footing. As a peak practitioner of this realm, Kuang Hu was significantly stronger than Sha Feilong of Poison City, both in lineage and martial arts. Yet, despite this advantage, he found himself locked in a stalemate with Yao Yu, leaving him utterly astounded. However, this revelation ignited the ferocity within Kuang Hu. As a guardian of a killer organization, he had ascended through a path of bloodshed. The battle in which he had slain the elder of the Qin family marked his rise to the position of guardian. If he were to vanquish Yao Yu today, he could potentially return to the blood-killing hall as an honorary elder. With a thunderous clash, Yao Yu and Kuang Hu engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Gao Jianli and Jin Wuming gained the upper hand, completely suppressing the three figures in black. As Xinlang observed the unfolding spectacle with keen interest, a voice called from behind, "Are you Xinlang?" Xinlang raised an eyebrow and slowly turned to face a young man clad in a red robe. His features strikingly handsome. The young man, wielding a long sword, appeared to be around 20, emanating an aura of combativeness as his piercing gaze fixed intently on Xinlang. "Oh, and who might you be?" Xinlang inquired, nodding slightly. "My name is Xue Li, the junior hall master of the blood-killing hall, ranked 107th on the human ranking." Xue Li replied coldly, casting a provocative glance at Xinlang as he mentioned the ranking. 107th? Xinlang stroked his chin, regarding Xue Li with interest, and teasingly remarked, "Is that impressive? Humph, you ignorant frog at the bottom of the well." The human ranking consists of the top 150 innate realm experts from the true martial continent, excluding those over 50 years of age. Among the eligible candidates, I managed to secure the 107th position. Do you not think that is commendable? Xue Li retorted disdainfully. "Oh, I see. You truly do not rank highly." Xinlang replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Uft. Xue Li nearly spat blood in frustration, then bellowed angrily, "You ignorant frog. How could you possibly comprehend the might of those on the human ranking?" After regaining his composure, he coldly stated, "Enough of this idle chatter. Even if I explain it to you, you will never have the chance to enter the human ranking, for today you shall perish beneath my sword. Do you know what it means to wield the sword with utmost sincerity?" Xinlang disregarded Xue Li's menacing tone and suddenly posed a perplexing question. "What do you mean by sincerity in the sword?" Xue Li paused, his brow furrowing as he half-drew his blood sword. Xinlang opened his weapon case, slowly drawing out a black sword, and calmly stated, "There are many paths in swordsmanship. Some channel their emotions into their blades, while others infuse their swords with the intent to kill. From your sword, it appears you belong to the latter category, am I correct?" "Yes, and what of it?" Xue Li replied coldly. "Indeed, to infuse one's sword with the intent to kill grants immense power and is a swift means of mastering the sword path." Xinlang lightly tapped the blade of his black sword, continuing, "Yet, there exists an even more formidable method of sword mastery." "What method?" Xue Li questioned, his brow furrowing deeper. "The answer lies in being devoid of emotion. If heaven has feelings, it too shall grow old. If a person is devoid of feelings, they may ascend to greatness." With that, the moment the words fell, Xinlang's black sword transformed into a streak of black lightning, appearing before Xue Li in an instant. Xue Li narrowed his eyes, instantly unsheathing his blood sword, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that surged toward Xinlang. This blood sword was crafted from an ancient battlefield bloodstone discovered by Xue Li's father, a stone imbued with the blood of powerful warriors. The blood of these champions rendered the stone a priceless treasure. Xue Li's father had high hopes for him, believing he could become a formidable warrior, and spared no expense in having this blood sword forged. Xue Li did not disappoint, utilizing the sword's unique properties to ascend the human ranking, achieving the 107th position at the early stage of innate realm. His accomplishments drew the attention of many formidable figures. The moment the blood sword was drawn, Xinlang's expression shifted. The sword exuded overwhelming might. Just by its aura, he discerned that this blood sword was at least a top-tier weapon, while his black sword was merely of inferior grade. Should they clash, it would likely be shattered in a single blow. Xinlang narrowed his eyes, twisting his wrist to redirect his black sword toward Shui Li's dantian. Clang. The tip of the black sword met the blade of the blood sword, producing a resonant clash. Xinlang's countenance darkened as he glanced at the tip of his sword, which had begun to bend under the pressure. Chapter 88. You Run Fast, Part 4. Shui Li executed a flourish with his sword, gazing indifferently at Xinlang. In truth, he had inadvertently come across Xinlang's profile. Xinlang's record was remarkable, having defeated the talents of Jiancheng upon his debut, and later, triumphing over Sha Xiaotian, the son of Sha Feilong, despite being at the acquired realm. He was undoubtedly a prodigy, and Shui Li had learned of the blood-killing Hall's mission to assassinate Xinlang. Thus, he had stealthily made his way here. Unbeknownst to Kuang Hu and the others, for he had not followed them, but had tracked this location based on the intel. Shui Li harbored a peculiar hobby, to eliminate various uncelebrated talents. Snuffing out potential gave him a sense of exhilaration, so upon perceiving the opportunity to slay Xinlang, he acted without hesitation. What? Do you still think victory lies in weaponry? Shui Li mocked, looking at Xinlang with a smirk. Huh, you overestimate yourself. I, Xinlang, have never sought excuses in battle. Blaming fate is the hallmark of the weak. In my eyes, there is only victory and defeat. Xinlang replied with a cold laugh, adding, moreover, you have yet to best me. Enjoy the thrill of combat. This may well be your final battle. In an instant, a beam of golden light shot skyward as the golden blade was drawn, combining with the black sword to surge towards Shui Li. The synergy of the golden blade and black sword resembled a tempest of metal, enveloping Shui Li in a storm of golden light intertwined with dark sword energy, creating a cataclysmic force. Yao Yu and Kuang Hu sensed the intensity of Xinlang's battle. Upon seeing Shui Li, Kuang Hu furrowed his brow and called out, Junior Hall Master, what brings you here? Mind your business and focus on your fight, Shui Li replied coldly, brandishing his blood sword to counter Xinlang's assault. You dare to be distracted while battling me? You seek your own demise. Yao Yu retorted icily. Boom. Caught off guard. Kuang Hu was sent flying by Yao Yu's palm strike. However, despite being struck, Kuang Hu remained uninjured. His strength was commendable, and Yao Yu found it challenging to subdue him in such a short time. Nevertheless, she was confident that victory would ultimately be hers. The blood river rises. Shui Li shouted, as his blood sword transformed into a surging river of blood, a manifestation of his true energy combined with the sword's sanguinescence, exuding overwhelming power. The metallic tempest collided with the blood river, causing the latter to churn violently, unleashing a tempest of energy. Xinlang and Shui Li stood at the center of this maelstrom, engaged in a relentless exchange, their speed increasing with each clash. To an observer, it would be inconceivable that these were two practitioners at the early stage of the innate realm. Xinlang, I have not misjudged you. You are indeed a genius. Humph. What astonishes you is yet to come. Suddenly, Xinlang plunged his golden blade into the ground, raised his palm, and unleashed a formidable Paiyun palm. A hand formed from white energy surged forth, hurtling towards Shui Li's chest. Shui Li swept his sword horizontally, causing the white energy palm to explode instantaneously, shattering the Paiyun palm with a single strike. Xinlang's expression grew grave. Shui Li's strength was indeed remarkable. The ease with which he shattered the Paiyun palm revealed his formidable prowess. It was no surprise that he ranked 107th on the human leaderboard. Those who achieve such ranks are undoubtedly forged through countless battles, never to be underestimated. With the Paiyun palm destroyed, Xinlang unsheathed his golden blade and charged forward, executing the dual kill of blade and sword, 49 styles. The technique, neither purely blade nor sword, finally pressured Shui Li. Most individuals would struggle to adapt to the sudden onslaught of the dual kill of blade and sword, 49 styles. The blade relies on slashing, chopping, sweeping, and striking. But when it unexpectedly transforms into the thrusting, flicking, and prodding of a sword, confusion ensues. What kind of martial art is this? Shui Li asked, astonished, as he struggled to fend off Xinlang's relentless assault with his blood sword. The dual kill of blade and sword, 49 styles, Xinlang replied coldly. Their battle raged from the ancient path into the woods, leaving a trail of shattered ground and splintered trees in their wake. With a fierce expression, Shui Li swung his blood sword, unleashing a crimson energy that disregarded the assault of the golden blade and black sword, ferociously aiming to cleave Xinlang. This move was one of mutual destruction. Shui Li, forced into a corner, resorted to this desperate measure to disrupt the rhythm of the dual kill of blade and sword, 49 styles. Should Xinlang be struck by this sword, he risked being cleaved in half. Humph. Break for me, Xinlang declared, driving his blade and sword into the ground, channeling 3 points of divine insight. The return to Origin Strike was the most powerful move of the 3 points of Divine Insight. Previously, due to his limited strength, Shunlang could not execute it. But now, for the first time, he unleashed its unparalleled might. 3 intertwining energies of red, green, and blue surged forth like electric currents, fiercely shooting towards Xue Li. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Xue Li's blood sword was sent soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Shunlang executed the Wind God leg, closing the distance to Xue Li and delivering a devastating Paiyun palm. Puff! Xue Li was sent hurtling away by Shunlang's palm, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood as he soared through the air, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a stop. However, by the time Shunlang pursued him, Xue Li had vanished without a trace. Has he fled? Shunlang furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. After confirming he had lost Xue Li's trail, he turned to return. This battle had made Shunlang acutely aware of the formidable strength of the top-tier fighters. Although he had defeated Xue Li, it had been a grueling challenge. Were it not for his continuously evolving techniques, he likely would not have triumphed. He mused that the next encounter with Xue Li would not be so easily won. As Shunlang made his way back, Gao Zhanli and Jin Wuming had also concluded their battle. Though both bore some injuries, they had successfully dispatched the 3 assassins from the blood-killing hall. "How are you both?" Shunlang inquired, hands clasped behind his back. The 2, currently recuperating, quickly rose to their feet. Gao Zhanli respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "Young master, are you unharmed?" "We are fine." "Good. It seems the blood-killing hall is indeed formidable, to leave you both in such disarray," Shunlang remarked, frowning. "Yes, those 3 assassins were indeed powerful," Gao Zhanli replied, recalling his encounter with one of them, his expression grave. At this moment, Kuang Hu was beginning to feel the strain, as Yao Yu's every strike was infused with overwhelming force, compelling him to use all his strength to contend with her. After this brief confrontation, he found himself struggling to keep up. Realizing he could not complete his mission to eliminate Shunlang today, he gritted his teeth and repelled Yao Yu with a single move, fleeing without looking back. "There's no need to pursue. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to detain him," Shunlang called out. Yao Yu cast a cold glance at Kuang Hu's retreating figure, knowing that had she just recently ascended to the transformation void, she would have undoubtedly been able to eliminate him. Observing the wreck of the carriage, Shunlang shook his head. "Sigh, we shall proceed on foot." Not only had the carriage been destroyed, but the horses, too, lay motionless on the ground, casualties of their fierce battle. Chapter 89. The Shun Family Crisis, Jiang City. As the underworld embarked on its massacre of the Poison City, significant upheaval occurred in Jiang City. On this day, the other 3 major families, Su, Bai, and Zhang, mobilized their experts, each one exuding a palpable aura of malice as they converged upon a specific location in Jiang City. In a short span of time, no fewer than 500 innate martial artists gathered, with several formidable innate experts standing at the forefront. Su Xinghe, Bai Zizai, and Zhang Lingshan stood solemnly before the crowd. Stepping forward, Su Xinghe coughed lightly and addressed the assembly. "Greetings, everyone. I am Su Xinghe. This time, our 3 families unite to eradicate the Shun family. As you all know, due to Shunlang's influence, the Shun family is on the verge of becoming the foremost family in Jiang City. Since the establishment of Jiang City, it has always been dominated by 4 major families. Whenever one family declines, a new one rises to take its place. However, I have received intel indicating that the Shun family harbors ambitions of swallowing our 3 families. Can we allow the legacy passed down from our ancestors to be handed over so easily? No, we cannot." The fervor in Su Xinghe's words ignited a unified indignation among the gathered families. A sly smile flickered across Su Xinghe's lips as he continued with fervor, "Good. Since we all wish to protect our families from being consumed by the Shin family, to avoid disbandment, we must fight for our homesteads, eradicate the Shin family, and restore order to Jiang City. Let us fight," came the rallying cries. "Yes, we shall fight. We cannot allow the wolfish ambitions of the Shun family to come to fruition." Initially, a few voices shouted, but soon, the entire crowd echoed the sentiment. "Excellent. For our homeland, for our future, let us battle." Su Xinghe raised his arms high, rallying the warriors of the 3 families, who brandished their blades and swords, charging fiercely toward the Shin family. Outside the Shin family's estate, within a tea house, 3 elderly men with graying hair and aged faces sat across from one another. "My brother. Zhang brother, I will engage Shin Kuan and hold him, while you 2 are responsible for eliminating the other innate experts of the Shin family. Remember, we cannot allow a single member of the Shun family to escape. Now that we have decided to act, we must leave no future troubles," Su Murong said, his expression cold. "Very well, Su brother, we shall rely on you. We will return swiftly to support you, Bai Qiyun replied, clasping his hands. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. These three elders were the ancestors of the Su, Bai, and Zhang families. Among them, Su Murong stood at the peak of the innate realm, while the other two were in the late innate stage, making them the most formidable fighters in Jiang City. At that moment, Su Xinghe and the others arrived at the Shun family's front gate. As they approached, they were met with archers on the walls surrounding the Shun residence. Without a moment's hesitation, the archers unleashed a volley of arrows upon Su Xinghe and his comrades. Not good. Scatter! Su Xinghe shouted, already retreating as the archers appeared. In midair, Su Xinghe waved his arms, deflecting the arrows aimed at him. Unfortunately, while he could fend off the arrows with his formidable strength, many of the innate martial artists he had brought suffered heavy casualties. The air was filled with anguished cries as numerous warriors fell, turning the ground before the Shun family's gate into a river of blood. As Su Xinghe watched the relentless demise of the warriors, his body trembled with rage, and he shouted, "Let them all perish." With those words, he braved the rain of arrows, charging up the walls to massacre the archers of the Shin clan. Just as he struck down one of the Shun warriors, Shin Wuming suddenly soared up from beneath the walls, his fierce palm wind ruthlessly aimed at Su Xinghe. Shin Wuming. Su Xinghe bellowed. Bang! Su Xinghe was violently thrust out of the walls by Shun Wuming, landing heavily on the ground, unable to stop himself from retreating several steps. Shin Wuming stood on the wall, his expression dark as he glared at Su Xinghe. What do you mean, Su Xinghe? Why do you attack my Shin clan without provocation? Shin Wuming demanded angrily. Haha, Shin Wuming. Do you really think I am unaware of your clan's intentions to swallow us whole? Do you expect us to sit idly by? Su Xinghe laughed derisively. When did we ever claim to want to absorb you? Shin Wuming replied, his tone laced with restrained fury. In truth, Su Xinghe's words were merely a pretext, spoken for the sake of the ordinary warriors present. After all, he could not confess that the assault was driven by his own selfish desires against the Shin clan. Brother, stop talking. He is merely searching for an excuse to attack the Shin clan. Shin Wuhui suddenly appeared atop the wall, hands clasped behind his back. Haha, Shin Wuhui. You are indeed a perceptive individual, Su Xinghe said with a smile. Humph, if you wish to eradicate my Shin clan, you might find yourselves lacking the strength to do so, Shin Wuhui scoffed. Kill them. Annihilate the Shin clan. Then Jiang City shall belong to our three families. A burly man in the crowd shouted, brandishing his sword. He was a warrior from the Su family, whom Su Xinghe had instructed to secretly rally their spirits before the attack. Boom. A peak postnatal warrior raised his crude blade and struck fiercely at the Shin family's gate, causing a crack to appear instantly. Charge. Following the first warrior, two more peak postnatal warriors surged forward, hacking at the gate with fervor. What is happening? Shin Qing, accompanied by the two elders of Xianming, stepped out. Miss Qing, the other three major families in Jiang City are attacking our Shin clan. One of the guards reported. What? The three families are attacking us together? Shin Qing gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Two elder brothers, please go assist. Do not let the three families breach our defenses. Otherwise, our Shin clan will be doomed. Shin Qing pleaded, turning to the two elders of Xianming. But, Miss Qing, what about your safety? Lu Zhanke expressed his concerns. They were left by Shun Lang to protect Shin Qing, and hearing her words put them in a dilemma. Rest assured, Brother Lu, as long as they do not enter, I will be safe. Shin Qing, aware of their protective role, insisted she could not remain idle during such perilous times for the Shin clan. Moreover, with the two elders having broken through to the innate stage, she believed their assistance would significantly alleviate the pressure on her family. Very well, Miss Qing. We shall assist them. Please take care. Lu Zhanke pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Yes, I understand. If they breach our defenses, the two elder brothers must return to protect me, Shin Qing affirmed. Chapter 90. The power of the Shin clan. As the two elders of Xianming arrived at the battlefield, they heard a thunderous crash. Shin Wuming and Su Xinghe clashed fiercely. At that moment, Shen Kuan emerged from his seclusion, his expression seething with anger. Haha, Shen Kuan. You have finally emerged. I have awaited you for so long. Su Murong leapt from the crowd, laughing wildly, brimming with combat fervor. With Su Murong's declaration, Zhang Feng and Bai Qiyun also surged forth. Su Murong, have you truly lost your composure? Shen Kuan ascended the wall, narrowing his eyes. Today marks the end of your Shin clan, he declared. Proceed as planned. With that, Su Murong charged at Shen Kuan. Su Murong, you seek your own demise. Shen Kuan unleashed the power of the Mo Yun palm, striking fiercely at Su Murong. Both Shen Kuan and Su Murong were formidable peak innate warriors, their strengths nearly equal. However, Should a true battle ensue, Su Murong would find himself at a slight disadvantage. Shun Kuan's Mo Yun Palm was relentless, complemented by the Shun clan's ancestral technique. The True Dragon Technique, a powerful body refinement method that enveloped him in the strength of a true dragon, making it rare for anyone of the same level to breach his defenses. Conversely, the Su clan relied on their unpredictable footwork, renowned as the swiftest in Jiang City. Unfortunately for Su Murong, facing Shun Kuan's True Dragon Technique rendered her speed ineffective, and she could do little but engage in a drawn-out struggle. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and Bai Qiyun plunged into the ranks of Shen warriors, swiftly cutting down several foes. Witnessing this scene, Shen Wuming's eyes blazed with fury. "Su brother, we have come to lend you our strength." Bai Zizai and Zhang Lingshan joined the fray, surrounding Shen Wuming alongside Su Xinghe. With Bai Zizai and Zhang Lingshan's involvement, Shen Wuming found the pressure intensifying. Though he had recently bolstered his skills with resources amassed by the Shen clan, he was nonetheless outmatched against the trio, quickly finding himself beleaguered. Just as Su Xinghe and his allies prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Shen Wuming, a figure suddenly burst into their midst, Shen Wuhui. His expression icy, effortlessly repelled Su Xinghe and his companions. "Brother," Shen Wuming gasped upon seeing that figure. "You return to command. I shall handle this," Shen Wuhui commanded coldly, waving his hand. "Be cautious, brother," Shen Wuming urged gravely, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Shen Wuhui, you have actually broken through to the mid-innate stage?" Su Xinghe's expression darkened as he regarded Shen Wuhui. The revelation of Shen Wuhui's breakthrough caught him off guard, stirring a profound sense of unease within. "What? Surprised?" Shen Wuhui's expression remained impassive as he scrutinized Su Xinghe and his companions, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Onward! Su Xinghe recognized the urgency of the moment. Even with Shen Wuhui's newfound strength, he believed they could still restrain him. Shen Wuhui wasted no breath, unleashing the power of the Xianin Palm, instantly enveloping the three adversaries. His mastery of the Tianlong Ban's inner energy was cold and eerie. There are two primary methods to practice the Tianlong Ban. One involves fully comprehending the technique as Shun Lang had, leading to rapid enhancement of power, while the other focuses solely on the inner energy, allowing for quicker mastery but resulting in less depth of power. Like Zhou Zhuo, who practiced only the bone claw from the 9 manual, her level rose swiftly, yet remained impure. Though Shen Wuhui had not fully mastered the Tianlong Ban, he was more than capable of dealing with Su Xinghe and his companions, who were comparatively weaker innate warriors. The battle between the four stirred dust and debris. Though not as cataclysmic as a clash between transcendent beings, it was not to be underestimated. Some well-informed minor clans gathered at a distance, quietly observing this rare spectacle of combat. "Alas, it seems the Shen clan is doomed this time," one remarked. "Indeed, judging by the momentum of the other three families, they seem intent on swiftly conquering the Shen clan," another replied. "One wonders how Shen Lang would react upon discovering the downfall of his family," mused a third. "In my opinion, this matter is far from simple. The Su, Zhang, and Bai families must be aware of Shen Lang's subordinate strength. Why would they dare to attack the Shen clan? Who knows? Perhaps they have some means to counter Shen Lang," was the speculative response. While the minor families discussed in hushed tones, the battle for the Shen clan escalated to a fever pitch. The two elders of Xianming did not disappoint Shen Qing's high hopes. They immediately intercepted the rampaging Bai Qiyun and Zhang Feng with remarkable prowess. Bai Qiyun and Zhang Feng, despite being adept in the latter stages of innate mastery, found themselves at a loss against the harmoniously coordinated Xianming elders. With the imminent demise of the Shen family, were they truly prepared to perish alongside them? Bai Qiyun, deflecting a strike from Lu Zhangke, furrowed his brows and spoke. Zhang Feng echoed the sentiments of the Xianming elders, asserting, "Brother Bai speaks true. The Shen family is doomed today. However, if you two cease your assault now, you shall become esteemed guest elders of the Zhang family in the future. What say you?" Bai Qiyun could not suppress an inward curse, deeming Zhang Feng shameless for brazenly attempting to win over the Xianming elders in his presence. The Xianming elders exchanged cryptic smiles, replying, "Very well. But our services do not come cheaply." Zhang Feng, taken aback, quickly retorted, "Pray tell, there is no price our Zhang family cannot meet in Jiang City." The Xianming elders unleashed a combined force, pushing back Bai Qiyun and Zhang Feng, then exchanged knowing glances, declaring, "If the young master employs us, the least we expect is a profound technique of the Xian grade. We wonder if the Zhang family can match that?" Laughter erupted from the Xianming elders as they pressed their assault without granting the two any respite. Zhang Feng seethed, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Little did he know, the Xianming elders were indeed not deceiving him. The Tianlong Bane bestowed by Shen Lang was indeed a peak Xian grade technique. While not the strongest among peak Xian grade techniques, it was far from weak. If harmonized with sound techniques, its potency would be even greater. Unfortunately, much like Shen Wuhui, the Xianming elders were solely adept in internal power and could not harness the full potential of the Tianlong Bane. With the Xianming elders engaging by Qi Yun and Zhang Feng, the pressure on the Shun family significantly lessened, resulting in a stalemate across the battlefield. Shen Wuming commanded from the center, orchestrating their efforts, while Shen Kuan confronted the formidable Su Murong, and Shen Wuhui stood firm against Su Xinghe and his allies. In terms of elite combat power, the Shen family held a slight advantage. Observing this spectacle from a distance, the smaller families were astounded by the Shun family's displayed strength. Should the Shen family endure this trial, it seemed likely that Jiang City would soon belong to them. Chapter 91. A desperate flight. As the Shen family clashed fiercely with the Bai, Su, and Zhang families, a long sword appeared silently behind Shen Kuan. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced his shoulder. Seizing the moment, Su Murong suddenly materialized before Shen Kuan and struck him in the chest. As the sword penetrated Shen Kuan's shoulder, the true dragon art was shattered, and with Su Murong's subsequent blow, he could not help but spit forth a mouthful of blood. Shen Kuan, suppressing his injury, turned to confront his assailant. The sword wielder, clad in a blue robe, bore a stern visage, coldly regarding Shen Kuan with indifferent eyes. "Who are you?" he gasped, only to cough up more blood. "Li Zongquan," the man replied coolly. Shen Kuan's eyes narrowed. "The swift sword meteor, Li Zongquan? Knowing that, you may as well prepare for death," he retorted. As Li Zongquan's words fell, Shen Kuan let out a furious roar, unleashing a dragon-esque roar that surged skyward, compelling both Li Zongquan and Su Murong to retreat. In that instant, Shen Kuan leapt into action, racing towards the Shen family. Upon breaching their stronghold, he called out urgently, "Ming-er, take the younger generation of the Shun family and flee. When Langer returns, you may come back quickly." Shen Kuan understood the gravity of his injuries. Without him to hold back Su Murong, the Shen family was like a small vessel tossed by a tempest, vulnerable to annihilation. Moreover, there was the terrifying Li Zongquan to contend with. Shen Kuan was well aware of Li Zongquan's notoriety. In his prime, Li Zongquan had dominated Jiangzhou, a name known to nearly all. Not only was he severely injured now, but even at full strength, he might not be a match for Li Zongquan. Shen Wuming rushed to support Shen Kuan, concern etched on his face. "Father, what has happened? Hurry, the younger generation is our hope. As long as they survive, when Langer returns, the Shen family may yet rise again," Shen Kuan urged, grasping Shen Wuming's shoulders with urgency. Shen Wuming nodded gravely, recognizing that this was no time for hesitation. "Father, take care." With that, Shen Wuming directed others to organize the elderly, women, and younger generation of the Shun family towards the rear courtyard. Cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. Both Shen Kuan and Shen Wuming were astute individuals. Despite the Shun family's recent prosperity, they had secretly prepared an escape route. Upon reaching a side chamber, Shen Wuming led the women, children, and younger generation of the Shen family, casting a final glance at their home to imprint it in their memories before resolutely entering the hidden passage. Seeing Shen Wuming and the others depart, Shen Kuan felt a weight lift from his heart. His expression hardened as he declared, "If you wish to extinguish the Shen family, you shall pay the price." With a resounding crash, he shattered the surrounding wall with a single palm, stepping through the dust and smoke. He unleashed a powerful strike towards the trio attacking Shen Wuhui. Upon sensing Shen Kuan's formidable energy, the 3 exchanged alarmed glances and retreated hastily. "Father." Shen Wuhui reached Shen Kuan's side, his countenance dark. "Ah, you must go?" Shen Kuan replied. "Wuhui, I regret not entrusting the family to you back then. I hope you will support Ming-er well in the future. The Shen family will rely on you." Shen Kuan cast an apologetic glance at Shen Wuhui, sighing deeply. His remorse stemmed from not having passed leadership to Shen Wuhui, who he knew was the most suitable candidate. However, Shen Wuhui's assertiveness had been the very reason for Shen Kuan's hesitance. A strong leader is not inherently flawed. The issue lay in the fact that the Shen family at that time required a more temperate figure, as they had just solidified their status among Jiang City as 4 great families and were still in a phase of concealment. If Shen Wuhui had ascended, his forceful nature would have inevitably thrust the Shen family into the limelight, which would have been detrimental. Shen Wuming, while not as forceful as Shen Wuhui, possessed decisiveness and patience, able to maintain composure during critical moments, which was why Shen Kuan chose him. "Father, I will stay with you," Shen Wuming stated calmly. "Wuhui, this is not the moment for impetuosity. Currently, only I can hold them back. Even with your assistance, it would merely prolong the inevitable. You must leave. Now is not the time for your sacrifice, Shin Kuan admonished softly. Taking a deep breath, Shin Wuhui regarded Shin Kuan intently. He understood the weight of the situation. His presence would not alter the tide of battle. A mid-stage innate master could not shift the outcome. Father, I will one day annihilate the 3 families in retribution for you, he declared before darting towards the Shun family's rear courtyard. Kill them. Su Xinghe shouted passionately upon witnessing Shun Kuan's injury. After so many years, the Su family finally saw hope for unifying Jiang City. A glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Zhang Lingshan and Bai Zizai. Hear me well. I, Shin Kuan, vow that when the Shin family reclaims Jiang City, it shall also herald your demise. Shin Kuan laughed defiantly, his voice echoing with a dragon's roar, a testament to his indomitable spirit and rage. Kill them. Leave not a single soul from the Shin family. With a furious command, the members of the 3 families surged into the Shun household, commencing a massacre. Miss Qinger, we must depart, the Xianming elders urged, seizing Shinqing by the shoulders and soaring into the sky, disappearing with a few leaps. Alas, after this day, Jiang City would no longer bear the name of the Shin family. Observing the Shun family's downfall, the onlooking smaller families sighed and turned away. The secret passage of the Shin family leads directly to the Black Wind mountain range. Suddenly, a giant tree, embraced by 2 individuals, trembles and then splinters. Shin Wuming emerges first, scanning the surroundings cautiously, and gestures. There is no danger, everyone come out. Subsequently, the women and children of the Shun family begin to pour out from the tree trunk. As they touch the ground, the women and children begin to sob, while the younger generation displays expressions of grief and anger, with some of the younger members of the Shun family unable to contain their tears. Shin Ting suddenly stands up, resolutely declaring, I must go find my father. Stop right there. Shin Wuming roars. What you are doing now is tantamount to seeking death. Do you understand? The lives of so many in our Shin family depend on you. If you are captured, we risk exposure. Moreover, our eldest brother is highly skilled and will not easily perish. Besides, our father would not allow him to fight to the death. Humph. I would rather die than let them extract your whereabouts from me. Shun Tung retorts defiantly. Humph. The methods of a strong adversary are beyond the comprehension of a mere practitioner at the 7th level of the acquired stage like you. Stay put. If our elder brother escapes, he will come looking for us. Outside Jiang City, in a dilapidated house, the 2 elders Xianming and Xinqing sit in a solemn atmosphere. Brother Lu, what shall we do now? Xinqing asks helplessly. Miss Qing, let us hide here for a while. My brother and I will take turns scouting Jiang City. Once the young master returns, we will be safe, Lu Zhangke replies in a low voice. Very well, it must be so. Xinqing can only hope that Shun Lang returns swiftly. Chapter 92. An unexpected encounter with Xinqing at the border of Yunzhou and Jiangzhou. For majestic gale horses thunder along the ancient path, their hooves echoing like thunder. Leading the way is a striking figure, dressed in white, with hair fluttering in the wind. As the gale horse gallops, the white attire billows dramatically, presenting an image of handsome elegance. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly admire the grace of this young man. How far are we from Jiang City? Shen Lang asks coldly. Young master, we should reach Jiang City's territory in about a day, replies Gao Jinli, who is riding behind Shen Lang. Good, accelerate, Shen Lang commands, flicking his whip. And the gale horse surges forward. Under the urgency of Shen Lang and his companions, they reach Jiang City's border in less than a day. This return sees Shen Lang accompanied only by Gao Jianli, Jin Wuming, and Yao Yue, just as he had set out. With the establishment of the underworld, it is prudent for Li Maojin and others to avoid frequent appearances. Though everyone in the underworld wears masks, their martial prowess remains unchanged. Yao Yue's Mingyu skill is a clear indicator. Should it be discovered by the discerning, the underworld would be at risk of exposure. Shen Lang's strength is not yet at a stage where he can reveal the underworld's identity. Otherwise, his movements in the martial world would be severely hindered. Previous actions by the underworld caused a significant uproar in Yunzhou, prompting the elite factions to unite in investigation. The devastation of Poison City has instilled fear, as they dread the day this mysterious force might target them. Unlike the Blood Kill Hall, a mercenary organization that only acts upon payment, the underworld's approach was unprovoked. As witnesses reported that they were sent by someone known as the Holy Emperor Tianqi to annihilate the 7 factions of Poison City. This understandably incited panic among the powers of Yunzhou. What if one day the Holy Emperor Tianqi directed them to eliminate their own factions? Consequently, the forces of Yunzhou banded together to unearth the underworld, seeking not only to eradicate it, but also to force it into the light for future contingencies. Little do they know, the very Holy Emperor they speak of is right under their noses. Young master, There is an abandoned house ahead. We can rest there. Gao Jinli points to a crumbling building by the roadside. Upon entering the territory of Jiang City, the ancient paths dissolve, as Jiang City is merely a third-rate small town. The road leading to Jiang City is a rare sight, situated on the periphery of Jiangzhou, a secluded area with little trade and rampant banditry due to its proximity to the Black Wind mountain range. Let us move on. We will rest for a moment. As we are nearing Jiang City anyway, Xunlang remarks casually. As they approach the house, Yaiwa frowns and says, there are people inside. One is likely at the innate stage, and the other possesses little martial skill. Perhaps a passing merchant is resting inside. Xunlang responds slowly. Just as Xunlang and his companions step into the house, a chilling gust of wind strikes toward them. Bolt! Gao Jinli unsheathes his water-cold sword, instantly radiating frost as he strikes at the assailant. Stop! Xunlang shouts, his weapon flying forth to intercept Gao Jinli's icy blade. Young master, Xinqing, hidden in the corner, exclaims in surprise upon seeing Xunlang. Qingge, what are you doing here? Xunlang asks in astonishment. Xinqing rushes into Xunlang's embrace, her eyes red with tears. Young master, you have finally returned. She sobs, unable to contain her emotions as she feels the warmth in his arms. Qingge, do not cry. What has happened? Xunlang frowns, sensing something amiss with Xinqing's unusual demeanor. Young master, you have returned. Lu Zhanke steps forward with cupped fists. What has transpired? Seeing Xinqing's tears, Xunlang turns to Lu Zhanke for answers. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhanke slowly reveals, young master. The Shen family has been destroyed by the three great families. For about half an hour, Lu Zhanke recounts the events that transpired with the Shen family in recent days. Upon hearing Lu Zhanke's words, Xunlang's eyes narrow, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him, causing the entire dilapidated house to tremble slightly, dust cascading from the ceiling. Good. It seems I was too hasty in my departure, allowing Su Xinghe and the others to flourish. Xunlang laughs in fury. In truth, Xunlang is not overly enraged by the fall of the Shen family. However, they are a crucial part of his upcoming plan, and their annihilation has thwarted his intentions, igniting his anger. At this moment, Xinqing, nestled in his embrace, ceases her tears, looking up with misty eyes. Young master, you must avenge the old master Shun and the others. Xunlang nods expressionlessly. Do not worry, Qingge, none of them will escape. Ding. Task received, unify Jiang City. Task details, eliminate the Bai, Zhang, and Su families. Task reward, 1,000 kill points. Task failure, none. Observing Xinqing's haggard face and cracked lips, Xunlang instructs Gao Jinli to bring food from the horse for Xinqing and the others to eat. Xinqing and the two elders Xianming have been hiding here for several days, too afraid to show their faces during the day, with only one of the elders daring to venture into the mountains at night to procure game for sustenance. Seeing the provisions Gao Jinli brings, Xinqing swallows hard, joyfully accepting the food and begins to eat. Though Xinqing is a maid, having been raised alongside Xunlang, she has never known hunger, making this her first experience of deprivation, constantly evading danger with the elders and subsisting on tasteless roasted meat. Eat slowly, there is more on the horse. Xunlang smiles at the ravenous Xinqing. Young master, shall we head back now? Gao Jinli inquired with a palpable sense of danger. I sense that this matter is far from simple. The strength of the young master is well known to Su Xinghe and the others. Yet they still dared to act against the Shen family. It is likely that either someone among the elder generation of the three families has broken through to the void transformation stage, or they have found a formidable backing. Yaiwa pondered thoughtfully. Even if someone has indeed broken through to the void transformation stage or acquired a strong ally, what difference does it make? Xiao Gao used the Jade Talisman to convey a message, instructing Li Maojin to bring the Wheel of Bright Kings here. It seems I must create a great upheaval in Jiangzhou this time. Xunlang scoffed coldly. However, he had no intention of revealing his own identity. Instead, he delegated the task to Li Maojin and others. As he contemplated the assignment, Xunlang recalled that he still had many slaughter points remaining, which he intended to utilize to draw some techniques and items as rewards for Li Maojin and the others. Chapter 93, The Frenzy Draw System. How many slaughter points do I currently possess? Xunlang inquired in his mind. A total of 2,700 slaughter points, the system replied mechanically. Very well. 2,700 slaughter points should suffice, Xunlang mused quietly. He then considered what he needed. Although he was not lacking in techniques, he felt that he should bolster his arsenal. Encountering geniuses from those superpowers might prove challenging, as he never believed himself invincible among peers. The resources available to those prodigies were often equal to or greater than his own. Moreover, he needed to prepare some rewards for his subordinates. Weapons were also a priority. His previous battle with Xueli had vividly illustrated the importance of weaponry for a martial artist. In his past life, he often heard the adage that the ultimate realm of a martial artist lies in wielding no sword, yet having the heart of one. However, upon arriving in this world and grasping certain realities, he scoffed at that notion. A martial artist's prowess is composed of 4 parts personal strength, 3 parts technique, and the remaining 3 parts rely heavily on weaponry. During his last encounter with Xueli, he had been meticulous in protecting his golden blade and black sword, preventing Xueli's blood sword from destroying them. This situation frustrated him. Weapons were meant to protect their masters, yet he found himself in the position of protecting the weapons instead. With this realization, Shunlang determined how to utilize his slaughter points. Although these points could undoubtedly summon a master at the void transformation stage, such a presence would be inconsequential in the current netherworld. Facing super strong practitioners at the void refinement stage, even numerous void transformation experts would be of little use. Yao Yue and Li Maozhen in the netherworld could easily contend with several at the void transformation level. Thus, before he could summon anyone above the void refinement stage, Shunlang decided to first enhance his own and his subordinate strength with these slaughter points. Having reached this conclusion, he did not dwell further. System. Let me draw a technique first. Understood, host. What type of technique would you like to prioritize? After a moment's contemplation, Shunlang asked, what can I draw for 500 slaughter points? Techniques ranging from mystic to earth level, with a higher probability for mystic level, the system answered. And 1,000 points? 100% earth level. What about heavenly level? How many slaughter points are required? Please note, host, that drawing a heavenly level technique requires a minimum of 10,000 slaughter points, the system informed. Understood. Then let me use 500 slaughter points for a draw. Shunlang instructed. As his words fell, the lottery wheel on the system's main screen began to spin slowly, showcasing various techniques as Shunlang awaited in silence. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn an early earth level technique, the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Technique. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Grade. Early earth level origin. Tianlong Bubu skills. The techniques include the Dragon's Wrath, Dragon Soaring in the Sky, Dragon Sight in the Fields, the Great Flood, the Concealed Dragon, Swift Crossing of Great Rivers, Sudden Arrival, Shocking 100 Miles, Leaping from the Abyss, 2 Dragons Fetch Water, Fish Leaping in the Abyss. Riding the 6 Dragons, Dense Clouds Without Rain, Loss Brings Trust, Dragon Battle in the Wild, Frost on the Ground, Rams Touching the Barbarians, Divine Dragon's Tail. The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. I initially thought I would need to rely on the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill for external techniques, but with this draw, I can forego practicing the latter and simply integrate it into the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Excellent, a good start. Let us continue. Shunlang smiled. System. Let me spend another 500 points to draw a technique. The lottery will spin once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a mid-mystic level technique, the Bloodblade Scripture. Technique. Bloodblade Scripture Grade. Mid-mystic level information, a unique skill of the Bloodblade sect. Divided into inner strength and knife techniques. The Bloodblade Great method is exceedingly peculiar, with each move striking from seemingly impossible angles. The inner strength Blood Sea demonic art is extremely domineering, sinister, and possesses tremendous power. Note, those cultivating the Bloodblade Scripture will absorb part of their enemy's essence upon slaying them, which can enhance their own power. However, excessive absorption may produce malevolence, thus affecting the host's mindset. Please use with caution. Glancing at the Bloodblade Scripture, Shunlang calmly declared, Cultivate. Buzz. A golden light and a red light surged from the electronic screen, entering Shunlang's mind. After a brief moment of closed eyes, he opened them again. Having comprehended both the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms and the Bloodblade Scripture in that fleeting instant. In truth, Shunlang was more intrigued by the Bloodblade Scripture. Although its grade was not particularly high, the ability to siphon essence caught his attention. Despite the system's warning to exercise caution, Shunlang felt unaffected. He would simply focus on killing. Those influenced by their emotions were weak. True strength lay in controlling one's mindset. With a glance, he noted that he still had 1,700 slaughter points remaining and decided to test his luck with a weapon draw. System. Spend 1,000 slaughter points to draw a weapon, Shunlang commanded solemnly. It was his first time drawing a weapon. Previously, without system updates, there was no distinction between drawing techniques and weapons. It was purely based on chance. After the last update, however, he could now focus his draws. As his words concluded, the lottery screen shifted. Various weapons flashed by, swords, sabers, spears, whips, and more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a mid-earth level treasured blade, the blood-drinking Mad Blade. Weapon, blood-drinking mad blade grade. Mid-earth level origin. Fengyun information. A treasured blade passed down through the Nye family in Fengyun, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches in length. Known as the coldest blade in the world. The emergence of the blood-drinking mad blade startled Xinlang. Its reputation in his past life was quite illustrious. The character Nye Feng, portrayed by Zhao Wenjua, had captivated countless admirers. Buzz, just as Xinlang was lost in thought. The blood-drinking mad blade was transported into the system's space. Instantly, a chilling blade intent filled the system's domain. Xinlang's expression turned grave as he reached for the hilt. A wave of icy energy surged into his body. This cold current circulated within him, prompting Xinlang to exhale a breath of cool air, which was swiftly assimilated by the system's space. Impressive, quite formidable, Xinlang remarked with satisfaction, acknowledging its status as a mid-earth level weapon. Crack! He lightly swung the blood-drinking mad blade, and frost instantly formed on the ground, retaining the remaining 700 slaughter points for future contingencies. Xinlang's experiences within the system space transpired in mere moments. Upon returning to reality, he found Xinqing and others had yet to finish their meal. Chapter 94. An overwhelming push, 3 updates. Young master, you have returned, Yibiwing exclaimed upon seeing Xinlang, hastily cupping his fist in greeting. Indeed. Did you uncover anything in Jiangxing? Xinlang nodded, his hands clasped behind him as he inquired. Master, the 3 major families remain quite tranquil. After annihilating the Xin family, they merely divided the Shun family's wealth and assets. However, an unusual occurrence has transpired in the last couple of days. Subordinates from both the Bai and Zhang families have reported sightings of their members traversing Jiang City, yet I have not seen a single soul from the Su family. He Biweng remarked, his brow furrowed. What schemes is the Su family concocting? Gao Jinli queried, perplexed. A grasshopper may leap joyously, yet it remains merely a grasshopper. Can it truly turn the tide? Xinlang scoffed. Any plots or machinations will reveal themselves once we return to Jiang City. After a brief respite, Xinlang and the others prepared to return to Jiang City. Approaching the steed, Xinlang waved his hand, pulling Xinqing onto the horse's back. Let us depart. With a nudge, the windstorm steed surged forth like the wind. Upon arriving at the gates of Jiang City, Xinlang and his companions halted. From his mount, Xinlang cast a cold, disdainful glance at the city before cracking his whip and charging in, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing behind him. As they entered Jiang City, news swiftly reached the Bai and Zhang families. Bai Zizai paced restlessly within his chamber, betraying his inner turmoil. Patriarch, I have returned, an elder announced as he entered. Bai Zizai's expression shifted, and he promptly asked, have we notified Su Xinghe? The elder's countenance darkened as he replied, Patriarch, there is not a soul from the Su family to be found. It is as though they have vanished from existence. I inquired of many. Yet none have seen where the Su family is gone. What? The Su family has disappeared? Bai Zizai's expression morphed, his voice dropping to a grave tone. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he burst into laughter. Su Xinghe, you have played your hand masterfully. Very well, you may leave now. Instruct the younger members of the Bai family to tidy up and follow Bai Feng through the secret passage. Yet, after that moment of mirth, Bai Zizai appeared to age considerably, slumping into a chair as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Just then, Bai Qiyun entered, arms crossed behind his back, his visage somber. Zizai, I have heard that the members of the Su family have collectively vanished. The elder, upon seeing Bai Qiyun, quickly bowed respectfully. Yes, you may take your leave. Bai Qiyun nodded and remarked, Father, I was mistaken. Despite all calculations, I never anticipated that in the end, we would fall victim to Su Xinghe's cunning. Bai Zizai sighed deeply. Bai Qiyun approached a landscape painting, hands clasped behind him, and mused, it is fate. Greed must bear its consequences. Meanwhile, the Zhang family found themselves in a similar predicament. After receiving a report from their steward, Zhang Lingshan grasped the intricacies of Su Xinghe's scheme. Su Xinghe's intricate web of deception had been laid with great skill. First, the 3 families united to eradicate the Xin family. Then he led his own family into seclusion, positioning the Bai and Zhang families to confront Xinlang's wrath. Once Xinlang had vanquished the Bai and Zhang families, Su Xinghe would emerge with the Li family to tidy up the aftermath. The strategy was straightforward yet effective. Arriving at the dilapidated Xin family estate, Xinlang's cold smile revealed a glimmer of murderous intent. The 3 major families, are they? With a sudden crack, his whip disintegrated into dust. With a thunderous roar, the gates of the Bai residence shattered as Xinlang, clad in white, strode in with an icy demeanor. None from the Bai family shall escape today. His voice, laced with unbridled malice, reverberated throughout the Bai estate. as the Bai family members attempted to flee through the secret passage. They were suddenly enveloped by an enormous palm of true energy descending from above. A chorus of terrified screams erupted as the passage collapsed, leaving a 5-finger imprint on the ground. Shenlang, Bai's eye shot up from his seat, his face contorted with despair. Alas, our Bai family's century-old legacy is at an end, Bai Qiyun lamented. Is it your intention to eliminate my Shen family and simply walk away unscathed? Shenlang entered the room, his voice icy. With a pained expression, Bai Zizai stepped forward. Shenlang, a man must bear the consequences of his actions. The annihilation of your Shen family was solely my doing. Please do not make matters difficult for others. Shenlang smiled faintly, unperturbed as he walked past Bai Zizai to take a seat behind him, his gaze fixed on Bai Zizai and Bai Qiyun with an eerie grin. His fingers drummed lightly on the table, and the room was filled solely with the sound of his tapping, enveloping Bai Zizai and Bai Qiyun in a palpable tension. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Shenlang finally spoke. I, Shenlang, abide by one principle. Once I have made a decision, it shall not be altered. Raising an eyebrow in mockery, he continued, before coming here, do you know what I intended? What? Bai Zizai inquired, his brow furrowed with anxiety. To leave no one alive. With a thunderous roar, a golden dragon materialized around Shenlang, swirling menacingly. With a flick of his finger, the radiant dragon shot forth towards Bai Zizai. Bai Qiyun pushed Bai Zizai aside, his fist clenched, and with a resounding crack, the golden dragon shattered. Unfazed, Shenlang remarked. I have heard that the strongest on the rankings can fight beyond their level. Those top-tier prodigies can even transcend a major realm. Today, I wish to test my prowess against them. As his words echoed, Shenlang soared into the air, executing a powerful strike. The golden dragon coiled around his hand, the resulting force causing cracks to form in the stone floor beneath them. Zizai, you must flee. Save yourself while you can. Do not let our family perish at our hands, Bai Qiyun shouted, raising his palm to withstand Shenlang's assault. The room quaked, windows shattered, and the sound of the dragon's roar filled the air. Bai Zizai fled without hesitation towards the courtyard. In that moment, Bai Qiyun, his expression twisted with rage, felt his feet sink into the ground as he faced Shenlang from a position of disadvantage. He had underestimated Shenlang, thinking him merely a fledgling martial artist. He had prepared to capture Shenlang to facilitate the Bai family's retreat, yet he never expected Shenlang to transcend 2 realms and overpower him. With a smirk, Shenlang unleashed a flurry of swift kicks towards Bai Qiyun's chest. Break! Bai Qiyun gritted his teeth, channeling his energy to thrust Shenlang back. But the force of the attack sent him reeling. A gust of wind whipped past his face, stinging his cheeks as he collided with the wall of the room. Breathless and pale, he gazed at Shenlang, who stood defiantly before him. What martial art is this? Bai Zizai demanded, his expression twisted with fury. The 18 palms of the dragon subduing, Shenlang replied with a calm smile. What do you think of my technique? Bai Qiyun struggled to suppress the chaotic energy within him, his face darkening as he regarded Shenlang. The 18 palms of the dragon subduing were renowned for their ferocity. Without overwhelming strength, one could not hope to contend with a practitioner. Yet, despite his inability to overpower Shenlang, Bai Qiyun chose to follow the same path as Shen Kuan, opting for a desperate struggle for the sake of the family and its legacy. At this moment, the Bai family was engulfed in despair, with chaos reigning as people fled in every direction. Yao Yu, with a single step, took the life of another. Her demeanor cold and merciless, her expression devoid of warmth. Countless souls perished at her hands. In a mere span of time, half of the Bai family had succumbed to her relentless onslaught. The Zhang family, too, could not evade their grim fate. Gao Jianli and Jin Wuming, wielding their sharp swords, carved a path of destruction. Even when Zhang Feng intervened, he could only momentarily halt Jin Wuming, while Gao Jianli continued to spill the blood of the Zhang family, turning the ground into a river of crimson.